Chapter 381 The Inside Story of the Year. On the way here, Hellion Biming had roughly explained the family relationship of the Hellion family to Yu Shaoqing. The old master Niu Dan had passed away, and the second old master of the West Mansion was Niu Dan's younger brother. However, although they were brothers, the two acted very differently. Niu Dan was passionate and bold, and calm and unrestrained, while the second old master was a little cautious and depressed. However, in Hellion Biming's impression, this second uncle was serious with others, but he was quite respectful to Niu Dan and the old lady, and he was also particularly loving to him. The second old master had a son, Hellion Qi. Hellion Qi married Li, and had 3 sons with Li, namely Hellion Feng, Hellion Yu, and Hellion Cheng. Among them, Hellion Feng and Hellion Chao were the same age, both nearly 20 years old, and Hellion Yu and Hellion Cheng were 2 and 3 years younger respectively. Hellion Qi? Which Hellion Qi? Yu Shaoqing didn't pay much attention to the Nanzhao envoys when he was in the Great Zhou, but he heard some news on the way here. He knew that Nanzhao had sent several envoys to celebrate the wedding of King Cheng and the Xiongnu princess. Among them, there was a man named Hellion Qi, who was said to have died in the Great Zhou and had his coffin carried back to the country. Hellion Biming was unable to explain. It's the Nanzhao envoy who died a few months ago. Hellion Qi. How did he die? Yu Shaoqing asked. Chao killed him. Worried that Yu Shaoqing would blame Yin Jiuqiao. Hellion Biming added. But it's not Chao's fault. He brought it upon himself. Yu Shaoqing never suspected that his son-in-law would kill innocent people, and said casually, he is such a scoundrel. How can his father be a good person? Hellion Biming choked unexpectedly. Go in, Hellion Biming said. Yu Shaoqing entered the house. The house was filled with a strong smell of medicine, and Yu Shaoqing frowned almost subconsciously. He didn't like this place, or he didn't like the people who lived in this place. Yu Shaoqing had a gentle temperament, which was inherited from Niu Dan, even when Yan Songming made things difficult for him several times in the northwest camp. He never had such resistance in his heart. Don't be afraid. Second uncle just had a stroke. Not any other serious illness. Hellion Biming caught a glimpse of the expression on Yu Shaoqing's face, and thought his brother was resisting second uncle's illness. Yu Shaoqing was not worried about this. He crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. So why would he care about an illness? Yu Shaoqing was still immersed in the shock of why did I have a brother and a mother when I woke up? And he didn't come back to his senses completely. So this strange feeling in his heart didn't last long, and soon died on its own. He and Hellion Biming entered the house. The servants saluted one after another. Hellion Biming ordered, you guys leave first. I have something to say to second uncle. Yes. The maids and servants glanced at Yu Shaoqing inconspicuously, lowered their heads and left. Hellion Biming pushed the wheelchair to the bedside. Second uncle. Yu has been found. He is really not dead. I brought him to see you. The second old man had a serious stroke. He could not move. He could not speak. The only thing that could move was probably his eyes. He opened his cloudy old eyes, and looked at Yu Shaoqing, who walked into the house with Hellion Biming. Second uncle. Hellion Biming understood that he wanted to see Yu Shaoqing. Turned around, and waved to Yu Shaoqing, who was standing aside, and refused to come over. Come here. Yu Shaoqing had not yet accepted this name, and paused for 3 seconds to protest, and then came over reluctantly. Hellion Biming said softly, stand closer. Let the second uncle take a good look at you. Yu Shaoqing opened his eyes wide, and stared at the second old man. Look. I'll show you. The second old man was almost scared to death by the face that suddenly enlarged in front of him. The second old man grew up with Niu Dan, and he knew the changes in his brother's appearance better than Hellion Biming. Isn't this what Niu Dan looked like when he was in his 30s? If this is not a little Niu Dan, it's impossible. But wasn't Xiao Niu Dan dead? Killed by his own hands. It was precisely because he was sure that the other party was dead that when he saw the other party appear alive in front of him, the second old man thought for a moment that he had seen a ghost. Hellion Biming saw the fear flashing in the eyes of the second old master, and thought that most of the servants in the mansion also had this reaction. So he didn't take it to heart, and patiently explained to the second old master, I concealed something from my second uncle earlier. In fact, Chao is not the second brother's child, but all one is. What? That girl? This man. He is the biological father of that girl? The second old master felt that his brain was not enough. How could that crazy woman not recognize her own granddaughter and recognize a grandson-in-law? And you just caught a fake on the street. And it turned out to be the real thing? What kind of shit luck is this? The second old master was originally thinking about how to give the East Mansion a beautiful counterattack. But if one of the young couple was the old lady's grandson, then the plan to expose Yin Jioch and use this to attack the East Mansion would only be aborted. The second old master was furious. But even more angry was yet to come. Hellion Biming felt deeply guilty for having concealed his brother's life experience. Now that he could speak, he spoke without reservation. In fact, I lied to my second uncle and everyone else. I buried a baby's body with my own hands. I thought it was my brother. But my mother couldn't accept this blow. She went crazy. So I changed my words and said that my brother was not dead, but missing. I know this. I killed him. I watched you bury the body in secret. Hellion Biming sighed. How could I know that the lie I told unintentionally would be the truth? However, my brother was not missing, but was rescued by someone. I suspect that the carriage falling off the cliff was not an accident at all, but someone deliberately did it. That person must have wanted the lives of my mother and brother. Fortunately, my mother was rescued, but my brother fell off the cliff. The Hellion family has been on the battlefield for generations, and has made countless enemies. For a while, I couldn't guess who the murderer was. What Hellion Biming had expected was correct. The second old master did want to kill the mother and son. However, his motive was not revenge, but to strike at Niu Dan and break his will. At that time, Niu Dan had been chosen by the king, and was about to go to the battlefield. A distraught general could easily die under the enemy's knife. As long as Niu Dan died, Hellion Biming, who was less than 10 years old, would be at the mercy of others. What he never expected was that the woman was not dead. Before going to the war, Niu Dan promised her that he would come back alive to find her. And Niu Dan did it. Niu Dan never indulged in the pain of losing his youngest son. He took good care of his wife, and raised his eldest son very well, so that for a long time afterwards, the second old master never found the opportunity to attack the East Mansion. It was not until Niu Dan died that the opportunity came. Of course, now is not the time to recall this. What the second old master couldn't understand was that the assassin he sent that year clearly killed the child. And he rushed over later, and saw the father and son bury the body. How could the child grow up and appear in front of him? The crime scene was carefully screened by them, and there would never be hunters or villagers passing by. So even if the child fell and was lucky enough to still have a breath, there was no way he could be rescued. Could it be that the assassin he sent out back then didn't kill the child? Not only that, he was soft-hearted and saved the child. This sounds very absurd, but considering the dead end at the time, this was the only way out. It's really ridiculous. An assassin, a killing tool without emotions, would actually have compassion for a child? It's too late to say anything now. And even the truth can't be traced, because the assassin he sent out back then is no longer there. He got lost, but he has a poison pill in his body to control the assassin. And he will die if he doesn't take the antidote on time. The second old man didn't care where he died. When he died, he was holding a child he didn't kill in his arms, which really upset the second old man. He must have wanted to take the child away from Nanzhao. The farther the better. But he didn't expect the poison to take effect halfway. What did he do at that time? The second old man couldn't help but wonder. Did he die just like that? Or was he worried that his death as a soldier would implicate the child? So he put the child in a place that was safe enough and could be found? What was he doing when the child was taken away? Did he lie dying not far away waiting to die? Did the child close his eyes completely after he was taken away? Chapter 382 Born to Win. Of course, these are just the second old master's guesses. No one will ever know the truth. Hellion Biming talked to the second old master for a while, and then he saw that the second old master closed his eyes. Hellion Biming was stunned. Second uncle, fell asleep? No. He was angry with you. When Li entered the yard and planned to cry to her father-in-law. Hellion Biming and Yu Shaoqing had already left, and the second old master was once again more seriously unconscious. Regarding Yu Shaoqing's growing up in Lianhua village, Hellion Biming thought about it, and did not say it for the time being. After all, the murderer has not been arrested yet, so it is better not to expose the existence of Xiao Taidan. Does Xiao Taidan look like you or your sister-in-law? On the way back to the yard, Hellion Biming asked his brother. Yu Shaoqing said seriously, of course he looks like me. The daughter looks like Ah Shu. And the son looks like him. Very, very similar. He can be his offspring at first glance. Helian Biming imagined the child's appearance for a moment, and couldn't help but curl his lips. If mother sees Xiao tied in, she will definitely like him. But for now, don't tell her first, lest she is anxious to see people and get sick again. This is natural. No need for you to remind. Yu Shaoqing didn't have a good face for this brother, who had burned paper money for him for 35 years, and snorted and went back to the house. Originally, I didn't know about this relationship and planned to move to the house under the name of Xiao Gu Lao. But now I can't move even if I want to. When the two brothers went to the West Mansion, the old lady asked the servants to move Yu Shaoqing and Zhang's luggage into Wudong Garden. The East Mansion became more and more lively. The servants working in the East Mansion all have an unspoken understanding that the East Mansion is deserted, becoming more deserted year by year. The East Mansion is not prosperous. When the aunt and the old master were in the mansion earlier, they could barely make ends meet. Later, the two of them got married and died. Later, Tan and the eldest young master had problems again, and the mansion, which was not prosperous to begin with, became even more empty. The old lady and the general cut off contact with the outside world, and the servants found that even sparrows were unwilling to fly to the East Mansion. Lively, it seems that it has always belonged to the West Mansion. Whenever they passed by the West Mansion, they would secretly envy it. The sky in the East Mansion seemed to be gray, while the sky in the West Mansion was blue and full of rainbows. But now, they no longer have to envy the West Mansion. Chef Lu is an old man in the East Mansion. He was the chef in the mansion when the old man was alive. He has been doing this for 30 years. His grandsons were all born in the mansion. He has never been as busy as he has been recently. He is so busy that he can't even stand still or drink water. But he is happy to be so busy. Master Lu, what are you cooking tonight? The apprentice asked him. Chef Lu smiled and said, whatever I have. Before the eldest young master returned to the mansion, the old lady had a picky appetite. But since she recognized the little grandson, she would eat whatever the little grandson and his wife ate. Chef Lu has almost figured out the tastes of the eldest young master, the eldest young mistress, and the 3 young masters. The dishes he bought are all what they like. As for the second master and the second wife, who just returned to the mansion, Chef Lu has basically figured it out based on his own observations. An hour later, a large table of steaming dishes was served. A family meal should be lively and lively. The old lady didn't like to let her daughter-in-law set the rules. She took Zhang's hand and asked her to sit next to her. Jian was beautiful, but also sick. She was so annoying. Chef Lu made steamed egg custard with scallops, pepper-flavored tea mushroom shrimp, crab roe tofu, braised lamb, winter melon meatball soup, sweet and sour radish, stir-fried loofah, and a large bowl of shiny braised pork with garlic and green onions, which happened to be placed in front of Jiang. Little black Jiang, green onions, garlic, slurp. The old lady didn't know her daughter-in-law's taste, so she took some of each dish. Looking at the scallions and garlic cloves piled in his wife's bowl, Yu Shaoqing's temples throbbed. Ah Shu would need such a strong taste. Ah Shu is a lady. Yu Shaoqing was about to take the food from Jiang's bowl, but Jiang gently held his hand and said softly and quietly, it's the mother-in-law's kindness. As a daughter-in-law, you shouldn't refuse. Yu Shaoqing was moved. His Ah Shu was really the most gentle and virtuous woman in the world. The scallions and garlic cloves on the plate went into Jiang's stomach, almost like a whirlwind. Yu Shaoqing was stunned. Ah Shu must be trying to please the old lady. After dinner, the family left the yard and walked around the mansion to digest the food. Several little guys were running in the front. Jiang was with the old lady. Yu Shaoqing was sent to push the wheelchair for Helian Biming. He was not happy. His nose was up to the sky. But Helian Biming, the big black-bellied guy, actually used the military book to lure him. And pushing him would not be a small piece of meat. So Yu Shaoqing went all out. Helian Biming laughed secretly. His younger brother was the second eldest son of the Helian family. And in the future the entire Helian family would belong to him, including the military book. He used his things to lure him, and he thought he had picked up a bargain. There would not be too many good days like this. And when his younger brother got familiar with the Helian family, he would not be able to fool him anymore. With this thought, Helian Biming began to secretly calculate how to fool him to get enough money next time. Yu Shaoqing said coldly, I'll tell you the ugly truth in advance. I am Yu Shaoqing, not Hellion Beiyu. I stayed here for my daughter. When we get the medicine, I will still return to Dezhou. Hellion Baiming nodded. I know. You are the Marquis of Dezhou. I earned it myself. Yu Shaoqing straightened up. Hellion Baiming smiled dotingly. Yes. My brother is really amazing. He grew up in the countryside and made it through without the help of his family. He made great contributions at the border and became a marquis personally appointed by the emperor. If your father knew about this, he would definitely be proud to have a son like you. This is a compliment to his brother, but it is also true. In addition to his extraordinary talent and hard work, his family also gave him a pair of wings that can soar into the sky. Since he was born, he has been learning the most powerful kung fu and reading the most profound military tactics. He has a father who has carefully cultivated him, and countless warriors who have fought for him. He does not have to start from the lowest level of soldiers. He can command the response of hundreds of people. His surname is Hellion, and he was born to win. But perhaps he had exhausted his luck in his previous life. He was careless in practicing martial arts and became possessed. He could no longer wield swords and guns in this life. A generation of war god finally fell. However, it is gratifying that his younger brother came back intact. Hellion Baiming felt sad for his younger brother, who had suffered for many years in the folk. But at the same time, he felt a little fortunate. If his younger brother had lived in the mansion all the time, he didn't know if he could live to this day. Humph. Don't think that I will stay if you give me a compliment. I have parents. Their surname is Yu. Yu Shaoqing interrupted Hellion Baiming's thoughts. Hellion Baiming smiled and nodded. I said I won't force you to stay. But I can't take you in for nothing. You still want to negotiate with me? What a bullshit, brother. Hellion Baiming helplessly spread his hands. Who told you not to recognize me as your brother? You are my brother. I will naturally help you unconditionally. If you are not, Yu Shaoqing interrupted him impatiently. Okay. You tell me. What are the conditions? Hellion Baiming curled his lips imperceptibly. In a few days, the Hellion family will return to their hometown to worship their ancestors. I can't go because my injury is not healed. Chao can't go because he is not on the family tree. You are on the family tree. So why don't you go and burn a stick of incense for me? Just burn incense? So simple? Yu Shaoqing looked at Hellion Baiming suspiciously, always feeling that there was something fishy. It's not easy. You have to kowtow and worship, and kneel there for people to chant. After a day, you will feel dizzy and exhausted, Hellion Baiming said, and sighed pretentiously. Alas, what I fear most in previous years is ancestor worship. Yu Shaoqing thought it was so difficult. Isn't it just a day of hard labor? He grew up in the countryside. How could he be afraid of this? Yu Shaoqing pouted and said, You masters of wealthy families are just good-looking but useless. So you agree? Hellion Baiming's eyes were shining, although doing so was a bit unfair to Hellion Feng. But he was more unwilling to wrong Yu Shaoqing than to wrong Hellion Feng. Even if he had to be a bad guy, he would admit it. Yeah. Yu Shaoqing responded arrogantly. If you burn the first incense, you will be the head of the family who has passed the test in front of the ancestors. Silly brother. You can't run away anymore. After the group finished their walk, they turned back to the yard. After making sure that the group had gone far away, a shadowy figure lurking behind the rockery flashed and went to the West Mansion. Grandpa. The man in black entered the second old master's room, knelt on one knee in front of the bed, and told the second old master the conversation he overheard word for word. The general wants Hellion Beiyu to worship his ancestors on his behalf. The second old master was so angry that his heart ached. You are so good, Hellion Baiming. You have already promised to let my grandson go. But you turned around and fulfilled Hellion Beiyu. You are a guy who doesn't keep your word. If you do it on the first day, don't blame me for doing it on the 15th. Grandpa, what should I do? The man in black stood up boldly and looked at the second old master who couldn't move. After all, he was the second old master's confidant, and he understood with a look from the second old master. The man in black asked, Grandpa wants me to get rid of Hellion Beiyu? The East Palace has stepped up its security, and Hellion Beiyu has martial arts skills. So I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to succeed in the palace. The second old master blinked his eyelids. Grandpa, you mean, let me lead the person out of the house? How can I lead him out? The man in black is good at martial arts, but his brain is not very good. The second old master's eyelids are about to cramp. Why don't you tie up someone close to him? The man in black understood. Someone close to him. The man in black patted his head. I remember that Hellion Baiyu's wife is a sickly woman. The second old master, then catch her. If you catch her, will you still worry about not threatening Hellion Baiyu? But the man in black always feels that something is wrong. What are you hesitating about? She is just a sickly woman. Do you think she is some perverted master? Go and catch her. Little Black Jiang, oh, someone wants to catch me. I'm so scared. Chapter 383 Sickly Little Black Jiang. After receiving the order, the man in black went to the East Mansion immediately. The East Mansion's defense is divided into 2 levels. The outer perimeter is the first level defense, which makes the Hellion family almost an impenetrable copper wall. In comparison, the inner defense level is slightly weaker. After all, the master lives inside, not the prisoners. If it really reaches the first level defense state, going to the toilet and going to the room are all under the surveillance of the death soldiers. No one would be happy to do so. But this does not mean that the internal defense is weak, because the man in black is also a death soldier of the Hellion Mansion. He has openly followed the second old master to the East Mansion countless times, and gradually figured out some tricks. Even so, he cannot guarantee that he will retreat unscathed after attacking a martial arts person. Fortunately, Hellion Baiyu's wife is a little sickly. The man in black had already heard that Hellion Baiyu and his wife had moved into Wudong Garden. Originally, they were going to live in Qixia Garden, but the old lady didn't allow them to. Qixia Garden was built for Hellion Baiyu, but now that Awei's family was living there, it was not good for her son and daughter-in-law to share the space with them. The old lady had someone choose an elegant courtyard and started to renovate it in the next few days. Before that, Yu Shaoqing and Jiang lived in Wudong Garden. The man in black was not familiar with Wudong Garden. After all, it was the old lady's yard. Which assassin would be so bored as to follow an old lady? The man in black swept into Wudong Garden and came to a corridor. Be careful, all of you. Don't spill the freshly baked snacks. At the corner, a respectable maid and several little maids carrying trays came out. The man in black jumped onto the beam and clung to it. When the group of people passed by, he fell back to the ground silently like a cat. He looked at the backs of the group, thought for a while, and followed them quietly. However, he was disappointed. It was not the new second wife who asked for snacks, but the old lady of the East Mansion. It was late at night, and she was still eating. Is it really okay for an old lady to have such a good appetite? Soon, the man in black found that it was not the old lady who wanted to eat, but 3 naked little black eggs. After taking a bath, the little black eggs sat on the soft couch covered with towels, grabbing osmanthus cakes in one hand and stuffing them into their mouths, while not forgetting to cooperate with the old lady to wipe their bodies. A room full of cute little black eggs. Man in black, want to steal eggs? What are you thinking? The man in black slapped his head. I'm here to arrest people, not to steal eggs. The man in black decisively used his qigong to leave. Everyone has gone far away. Well, I still want to steal eggs. Where is the hot water that madam wants? Zisu asked Fu Ling softly outside a wing room. Fu Ling said, I'll go and take a look. Zisu said to the door, Madam, the hot water is not ready yet. I'll bring it to you later. Got it. A woman's answer came from inside. The man in black thought, this must be Hellion Baiyu's wife. Right? The man in black flew to the eaves, gently removed a tile, and looked down. He could not see anyone, only a piece of light blue dust. He had to put his ear to the gap, trying to listen to the movement inside, and then determine whether the woman under the bed was the sickly girl he was looking for. Yuan sat on the exquisite step-out bed, and the bed top had been replaced with a new bed, a blue one, which she had chosen. Yin Jiuqiao was on the inside, leaning leisurely against the head of the bed, flipping through a book he got from somewhere. This little dandy actually knows how to read? It's really rare to see such a thing. Yuan leaned over, and soon found out what book he was reading. It was actually a comic book that his uncle bought for the 3 little black eggs, telling how a little soldier used weapons to dominate the world. Why can you be so focused when reading a children's book? He is born beautiful. And when he is focused, he has a mature and restrained temperament. Yuan makes him fascinated. Fortunately, this man is hers. She can see, touch and possess him. If he is someone else's husband, Yuan imagined the scene of Yin Jiuqiao having an affair with another woman. and snatched the book from his hand in anger. Yin Jiuqiao, who had no idea what was going on. Ahem. Yuan, who came to her senses, cleared her throat awkwardly, and said with an idea, I have something to tell you. What? Yin Jiuqiao asked. Yuan leaned towards him with the book, and when she talked about business, the embarrassment of the nonsense was quickly suppressed. She said seriously, have you ever doubted that the murderer who framed my father was not an enemy of the Hellion Mansion? Although my uncle guessed so. I always feel. What do you always feel? Yin Jiuqiao looked at her and asked. This guy is so mean. He knows what she is referring to, but he insists on making her say it herself. Forget it. Forget it. He is not an outsider. How can she still argue with her husband? Yuan said, the second old master of the West Mansion. The man in black on the roof almost stumbled and fell. Are you so smart? You even suspect the second old master? Oh! Yin Jiuqiao responded carelessly, and picked up a strand of Yuan's hair with his fingertips. He looked a little careless, and seemed to have noticed something else. Yuan was used to his naive look, so she didn't take it to heart. She continued, don't you think so? The Hellion family has such tight defense that it's hard for someone who's not familiar with them to succeed. Grandmother's whereabouts were not made public. If it was an enemy seeking revenge, it shouldn't have been so smooth. Moreover, judging from the motive, the second old master is also the biggest suspect. Didn't he personally admit the crime of assassinating my uncle? Why did he assassinate my uncle? Wasn't it to give the West Mansion the opportunity to offer incense to the ancestors? He has been coveting the inheritance of the Hellion family for a long time. The incident between my grandmother and my father, and the incident between Hellion Sheng and Tan, were probably caused by that old guy. The man in black's heart was pounding. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at Chengchen inconspicuously and said, what do you want to do? Yuan said angrily. Of course, I want to expose him. I want my uncle to see what the second uncle he has always respected is like. But unfortunately there is no evidence. There will always be one. Yin Jiuqiao touched her head. Yuan could not resist the power of the head-patting killer, and her anger disappeared instantly. She hugged Yin Jiuqiao's arm, rubbed it and said, besides, my father is here, and it is not the turn of the West Mansion to burn incense. Do you think that old guy will play any tricks again? The man in black was so guilty that he broke out in cold sweats. For a moment, he thought he was exposed. Let him play, Yin Jiuqiao said. He can't beat him anyway. The man in black wanted to vomit blood. I have seen irritating people, but I have never seen such an irritating person. He wanted to end the hatred of several lifetimes with just 2 sentences. Fortunately, the man in black still remembered his mission. Calling the old lady grandmother, calling the general uncle. Isn't this the eldest young master and the eldest young mistress? His target is not them, but their sickly mother. The man in black came to the third wing room, and this time he finally found the right place. Inside the house, Xiao Heijiang had just knocked her husband down, and then she was hungry. Yu Shaoqing went to the kitchen to cook for his wife. Xiao Heijiang lay on the bed, crossed her legs, savoring the taste of the moment, feeling so happy. The man in black used his qigong to jump into the window, and came to the head of the bed in a flash. With her legs crossed, Xiao Heijiang, who exuded a domineering aura, turned back into an elegant and ladylike sleeping beauty in a second. The man in black wanted to press the acupuncture points of the other party, but he suddenly ran into a pair of wide-open eyes, and the man in black gasped in fear. But soon, he came to his senses, pulled out a dagger and pressed it against the other party's neck. Don't make a sound, otherwise I will kill you. Xiao Heijiang looked at him innocently. The man in black threatened, this dagger can cut iron like mud. If it touches you, you will die. I advise you to be sensible and follow me obediently. Don't think that anyone will come to save you. And don't try to delay time. Where are you taking me? In the darkness. Xiao Heijiang stretched out his devilish hand. The man in black snorted coldly and said, of course I'm taking you back to the Death Soldier camp. Ah, are there many people there? Is it scary? Xiao Heijiang asked fearfully. The man in black said with his nose raised to the sky, there are 70 or 80 death warriors. All of them are masters. What do you think? That is their old nest. All the masters of the second old master come from there. As long as they are captured, they can't escape even if they have wings. Who dares to come to save her is looking for death. Little Black Jiang took back the devil's hand, and propped up his forehead sickly. Oh, My head is so dizzy. Catch me back quickly. 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 Chapter 384 Killing Little Black Jiang. Yu Shaoqing went to the kitchen to make a bowl of steaming dumplings. When he returned to the room with the dumplings, he found that Jiang was not in the room. He thought Jiang had gone to the concubine's room at first. After waiting for a while, he still could not see her. He wondered if Jiang had gone to her daughter and son-in-law's room. No, mother has not come, Yu Wanqing said with wide eyes. I'll go to the old lady to take a look. Yu Shaoqing went to the old lady's room again. The 3 little black eggs were jumping happily on the luohan bed. The old lady was watching them from the side with a smile on her face. When she heard that the youngest son was here, the old lady's eyes lit up. And she didn't want the crutches anymore. She couldn't wait to open the door for the youngest son. The youngest son came to find his wife. The old lady pouted in disappointment. Your wife is not here with me. 3 little black eggs came over and looked at Yu Shaoqing with their black eyes wide open. In front of the children. Yu Shaoqing didn't ask any more questions. He said, You should rest early, and ran away. He couldn't explain why he ran away. Maybe he was a little shy because he suddenly had a mother. Yu Shaoqing looked for Jiang in the yard for a whole circle. But he couldn't find her. Now he couldn't sit still. After being married to Jiang for many years, Yu Shaoqing thought he knew his wife very well. His wife was definitely not a person who would run around. Although he didn't want to believe it. It seemed that something really happened to his wife. What's wrong? Father? Haven't you found mother yet? Yuan came out with her clothes on. Seeing Yu Shaoqing pacing around in the yard alone, she was restless and couldn't help asking. Yu Shaoqing couldn't hide his anxiety and said, Your mother was hungry. So I went to make her food. When I came back from the kitchen, I didn't see her. I thought she went to one of your rooms. But she was nowhere to be found. Yuan called Zisu and Fu Ling. Have you seen my mother? The two shook their heads. Zisu said, Fu Ling and I will go ask them. Asked? Yuan nodded. The two went to ask the maids and the old women in the yard. But no one had seen Jiang since she went back to her room to rest. This is even more telling. If Jiang just came out to walk around casually, then there were so many servants in the yard. How could she be bumped into by someone? Not to mention that the old woman at the gate had never neglected her duties. She didn't see anyone coming in and out. So it could only be that no one went in and out through the back door. Jiang was abducted by a master. Yuan and Yu Shaoqing both had the same guess in their minds. Only a master could cleverly avoid the sight of the servants and take people out of Wudong Garden without going through the back door. There are so many masters living in Wudong Garden. But the master did not abduct others, but abducted Jiang. In terms of the comprehensive weight of the hostages, the old lady has the highest status and the least resistance. It is easiest to abduct her, and she can hold the entire East Mansion hostage. However, Yu Shaoqing has not officially accepted this mother. Her status in Yu Shaoqing's mind is not as good as his first wife. Thinking of this, the father and daughter were almost certain that the other party was coming for Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing had just entered Nanzhao, and had not yet made enemies with anyone. The only possibility was that his identity and background blocked the way of some people. Yuan narrowed her eyes dangerously. Old man, it would be better if you didn't touch my mother. Father, go find uncle first and tell him about this matter. Let him send the guards of the Hellion family to help find my mother. Since it was about his wife. Yu Shaoqing went without hesitation. Yuan returned to her room and said to Yin Jiuqiao, Someone kidnapped my mother. You go to sleep first. You don't sleep? Yin Jiuqiao asked back. Yuan glared. I want to find my mother. She was kidnapped. It's uncertain whether she is dead or alive. I am very worried about her. Yin Jiuqiao lowered his eyes silently. Shouldn't he be worried about the idiot who kidnapped her? Does he know what kind of little trouble he has provoked? The moon is dark, and the wind is high. A carriage was driving on a deserted street. A man in black was driving the carriage. Behind him, the woman in the carriage was so quiet that she seemed to be asleep. Oh! What a poor little thing that is easily frightened. You must regret getting involved in such a dispute. Who made you Hellion Beiyu's wife? If you don't get unlucky, who will? In the car, the poor little thing that was frightened opened his bright eyes, tried to suppress the excitement in his heart, and sat down obediently. After more than an hour of long journey, the carriage went around a mountain forest, and traveled in many twists and turns for a while, and arrived at the foot of a mountain. On the surface, there was nothing special about this foot of the mountain. Only the people in the death camp knew where its deception was set. Get off, the man in black said coldly. Little black Jiang got off the car obediently. Seeing her cooperation, the man in black hummed with satisfaction, pushed aside the bushes that were used as a cover, and led the person in. Inside was the death camp built by the second old master. Death camps may not be common in the Great Zhou, but they are everywhere in Nanzhou. Families with a little background will train death camps loyal to themselves. But ordinary large families have a quota of death camps, which cannot exceed 20. Otherwise, once discovered, they will be severely punished by law. Hellion Biming has a special official rank and has more than 30 death camps. This is a special permission from the monarch. He allocated 10 quotas to the West Mansion. But who could have expected that the West Mansion secretly built such a large death camp? The Death Soldier Camp is just as its name suggests. It is mainly inhabited by a large number of death soldiers, including the most junior death soldiers, silver-faced death soldiers, and even gold-faced death soldiers that are rarely seen in the martial arts world. Most of them have been death soldiers for more than 2 years. Most of those under 2 years cannot withstand the death-like training and die or escape and are caught and killed again. In addition to the death soldiers, there are also several poison masters who control the death soldiers. Of course, there are many other very precious things in the camp. Otherwise, how could it be the second old master's lair? The man in black is the second old master's close death soldier. He has been serving the second old master for many years and has a high status in the death soldier camp. Wherever he passes, many death soldiers will salute him. They all saw the delicate hostage behind him, and for some reason, they were startled. The man in black came to a warehouse. You will stay here tonight. There are murderous assassins outside. I advise you not to walk around if you have nothing to do. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you die in someone's hands. After that, he left Xiao Hei Jiang in the warehouse and kindly locked the door for her. If a prey like her is not properly isolated, it is easy for the violent assassins to tear it to pieces. The man in black left to report to the second old master. As soon as he left, the door lock of the warehouse opened with a click. After the Dongfu group confirmed that Jiang had been kidnapped, they took the guards to look for Jiang while hiding it from the old lady. The little snow fox can track the breath of people, but once a person gets on the carriage, it means that her breath is isolated. A group of people stood at the fork in the road, not knowing which direction the enemy had taken Jiang. Except for Yin Jiuqiao, Hellion Biming, Yu Shaoqing, and Yuan were all very anxious, fearing that a weak woman like Jiang would suffer if she fell into the hands of the enemy. Let's act separately, Hellion Biming said. Yuan agreed. Uncle and father go south. Yin Jiuqia and I go north. I'll leave the death warriors to you. Hellion Biming and Yu Shaoqing only took the guards in the mansion. Yu Shaoqing had no objection to such an arrangement. His wife was important, and his daughter was equally important. He naturally hoped that the most powerful death warriors could accompany his daughter. As for his wife, he would find her and save her himself. Yuan was a little worried about her uncle and father, and Yin Jiuqia pulled her hand. Let's go. Nothing will happen. It's not them who will be in trouble. Go. Yu Shaoqing waved to his daughter. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Finding someone is the most important thing. When Yuan thought of her frail mother falling into the hands of a group of fierce villains, she could not delay any longer. Yuan got on the carriage and turned around to see Yin Jiuqiao leisurely walking towards her. She could not help but say, Yin Jiuqiao, why aren't you anxious? Yin Jiuqiao paused. Oh, I am so anxious. Yuan, your expression doesn't say that. I just believe that my mother is a lucky person and nothing will happen to her. Yin Jiuqiao patted her shoulder and said, Yuan, is it an illusion? I always feel that this guy is not looking for her mother, but watching the fun. After the two got on the carriage, they went all the way north. The further north they went, the closer they were to the center of the imperial capital. This place was completely different from the area where they lived. There were hustle and bustle, and pedestrians were shoulder to shoulder. The carriage stopped moving halfway. If the assassin also took this road, then it would be difficult for his carriage to get through. What would he do? Abandon the carriage and walk? Or go through the alley instead? Yuan asked the assassin to take the carriage through the alley and keep an eye on her mother's movements, while she and Yin Jiuqiao asked about her mother's news in the bustling streets. Auntie, have you seen a lady as tall as me who looks similar to me? Yuan asked a lady who was setting up a stall. The lady smiled and shook her head. I haven't seen her. Please think about it again. Yuan said. The lady smiled and said, if I had seen a lady as beautiful as you, I would definitely remember her. Yuan thanked him, and took Yin Jiucha's hand, and continued to walk forward. What Yuan herself did not expect was that she was not the only one looking for someone on the street tonight. The prince consort was also lost. To be precise, he left without saying goodbye. The prince consort was the master of the lady's mansion. He could go wherever he wanted and no one could stop him. But he would never stay out overnight. If he really needed to travel far, he would definitely leave a letter to inform the lady of his whereabouts. This was the first time that the prince consort left without saying a word. And there was still no news after 2 nights. The lady was in a state of confusion. But she dared not speak out. She had to send out spies to search for him secretly. After 2 days of searching, she could not sit still anymore, and went out to look for him herself. Unexpectedly, she did not find the prince consort, but saw a face that made her heart jump suddenly in the dim light. The face of the great princess. The lady had not seen the great princess many times. One time was when she was a child. But she was still young at that time, and could not remember the situation when she met her. The second time was when the great princess came of age. She went to the ghost tribe to discuss the wedding with the king of the ghost tribe. She saw the sister who was abandoned by Nan Zhao since childhood. She was 100 times more beautiful than her. No wonder the ghost king was willing to exchange her for the ghost tribe's sacred objects. She thought she would never see that person again in this life. But who would have thought that she appeared in front of her again? However, that face only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared. Nujuan stood there and blinked. Was she dazzled? Nujuan pushed through the crowd and walked forward. Yin Jiuchu's eyebrows moved slightly, and he stretched out his hand without looking away, grabbed Yuan's head, and pressed her into his arms. Nujuan walked past Yin Jiuchu, and continued to search for the face in the crowd. Hey! 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 What are you doing? Yuan was asking a hawker about her mother's whereabouts, and was caught off guard and was held down. She raised her hand to try to take the arm away, but she didn't know that the person was clearly poisoned. But his strength was not small at all. Nujuan walked away. Yin Jiucha put down his arm. Yuan looked at him angrily. What were you doing just now? My hair is messed up. Yin Jiucha flicked her forehead. Silly. Yuan took a breath of cold air. How desperate was she to bring this guy out to look for her mother? If she didn't find her mother, she would be angry to death on the way. Yuan stared at his back as he walked away gracefully, and said, Hey, wait for me. It's not that direction. You're going the wrong way. After searching all night, Yu Shaoqing and Helian Biming arrived at the foot of the mountain outside the Death Warrior camp. The little snow fox jumped off Helian Biming's legs, and the air was filled with the breath of Jiang again. The little snow fox stood in front of a bush, squeaking. You gang, Helian Biming said. Yes. Yu Gang stepped forward, drew his sword, poked in the bushes, and said in surprise, There is a road here. Helian Biming gestured to the accompanying guards, and the group stepped forward to remove the obfuscation, revealing a wide and flat path. Squeak! The little snow fox scurried out. Yu Gang and the guards followed closely. Helian Biming and Yu Shaoqing sat on their horses and followed without hesitation. After walking a few steps, Helian Biming felt an unusual breath. It was true that he had lost all his martial arts, but his intuition for martial arts was still there. He frowned and said, Death Battalion? What camp? Yu Shaoqing didn't hear clearly. Death Soldier Camp, Helian Biming repeated, his expression becoming serious. It is a place to train death soldiers. The Helian family also has a similar place, but it is not so large, and there is no such a terrifying evil spirit. Helian Biming closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and sensed for a moment. And when he opened his eyes again, his heart suddenly sank to the bottom. There are 40 primary death soldiers, 23 silver-faced death soldiers, and 8 gold-faced death soldiers. As soon as the voice fell, even he was shocked. Even he himself only had 4 gold-faced death soldiers. Such a large scale has long exceeded the regulations of Nanzhao. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he simply couldn't believe that there would be such a terrifying force under the Emperor's feet. He said sadly, My sister-in-law was captured here. I'm afraid she's in danger. Don't be such a pessimist. Yu Shaoqing had just finished scolding Helian Biming when a horrible cry came from deep in the camp. Yu Shaoqing's heart was in his throat. A shoo! The two brothers rode their horses over. Ah! It was Yu Gang's scream. Ah! 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 It was the screams of the guards, who cleared the way. Squeak! 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 It was the angry roar of the little snow fox. Flame shot up to the sky. The camp was on fire. You bastard! It's not enough to capture Ah Shu. You want to set Ah Shu on fire? Ah Shu! Yu Shaoqing was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He drew his sword and rushed forward. He swore that he had never fought so hard in the battle. There were 17 or 18 dead soldiers standing in front of him. He swung his sword and slashed. Boom! The dead soldiers fell down. Yu Shaoqing looked at his sword, and then at the dead soldiers on the ground. That's right. He slashed in the air. He didn't touch him at all. How could he fall down? Soon, something even more incredible happened. The dead soldiers on both sides fell down one after another. Yu Shaoqing turned over and got off the horse. He felt their breath. They were all dead. There were no wounds on their bodies. It seemed that they were hit by a punch. What kind of perverted master is this? At first, Yu Shaoqing saw the most basic assassins on the ground. And soon there were silver-faced assassins. If Yu Shaoqing didn't see any of them, he would feel weaker in the knees. Ah Shu. His Ah Shu. There was an unusually fierce noise coming from the fighting arena in front of him. Yu Shaoqing followed the sound and saw Yu Gang and others standing there like petrified, staring at the fighting arena in front of him. A man in armor on the stage. A dead man? The other person was not big, even petite, and the smallest armor looked like it was several sizes bigger, loose and baggy. But it was this little guy who didn't even fit the armor, who punched a golden-faced dead man away. Yu Gang, the little snow fox, and the guards stared at the seventh golden-faced dead man who was beaten away, turning their heads from left to right, until there was a thump and the dead man smashed a hole on the ground. The few people and the fox turned their eyes away and looked at the last golden-faced dead man in the dead man camp. The golden-faced warrior was shaking. The golden-faced warrior, who was said to be invincible, unstoppable, fearless, and never retreating, was shaking like a sieve. He ran away, but the little guy grabbed him. Ah Shu! Yu Shaoqing yelled. Little Black Jiang, oh, you can recognize me even though I'm so armed. Little Black Jiang let go of her hand in a second, and the golden-faced warrior fell to the ground with a thud. And little Black Jiang fell softly beside him. The golden-faced warrior wanted to escape, but when she fell, he shook like a sieve. Wow! He was so scared. Ah Shu! Yu Shaoqing rushed over like a fly, hugged little Black Jiang in armor into his arms, and took off her helmet. Xiao He Jiang coughed a few times sickly, then slowly opened his eyes, full of confusion and innocence. Ah! Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Yu Shaoqing was stunned at first. Then with an expression of I knew it, he said with heartache, Ah Shu was controlled by someone and lost her mind. But now she is fine. Jiang buried her head in his arms and whispered, Oh, I'm so scared. The golden-faced warrior trembled 3 times. The little snow fox covered his eyes with his paws. Yu Gang and the guards turned their faces away. How shameless. It's unbearable to watch. Chapter 385. Take it all away. Yu Shaoqing took off the armor on Jiang. It was so heavy that his hands hurt. You can imagine how much suffering Ah Shu had suffered wearing it. Yu Shaoqing felt distressed and felt that he had to protect Ah Shu well in the future and never let evil spirits get close to Ah Shu. Helian Biming walked slowly. When he arrived at the scene, everything was over. However, his sister-in-law looked intact, just a little frightened, which made him secretly relieved. Yu Gang glanced at the dozens of large pits on the ground and said secretly, I think you may be relieved a little too early. Helian Biming wanted to ask his sister-in-law what happened and who kidnapped her. Jiang was already leaning in Yu Shaoqing's arms with her eyes closed, pretending to be dead. Based on limited clues and unlimited imagination, Yu Shaoqing automatically imagined how Ah Shu was killed. Ah Shu was innocent. Ah Shu had no choice. Ah Shu had someone drug her. And everything was all these bastards' fault. Yu Gang. It's true that it's their own fault. But are you sure the first 2 are not false? This is not impossible. However, to allow a weak woman to kill so many assassins. Then, how powerful must the drug be? Will my sister-in-law explode and die? Helian Biming hurriedly asked the guards to escort Yu Shaoqing and his sister-in-law back to Helian Mansion. He and Yu Gang only left a few guards to search the assassin camp. Such a huge camp. If it is not owned by the royal family, it would be a serious crime. I really don't know who is so bold to do such a thing of confiscating the family and exterminating the clan under the eyes of the monarch. Is this a rebellion? Go search, Hellion Biming ordered. Yes. Yu Gang took the order and went to search with the guards. You don't know until you search. Once you searched, Yu Gang was really shocked. This death camp had many death warriors. But there were countless gold, silver and jewelry. Great. General. Yu Gang told Hellion Biming about his discovery. Hellion Baiyu suddenly realized that this might not be an ordinary death camp, but the nest of a certain force, which cultivated a large number of death warriors, and used them to protect its own wealth that could not be seen in the light. Yu Gang found 3 vaults in a row, which was almost half of the national treasury. Even Hellion Biming, who was rich, couldn't help but take a breath. General. A guard who was searching the camp came over and found something new there. The search of the camp lasted for a whole day. When all the evidence was placed in front of Hellion Biming one by one, Hellion Biming's face turned cold. At dusk, Hellion Biming returned to the mansion. The old lady didn't know that there was an accident in the mansion. When she woke up from her sleep, Yu Shaoqing and his wife and Yin Jiuqiu and his wife had returned to the mansion one after another. They were all catching up on their sleep. As young people, they were bound to play around at night. It would be best if she had more grandchildren and great-grandchildren. The old lady didn't let anyone wake them up, and happily went to tease the 3 little black eggs. When Hellion Biming returned home, the 4 of them were awake. Not only did they wake up, but they also held a small family meeting behind his back. The main content of the meeting was to discuss the real culprit who kidnapped Jiang. It's probably that old man from the West Mansion. A few days ago, he sent someone to assassinate my uncle. My uncle was seriously injured and needed red Ganoderma to heal his wounds. The medicine that we finally got was ruined by that old man. These were Yuan's original words. Little black Jiang narrowed her eyes. How dare he ruin her son-in-law's things? Sister-in-law. How are you? Hellion Biming went to visit the frightened Jiang. Jiang sat at the head of the bed, holding a handkerchief, and said with a smile, Dr. Cui has examined me and prescribed a prescription. I am taking it now, so I should be fine. Old Cui cleared his throat. Clearing the gunpowder? Of course it's fine. Hellion Biming nodded. It's good that you are fine. Thank you for troubling Dr. Cui. Old Cui smiled but didn't smile. It should be. I have something to ask my sister-in-law. When my sister-in-law was kidnapped by the assassin, did she see the assassin's appearance clearly? I saw it clearly, Jiang said. It was from the mansion. Hellion Biming was stunned. Is it from the courtyard? My sister-in-law has just come to the mansion, and has not seen anyone except them and the servants in the courtyard. Yuan, mother, please be careful when you give false testimony. Jiang blinked her dark eyes. He said so. He said that their old man wanted to arrest me, and told me to be sensible. Otherwise he would kill me first, and then kill me. Yuan almost spit out a mouthful of tea. You made a big fake testimony. Old man? Hellion Biming frowned. His father had passed away long ago, and the only one in the Hellion family who could be called the old man was the one in the West Mansion. Hellion Biming looked at Jiang again, and Jiang met his scrutiny without dodging. Helplessness, confusion, hesitation, and shock flashed in the eyes of the little black Jiang, each of which was sincere to the extreme. Hellion Biming was moved by such eyes, and he closed his eyes sadly. Second uncle, is it really you? The second old master of the West Mansion didn't know that he, who always framed others, would be framed by others one day. At dawn, the man in black came back to the mansion to report that he had caught the person and had been detained in the death soldier camp. The second old master was overjoyed. Hellion Baiyu's wife was in his hands. Next, he should pass the message to Hellion Baiyu and let him go to the death soldier camp alone to fall into the trap. The man in black wrote a letter and sent it to Hellion Baiyu immediately, but he didn't know that the other party had left the mansion. After waiting for Hellion Baiyu to return home, he did not return alone. He was holding the sickly child he had kidnapped and locked up in the death soldier camp. The man in black couldn't believe what he saw. The man in black hurried back to the West Mansion and reported, Second old master is in trouble. That woman is back. The second old master was confused. Which woman? The man in black was struck by lightning and said, Hellion Baiyu's wife. The one I captured and sent to the death soldier camp. She was brought back by Hellion Baiyu. The second old master couldn't believe it even more than the man in black. The Death Soldier camp was his lair, where all his elites gathered, excluding the Death Soldiers who were on missions. There were more than 70 Death Soldiers in total, 8 of whom were gold-faced Death Soldiers. Not to mention that the Death Soldier camp was so hidden that they had no chance of finding it. Even if they found it by chance, they couldn't bring people out from under the noses of so many masters. The second old master knew how many Death Soldiers there were in the East Palace. Even if they went out in full force, they couldn't beat his Death Soldier camp. The second old master signaled the man in black to go to the Death Soldier camp. The man in black went there and was dumbfounded. Their death squad is gone. The hard work of the second old master for half his life has gone down the drain. The second old master was so angry that he almost fainted. His decades of management and planning were wiped out like this. And he was not even left with a penny. Who did it? Who? Second old master. Should I go out and hide now? The man in black suddenly had an idea. After all, he was the one who kidnapped the person. If the other party came to identify the murderer, the West Mansion would be in trouble. Hellion Biming would not suspect the West Mansion, but Yin Jiuqiao and the little girl would. They would fan the flames in front of his mother-in-law, and there was no guarantee that the woman would really come to identify the murderer. The second old master signaled the man in black to leave with his eyes. As long as he couldn't find the murderer, he would deny it to death. As soon as the man in black left, the people from the East Mansion arrived. The ones who came were Hellion Biming, Jiang and Yu Shaoqing. The second old master sneered in his heart, knowing that you would come up with such a trick. But it was a pity that everyone was gone. I wonder what you can do to me. Hellion Biming briefly explained his purpose. Before everything came to light, he did not rush to convict the second old master, but said tactfully, "The murderer who kidnapped my sister-in-law last night seems to have framed my second uncle. For the sake of my second uncle's innocence, please call out all the assassins and guards of the West Mansion so that my sister-in-law can take a closer look. If my second uncle agrees, just blink." The second old master blinked fearlessly. "Go ahead and look for them. If you can find them, I lose." Hellion Biming called all the assassins and guards of the West Mansion in and asked Jiang to identify them one by one. Jiang pointed casually, "It's him." The second old master was so angry that he vomited blood. How could there be such a person? He just lies with his eyes open. Chapter 386 The Truth is Revealed. Jiang said it so truthfully that the assassin named himself doubted whether he had really kidnapped her. The assassin scratched his head and thought hard. The second old master was furious. "What are you thinking?" On one hand, Jiang insisted that it was the assassin of the second old master who kidnapped her. On the other hand, Li's mother and son, Yin Jiuqiao, and Yuan also got the news from the West Mansion. "Did my mother really recognize the assassin?" Yuan asked. Zhisu nodded. "I heard from the servants of the West Mansion that the West Mansion is in an uproar now." Yuan touched her chin. "Since my mother recognized the murderer, we can't just stand by and watch. We have to go to the West Mansion to ask for an explanation." "Let's go!" Yuan took her husband's wrist and went to the West Mansion trembling. Li's mother and son arrived at the second old master's yard before the two of them. As soon as Yuan stepped through the gate, she heard Li's hysterical voice. "You can eat whatever you want. You can't say whatever you want. What's your intention in slandering your own uncle?" Yuan's eardrums were numbed by the sound, and she shook her head. Yin Jiuqiao looked calm and composed. The young couple walked into the house. Not only the second old master and Li were in the house, but also the three brothers of the West Mansion. Hellion Yu and Hellion Chung had dealt with each other several times before, but Hellion Feng had only met briefly, and was not familiar with him. Yuan suddenly remembered that her husband didn't seem to be present when Hellion Mansion went to the East Mansion. She signaled Yin Jiuqiao with her eyes and said, "The young man in the stone blue brocade clothes is the second old master's eldest grandson Hellion Feng. Hellion Feng's appearance is similar to Hellion Qi, but he also combines Li's beauty, and looks much more handsome than Hellion Qi." Yin Jiuqiao listened to Yuan's words, and glanced at Hellion Feng lightly. Curiously, the moment the two entered the room, Hellion Feng was also looking over here. He was caught off guard, and met Yin Jiuqiao's gaze. It was a look that was so indifferent that nothing was in it. As if it weren't for Yuan's introduction, this person would not even want to look at him. This cognition made Hellion Feng's heart surge with an inexplicable weirdness. As the eldest grandson of the West Mansion, and the eldest grandson of the entire God General Mansion, after Hellion Sheng was expelled from the family, Helian Feng was very good in both talent and military tactics. He had always been envied and looked up to by everyone. But this was the first time he was ignored so coldly. However, Helian Feng didn't have much time to care about this at the moment. And Li was making a scene in the house. Li said indignantly, "Speak up. Don't be dumb. Don't you think I don't understand what you are thinking? Don't you just hate to see the West Mansion return to their hometown to worship their ancestors? So you are obstructing them in every way?" "That's not the case," Helian Biming said. However, before he could finish his words, Li interrupted him coldly. "What do you mean it's not like this? Wasn't everything fine before? Didn't the person die? Then a grandson popped out? Then a son came? Listen to what you said earlier. The second brother and the second sister-in-law died of illness in Qinghe town, leaving behind a single child. And then the second brother and the second sister-in-law are alive again. They said they died to avoid debts. Who are you trying to fool with this nonsense?" Helian Biming was upset. "I really didn't expect my brother to be alive. If Li had only said this, she would have had the upper hand. But she didn't stop, and the matter of the old man being assassinated, it happened in your East Mansion. Now that I think about it, I feel that this is not simple. Maybe you have made up your mind to frame the old man from the beginning. Yuan walked over indifferently, and you are wronging us by saying this. Why don't you let the old man open his mouth and tell you why he was assassinated? I'm afraid he is too embarrassed to say it." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Li shouted. Yuan did not let her anger make her lose her composure, and just said slowly, "Aunt, do you know who sent the assassin to assassinate my uncle? It was the second old master. He disguised Helian Sheng's handwriting and tricked my uncle out of the house. Then he let the assassin pretend to be Helian Sheng and stabbed my uncle when he was not prepared. If it weren't for my uncle's good luck, I'm afraid he would have gone to the underworld to meet the ancestors of the Helian family. You, don't go too far." Li never believed this was true. There should be a limit to slandering people. Helian Biming was more surprised than Li. Yuan knew that he was very surprised. And she also knew that he could not accept this fact for a while. But now that things had come to this, there was no need to hide it. The second old master admitted it in person in front of Yin Jiuqiu. Helian Biming looked at Yin Jiuqiu in a daze. Yin Jiuqiu said expressionlessly, "He said so." Helian Biming was speechless. Li Shi fought back stubbornly. You are all lying. You joined hands to slander the old man. You have such vicious hearts." Yuan said indifferently, "Why should we slander him? What's the benefit of slandering him? The second master of the East Mansion has returned. He is the legitimate heir of the Helian family. We can win by lying down without doing anything. Why bother to frame the second old master and get ourselves into trouble? This is the truth. If there is only one Helian Chao, it is somewhat reasonable to kill the West Mansion for the position of heir. But Helian Beiyu has been included in the family tree since birth, and he is Helian Biming's biological brother. It is no exaggeration to say that he only needs to live a stable life, and the inheritance will definitely be his. The East Mansion has no need to take action against the West Mansion." Yuan walked slowly to Li, "And if you still don't give up, I have to remind you again. Slandering him? Is he worthy?" Now, it was Li's turn to be speechless. Intellectually, Li had accepted Yuan's statement, but emotionally she didn't want to give in. She had dreamed of being a mistress for so many years. How could it be shattered in an instant? Yuan didn't give her time to breathe, and said word by word also, "The evil deeds done by the second old master are probably not just as simple as assassinating the general and kidnapping the second wife. The second master fell off the cliff. The general went crazy while practicing martial arts. And the matter between the first wife and Helian Sheng are all related to the second old master." Li was so angry that she fell backwards. The three Helian Feng brothers were completely confused by this. What did this woman say? Their grandfather did all those bad things? This is impossible. They don't believe that their grandfather is such a person. Helian Biming looked at the second old master who was twitching on the bed, and said calmly, "Second uncle, I want you to tell me a definite answer. Did you do those things?" Of course, the second old master couldn't answer him. But the second old master's anxious eyes were enough to make Helian Biming's heart sink. Helian Biming clenched the armrest of the wheelchair. "Second uncle, I'm sorry." That night, Helian Biming began to investigate the West Mansion. The first to bear the brunt was the second old master. His study, his warehouse, his assassins, and even who he had contact with were all turned over by Helian Biming's guards and spies. If you don't want others to know, Then don't do it yourself. The reason why he was not exposed before was because he was not suspected. Once he was really investigated, he would not be able to withstand the investigation. The first person who couldn't stand the beating and confessed was the housekeeper of the West Mansion. The housekeeper had followed the second old master for many years, and his family was in the hands of the second old master. So the second old master was not worried that he would betray him. But when Hellion Biming locked up the housekeeper's family in the dungeon of the East Mansion, the housekeeper panicked. At this moment, he realized that Hellion Biming was not unable to deal with him. But he didn't want to deal with him. I confess. Please let my family go. The housekeeper cowed desperately in the dungeon. Yu Gang threatened, you are not qualified to negotiate. Whether to release them depends on my mood. If you tell me, I may not release them. But if you don't, I will kill them now. No. I'll tell you everything. The housekeeper confessed all his acts of helping the tyrant. 35 years ago, the carriage of the old lady and the second master was indeed tampered by the second old master. He originally hoped that both mother and child would fall to death on the cliff. But the old lady survived. The second old master was worried that the child would not die. So he sent a death squad to deal with the aftermath. This was probably something the second old master himself did not expect. The death squad probably did not kill the second master, but found a dead baby to replace the second master. Hellion Biming was sitting in another room. The housekeeper could not see him, but he could see the housekeeper. After hearing what the housekeeper said, his breath turned cold. Also, the second old master secretly accepted a lot of bribes, all hidden in a mountain. I have never been to that mountain, but I have kept a record of the bribes. Yu Gang found the housekeeper's account book. When he looked at the details on it, weren't they the gold, silver and jewelry of the Death Soldier camp? The fact that the Death Soldier camp was the second old master's lair was completely confirmed. Hellion Biming's expression became even colder. Second uncle, do you know that raising so many Death Soldier camps is a capital crime that will result in the extermination of the family? In order to deal with me, are you willing to drag the entire Hellion family into the water? Go on. Yu Gang kicked the housekeeper. Yes. The housekeeper then explained some forces that had dealings with the second old master, each of which was shocking. Then came the second old master's assassination of Hellion Biming and kidnapping of Jiang. The housekeeper didn't know the details, but he was sure that the second old master did it, because Hellion Shung's handwriting was copied by him. Did he also do something to make the general go crazy? Yu Gang had long suspected that his general had taken something by mistake, which led to the reversal of his tendons and veins. No, the housekeeper said with certainty. This is really not the case. Yu Gang looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure? The housekeeper sighed. I have admitted so many crimes, and this one is not a big deal. But it really wasn't done by the second old master. No matter how confused the second old master is, he is not bold enough to directly attack the general. Besides, hasn't this matter been investigated? It was indeed investigated, but no clues were found. Yu Gang frowned. What about my wife and the eldest young master? The housekeeper was stunned for a moment and said, are you talking about Tan and young Master Sheng? The second old master did think of attacking young Master Sheng. He even prepared the poison. But before he could poison young Master Sheng had already been in trouble. And Tan also had trouble. The second old master was surprised at that time, and said that he was really the destined head of the Hellion family. And even God was on his side. Do you know what the consequences of lying are? Yu Gang pointed with a long knife at the family imprisoned in another cell. The housekeeper was terrified and swore, of course I know. I won't lie. If you don't believe me, I swear to heaven. If I tell a lie, I will be struck by lightning and die. No matter how he swore, Hellion Biming would not believe it easily. Hellion Biming asked his men to interrogate the other confidants of the second old master. They didn't have as much information as the housekeeper, but when they pieced it together, it was almost the same as the housekeeper's words. So the housekeeper's words were true. The second old master harmed the old lady, and Yu Shaoqing harmed Hellion Biming, and almost harmed Jiang. But Hellion Biming's obsession and the affairs of Tan's mother and son were not his business. During the interrogation, Yu Wan, Yin Jiuqiao, and Yu Shaoqing were also beside Hellion Biming. In the cell, Yuan refrained from saying anything, but after coming out, Yuan told her husband her doubts in her heart, Is it really an accident that my uncle went into a trance? Yin Jiocha said calmly. If the story of the Tan mother and son is not true, then Hellion Biming's going into a trance should not be an accident. At this time, Yu Gang also walked out of the cell. Yin Jiocha called him. Who was investigating the generals going into a trance back then? It was Madam. Yu Gang said. Tan investigated? Yin Jiocha murmured thoughtfully. Yu Gang said, yes. Madam investigated the whole East Mansion. And Madam also suspected that someone had done something to the general. But the result was nothing. Yin Jiocha looked at the endless sky calmly. Let the person who poisoned the murderer investigate the murderer. Naturally there is nothing. Chapter 387 ending. Yu Gang was stunned. What does the young master mean? Yin Jiocha did not answer him, but walked away without looking back. Madam. Yu Gang looked at Yuan in astonishment, trying to persuade her to tell him the answer. Yuan spread her hands. Don't look at me. She didn't quite understand the guy's brain circuit. After the couple left, Yu Gang thought for a long time. The young master's words clearly said that the wife was the murderer of the general. But why did the wife do this? The wife and the general are husband and wife. Although, he was quite confused about the green hat thing. But he never believed that there was no love between the two. As for what the general thought in his heart, he didn't know. What a headache. Yu Gang scratched his head and decided not to tell the general what the young master said for the time being, and wait until everything was clear. Perhaps even Yu Gang himself did not realize that he, who had sworn to be loyal to Hellion Biming, had unknowingly regarded Yin Jiocha as someone he could be loyal to and trust. Yin Jiocha knew nothing about all this. He had just let Yu Gang hear his guess. Not because he believed that Yu Gang would keep it a secret for him, but because it didn't matter whether it was kept secret or not at this point. He would always have a way to deal with it. Yin Jiocha. Yuan caught up with her husband and grabbed his cold wrist. Yin Jiocha glanced at her. Yuan. Are you still addicted to it? Yuan. You are my husband. What's wrong with holding hands? Why didn't you say that you were addicted when you were sucking cats all day? Only the state officials are allowed to set fires. But the people are not allowed to light lamps? What's wrong with being addicted? Don't let go. Yuan simply hugged his arm. Fool? Yin Jiocha muttered softly between his lips and teeth, and walked into the house with a hand pendant calmly. The next thing was to deal with the affairs of the West Mansion. The housekeeper confessed to the crimes of the second old master. At first, Li and the brothers Hellion Yu and Hellion Chung firmly believed that it was the people of the East Mansion who tortured them into confessing. It was not until the guards around the second old master confessed one after another that Li's mother and son realized that the second old master might have really committed a heinous crime. Hellion Biming did not tell the three Lis about the Death Soldier camp, but only called Hellion Feng over. You are the eldest grandson of my second uncle. There are some things I cannot tell your mother and your brother, but I hope you can know the whole truth. After Hellion Biming said this, he asked Yu Gang to take Hellion Feng to the Death Soldier camp, which had become a ruin. If Hellion Feng wanted to struggle earlier, he gave up all resistance the moment he saw the Death Soldier camp. Unlike his two naughty brothers, he was raised as an heir since childhood. He was familiar with the laws of Nanzhao. Apart from other things, this death squad that violated the national law was enough to make all the Hellion family members be confiscated and exterminated. It was me, my grandfather, who did it. His throat was choked. With such a big incident, the biggest blow might not be Hellion Biming, who always respected the second old man as his uncle, but the eldest grandson who regarded his grandfather as his faith. Fortunately, there was one person left alive in the death squad. That golden-faced death squad had worked for the second old master. He confessed the second old master's crimes without waiting for a beating. He was so tactful that he didn't even look like a death squad. With all the evidence, the second old master's crime could not be washed away. If such a big thing happened to someone in the East Mansion, it would be a national affair. But it was a family affair in the West Mansion, and the Hellion family could handle it themselves. Hellion Biming came to the second old master's bedside. You are my uncle, and there is no reason for the younger generation to drive you out of the family. I have notified several elders, and they will make a ruling on the second uncle's crime. The result of the elders' discussion came out soon. The elders felt sad that Yo Dan had raised such an ungrateful brother, but they were also glad that Yu Shaoqing was found, and the ungrateful crime was exposed. The second old master could not stay in the Hellion family any longer. He was moved to a dilapidated manor outside the imperial capital, under the pretext of recuperation. But in fact it was imprisonment and waiting for death. He would never return to the Hellion family in this life. And he could not be buried in the family cemetery after his death. This was a disguised expulsion. After spending most of his life's efforts, he ended up as a lonely ghost. For the second old master, there was no heavier blow than this. The old lady, like most of the servants in the mansion, also thought that the second old master went to the manor to recuperate. To her, everything was just a few accidents. Yu Shaoqing came back alive, and Hellion Biming also saved his life. Since the accident itself was remedied, there was no need to tear the healed wound. Do you want to tell your uncle about the matter between Tan and Hellion Sheng? Yuan asked Yin Jiuchao before falling asleep. What? Yin Jiuchao asked while playing with her hair. Yuan felt that the strand of hair he was holding was not beautiful enough. So she picked up a new strand and stuffed it into his hand. And then said, Dong Xianer told me that there is a hidden story between Tan and Hellion Sheng. Yin Jiuchao paused and said, It's not too late to talk about it when the time is right. Yuan thought about it, and it was right. Such a big thing happened in the West Mansion. Hellion Biming needed enough energy to clean up the mess. He was still injured. Old Chui complained to her several times during the day. If she continued to work so hard, the red Ganoderma would be eaten in vain. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of ancestor worship. Yu Shaoqing led the three brothers of the West Mansion to the ancestral hall after a long journey. When Hellion Biming told the elders about the deeds of the second old master, he also told them about his younger brother. The elders originally had a little suspicion that Hellion Biming might have recognized the wrong person. But when they saw the face that was almost exactly the same as Niu Dan, everyone was speechless. The elders asked Yu Shaoqing to burn incense. Yu Shaoqing lit up 1, 2, and 3 incense sticks in one breath, perfectly demonstrating what it means to burn incense in the East Palace and leave the West Palace with nothing to burn. The three brothers of the West Palace were stunned by his actions. After burning incense for a day, Yu Shaoqing vaguely felt that he was deceived by the big liar Hellion Biming. Because worshipping ancestors is not tiring at all, and does not take a whole day. So why did he deceive himself to worship ancestors? Yu Shaoqing frowned and fell into deep thought. On the other hand, Yuan pondered for several days. But she still couldn't let go of the matter between Tan and Hellion Biming. Based on her understanding of Yin Jiuchao would not make trouble out of nothing. He said that Tan was the one who poisoned Hellion Biming. So she believed that the murderer must be Tan. It was not surprising to think about it. After all, with Hellion Biming's caution, ordinary people would not wait for the opportunity to attack him. Only the things handed over by his beloved wife could he eat without doubt. Maybe it's not to eat. After all, there are so many ways to poison. Fumigation. Rubbing can be a good strategy. But the premise is that the murderer can control Hellion Biming's diet and daily life. Yuan couldn't figure out why Tan did this. And the fact that Hellion Sheng was expelled from the house was also Tan's work. I don't know if there is any connection between these two things. Dong dong dong. Yuan knocked on Hellion Biming's door. Come in. Hellion Biming's deep voice came from the room. Yuan held a medicine bowl in one hand and pushed the door open with the other hand. It's time to take medicine. How does Uncle feel? Is he better? Hellion Biming sat up from the head of the bed. Put on a coat. Took the medicine bowl and said, Much better. Just leave this kind of thing to the servants. Don't work so hard. Yuan sat down on the stool in front of the bed, curled the corners of her lips, and said, It's just a bowl of medicine. When I was in the countryside, I chopped wood and carried water to do farm work. Hellion Biming held the medicine bowl and sighed, It's all my fault. I made you suffer. Yuan smiled and said, I don't mean to come to complain to my uncle. I know you are a good child. Hellion Biming nodded and said. Yuan said nothing, but smiled and said, Drink the medicine quickly. Hellion Biming drank the medicine obediently. Yuan took the medicine bowl and handed him a small dish of candied fruit. This was Yin Jiuchao's habit of giving her medicine. She learned it and used it on Hellion Biming. Hellion Biming took a candied fruit and put it into his mouth with a smile. The sour and sweet taste spread between his lips and teeth, instantly suppressing the bitterness of the medicine. Is it delicious? Yuan asked with a curved eyebrow. A trace of tenderness flashed across Hellion Biming's eyes. It's delicious. Yuan handed the dish over again. Can I ask my uncle something? You say. It's about my aunt. Hellion Biming paused as he held the second candied fruit. Yuan sensed his rejection. But at this critical moment, she couldn't afford to retreat. She had already stabbed the knife, so she might as well stabbed it all the way through. I've been in the mansion for so long. And I've heard a little bit about my aunt. Do you think your obsession back then might have something to do with my aunt? Hellion Biming put down the candied fruit in his hand. He was silent for a long time. Then he said in a low voice, "She won't hurt me. What about her betrayal of you? She wasn't with another man." Yuan was halfway through her words when she realized that she might have stabbed too hard with her knife. She looked at Hellion Biming calmly and said tactfully, "Do you believe she has done anything to let you down?" Hellion Biming was silent. This time, he didn't speak again until Yuan left. Yuan couldn't figure out what Hellion Biming meant. It is said that women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea. But in fact, men are sometimes very unpredictable. After returning to the courtyard, Yuan told Yin Jiuqiu about the conversation with Hellion Biming just now. "I feel that Uncle trusts Tan very much. But it seems that he doesn't trust Tan." This made Yuan herself feel conflicted. What she really wanted to say was that Uncle believed in Tan's character, and Tan would not do anything to hurt him. But Uncle seemed to be unsure of Tan's feelings for him. Yin Jiuqiu said calmly, "It doesn't matter what he thinks. The truth is with Tan." Yuan nodded with sudden enlightenment. "That's right. It seems that it is still necessary to meet Tan." But according to Dong Xianer's words, Tan's nunnery was monitored, and she had to find a way to lure Tan out. Chapter 388 Little Black Egg. At dawn, the sound of the bell from the Gu Temple was heard. The deep bell sound slowly drifted among the mountains, awakening the quiet morning. The bell of the Gu Temple was also heard in the nunnery on another mountain peak. And the nuns in the nunnery began their day's work. This nunnery had been abandoned a few years ago. But a few years ago, a few nuns moved in, so it became popular again. However, the nearby Gu Temple had so many believers that the nunnery was deserted in comparison. There were only 3 nuns in the nunnery. An elderly nun, a young nun of 15 or 16 years old, and a middle-aged nun in her 40s with outstanding temperament and dignified appearance. There were not many pilgrims in the nunnery. Often only 1 or 2 came in 10 days or half a month. But even so, this nunnery was still running steadily. The 3 got up and washed when they heard the bell, then did morning lessons, ate some simple vegetarian dishes, and started to work on their own matters. Simple food, clothing, shelter and transportation do not require too much labor. The old nun and the young nun did not have much to do, except that the middle-aged nun split a small flower bed and planted some bright flowers and plants. When she finished taking care of the flowers and plants, the young nun threw 2 wooden buckets at her feet without courtesy. "It's time to fetch water. Don't expect me to go alone." The middle-aged nun said nothing, bent down to pick up the wooden bucket, went to the wall to find a shoulder pole, and put the wooden bucket on her shoulder. The young nun also carried 2 buckets and went out with her. The place to fetch water is not far or near. Going east, walking 2 miles is a clear stream. The 2 of them fetched water with wooden buckets and carried it back with shoulder poles. The middle-aged nun actually filled half a bucket of water, and the young nun was lazy and pretended to scoop a full bucket. But after the middle-aged nun turned around, she poured most of it back into the stream. The middle-aged nun walked and looked back at the young nun. The young nun's eyes flashed, and she said to her fiercely, "What are you looking at? Go on your own. Don't blame me if you fall later." The middle-aged nun still didn't say anything, straightened her head, and carried the water back to the nunnery without looking around. The young nun was lazy by nature. She only filled half of the bucket. After walking for a while, she still felt it was too heavy, so she secretly poured a little more. When she arrived at the nunnery, there was almost no water left in the bucket. The young nun pretended to pour water into the water tank, and then said to the middle-aged nun, "It's all your fault. You got so little water. How can this little water be enough? Go fetch 2 more buckets of water. I have to cook." The middle-aged nun said, "I can't fetch so much water by myself. Either you come with me, or no one will have water today." The young nun wanted to argue, but the old nun in the main hall said, "What are you arguing about? Go fetch water." The young nun didn't dare to argue, snorted, and picked up the shoulder pole. This time, she still only filled a small half of the bucket. However, when the 2 returned with water, they unexpectedly saw a child lying on the side of the road. The child was very dark, and looked less than 3 years old. He had a chubby little body and a shaved head, and looked like a round little black egg. The 2 were attracted by the little black egg. They had never seen such a cute little black beauty. They couldn't look away at her after just one look. Both put down the buckets on their shoulders and walked towards the little black egg. The middle-aged nun squatted down and gently patted the little black egg on the shoulder. The little black egg woke up slowly. He opened a pair of beautiful big eyes. The black pearl-like eyeballs rolled around, which made people's hearts melt. Looking at his clothes, he didn't look like a child from a poor family. There was a Gu temple nearby, and there were believers and pilgrims coming to worship from time to time. The two guessed that the child might also be a little pilgrim. The middle-aged nun asked softly, "Little guy, why are you lying here? Have you lost your family?" The little black egg looked at her cutely. The middle-aged nun smiled gently. "Did you come with your parents?" The little black egg thought about it, nodded, and shook his head. "What does this mean?" The young nun was puzzled. The middle-aged nun said, "He came with his father?" Little Haydn shook his head. The middle-aged nun said again, "He came with his mother?" Little Haydn nodded. The middle-aged nun understood and said to the young nun beside her, "He must have lost his mother." Then she said to little Haydn, "Come back to the nunnery with us first, and we will send you back later." The middle-aged nun picked up the shoulder pole and saw that little Haydn did not follow. She thought for a moment, put down the shoulder pole, poured out one of the buckets of water, put little Haydn in the bucket, carried water on one end and little Haydn on the other end, and returned to the nunnery under the scorching sun. Little Haydn sat cross-legged in the bucket, revealing only a round little bald head, which made him even cuter. After returning to the nunnery, the young nun put down the bucket and wanted to hug little Haydn. But little Haydn refused. "Let me do it." The middle-aged nun took Xiao Haydn out. "His family should be nearby. I will take him back." The little nun was unwilling to give up. She wanted to take Xiao Haydn and send him back. But Xiao Haydn ignored her. If she had known, she should have woken up the child as soon as possible and put the child in her bucket and brought him back. The little nun stamped her feet and went back to the house angrily. The middle-aged nun greeted the old nun, and the old nun hummed, "You go." The middle-aged nun took Xiao Haydn's hand and went down the mountain. As soon as the two arrived at the foot of the mountain, a carriage slowly drove over and stopped beside them. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Xiao Haydn hummed excitedly, let go of the little hand holding the middle-aged nun, and rushed towards the carriage. A young man of about 17 or 18 jumped off the carriage and held Xiao Haydn in his arms. Xiao Haydn rubbed his head against his arms. The young man smiled softly. "Debeo, do you miss your mother?" It was a woman's voice. "And she called herself Mother?" Debeo nodded and hugged his mother's neck tightly with his little hands. Yuan held Debeo and bowed to the middle-aged nun in front of her. "Aunt." Tan was stunned when she was recognized by a strange woman. Yuan said politely, "I am Alwan. My father is Helian Bayu." Tan was even more surprised. "Bayu?" Yuan nodded. "Yes. He is back. Please come to the carriage to talk." Yuan did not bring anything to prove her identity, and even rented the carriage halfway to hide her identity. Tan had every reason to refuse Yuan, but she did not do so. She looked at Yuan deeply and got on the carriage with her clothes. Yuan got on the carriage with Debeo in her arms. Tan said, "I don't have much time." Yuan said, "I'll make it short." Tan nodded slightly. Yuan put Debeo aside and let him play by himself. She lowered her voice and looked at Tan solemnly, saying, "My father fell off a cliff and was rescued. He has been living in Dezhou for many years. The details cannot be explained in a few words. I will tell my aunt everything when the time is right. I came here today mainly to find out two things. One is that my uncle went crazy while practicing martial arts, and the other is that my aunt and my brother were expelled from the family. I want to know whether they were all done by my aunt." Tan's reaction was calmer than Yuan imagined. Yuan guessed what she would say next, whether she would subconsciously refute or, "This is not something you should intervene in." Tan said, "Let the past pass. Don't investigate. Some things are better not to know." Tan's answer also surprised Yuan. This is almost a disguised admission that there was something hidden in the past. She could easily tell the secret to her niece, who she had only met once. So why did she hide it from Helian Baiming for so many years? "And why did you poison Uncle?" Yuan directly skipped the question of whether she poisoned him or not. Tan paused, but did not deny it. "I said that there are some things that you should not know." Yuan looked at her and said, "Do you hate Uncle?" Tan's face was as clear as water and said, "You should ask." "Does he hate me?" Yuan asked about the cause of the incident, while Tan asked about the result afterwards. Yuan sighed in a low voice. Uncle doesn't know that his poisoning is related to you. But the matter of Helian Shung. I don't know if Uncle knows that you have your own difficulties. So you ask me whether Uncle hates you or not. And I don't know? Tan stood up calmly. Go back. Don't come again. Shunger and I have nothing to do with the Helian family. Take care of yourselves. Aunt. Yuan called her. Tan looked back at her. For your own sake or for the Helian family. Just pretend that you have never been here today. There are some things you can't investigate. And some people you can't defeat. Yuan looked confused. Unable to defeat. Who? Your Highness. In the lady's mansion. The chief guard Mo Sang hurried to the lady's study. The queen put down the memorial in her hand. Looked at him solemnly and said, Is there any news about the prince consort? Mo Sang clasped his fists and said, A guard met the prince consort in Wangjiang Tower. And the prince consort refused to return home. The queen clapped her hands and stood up. Why doesn't he want to return home? Mo Sang bowed under the pressure of her powerful aura. Lowered his head and said, I don't know. The prince consort refused to talk to us. So I had to come to ask for your instructions. The queen pressed her sore temples. Put aside the official business at hand and said, Lead the way. Yes. Mo Sang prepared a carriage for the queen. And the group arrived at Wangjiang Tower at the fastest speed. But no one expected that the two of them would come up empty-handed. The queen angrily asked, Where is the prince consort? A guard said, To answer your highness. The prince consort left, and he didn't allow us to follow him. Saying, that if we dare to disobey his orders, we will be beheaded. Such great power was naturally given to the prince consort by the queen. The queen wanted to express her respect for the prince consort, and prevent the world from looking down on the prince consort, who knew that it would become a stone that hit her feet in the end. The queen took a deep breath and suppressed her rage. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you go find him? Yes, yes. The guards dispersed. Mo Sang accompanied the queen with a solemn expression. Why don't you go find him? The queen asked coldly. Mo Sang said thoughtfully, I wonder if the prince consort went to some special place. A special place? The lady murmured. And in a flash, her eyes lit up. A shop selling candied haws. That was the place that child often went to. Debao asked his mother to take him out alone. Erbao and Xiaobao were in a very low mood. They had no appetite, and were not happy to play. Yin Jiuqiao looked at the two little guys, and finally decided to take them out to buy candied haws. When they heard that there were candied haws, the two jumped up. The two let Yin Jiuqiao hold their hands, and jumped on the street. The prince consort was waiting not far away early. He was not sure if he could wait for the person he wanted to see. He just waited there stupidly. He first saw Xiaobao jumping out of the alley. And then, another Xiaobao? He was stunned. There are two. Two children? When Xiaobao and Erbao saw the candied haws, their father didn't want them anymore. And they ran over with their feet clattering. Yes. 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 This. Xiaobao stood on tiptoe and pointed at a string of the biggest, reddest and brightest candied haws on the counter. Okay. What do you want? The boss took the candied haws and handed it to Xiaobao. And then looked at Erbao, who was running over panting. Erbao wants this. Erbao pointed at a string of shiny candied tangerines and said. The boss gave the candied tangerines to Erbao. The prince consort looked at the two black little bald heads and smiled so hard that his eyes could not be seen. Soon, Yin Jiuqiao walked over leisurely. The prince consort's eyes moved and his expression became nervous. He opened his mouth and wanted to call someone. But he hesitated. After hesitating for a moment, Yin Jiuqiao settled the bill and was going to take the two little black eggs back home. He finally mustered up the courage. But before he could say anything, he felt a pain in the back of his neck. He rolled his eyes and fell into the arms of the person behind him. He felt that he was picked up by the other person and put on a familiar carriage. He tried to look at Yin Jiuqiao, who was gradually disappearing at the corner of the street. But he couldn't move at all. He looked at the person holding him with blurred vision. It was a woman. The lady touched his forehead soothingly, brought a bowl of medicine, and said, Be good. Drink it. Have a good sleep. And all your worries will be gone. Chapter 389. The prince consort wakes up. His memories. The sky was dim, and the morning of October in the imperial capital was filled with a hint of dampness and coolness. The prince consort moved his body, and slowly woke up from his sleep. He raised his slightly sore arm, pressed his sore brow, opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling of the tent hanging with colorful broken jade, and then opened the curtain to look at the simple and elegant house. A strange feeling arose in his heart. This is... He spoke hoarsely. Suddenly, a bright figure broke into his sight, took the curtain he had opened and handed it to the maid beside him. The maid hung the curtain on the hook, and the owner of the figure sat down by the bed. The prince consort subconsciously moved inward and kept a distance from her. The queen saw his reaction and smiled gently. Don't be afraid. It's me. Who are you? The prince consort asked in astonishment. I'm your wife, the queen said gently. She was obviously used to this kind of situation, and there was no surprise on her face. The prince consort didn't care about her reaction at this moment, because he soon found a new problem. You are my wife. Then, who am I? The queen stretched out her soft and boneless hand and gently placed it on his forehead. The prince consort dodged, but failed to dodge. The queen's hand touched it and whispered softly, I am the queen of Nanzhao, and you are my prince consort. Queen. Prince consort. The prince consort murmured in a daze. The lady smiled and said, We have been married for many years. You may not remember some things, but it doesn't matter. I will help you remember. Your situation is a bit complicated. I will tell you in detail later. Let the imperial physician feel your pulse first. The prince consort didn't seem to listen to her words. He just talked to himself. Suddenly, he raised his head and said, Zijuan? The imperial physician, who came forward with the medicine box, paused. The lady's eyelashes trembled slightly. Are you Zijuan? The prince consort looked at the lady blankly and asked. There was a figure in his mind, as if covered by a halo of mist, making it impossible to distinguish. The lady glanced at the imperial physician. The imperial physician lowered his head. The lady retracted her gaze and calmly brushed aside the hair on the prince consort's forehead. Yes. I am Zijuan. The name you gave me after the wedding. I'm so glad you still remember it. Ah. Hearing that she was Zijuan, the prince consort breathed a sigh of relief, and the resistance in his eyes disappeared. He lay on the bed obediently and let her touch his forehead. He looked at Zijuan with affectionate and gentle eyes. The lady smiled at him, then turned around and told the imperial physician, Take the prince consort's pulse. Yes. The imperial physician stepped forward and carefully took the prince consort's pulse. To reply to your highness. Your highness is fine, but he is a little weak. I will carefully treat your highness. Please rest assured. Thank you, imperial physician, said the lady. The imperial physician left with the medicine box. The lady said to the maids in the room, You also leave. Yes. Everyone filed out. What happened? Why am I? The prince held his painful forehead and tried to recall things about himself, but he couldn't remember anything. The lady took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Don't worry. I'll tell you slowly. You were injured to save me before. Not only ruined your appearance, but also left a root of illness. Sometimes you suddenly forget things in the past. This is not the first time. No wonder you don't look surprised at all, the prince said ashamedly. He touched his right face first, but didn't feel anything. Then touched his left face, and finally felt a hideous scar. I'm like this. It's really hard for you. I don't know if she is talking about her appearance, or talking about how she can't remember her. Where is Song? He asked suddenly. The lady paused, smiled, and said, He's on his way back home. He went to study abroad and said he would be back before my birthday, which is this month. The prince consort pressed his head strangely. Why do I feel like I just met him? You think about him day and night and always dream about him, the lady consort said, and changed the subject. By the way, we also have an adopted daughter named Sierra. You love her very much, but she is not in the house now. She has gone to the palace to pay respects to her father and mother. The prince consort tried hard to build a picture of a family of 4 in his mind. Is there a mirror? Said the prince consort. The lady was stunned. You? The prince consort said, I want to see what I look like now. The lady looked at him affectionately and said, You will always be the best in my heart. The prince consort felt that he could not bear her affectionate gaze. He lowered his eyes and said, I just want to see. The lady sighed helplessly, got up and walked to the dressing table, took a mahogany mirror, returned to the bed, and handed it to him. Actually, you don't have to look at it. The prince consort took the mirror decisively. He looked at the face in the mirror. The years left traces on the face. The facial features vaguely retained the original appearance. The right face looked no different from a normal person, but the scar on the left face. I told you not to look at it. The lady took the mirror, If you mind, you can wear a mask like before. The prince consort paused and nodded. Okay. The lady handed him a silver mask and said softly, "You have a lot of treasures in your study. Do you want to take a look?" The prince consort went. The lady stood in the corridor and watched him walk into the study opposite. When he entered the house, the gentleness on her face finally disappeared. She asked the imperial physician beside her with cold eyes, "Why can he remember more and more things? Faster and faster?" The last time he remembered Summer was 3 days later. This time he started thinking about Zijuan as soon as he woke up. The imperial physician said embarrassedly, "I don't know why this happened. Maybe the prince consort was stimulated by something?" The lady said coldly, "I don't want any more accidents." "I will try my best," said the imperial physician. The lady looked at him and said, "It's not trying my best. It's that if you can't keep the secret you should keep, I will kill you." The imperial physician shuddered. The prince consort entered the study and turned over the unprocessed memorials on the table. The handwriting on the memorials made him feel familiar. He picked up the pen and wrote a few big characters. It was indeed the same handwriting as on the memorials. It seemed that these memorials were all processed by him. Some memorials were recently submitted, while others had been piled up for several years, which further proved that he had indeed lived here. His handwriting was also found in the books on the bookshelf. The calligraphy and paintings on the wall were also from his handwriting. And there were also many letters and notes. The notes recorded his experiences and some things that he might have thought needed to be recorded in the past. Mostly state affairs and political affairs. He opened the drawer and took out a stack of well-preserved red tracings. Among the signatures on the red tracings were Tsunger and Sheer. It was definitely the stuff of the two children. He continued to search and found several family portraits, including the young lady and a pair of young children. His eyes fell on the face of the 7 or 8-year-old child, who looked like his mother. The prince consort was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly. It was not bad to look like Zijuan. After that, he found several more family portraits. It seemed that he would draw a portrait for them every year. The children in the portraits had grown up, and the lady had become a gentle and virtuous woman. He put the portrait away and put it back in the drawer. Suddenly, he didn't know what he touched, and heard a click. A secret compartment under the drawer opened. Did he hide something here? The prince consort bent down and took out a scroll from the secret compartment. The scroll was heavy, and his heart was lifted up all of a sudden. He felt that there seemed to be something extraordinary in it. He looked out, and he didn't understand why he was so nervous. He turned his back, blocked the scroll with his body, untied the ribbon on the scroll, and slowly spread it out. It was a portrait of a young man. As the scroll unfolded, he saw the face of the person in the painting clearly. "It's Tsunger." The prince consort was suddenly disappointed, and he couldn't tell what he was expecting just now. In another room, the queen looked at the portrait on the table indifferently. The person in the portrait had a face almost identical to the prince consort's, but was younger and didn't have that hideous scar. The queen picked up the portrait and threw it into the brazier beside her expressionlessly. Chapter 398. Warm Family. A group favorite. Nanzhao in October had a slight chill, and the little black eggs, who were almost as hot as steamed eggs, finally didn't have to lie in the yard to dry their bellies. They grabbed the candied haws that their father bought and slid to Yu Shaoqing and Zhang's room. Yu Shaoqing got up early, and he went to the small kitchen to make food for Jiang and the little black eggs. Of course, he also made some for his daughter and the stinky son-in-law, and also made some for the old lady and the general of the Hellion family. As a result, the family's breakfast was packed. When he made breakfast and went back to the room to wake up Jiang, he saw 3 naked little black eggs, using the shiny candied haws in their hands to wake up the little sleeping beauty on the bed. Boo! Dabeo kissed little black Jiang on the cheek. Very quickly. Buji! Buji! Herbo and Xiaobao also kissed each other. Sleeping Beauty was awakened by her 3 little black princes, and opened her eyes in a daze. "Good morning, Ah Shu," Xiaobao said. "Good morning, Ah Shu," Herbao said. Dabeo couldn't speak, but Dabeo asked Tengyulu to speak for him, and he handed the Tengyulu to Ah Shu. Because Yu Shaoqing and Yin Jiuchao became father and son, Yuan asked the 3 little guys to change their words, no longer calling Grandma, Grandma, but Grandpa, Grandma. When calling Yu Shaoqing, Xiaobao and Herbao obediently called Grandpa. And when it was Zhang's turn, it became Ah Shu. Yu Shaoqing's face was completely black. Ah Shu is his. You little brats. Stop yelling. And don't hold your hands randomly. The 3 little black eggs not only held her, but also climbed onto the bed with a grunt, got into the quilt, and slept soundly with Ah Shu in their arms. Yu Shaoqing was so angry that he pouted. You will not have a piglet if you do this. In October, the East Palace welcomed 2 major events. The first was that Yu Go and Qing Yin, who had been lurking in the National Masters Hall for more than half a month, returned home safely. They brought back the notes about the saint and the wizard, which were placed in a metal mechanism box. The 2 took the mechanism box back to Qixia Garden. Yuan, who heard the news, rushed over immediately, but only saw the 2 of them. She couldn't help wondering, why are there only you? Where are Jiang Hai and Wei? Qing Yin said in a cryptic way, they stayed in the National Masters Hall. What do you mean by stayed in the National Masters Hall? Yuan asked puzzledly. Qing Yin sighed and said, we searched for a long time in the Wanshu Pavilion and finally found what we wanted. When we were about to sneak out of the National Masters Hall, we were discovered by a disciple of the National Masters Hall. At that time, we had already arranged the mechanism and could have left together. But Jiang Hai suddenly said that he would lead them away. And then he really led the guards away. Yuan touched her chin, from what you said. Did Jiang Hai stay on purpose? Qing Yin nodded. I suspected so. I found it when we were in the Wanshu Pavilion. We were all looking for the notebook. But he seemed to be looking for something else besides the notebook. Then Wei went to find him, and returned to the National Masters Hall. Qing Yin said this, looking at the small thing in Yuan's hand, and said, this box has a mechanism. You can't force it open. Otherwise the box and the things inside will be destroyed at the same time. Yuan suppressed the idea of hitting it with a hammer. How to open it? The key, Qing Yin said. Where is the key? Yuan asked. Qing Yin paused, in Wei's hand. Yuan. Qing Yin cleared his throat, and said hurriedly, don't worry too much. Jiang Hai seems to be very familiar with the National Masters Hall. And both of them are good at martial arts. So nothing should happen. You go, and I will come back to give the things to you. And we will go to the National Masters Hall to meet them later. And both people and keys will be safely in hand. Yuan nodded. During the time we were away, nothing happened in the mansion? Qing Yin asked. Yuan told Qing Yin, and you go about the East and West mansions and her parents. The 2 did not expect that so many major events would happen in the mansion during their absence. Of course, the most unexpected thing was that Yuan was actually the child of the Hellion family. The Hellion family has been loyal to the country for generations. Loyal to the court but away from disputes. They probably would never have dreamed that the heir of the Hellion family would marry a daughter-in-law of the emperor. Qing Yin suddenly wanted to know the expression of Hellion Biming after learning the truth. It must be very interesting. Then Qing Yin asked about Yin Jiuchao's condition. It is well controlled, and will not relapse in a short time. Qing Yin was relieved, and thought of something, and said to Yuan, although the red Ganoderma lucidum is rare, there is not only one in the world. We will look for it later. We will always find it. Don't worry. Yuan smiled with relief. Well, okay. Although it was Yin Jiuchao's medicine, it was also something that everyone worked together to find. She was very glad that everyone did not feel resentful because of this matter, and comforted them not to worry. Gone. Qing Yin raised his hand, and subconsciously wanted to rub Yuan's head. But Yin Jiucha walked in at this time. Qing Yin's hand paused, changed direction, and rubbed Yin Jiucha's head. Little Jiucha's head is really round, and his hair is really soft. Yin Jiucha looked at him coldly. Qing Yin took his hand back angrily. Well, he really left. By the way, this is back to you. As he said, he returned the Qianji box that Jiang Hai gave him to Yin Jiucha. They were already very familiar with the National Masters Hall and knew how to sneak in. Qing Yin and Yugo did not stay in the mansion for too long. They replenished some hidden weapons and elixirs and set off to return to the National Masters Hall. The second major event that the East Mansion is about to welcome is Zhang's birthday. Normally, it is not a full year, and it is not celebrated in the countryside. But Yu Shaoqing loves his wife. When he was in the village, he would celebrate Zhang's birthday every year. Not to mention that he missed 6 birthdays in 6 years since he was away in the army. This time, he can't be careless. In fact, Zhang's birthday is at the end of the month. But Yu Shaoqing started to prepare at the beginning of the month. As soon as he started to prepare, everyone in the East Mansion knew that the second wife's birthday was coming. What day is it? In the study, Helian Biming asked Yu Shaoqing, who was busy at the desk. Yu Shaoqing snorted. I won't tell you. Helian Biming's eyes fell on a note with the date of the 30th. And his lips curled slightly. Well, I won't tell you. The East Palace was busy preparing for Zhang's birthday. The old lady asked someone to open the warehouse, and waved her hand and said, Take out all the valuables. Take them all out. The servants' mouths twitched. It was right to take them. But why did this sound so wrong? It was obviously taking their own things. Why did it feel like robbery? The old lady asked people to put out all the gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and paintings in the warehouse, and began to choose gifts for her daughter-in-law. This. The servants looked at the gifts that quickly piled up into a small hill, thinking to themselves, Don't tell me what you want. Just say what you don't want. The old lady was choosing gifts for her daughter-in-law. And suddenly the housekeeper of the East Palace came. Old lady. There is a note from the palace. What post? The old lady held a golden abacus, thinking it was not big enough, and it seemed a little petty to give it to her daughter-in-law. Seeing that his ancestor didn't take it seriously, the housekeeper said with a smile, It's a letter from the palace. Her Highness Lady's birthday is coming. The king has set up a family banquet, and wants to invite you and the general to have a gathering. I won't go, the old lady said without thinking. The eldest brother is not allowed to go either. The housekeeper reminded, It's Her Highness Lady's birthday. The old lady said fiercely, Her birthday has nothing to do with me. She's not my daughter-in-law. What? She still wants me to celebrate her birthday. She's dreaming. She's not your daughter-in-law. But she is the princess of Nanzhao, the future king. The housekeeper was very worried about his old lady. It's okay. The old lady is stupid and foolish. I'm afraid she can't figure out the interests involved. It's true that the Helian family rarely interacts with the lady's mansion. But this is a letter from the king after all. And it's an insult to the king. The housekeeper decided to go to the general. In Helian Biming's courtyard, the housekeeper told his general about the invitation from the palace. It's not a full-year celebration. It should not be celebrated. But who can blame the king for loving her? But we didn't make it too public. Just held a family banquet. And all the people who went were royal relatives. And our family was the only one among the ministers. Being able to be compared with royal relatives is the honor of the entire Helian family. The housekeeper thought that the general was more rational than the old lady, and could weigh the pros and cons better. However, Helian Biming only hummed lightly and said, I know. Go back and tell the old lady and I that we can't go. The housekeeper was stunned. Helian Biming said coldly, what? My mother and I celebrated a birthday for our family. And we have to look at the face of the royal family. The Helian family did not get to the position they have today by pleasing the king. When I was bleeding on the battlefield, the palace did not invite me to the banquet. So now, I can also not go to the banquet. Chapter 391 Black-Hearted Little Black Egg. The eunuch who delivered the message did not expect that Helian and his mother would refuse the king's invitation. You know, the king only had 2 princesses in his life. The eldest princess was exiled, and the little princess was the only blood of the king. Over the years, the king loved this little daughter, and the whole country saw how much he loved her. Since it was a birthday banquet for her, there should be no rejection. The birthday of a family member can be celebrated 2 days earlier. Why must it be on the same day as the little princess? It's not the eldest princess. Really? This general is really inflexible. On this side, the eunuch returned to the palace to report to the king. On the other side, Yuan also began to rack her brains to prepare a birthday gift for Jiang. She didn't know that the eunuch had come. Nor did she know that her mother and the little princess had the same birthday. However, even if she knew, she probably wouldn't think too much about it. And she wouldn't stop preparing for Jiang's birthday because of it. What should I give my mother? Yuan sat in the room thinking hard. Yin Jiucha was quietly reading a book. Still the comic book that Helian Biming bought for the little black kids. He was reading it very seriously. And those who didn't know thought he was preparing for the imperial examination. Yin Jiucha. As soon as Yuan opened her mouth, Yin Jiucha stuffed a piece of dessert into her mouth, his eyes never leaving the book. He hummed and turned to the next page. Yuan finally decided to send her mother a box of fine rouge, because according to her observation, her mother especially liked rouge. Among all the good things that Yin Jiucha sent to Lianhua village in the past, her mother only ruined the rouge. although most of it was ruined on the Apple computers and flaming red lips of the little black eggs. But in short, her mother loved Rouge. After making up her mind, Yuan remembered that there seemed to be a Rouge shop nearby, and after confirming the address with the maid in the yard, she turned around and went out. However, just as she was about to step out of the door, several little guys ran over and hugged her thighs. "I want to go," Xiaobao said. "Annie is going to buy Rouge. Are you sure you want to go with her? Are you sure you don't want to buy the candied haws opposite?" If she remembered correctly, the Rouge shop was opposite the candied haws shop. The three little black eggs shook their heads cutely. They were not greedy for candied haws. Absolutely not. Slurp. Yuan pinched the chubby faces of the three little guys in anger and amusement, and took them out. The shop was not far away. They walked out of the back door of the mansion and crossed a few alleys. Yuan did not take a carriage, but let the little guys walk beside her. As soon as the three entered the alley, they were like wild horses that had broken free from their reins. "Catch me! Catch me!" Xiaobao rushed to the front with a panting voice. Bao was not to be outdone. So he caught up with Xiaobao and turned around and said to Bao, "Catch him." The two little guys loved to bully Bao who couldn't talk, but they seemed to have made a mistake. They wanted Bao to chase them, but when they turned around, Bao was gone. Looking forward, Bao had left them far behind. The two stunned babies. Bao ran to the street where the candied haws were sold in one breath. And then he stopped moving, looking like I really didn't come out with my mother for the candied haws. Slurp, slurp. A good slurp, baby. Yuan laughed so hard. Her little body stood straight. Her face said, "I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat." But her mouth was drooling. How could her son be so cute? If Xiaobao and Bao did this, maybe Yuan could still stand it. But Bao was the only baby who couldn't talk, and was often teased by his two younger brothers. So Yuan couldn't help but tilt the scale in his heart towards him. For Bao's sake, Yuan finally took the three little guys to the candied haws shop. The three of them were very happy. The owner of the shop knew the three little guys a long time ago, and knew their tastes very well. But he couldn't tell who was who. Xiaobao wants this. Xiaobao stood on tiptoe and pointed at the biggest string of candied haws. He was the smallest, but he always wanted the biggest one. Bao still asked for a string of rock sugar oranges. Bao asked for a string of rock sugar grapes. The three of them gave the first bite to Yuan. Yuan really didn't like sweet things. "You guys eat it. Mom doesn't like this." The three of them started to gnaw the dark little face, showing a clean little white teeth, chewing the shiny candied haws. Looked so cute that passers-by looked sideways and wondered whose child it was. Triplets are not common, and such black triplets are even rarer, and such beautiful black ones are almost unheard of. Yuan, a fair and delicate beauty, was overshadowed by the three little black beauties. Fortunately, they are her own sons. Yuan paid for the candied haws and took the three kids to the Rouge shop. What Yuan never expected was that she would run into an old friend as soon as she walked to the door of the Rouge shop. Nanjiao State Master. Enemies often cross paths. What kind of luck was she? It was okay to run into this man when she went to the Gu Temple. But how could she run into him when she was buying Rouge? A grown man. No. Should I say an old man? Does he also need Rouge? The State Master naturally doesn't need Rouge, but he occasionally needs some spices on the market to make elixirs. This Rouge shop can win the favor of the little princess, and it is a high-class shop in itself. It is not surprising that the State Master would come here to buy spices. But Yuan didn't know the inside story. She just felt that she was really unlucky. She only went out 3 times recently, and met the State Master twice. The Imperial Master not only knew her, but also her 3 children. If the Imperial Master saw them, it would be impossible to lie and say that they only looked alike. After all, it was nothing if one person looked alike. But wouldn't it be too much if the whole family looked alike? I couldn't enter the Rouge shop. But where could I hide for the time being? While Yuan was hesitating, the Imperial Master came over here. The Imperial Master seemed to glance over here. Yuan gathered the 3 little guys in front of her and blocked them with her body and the scattered hem of her skirt. But the Imperial Master was walking towards this side. Yuan's eyes flashed. She picked up the 3 little guys and walked out without looking back. The streets were busy with cars and people. She crossed the street and entered a restaurant. It was also a coincidence that the restaurant invited a storyteller today, and the lobby was full. Everyone was attracted by the wonderful content of the storyteller. And no one cared that Yuan rushed in with 3 little black eggs. The Imperial Master also followed. Yuan went up to the second floor and broke into the first wing room on the left. There seemed to be no one in the room. She put the children on the bed and made a silent gesture to the 3 people. Shh. Don't talk. The 3 people nodded obediently. Yuan put down the curtain and hid in it herself. Soon, someone came in. Yuan clenched the dagger in her hand. She thought that she must not let the national teacher find out about her current identity. Otherwise, they must not stay in the imperial capital. No one can drive them out of Nanzhao without the medicine. You'd better not come over. Otherwise Yuan muttered to herself. And suddenly there was a bang. And the curtain was opened. But it was not the national teacher, but a monk in green wearing a bamboo hat. Is it you? Yuan recognized him at a glance. His bamboo hat was so large that it almost covered his face. Yuan had never been able to see his true face when she met him before. But today, by chance, she was sitting on the bed, and he was standing beside the bed. When she looked up at him, she saw his stunning face. Yuan was suddenly stunned. She didn't know what she was stunned about. At this moment, the national teacher entered the room. The monk in green put down the curtain. Yuan heard the Imperial Master ask, "Did you see a woman holding a child?" "No," said the monk in green. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because he thought that a strange monk would not lie for a woman. The Imperial Master did not doubt anything and walked away. "Thank you." Yuan lifted the curtain and was about to thank him when she found that he had left, including the time in the nunnery. She owed him 2 favors. But this monk always came and went without a trace? It was hard to thank him. After making sure that the Imperial Master had left the inn and got on the carriage, Yuan took the 3 little guys back to the rouge shop. The owner of the rouge shop saw that the mother and her 4 children were dressed in extraordinary clothes and received them very warmly. The owner asked the waiter to clean up a room so that the 3 young masters could sit in it and eat candied haws peacefully, so that Yuan could concentrate on choosing rouge. "All the best rouge in our shop is here, madam. You can try any box you want," the boss said with a smile. Yuan was not interested in rouge, and she didn't use it on weekdays. But her mother bought rouge a little fast, and 1 box was not enough. So Yuan bought a whole row. The boss was very happy. "Madam, you have a good eye. To be honest, the rouge you picked is all the best in our shop. Didn't I order the best ones? How dare you sell them to others?" As soon as the shopkeeper finished speaking, a proud young girl's voice sounded outside the door. Yuan guessed who it was when she heard the familiar voice. Did she forget to check the almanac when she went out today? Just after the Imperial Master left, a little princess from the female monarch's mansion came. In terms of the speed of meeting a noble person, she was probably unprecedented and unmatched. However, she still needed to hide from the Imperial Master, but not necessarily from this little princess. Yuan said to the boss, "Put it up for me." "Yes." The boss immediately brought out an exquisite dressing box and put the rouge that Yuan picked in it. After buying so many expensive rouges, the dressing box was given as a gift. "Who asked you to sell it to her?" The little princess seemed to recognize Yuan and stepped forward to stop the boss's action. The boss said embarrassedly, "Little princess, these are not the rouge you ordered. Your rouge has been packed for you." The little princess snorted coldly. "Didn't you just say that these are the best rouge in your shop? Then what are the ones you sell to me?" Sell to you." The boss was sweating coldly and glanced at Yuan calmly. He thought that this lady looked like a person of status. But no matter how valuable she was, she could not surpass the little princess. Knowing that the little princess was deliberately making things difficult, the boss had to bite the bullet and said, "How can they be the same? The ones you give you are all made by the masters individually, and they are not sold in the shop." The little princess insisted, "Then tell me, is the rouge sold to me better, or the rouge sold to her better?" The boss hesitated. The young princess said sternly, "Hurry up and tell me. You promised to make the best rouge for me. If you sell better rouge to others than to me, then you are guilty of deceiving the emperor." The crime of deceiving the emperor is not used in this way. But considering the identity of the young princess, the boss felt that offending her was no different from offending the emperor. The boss had no choice but to say, "Of course, it is better to sell it to the young princess." The young princess smiled complacently and said with a hint of meaning, "A pheasant is a pheasant. It can't become a real phoenix even if it flies to the branch. What some people use is what the princess doesn't want." The boss heard something wrong. He thought the young princess was making things difficult for him. But it turned out not to be the case. She was humiliating this young lady. This is strange. Do they know each other? The boss was confused. But he didn't dare to ask. Yuan ignored the young princess and just picked up the dressing box calmly. What? Are you angry? Yuan smiled faintly. What's there to be angry about? If a mad dog bites a person, do you have to bite back? You? The little princess choked. Yuan didn't even look at her and went to the counter to pay with her dressing box. The little princess was so angry that she stamped her feet. The boss was worried that the princess would cause trouble in the store. So he tried to smooth things over and said, "The rouge for her highness is ready. Would you like to see it?" Little princess? Thinking of the business. The little princess suppressed her anger. Why don't you go and get it? Yes. 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 The boss went away without hesitation. The 3 little black eggs sat in the side room, looking at the little princess, who had been angry with her mother with their black eyes. Suddenly, the 3 little black eggs licked the candied haws and walked out slyly. The 3 followed the boss. The boss went into the warehouse and took out an exquisite dressing box, which contained 5 boxes of rouge, all of different textures and colors. The 3 little guys stuck their heads in. "Boss, do you think the goods here are not right?" said a clerk at the end of the warehouse. "Really? Let me see." The boss put down the rouge and walked over. The 3 little guys walked in slyly, looked at the dressing box, looked at the rouge inside, took out the bottle from his pocket, and poured the little goo that Away gave them into it. Chapter 392 Retribution is coming. Little princess, your rouge. The boss handed over the things in his hand respectfully. Not only was the rouge special, but even the box was exquisite. Whether it was the rouge box or the dressing box, it was much higher end than the one he just sold to Yuan. The little princess was very satisfied. The boss was relieved to see that she was finally satisfied. This little ancestor was really hard to serve. This month, his hair had turned white because of her worry. It was considered a job well done. If possible, he would rather not do business with this little ancestor in the future. Be careful. Don't touch the rouge with your dirty hands. When the boss went to close the rouge box, he almost touched the powder inside. The little princess caught it with her sharp eyes and scolded him. The boss hurriedly said, "Yes. Yes. I will be careful and will never damage the rouge of the lady." Humph. The little princess took the dressing box, threw down the banknotes, and left without looking back. The boss's heart, which had been hanging for a month, finally came back to his stomach. He looked back at his shop, patted his chest and said, "It's not easy to survive." The little princess didn't know that she had tortured the man to death. She took the newly acquired rouge and got on the carriage back to the mansion. The palace banquet was in the evening, and it was still early at this time. She went back to the lady's mansion first and found her mother sitting in front of the dressing table in the lady's room. Her eyes lit up. She walked over with a smile and lay on the lady's back and said, "Mother." The lady saw her in the bronze mirror and smiled gently. "How old are you? But you still stick to your mother like a child. Aren't you ashamed?" The little princess acted coquettishly. The lady laughed and touched her little face on her shoulder with her backhand, saying, "You haven't been seen for the whole afternoon. Where did you go to have fun?" Girls from ordinary families don't have so much freedom. It's because the lady spoiled her and the king indulged her that she developed a character like a man who always runs outside. The little princess stood up, came to the lady, took out the dressing box hidden behind her back, and said with a pout, "Mother, you wronged me this time. I didn't go out to have fun. I ordered a gift for mother and went to get it just now." The lady raised her eyebrows and said, "You girl, you just want to go out and make trouble." The little princess hugged the lady's arm. "Really not. If it wasn't for buying rouge for mother, I wouldn't even step out of the door. I'm the best." The lady made her laugh. The little princess acted coquettishly in the lady's arms for a while, until the maid came to urge her, and the lady asked her to go back to the room to dress up, so as not to miss the time to enter the palace. The little princess went to change her clothes. The lady hesitated for a moment, opened the dressing box given by the little princess, and picked a rouge that matched her. In a place she couldn't see, some strange little goo fell on her, because they shivered for too long beside the Goo King. The little goo were still very weak and had no strength to bite people. Because of this, the lady didn't notice anything unusual because of the pain. The lady didn't know she was poisoned yet. She got up and went to the prince consort's room. Since it was her birthday party, The prince consort had to attend. But after an afternoon, the prince consort had only changed half of his clothes. He stared blankly at the sky outside the window, wondering what he was thinking. The maid didn't dare to disturb him. When she saw the lady enter, she bowed and performed a salute. The lady waved her hand to signal the maids to leave. And she gently came to the prince consort and said softly, "What are you looking at?" "The sky," the prince consort said. Every time the prince consort's memory was cleared, he would stay for a few days, but not for so long, which made the lady feel a little uneasy. She suppressed her strange feeling and gently straightened the prince consort's clothes. "It's time to enter the palace. Can I help you change your clothes?" "Sijun." The prince consort looked at her with a complicated expression. The lady's eyelashes trembled, and she smiled calmly. "What's wrong?" The prince consort pressed his hand on his chest. "I feel a little empty here." The lady lowered her eyes, smiled, and when she looked up at him again, her face was full of tenderness. "Do you feel that something is missing?" "Yeah." The prince consort nodded. The lady took his hand and said angrily, You missed Songer." "Songer?" the prince consort murmured. The lady shook her head and smiled. "Yes. Songer. This kid has been away for more than half a year. If he didn't write a letter every month, I would suspect that this kid has forgotten his biological parents. Songer is on the way. You will see him soon. I can't even remember what he looks like," the prince consort said. "Isn't there a portrait of Songer? You painted it yourself?" the lady asked. "Yes." The prince consort nodded. But there was always a little weird in his heart, as if the child in the portrait was not suitable for the name Songer. Why would he give him this name? But he was not like this when he was young. How could he understand the original decision now? "Change your clothes." The lady brought the clothes over. The prince consort raised his hand and changed his clothes. The lady's family went to the banquet, and the Hellion family also started their own family banquet. Lee's mother and son from the West Mansion were also invited. After all, they lived under the same roof. Even if they were not invited to their cousin's birthday, they had to bring gifts to the door. Hellion Fong returned to the West City camp. It was Lee and her 2 young sons who came to congratulate. Lee didn't have the courage to be arrogant in the East Mansion now. Her husband was gone, and her father-in-law was sent to the farm to wait for death. She wanted to keep her tail between her legs every day. As for the 2 brothers Hellion Yu, they were young and energetic. When they were dragged to the East Mansion by Lee, they were reluctant. They said that the king had invited the Hellion family to the palace for a banquet. I don't know what the uncle was thinking. He didn't go to the palace banquet, but had to stay to celebrate the birthday of a country woman. Is that woman so great? Is she older than the little princess? The mother and son entered the East Mansion with generous gifts. The banquet was set up in a pavilion beside the pond. The scenery was pleasant, and the moonlight was beautiful. A stage was built in the middle of the lake, and the most famous opera troupe in the imperial capital was invited to perform a grand opera. The people of the East Mansion had already sat down in the pavilion. In addition to several masters of the East Mansion, there were also Old Chui and Grandma. Grandma didn't often listen to operas, but Old Chui listened a lot. So Old Chui patiently told him, from beginning to end. On the left of the old lady sat Hellion Biming and Yin Jiuqiao, and on the right sat Jiang and Yu Shaoqing. The little black eggs couldn't sit still and ran around in the pavilion. The opera couldn't suppress the 3 people's laughter. Lee suddenly felt a little dazed. Is this still the East Mansion in her memory? She has been married for so many years, and she doesn't know how many times she has entered the East Mansion. Each time it is more deserted than the last time. After Tan and Hellion Sheng were driven out of the house, Hellion Biming's face no longer smiled. The old lady was crazy, and would be awakened by nightmares in the middle of the night. When did this family start to become lively again? Ha ha ha. The old lady laughed. From Lee's perspective, she couldn't tell what the old lady was laughing at. But she could see that not only the old lady was laughing, but Hellion Biming was also laughing so hard that his mouth couldn't close. Aren't they just a few little brats? What's so funny? Hellion Sheng hummed. Lee came back to her senses and looked at the little black eggs, who were not stopping for a moment in the pavilion. They were indeed very lovable children. How come the population of the East Palace became prosperous all of a sudden? Lee calmed down and walked forward with her son to congratulate Jiang. She came from a rural place like Qinghe Town. But why didn't she look a bit rustic? On the contrary, she was beautiful and a little bit otherworldly. Lee didn't dare to look at her for too long. She just took a sneak peek. But Li felt that even the little princess in the palace was not as beautiful as her cousin. But then again, her cousin's face looked a little familiar. Li looked at Yuan, who was listening to the opera seriously. Yes, these two are more like mother and daughter than mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. But Li didn't think much about it. After a long time, they still look like husband and wife. What's wrong with mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? The main reason is that Li is in a difficult situation and dares not to interfere in the affairs of the East Palace. And even dares not to think about it. She came to congratulate Jiang sincerely. And the old lady did not embarrass her and invited the three of them to sit down. Afterwards, everyone began to give gifts to Jiang. The old lady was very generous. The gifts filled up half of the garden, which shocked Li. It was just a small birthday, but the old lady wanted to empty the storehouse. When Tan was a daughter-in-law at home, she didn't have such a fairy treatment. Right? How could Li know that the old lady felt sorry for her youngest son and daughter-in-law who had been wandering around for so many years, and wanted to make up for all the debts owed to them? At her age, most of her body has stepped into the lust. Who knows how long she can love them? Hellion Biming didn't often give gifts to others, and didn't know what his sister-in-law liked. But he heard from his brother that his sister-in-law was originally a lady from a noble family, proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. So he picked a set of 4 treasures of the study and gave it to his sister-in-law. Yu Shaoqing gave a jade carving. He personally selected the jade and spent a month working day and night to finally carve a lifelike Jiang. Everyone looked at the incomparably beautiful white jade statue and felt that the jade guanyin was no more than that. Yuan hugged her husband's arm. So my mother is so beautiful in my father's eyes. Come on. Come on. I am so beautiful in your eyes too. Yan Jiucha hummed and said incredulously, so why are you so ugly? Yuan, who was stabbed with 10,000 arrows in her heart. Yuan also gave a gift to her mother, which was rouge bought from the shop. Yuan wanted to say that she and Yan Jiucha were honoring her mother, but Yan Jiucha quietly took out the gift he prepared. Yuan was stunned. Doesn't this guy read comic books all day? When did he run out to buy a birthday gift for her mother? And seeing how her mother hugged him tightly, she seemed to like him very much. She liked him more than her rouge. Yuan pouted, wondering if she was really a biological child. Jiang received gifts from the whole family. Some from her mother-in-law, some from her children, some from her husband and uncles, but not from her parents. Children abandoned by their families since birth have never received blessings from their parents. In the Nanzhao Imperial Palace, the palace banquet for the female monarch was officially held. Strictly speaking, it was also a family banquet. But the guests were all royal relatives, all of whom were well known. And the banquet was grand. The path to the banquet was paved with red silk for 3 miles. In the main hall, the king and queen met their beloved daughter. She wore a bright yellow palace dress and stepped on a gold-studded step. She walked dignifiedly under the gaze of everyone, like a phoenix that was about to fly. She was born in the queen's belly. Not only did she have a noble birth, but she also had unparalleled beauty. What was even more precious was that she was the lucky star of Nanzhao. With her, there was no need to worry about the end of Nanzha's luck. The king and the queen looked at their daughter with loving faces as she walked towards them. The king had not thought of the child who had exiled him for a long time. The child was not his, and the queen's flesh and blood, and he did not like it. Moreover, the child was a star of misfortune that would bring disaster to Nanzhao. He gave all his love to his little princess. This was the child he was proud of. The Gu god also gave her a blessing and let her get the holy object. The female monarch walked in front of her father and mother and performed a respectful salute. The king helped her up lovingly, and together with the queen, he put on the phoenix crown that he had personally selected for his daughter. This was the greatest blessing from the king and queen. All the royal relatives stood up. I wish your highness a long life and 1,000 years of life. The queen's eyes were filled with tears. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt a pain on her head. She took a breath and touched the phoenix crown. Maybe it was the pressure of the phoenix crown, the queen thought. After all, anyone in the world could harm her, but her father and mother would not. The phoenix crown was given by them, and they would not tamper with it. The queen began to speak, and everyone looked at her without blinking. She was accustomed to such scenes, and was not nervous at all. She raised her extremely elegant smiling face, opened her mouth, but an uncontrollable chicken cry came out, cluck. CL. Chapter 393 Exposed. The King's Suspicion. unlike the queen's usual dignified and gentle voice, which sounded like a long stream of water. This chicken's cry was sharp and piercing, causing all the royal relatives, eunuchs, and even the queen and the king to shudder. Before everyone knew the expressions of the others, their first reaction was that they had heard it wrong. After all, the person standing there was not someone else, but the most virtuous and talented and most rule-abiding princess of Nanzhao. How could she make such a terrible and ridiculous sound? Isn't this a hen that lays eggs? Not to mention that everyone didn't believe it. The queen herself didn't believe it. What happened just now? Didn't she want to thank everyone for coming to her birthday party? Why did she say, "but a strange"? The queen refused to say those two words in her heart. The queen was stunned for a moment, and she didn't even figure out what was going on with her at the first time. She was born and raised in the royal family. She has the most noble etiquette. She is a natural politician. She is good at dealing with any complex situation. But not this one. This is beyond her imagination. She has never learned it since she was a child. And she never thought that one day she would have to deal with such a situation. It was the eunuch in front of her who kept winking at her, as if asking her what was wrong, that suddenly brought her back to her senses. She took a deep breath, and calmly glanced at the stunned people, as well as her father and mother, who tried to suppress their shock. She smiled, as if nothing had happened, and then thanked the king and queen gently and appropriately, and thanked all the royal relatives who came to the banquet. But when she opened her mouth, she still pierced her eardrums with kukada, kukada, kukakada. This time, everyone was sure that they had not heard it wrong. The female monarch of Nanzhao really made a chicken cry in public. What's more terrible is that Huatsong raised a pheasant for viewing. The pheasant was influenced by the lady and also made a resonant sound, cluck. CL. Seeing that the situation was not good, the king hurriedly asked the eunuch to pull the stunned queen down. However, the queen went down, but the heated discussion about her did not subside. If you say that this is a joke between the queen and the others, no one will believe it. Looking at her stunned look, it is clear that she is out of control. Someone in the crowd whispered, "Hey, do you think Her Highness looks like she's been poisoned by a gu?" Nanzhao is the holy land of the gu tribe, and almost every big family has one or two gu masters. So people are very accepting of being poisoned by a gu. "Nonsense," said another person. "The queen is holding a holy object. How could such a low-level gu get close to her? The holy object is the king of all gu, and ordinary gu insects either stay away or are scared to death when they see it. How can they bite its owner? Isn't this a naked challenge to the authority of the king of all gu?" Everyone thought that it was right. The queen had the king of gu, so it was unlikely that she would be infected with such a small gu. But if she was not infected, why did she crow just now? A guest said, "Let's not guess blindly. Let's wait for the explanation of the king and the queen." The birthday banquet was ruined before it even started. Such a shameful thing has never happened in the history of Nanzhao. The king was very angry. After the queen was pulled down, she fainted in anger, and it was a quarter of an hour later that she woke up. What the guests could guess, the king naturally guessed after he recovered, and he asked someone to call a gu master. After diagnosing the lady, the gu master confirmed that she was poisoned by a gu. But it was not a black gu with strong toxicity, but a white gu used to play tricks on people. The gu master took some time to remove the gu worm, and then fumigated the lady with some mugwort to drive away the gu, to ensure that there was no residue on her body. "You should leave first. Don't tell anyone that the lady was poisoned." When the lady regained consciousness, she heard the words of the king who ordered the gu master to keep silent. So she was poisoned by a gu? Her eyes, which were almost opened, closed immediately in shock. She would rather be poisoned by a black goo that made her feel sick and shed blood, than by a white goo that seemed to cause little harm, but made her lose face in front of everyone. Thinking of her ugly appearance at the banquet, the lady wished she could die on the spot. Her hands buried in the quilt clenched into fists tightly. She didn't understand how she was poisoned. She had never let outsiders get close to her from the beginning to the end. She felt a sharp pain on her head after she put on the phoenix crown. Was she bitten by the poisonous insect at that time? But the phoenix crown was handed to her by her father and mother. Why did they want to harm her? No. There must be something wrong. She was the only princess they had raised. They would never harm her. So what went wrong? Here, the queen closed her eyes and thought hard. On the other side, the queen walked into the room with a pale face under the support of the palace maid. Such a big thing happened just now. The queen almost died. Only now did she breathe a sigh of relief under the acupuncture of the imperial doctor. "Why are you here?" The king personally held the queen's hand and said, the two were childhood sweethearts. After all these years, the queen has long lost her beauty. But the king's love for the queen is still the same as before. And he still loves her very much. The queen sat down beside the bed, looked at her unconscious daughter, and said distressfully, "Such a big thing has happened. How can I not come? What did the Goo Master say? Is she really poisoned?" The king nodded. "Is she okay?" the queen asked worriedly. Hearing this, the queen's heart was a little sour. Her mother was really the one who loved her the most. When something like this happened, she was not the first to suspect that her holy object was gone, but to care about her body. How lucky she was to be the daughter of her mother in this life. When the king heard the queen's tone, he knew that it would be difficult to say the next words. The king nodded. "She is fine. The poison has been removed, and she will wake up soon." The queen looked relieved, raised her hand, and touched the forehead of the queen. "It's good that she is fine, Ajahn." The king thought about it, and decided to remind the queen. She shouldn't be poisoned. The queen caressed her daughter's forehead lovingly. "Indeed, she shouldn't be poisoned. She is the queen of Nanzhao. I want to see who is so bold to poison her." The king understood that the queen didn't understand what he meant, sighed, and finally made it clear, if she had a sacred object, she shouldn't be poisoned. The queen's heart skipped a beat. The most worried thing happened. The mother is a woman, always unconditionally love her children. But the father is the king of a country. He has the whole world of Nanzhao in his heart. He is not as easy to fool as the mother. The queen turned around and asked the king, "Didn't she bring the holy object with her?" The king looked at the queen with a complicated expression and said, "Ajahn, once the holy object recognizes its owner, it will not easily leave its owner. You also understand this." The queen said, "Then let's wait for her to wake up and ask her what happened." After a quarter of an hour, the queen slowly woke up, and she weakly called her mother and husband. The queen held her hand and said lovingly, "You were poisoned just now, but now you are fine. Tell your father and mother why you were poisoned. Is your holy object not with you?" The queen looked at her mother, who was worried, and then looked at the king, who was stern beside her, nodded, and said aggrievedly, "The holy object is gone. I was afraid that my father would be angry, so I didn't dare to tell you." "Why is the holy object gone?" the queen asked in surprise. The queen shook her head and said ashamedly, "I don't know. When I woke up, the holy object was stolen. This is the truth. But the holy object was not stolen from her, but from the treasure house of the queen's mansion. Of course, there is no need to tell the king and the queen about this." The king looked at the queen and said, "You should know that the holy object is not an ordinary Goo king. To force it to leave its master, no Goo master in Nanzhao can do it. Not even the newly promoted Qizhong Goo master. Unless it doesn't recognize its master." The queen's face turned pale. Chapter 394 announced to the world. "How could it be? Father, don't you trust me?" The queen denied it flatly. Admitting a mistake is just a matter of words. But some people will not give up until they see the yellow river, and will not cry until they see the coffin. The queen met the king's stern gaze and said, "Father, you cannot trust me. But don't you trust yourself?" In the Taichu Palace, father and other ministers saw it with their own eyes. The holy object recognized me as the master, and I made all the Goo beads light up. This did happen that year. But the one who recognized her as the master was not the Nanzhao holy object, but a powerful Thousand Goo king. In order to forcibly enhance the breath of the Thousand Goo king, Meng Gu Lao fed the Thousand Goo king with medicine. Although it exuded a breath similar to that of the holy object for a period of time, the Thousand Goo king died soon after it was exhausted. However, no one would investigate. After that, the queen did not reveal the truth for a long time. First, everyone believed in the facts they saw with their own eyes. And second, not many people could feel the breath of the holy object. Not even Meng Gu Lao. The state master could. But the state master was from the queen's house. And I believe no one could have expected this. With a double guarantee, this lie perfectly deceived everyone's eyes. Until tonight, when the queen showed something strange at the banquet. The queen grabbed the king's wrist and said firmly, "Father, you have to believe me. Someone really stole the holy object from me." "Sneak into the queen's house?" the king asked. The queen nodded sincerely, "Yes. The defense of the queen's house is not foolproof." The king said calmly, "Even so, Are you telling me that a Guzun appeared in Nanzhao? The queen was speechless. 10-foot Gu Lao. 100-foot Guzun. It means that Guzun's strength is far above Gu Lao. But in fact, Nanzhao has never had any Guzun. It is said that the ghost clan has appeared. But that was hundreds of years ago. The female monarch just kept talking hard and forgot how difficult it is to control the 10,000 Gu king. If not, why would the ghost clan be willing to hand over the 10,000 Gu king? It's just that none of the ghost clan members can subdue that little thing. So it's useless to keep it. So they just use it to trade with Nanzhao. At least they can get a beautiful princess. I don't know. I didn't see him. Even if Guzun's appearance is more impossible than a knife falling from the sky. She is determined not to admit that she didn't let the sacred object recognize her as the master. In short, if she doesn't let go, her father will have no evidence. The atmosphere in the room became a little weird for a while. The king looked at his daughter without blinking. The queen knew that her father would not believe her so easily. But was her father the only one who could not believe it in the whole incident? She was still wondering. Which reckless thief broke into the queen's house and stole her sacred object? The queen's house was robbed. And the stolen object was the sacred object that was strictly guarded. Who would believe it if it got out? Seeing that the king's eyes were getting colder and colder, the queen could not help but speak. The child said that it was stolen by someone. Why don't you believe it? I was there. And I saw it too. The sacred object belongs to Yinner. And Yinner is the emperor destined by heaven. Or do you not like Yinner anymore? How could it be? The king put away the coldness between his brows and said to the queen gently, such a big thing has happened. I must ask for the truth so that I can give an explanation to the guests who will come to the banquet tonight. What to explain? Explain that the queen's sacred object was stolen. And the queen had been hiding it from them until she was poisoned tonight? The king has a headache. It's a good thing that this child is born by the queen. If it was the bastard in concubine Yun's belly, the king would have punished the person for deceiving the king without saying a word. The queen held her daughter and looked at the king hesitantly. The king sighed softly. I know. I will take care of it. This means that she is willing to keep her. The queen is not sure whether her father believes her. But she knows that as long as she is the flesh and blood of her mother, her father will never be willing to hurt her. That night, the queen stayed in the queen's bedroom to rest. The queen slept very comfortably and tossed and turned. The queen patted her hands. Don't worry. Your father will get it done. Thank you. Mother, the queen said. Silly child. Why thank mother? The queen said gently. The queen looked into the queen's gentle eyes. Father loves me because of mother. So of course I have to thank you. The queen laughed. Nonsense. Your father loves you first because you are his flesh and blood. And then because of me. The queen moved closer to the queen's arms. I feel very happy to be your daughter. The news that the queen was poisoned by the Gu eventually leaked out. After all, there were many guests at the banquet. And there were many people who talked a lot. The news spread without waiting for the king to give them a gag order. Of course, no one dared to discuss the details of the queen's embarrassment. They only wondered whether the queen was really poisoned and why she was poisoned. The queen was indeed poisoned by the Gu. The king appeared at the banquet and said. Everyone was shocked. Didn't the queen have the holy object? How could she be poisoned? The king explained. The holy object was stolen. There was another gasp in the hall. The king continued. On the first day, the holy object was stolen. The queen came to the palace to plead guilty. I had planned to wait until the truth of the incident was found out before announcing it to the world. But I didn't expect this to happen. It's my fault. He took the blame on himself, which made everyone at a loss for words. So even though they knew it was the queen's fault, no one was willing to blame her for his sake. But everyone still didn't understand why the holy object was stolen. If the holy object didn't recognize its owner, it would be fine. The holy object that has recognized its owner will not leave easily. It's not difficult for the king to understand everyone's doubts. After all, when he heard the news, he thought it was impossible like everyone else. The only difference was that he had the courage to question the princess. But they couldn't. It was enough to lower one's posture once. The king would not lower it a second time. He said solemnly, the queen did not protect the sacred object well. Which is my fault. But the thief who sneaked into the queen's house is the real source. I will punish the queen and arrest the thief. But a prince spoke up. Although he was about the same age as the king had to call him his uncle in terms of seniority. He said, I'm afraid no one in the world has the ability to take away the queen's sacred object. The king said slowly, There was no such thing before. But from now on, there will be. What kind of goo master must be able to move the holy object? I heard that a few 7-Jong goo masters appeared in the goo palace not long ago. How can the holy object be compared with those goo insects in the goo palace? I'm afraid goo master is not good enough. The king did not make it clear. Nor did he stop the whispers of the crowd. Although it was unbelievable, the crowd did not dare to question the imperial power and the queen. So they could only force themselves to accept another absurd guess. Compared with the theft of the holy object itself, the king was more concerned about who sneaked into the queen's mansion to steal the holy object, and who sneaked into the palace to poison the queen. The murderer seemed to be so powerful that it was a bit scary. In Hellion Mansion, the powerful and somewhat scary little black eggs took a small bath, put on small clothes, and lay on the soft bed. While sunbathing their bellies, they grabbed a small bottle and gulped down milk. The next day, a shocking news came from the imperial capital. The sacred object was stolen, and the king offered a reward of 10,000 taels of gold to catch the thief. When the news reached Hellion Mansion, Yuan was studying the small box brought back by Qin Yin, and Yugo in her grandmother's room. It was just a box that looked inconspicuous. Was it really as powerful as Qin Yin said? Yuan was rummaging around, and old Chui came into the room chewing on a chicken leg. Girl, something happened. Do you want to hear what happened? Old Chui said with a gloating look on his face. Yuan shook her head and said, I know nothing good will come of you when I see you like this. I won't listen. Hey! Don't wrongly accuse me. How can nothing good happen? Do I look like the kind of person who takes pleasure in other people's misfortunes? Old Chui glared at Yuan, dancing on the spot. The queen lost the sacred object. The king punished her to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors for 3 months. Yuan looked at him strangely and said, Does the queen's punishment have anything to do with you? What are you happy about? I'm not happy for myself, but for you and Xiao Jiang, born by the same father. Why is she a national treasure, while Xiao Jiang is just a piece of stinky dogtail grass? The old man rolled his eyes at old Chui calmly. The life experience of the great princess was originally a secret of Awei's family. Of course, Yin Jiucha also knew it, but Awei's family didn't know that Yin Jiucha also knew it. In short, this secret should not be told to anyone. But since he became a playmate with old Chui, the old man accidentally let it slip. Old Chui cleared his throat. You're right. It seems to have nothing to do with me. Yuan spread her hands and said, Yes. It's not like my mother is also a princess. Right? The old man choked on his tea. The truth is coming out. Chapter 395 Come to the door. The next day, after resting in the palace for a night, the female monarch returned to her own residence. Thinking back to the joke she made in front of everyone, she was so angry that her heart ached. She was angry and felt endless embarrassment. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Who was hurting her? The imperial edict has been posted, because it is not certain that the murderer who stole the holy object and the one who put the goo on her are the same murderer. The bounty is offered separately. The palace speculated that the first murderer was Gu Zun, but she did not agree with this. She understood the truth better than anyone else. The holy object was just stored in the treasury. As long as the martial arts are high enough and can avoid the sight of the guards, it has nothing to do with whether you know the Gu technique or not. As for the second murderer, the palace's guess coincided with hers. The guards of the palace were more strict than those of the queen's palace and the imperial master's palace combined. To be able to sneak into the palace quietly and tamper with the phoenix crown given to her by the king and the queen, his lightness skill had reached a superb level. To practice such lightness skills, even if he was born to practice martial arts, it would take at least 20 years. After practicing martial arts for so long, his body should be unusually tall and strong. Guards were set up in various places in the imperial capital and began to check one by one. 2 palace guards also came to the candied house shop and arrested a few martial artists to interrogate them. The 3 little black eggs licked the candied haws and looked at them cutely. They didn't know what happened either. It wasn't them who did it. Right? Go away. Go away. We are investigating the case. Whose child is this? Don't delay us from catching the murderer. The guards drove away the little black eggs with sugar residue all over their faces. Today, Fuling and Zissa led them out. The 2 were worried that the young master would be squeezed by the crowd. So they hurriedly took the hands of the 3 people and left. The culprit who poisoned the female monarch walked away openly under the eyes of the guards. Half an hour later, The carriage arrived at the female monarch's mansion, and the female monarch got off the carriage with a tired look. She tossed and turned all night, thinking about how to recover her losses. House arrest was a small matter, but how to save face and find the holy object was the top priority. When the holy object was stolen, they found it in time and chased the other party all the way into the Great Joe. But then, the other party disappeared like mud flowing into the sea. This kind of thing cannot be investigated in a big way, so she had to find a martial arts sect in the Great Joe. Fortunately, the sect was really capable and really got the holy object. Unfortunately, it was lost by a man named Yuzigui. After that, there was no news of the holy object. She was not afraid of losing it. After all, she could find it back. What she was afraid of was that the holy object had already recognized its master. A Gu king like the holy object would only recognize its master once in its lifetime. If it recognized someone else, her lie that she had asked it to recognize its master would be self-defeating. The lady shook her head. It was impossible. If the holy object could recognize its master casually, why would she have to work so hard? The holy object must be waiting for her somewhere. The owner of the holy object can only be her. While thinking, she arrived at Liuguang Pavilion. The lady collected her thoughts, rubbed her sore eyebrows, and walked into the house with a calm look. The prince consort sat in front of the window, looking at the flowers in the yard and wandering in the sky. The lady walked over gently. Prince consort. The prince consort turned around and said, "You are back." He didn't look very happy. The lady sat down beside him and said softly, "What happened last night?" The prince consort nodded. "I know. You had someone put a poison on me." "Am I embarrassed?" she asked aggrievedly. "It's not your fault," the prince consort said. The lady looked at the prince consort's tolerant face and didn't know how to react for a while. She thought about it. If it was the prince consort who was poisoned, what would she do? She would be angry and ashamed, and she would want to kill him. She would never be as calm as the prince consort. Does the prince consort not mind her embarrassment? Or does he not really care about her in his heart? Prince consort? She gently leaned on his shoulder. "Do you care about me?" The prince consort thought for a moment and said, "Yes," the lady said. "Then hold me." The prince consort held her. The lady breathed in the breath of this man, and then she felt the anger in her heart suppressed. No matter what she lost, at least she kept him. She was born as an imperial princess, and everything in the royal family originally belonged to her. It was what she deserved, and it was also her responsibility that she could not push away. This man was different. He was obtained by her with great difficulty, and she gave him her whole heart. "Prince consort, will you leave me?" "No." The prince consort smiled and said. The queen closed her eyes contentedly. "Your words are enough. No matter how difficult it is, as long as this man can stay with her, she can grit her teeth and hold on." The queen did not explain that the holy object might be in the Great Zhou. When His Royal Highness King Cheng of the Great Zhou married the princess of the Xiongnu, the king did not receive an invitation and did not intend to do anything. It was the queen who took the initiative to propose a visit to the Great Zhou, first to repair diplomatic relations with the Great Zhou, and second to investigate the alliance between the Great Zhou and the Xiongnu. In order to clear her own selfishness, the queen recommended several ministers who were competing with her. If the king knew that the holy object had entered the Great Zhou early, it would not be difficult to guess that the queen's proposal to visit the Great Zhou was false, and the secret search for the holy object was true. Most of those envoys were competing with the queen. Excluding them, the relationship between the national teacher and the queen would easily surface. Without the queen saying anything, the king naturally thought that the thief who stole the holy object was still in the jurisdiction of the imperial capital. In this way, the king hit the mark by accident. The king dispatched the disciples of the National Master Hall, the royal guards and the Gu Master, and asked them to carry the Gu beads to investigate door to door. This investigation led to the Hellion family. The royal guards and 2 disciples of the National Master Hall came from the back and knocked on the door of the West Mansion first. Li was resting in the house, and it was the Hellion Yu brothers who went to deal with the disciples of the National Master Hall. Hellion Chung frowned. "Who asked you to come? Don't you know that this is the God General's mansion? How could our family harbor thieves?" One of the disciples said, "We are following the king's order. No matter whose mansion it is, we must investigate it. Please ask Mr. Hellion to call all the people in the mansion out." "You can yell just because you want to?" Hellion Chung has been very angry recently, and he was worried about where to vent. These two disciples from the National Master Hall were like a shot in the arm. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, the royal guards behind the disciple grabbed him and pressed him to the ground. The disciple said to Helion Yu, "Time is urgent. Please cooperate with your mansion in the investigation." Seeing that the other party was so arrogant, Helion Yu didn't dare to act rashly. He called everyone from the West Mansion to the Flower Hall. Evenly, who was recuperating in bed. They not only checked the people, but also the entire West Mansion. There was no surprise in the end. The West Mansion was innocent. "Humph! I said no." Helion Chung rolled his eyes. "That's..." The disciple pointed to another mansion next to the garden and asked. Helion Chung snorted. "That's the East Palace, where my uncle lives. Do you dare to search it? This is not a question of whether or not to dare. But the king has ordered to search every inch of the imperial capital. To show respect, the group still went back to the East Palace gate." "Oh no! No!" Yuan was drying herbs in Qixia garden, and old Chui came with his hair standing on end. "What's wrong?" Yuan dried the cut Panax Noto ginseng on the dustpan. Old Chui saw that she looked fine, and was very anxious for her. He grabbed her wrist and said, "Don't do this. Find a place to hide quickly. The group of people are searching." "Who?" Yuan asked. Old Chui said anxiously. "People who are searching for the holy object." "Isn't the holy object on you?" "How do you know?" She only told Away's family about the holy object on her, and didn't tell Old Chui. Ahem. Old Chui cleared his throat. The serious old grandma, who never smiled, turned out to be a secret drama fan. In order to listen to Old Chui's story, she accidentally sold her own little Wan. Old Chui promised Grandma that he would keep it a secret. But when he turned around, Grandma was also sold. "Grandma?" Yuan guessed it, and her face darkened with frustration. Old Chui jumped up and said, Oh! Now is not the time to talk about this. You should hide quickly. If they find the holy object on you, you will be finished." Unfortunately, it was too late. As soon as Old Chui pulled Yuan out of the yard, he ran into two disciples of the National Master Hall who were led in by the housekeeper. Guess, will one be exposed? Chapter 396 Grandparents Meet Grandchildren. Old Chui covered his eyes. It was over. The sky was falling. They couldn't escape this time. If the king knew that the holy object was in the hands of this little girl, he might have some malicious speculation. By then, those who were blasted out of Nanjiao would be minor. The only thing to worry about was that the king would be angry and punish Xiao Jiang and her daughter, who returned to Nanjiao without permission. In a split second, Old Chui really imagined a lot, until he heard a cry of surprise. "Wan Feng?" The leading disciple of the National Master Hall was stunned, looking at the woman opposite with eyes wide open in disbelief. "World, it's you?" Old Chui put down his hand and looked at the two of them. "What's going on? What's the matter? Do you two know each other?" Wan Feng glanced at his junior brother, who was behind him, and walked forward quickly. After making sure that he had not made a mistake, he was immediately surprised and whispered, "Why are you here? I haven't heard that there are envoys from the Great Zhou visiting." "I came quietly," Yuan said. Old Chui was shocked. "Silly girl. Is it really okay for you to expose your past like this?" Wan Feng suddenly realized and nodded. "So that's it. No wonder the National Master Hall didn't get the news. My master said he saw you on the street 2 days ago. I didn't believe it, but it turned out to be true. But don't worry. My master is not sure it's you. He is still wondering if it's a girl who looks like you." Old Chui's mouth twitched. "You rascal. Is it really okay for you to sell out your master like this?" Wan Feng said again, "By the way, why did you come to Nanjiao? Are you here alone?" Yuan shook her head and said, "Yin Jioch and I came here, and there are a few family members. We need to find some medicinal herbs." Old Chui stumbled and almost fell. "Girl, can you reveal more? You have exposed yourself completely. Don't forget that you two are mortal enemies." "Mortal enemies? Mortal enemies," Wan Feng said. "What herbs are you looking for? See if there is anything I can help with." Yuan thought for a moment and said, "You don't need to bother me with herbs. But I have a few friends trapped in the National Master's Hall." Old Chui covered his face. "It's over. Girl, you are hopeless. You sold your husband and started selling your teammates. Away Jianhai. You died miserably." Wan Feng asked. "What do your friends look like? Is there a special contact code?" Wait until I return to the National Masters Hall and quietly release them. Don't you even ask them why they went to the National Masters Hall? Your house was robbed. And you still let the thief run away? Is it really okay to be so ungrateful? What kind of weirdos are these two? When old Chui heard this, he began to doubt his life deeply. My junior brother is coming. Wan Feng was still reminiscing with Yuan. But he saw another disciple of the National Masters Hall following him out of the corner of his eye. The disciple was not favored in the Imperial Masters Hall, and his status was far lower than Wan Feng's. So he treated Wan Feng politely. Wan Feng said to him, I have checked this place, and you will go to the general's courtyard with me later. Yes, senior brother Wan Feng. The disciple replied respectfully. Wan Feng winked at Yuan and left the place with his junior brother. Old Chui was stunned. This is also possible? Girl, does he know that the holy object is in your hands? Otherwise, why did he leave without checking? From the way he looked, it didn't seem like he didn't check because he believed you, but rather that he didn't check to protect you. Old Chui recalled. Yuan touched her chin. Well, what you said seems to make sense. What kind of Yan Jiucha style expression is this? Old Chui was furious. You don't even know how to handle such an important matter? Yuan pondered. I don't remember telling him. But if he knew it through other channels, I can't do anything about it. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he won't tell anyone. Old Chui was about to get angry again. But thinking about it, it seemed to be true. If that guy had the slightest intention of exposing them, he wouldn't have let them off. Old Chui smoothed his hair bit by bit. How did you know him? Yuan said. He was an envoy of Nanzhao. He fell, and was injured at the wedding banquet of King Cheng. I treated him. Old Chui was stunned. That's it? Yuan nodded. Yes. That's it. The genius Dr. Old Chui, who could treat people all over Nanzhao, but no one was willing to go through fire and water for him. Damn. I really want to die. The East Palace not only has the Gu King, but also the Gu Queen. If the disciples of the National Master Hall really investigated meticulously, I'm afraid that none of them can be hidden. Fortunately, Wan Feng let them go, and this crisis was safely passed. Yuan dried the last piece of medicinal material and returned to Wudong Garden in a good mood. Old Chui reminded her sternly, Did you forget that you just escaped death? Yuan, oh. After that, she returned to the yard heartlessly. Old Chui didn't want to play with her anymore. He wanted to find the little black eggs. The little black eggs were playing in the garden, accompanied by Zisu and a maid from Wudong Garden. In the past, the three of them would take a nap at this time. But today the three of them ate too much candied haws, so they were not sleepy at this time. The old lady fell asleep, but they were still awake, so they climbed out of bed and went out to play. Little master, slow down. I can't catch up. Zisu lifted her skirt and used all her strength, but still couldn't catch up with the little black eggs. Although the three of them started talking late, they started walking early, and their anti-reconnaissance ability was high. When they were in the young master's mansion, they often made the guards fall down. Now that they are half a year older, it is even more difficult to catch them. I can't do it anymore. Zisu held onto the tree trunk, panting. The maid was not much better than Zisu. She gasped and said, How can the young master run so fast? Zisu panted and said, I can run in the young master's mansion. I have been in the countryside for a few months. I can run even faster. While the two of them held onto the tree trunk and took a few breaths, the three little black eggs disappeared completely. Zisu had experience and had people lock the front and back doors early, so she didn't have to worry about the three people sneaking out of the mansion again. However, what Zisu didn't expect was that the mansion had a dog hole. It was a dog hole that had been in disrepair for a long time, in an abandoned yard, shaded by big trees and mottled weeds. Even the servants in the mansion forgot that there was such a place. Xiao Bao and Air Bao hid in a bad way. De Bao thought that the two had crawled into the bushes. He also crawled in, and saw a hole while crawling. He stuck up his little butt and crawled out. After crawling out, it was not a street or an alley, but another mansion. De Bao didn't know that he had broken into someone else's house. He thought he was still in his own house, just across a yard. He opened his big black eyes and began to look for his two idiot brothers. He searched and came to a pavilion. There was no one in the pavilion. Only the stone table in the middle was filled with delicious snacks and seasonal fresh wild fruits. looking at the red little fruits. Debeo swallowed his saliva. Slurp. You can eat your own food. Debeo walked up the steps with his short legs and came to the stone table. The table was a bit wide, and he couldn't reach the things in the middle. He stood on tiptoe and stretched out his chubby little hands. Ouch! Just a little bit. Debeo stretched and stretched. Bold. Who dares to be so presumptuous here? A sharp voice suddenly sounded under the pavilion, and Debeo was startled, and his chubby little fat was rippled. It was a eunuch, and judging from his aura, his rank was not low. The eunuch took 2 steps at a time and entered the pavilion. He saw a fat black kid, and his eyes widened. This is the courtyard where their king used to escape from the world and seek peace. Where did this kid come from? No matter what, the king has been troubled recently, and he happened to come here to be quiet. He must not let this little thing bump into the king. The eunuch reached out to grab Debeo. Debeo spread his feet and ran out. You're still running? I want to see where you run. The eunuch chased him. Debeo came to the steps. He had short legs and climbed down slowly. He suddenly hugged his little head, rolled up his body, and rolled down. The eunuch was dumbfounded. The next second, the eunuch saw something and knelt down with a plop. Debeo fell to the ground. But he didn't get up. So he bumped into something and couldn't roll anymore. He let go of his hands that were holding his head, and looked blankly at the giant that blocked him. It was a kind-looking grandfather. He didn't know that the eunuch who grabbed him had frightened the grandfather to his knees. He got up and hugged the other's thigh without thinking. There are bad guys. Grandpa. Help. Chapter 397 comes to visit. The accompanying eunuch was so shocked when he saw this scene that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Little Black Egg crawled through the grass and rolled on the steps. His head and body were covered with dust and grass debris. At first glance, he looked a little dirty. His face was buried in the hem of the king's clothes, so people couldn't see his appearance clearly. They just felt that this was a dirty baby who came out of nowhere. This was originally a temporary palace for the king to temporarily stay away from disputes. Every servant in it was strictly examined. It was true that they had families and children, but it was impossible for a dirty baby to bump into the king without knowing the rules. The eunuch kneeling in the pavilion was trembling with fear. It was he who failed to catch the child. If the monarch blamed him, he would be in big trouble. The monarch was not a kind monarch, not even benevolent and generous. His hard heart was obvious to all the ministers. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing as exiling the princess, who was still in her infancy? Concubine Yun was his woman after all. It was said that a husband and wife would be grateful for 100 days. But it was totally unacceptable to him. He said he would not see concubine Yun, and he would not want the child. For so many years, no matter concubine Yun made a fuss or the ministers persuaded him, he was still unmoved. Such a man was a bit chilling. Whether he was a monarch or a stranger, he was the most dangerous person here. But this little thing was not afraid of him, and hugged him tightly, just like a panicked little squirrel jumping into the wolf's mouth to avoid being chased by several big dogs. Is this child stupid? Or is this child daring? Everyone was worried about this little guy. Even if the king would not kill an ignorant child, his whole family would be ruined by this accident, and he would definitely be severely punished by his parents. The king's personal servant Wang Ini bravely stepped forward and tried to pull the child down. Debeo hummed angrily, hugged the king's thigh and turned around. Avoiding his wolf claws, Wang Ini tried to grab again. Debeo continued to hide. Wang Ini grabbed it again. No, he didn't dare to grab it. He didn't know what the child ate to grow up. He looked chubby, but his body was very agile. If he grabbed it again, he would steal peaches from the king. Sure enough, the king's face was very dark. Wang Ini quickly pulled back his hand that almost reached under the king's crotch, and retreated to the side tremblingly. But soon Wang Ini recovered. The little thing rubbed against the king's body just now, and the little black handprints even stained the king's robes. But the king didn't seem to be angry with him. This is really strange. The king has never liked other children except the queen's blood. The king looked down at the little guy who was hugging his thigh tightly, and the little guy also looked up at him. The little guy was a little darker, a lot darker, but his facial features were very delicate, with a pair of big black eyes, innocent and curious. After staring at each other for 2 seconds, the king found that he really didn't hate this child. "Aren't you afraid of me?" the king asked. Debeo blinked and shook his head. He really wasn't afraid. Not just a polite remark. The king was amused by this silly little guy. Debeo was of course not stupid. But he had seen a lot of people. The tiger-like Xiaoshenting, the dragon-like emperor of the great Zhou, and the grandma who always had a stern face. In comparison, the king's face, which was unkind in the eyes of ordinary people, looked a little kind in Debeo's eyes. The king didn't ask about the little guy's origin, but just looked at the pavilion and said, "Do you want to eat?" Debeo nodded and reached out to pull the king's sleeve. When the king realized that the little guy was looking for his hand, he decisively handed it over. As expected, the little guy held his hand. Everyone was stunned again. It's fine if you hug the king's thigh, but you dare to touch the king's dragon claw with your dirty little hands. Debeo pulled the king up the steps and into the pavilion. The eunuch who was kneeling there had retreated as soon as the king left. An old man and a child entered the pavilion. Debeo let go of the king's hand, patted a stone bench, and asked the king to sit down. The king was amused by his little master's appearance. He had always been a guest in other people's homes, but this was the first time he saw someone in someone else's home being the master. The king was not angry, but rather curious. What kind of parents would raise such a funny child? The king walked over and sat down. The bad guy who frightened him was gone. So Debeo was no longer afraid. He couldn't reach it even when he stood on tiptoe just now. But now, he suddenly got an idea after asking the guest to sit down. He first climbed onto the stool with his short legs, then stood up on the stool. And he really reached it. Debeo pushed all the plates of snacks and red fruits in front of the guests. Everyone almost dropped their jaws. Is it okay to treat the king with the king's things? Seeing that the king didn't move, Debeo directly took a red fruit and handed it to him. Slurp. Eat it. The king couldn't help laughing. Wang Yinisha roared in his heart. Let go of your dirty little hands. The king took the things handed over by the dirty little hand. But he didn't eat it in a hurry, but asked Wang Yinisha to fetch a basin of water. Wang Yinisha understood what the king meant, and hurriedly squatted down to wash the little guy's hands. But the little guy looked at him with a vigilant face. He was wearing the same clothes as the bad guy just now. The little guy picked up the basin by himself, walked over and put it in front of the king. Do you want me to wash you? The king asked with a smile. Debeo nodded. Wang Yinisha roared in his heart. Can you see that the king's smile is malicious? That's the smile of a poisonous snake when it sees its prey. You are in trouble. You are dead. Little thing. The king washed Debeo's little hands. The little hands were chubby, and there were a few baby fat dimples on the back of the hands. The king couldn't help pinching them. Wang Yinisha roared in his heart even louder. The king is going to chop off your hands. Hurry up and run. Okay. You can eat it. The king put the towel he had used to wipe the little guy's hands back into the basin, and handed him the red fruit that the little guy had just handed to him. Debeo pushed the red fruit to the king's mouth, motioning the king to eat it. Wang Yinisha no longer had the strength to roar, and just watched with a dark face. Very good. You are the first person in history who dares to let the king test poison for you. The king ate it with a smile. Debeo saw the guest eating, and then he picked up a red fruit and fed it into his mouth. I am such a polite and good baby. On the other side, Yuan found that Debeo was missing. First, Erbao and Xiaobao waited for Debeo behind the big tree, but they didn't see him. Then Zisu and the maid came and searched for a circle, but couldn't find him. No one thought that Debeo would go into such a thick bush. After all, Debeo is allergic to grass clippings. He crawled through it once, not long ago, and ended up having his head shaved. They thought he would never crawl through it again, until several people turned the house upside down and finally found the dog hole behind the bushes. The reason why the dog hole is called a dog hole is that it is not big enough to allow only a small dog to pass through. But this hole has been in disrepair for many years, and the bricks are loose, so it has become large enough for a chubby little black egg to crawl through. Yuan looked at the small handprints on the ground, and it was not difficult to guess that Debeo crawled through it. Yuan looked out and saw that it was not a street or an alley, but someone else's house. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to go to someone else's house than to end up on the street. She would go over to apologize to the family and take the child back. Before leaving, Yuan called Yu Gang and asked him about the neighbors. Do you know who lives in that mansion? Yu Gang shook his head. As for the families nearby, I know them all, but this family doesn't interact with others, and no one lives there all year round. It looks like an idle mansion. Yuan was very upset. No one lives there. Will Debeo be scared in there alone? After eating snacks and red fruits, Debeo, who would be scared, generously treated the guests to a meal of roasted lamb legs, chestnut roasted chicken, and braised pork belly presented by Wang in the Aishur. Whether the mansion has an owner or not, Yuan decided to go and take a look in person. Although the two houses are next to each other, the main doors are on different streets. Yuan walked around for half a quarter of an hour before finally finding the main door of the mansion next door. As expected, the vermilion door was closed, but the door and the front of the door were very clean, as if there were traces of cleaning recently. Yuan thought that the owner inside might have returned, which was perfect. She could ask to see the owner and bring her son back in a legitimate way. Yuan pulled the door knocker and knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened from the inside. Chapter 398 Recognize her. The person who opened the door was a eunuch dressed as a servant. The eunuch glanced at the person and saw that it was a young woman with a woman's bun, a quiet temperament, and outstanding appearance. His vigilance was lowered a little, and he asked her, "Madam, is there anything I can do for you?" The king concealed his identity, but because of this, people would treat him as an ordinary neighbor. It was not the first time someone came to the door, so the eunuch was not too surprised. Yuan said politely, "I am from the mansion next door. My son got into your mansion through a dog hole. I want to ask if you have seen a 2- or 3-year-old child. The mansion is so big. How can it hide anything?" As early as when Wang Ini Aishur went into the kitchen to find food for the little guy and the emperor, the little guest was exposed. Everyone was still wondering how the little guest got in. But it turned out that he got in through a dog hole. The little guest seemed to be quite loved by the monarch. So when Yuan said that she was his mother, the eunuch also became polite to her. The eunuch bowed and said, "Please wait a moment. I will report to my family, master." "Thank you." Yuan nodded. In theory, it is not impolite to invite people into the mansion. But after all, the person living inside is the monarch. Without the monarch's order, they dare not rashly lead the person in. So they can only let Yuan wait at the gate. Yuan was still worried that her son had offended others, and it was too late to apologize. So naturally, he would not care about these etiquettes. Yuan waited patiently at the door. The eunuch hurried to the pavilion to report to the king. The king had already changed the battlefield with the little guy and went to the orchard in the mansion. The pears and oranges in the orchard were ripe, exuding an attractive fruity fragrance. The king had passed by the orchard in the past, but had never entered. Debeo always thought that he was still in Hellion Mansion, so he thought it was his own orchard. He took the king's hand and walked into the yard, and ordered him to pick fruits in a very generous way. The king actually picked them. The king, who was the only one who could order others around, did not expect that one day he would be ordered around by a fat boy who came from nowhere. Wang Ini Aishur thought he was about to die. When the king came to his senses and realized what he had done, he would probably kill all of them who witnessed his great shame. Thinking of this, Wang Ini Aishur secretly ate a fruit that he dared not eat on ordinary days. He was about to die, and he was not allowed to eat a fruit? Eunuch Wang, the young eunuch guarding the gate, came to announce it. "What's the matter?" Wang Ini Aishur asked unhappily. The young eunuch was stunned. What happened to Wang Eunuch, who owed him money with smoke coming out of his head? "I'm asking you a question," Wang Ini Aishur said angrily before he died. The young eunuch regained consciousness and hurriedly told the little guest about the birth mother of the young guest. "Which family is she from?" Wang Ini Aishur asked. The young eunuch exclaimed, "I was so surprised just now that I forgot to ask." He didn't even know the other party's identity. Isn't this deliberately letting him die with regrets? Wang Ini Aishur was upset. He looked at the king, who was picking fruits like a fool. He estimated that if he went over to disturb the old man and made a fool of himself, he would probably be executed on the spot. Wang Ini Aishur waited for a while. Fortunately, Debeo was sleepy, yawned, and began to miss his mother. Debeo looked around, looking for his mother. Wang Ini Aishur took the opportunity to step forward and told the king about the little guy's biological mother. The king looked at the little guy, who was holding him with one hand and rubbing his eyes with the other. I don't know if it was Wang Ini Aishur's illusion, but I always felt that the king seemed to be a little reluctant to part with this little guy. If Wang Ini Aishur said, what was there to be reluctant about this little guy? Isn't it just that he looks prettier, has a more interesting temperament, a more lovely figure, doesn't cry, doesn't make trouble, and makes the king laugh at the same time, right? The king looked at the little guy and said, "Send him back." and see if he is really his mother. I understand. Wang Ini took the little black egg from the king's hand. Oh! The little palm is so soft. Wang Ini couldn't let go and pinched it. When he looked up, he saw that the king's face had darkened. So Wang Ini hurriedly changed to holding it with 2 fingers properly. He didn't even let me pinch it. The king was so stingy. Wang Ini led Debeo towards the gate, because he knew he was going to see his mother. Debeo didn't make a fuss and let Wang Ini lead him away obediently. The little guy who didn't want anyone just stuck to him just now followed someone else so easily. And the king was actually a little jealous. Wang Ini led the little guy all the way, and finally understood why he had fascinated the king. The little guy was really too obedient. Wasn't he? He was obviously half sleepy. His eyes were closed, and he pecked at rice with his head like a chicken while walking. But he didn't get angry. Wow! He suddenly likes this guy too. Wang Ini secretly thought. If it wasn't his biological mother who came, then he could keep him for a while. But as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, the little guy woke up instantly, broke free from his hand, and ran over. Debeo threw himself into Yuan's arms. Yuan picked up her son. Debeo hugged Yuan's neck with his little hands, and his little head leaned on Yuan's shoulder, rubbing against her dependently. The little guy went through the dog hole without saying a word. Yuan wanted to scold him, but he was so spoiled that her heart melted. Yuan kissed his little forehead. Do you miss your mother? Debeo nodded, and his little hand hugged tighter. This is undoubtedly a biological mother and son. Wang Ini felt a little disappointed. If for no other reason, he really had to send this guy away. But at the same time, he also wanted to see who the mother of the little guy was. His eyes fell on the other person's face. It would be fine if he didn't look at her. But when he looked at her, he felt a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Yuan saw that her son's hands were washed clean, and his belly was round. She knew that her son had accidentally entered someone's mansion. But he was not scolded, but was treated politely by the host. Yuan sincerely thanked Wang Ini and said that she lived in the mansion next door, and if there was anything in the future, he could come to her house. Her name was Yanwan. Whether Yanwan or not, Wang the eunuch didn't take it too seriously. He was wondering where he had seen this face before. Eunuch Wang. What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with the lady just now? You have been distracted since you saw her. The little eunuch guarding the door asked with concern. Wang the eunuch glared at him. Go away. Who is distracted? I am a eunuch. If this word gets out, will I still have face? But you are distracted. The little eunuch silently complained. Eunuch Wang went to report to the king. The kind-hearted old man, when he was with the little guy, had now turned back into the lonely man sitting high above. He sat in the pavilion expressionlessly, with the fruit he picked for the little guy on the table in front of him. Did you send it back? Asked the king. Said back? The little guy rushed over as soon as he saw his mother. As if he saw something? Wang Ini described vividly. The king imagined the scene and couldn't help laughing. The king loved to laugh, but people who knew him didn't like him to laugh, because when he laughed, there was no good. And the minister secretly nicknamed him Smiling Tiger. So does the Smiling Tiger also have times when he doesn't scheme against people when he laughs? Wang Ini didn't understand, and he didn't dare to ask. Just as he was thinking, a young eunuch came over in a hurry. Wang Ini and others who accompanied the king incognito were all wearing ordinary people's clothes. But this eunuch was wearing palace clothes, as if he had just come from the palace. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The eunuch knelt down and performed a salute. Wang Ini recognized him. He was not from the palace of the king and the queen, but from the one next to him. His surname was Zhang. Zhang Xiao. The eunuch said, Your Majesty, concubine Yun is not feeling well again. If she is not feeling well, she should go to the imperial physician. Why would she go to me? The king said. The king is different from the previous monarchs. He is hard-hearted and decisive, but he is not fond of showing off. He rarely calls himself I. When he calls himself I, it means he is going to turn against her. Zhang Xiao, the eunuch, said with a stiff upper lip, concubine Yun has refused to eat for 3 days. She said that if your Majesty does not see her, she will continue to fast. In the eyes of the world, concubine Yun voluntarily moved into the palace's shrine and worshipped the Gu god all day long. In fact, concubine Yun was locked up there by His Majesty. She made a scene every few days, and His Majesty was already fed up with her. when Wang Ini saw the king. As expected, the king didn't even raise his eyelids and said indifferently, "Go tell her that I won't see her. She can eat or not. And remind her that concubines who commit suicide will be implicated by their mother's family." Yes, Zhang Xiao Ini had guessed that the king would not be moved. But he was a servant, and if he didn't make this trip, concubine Yun would kill him. So Zhang Xiao Ini returned to the palace to report. The good mood of playing with the little guy for an afternoon was ruined by concubine Yun. The king was upset. She doesn't feel tired after decades of trouble? I said I would not recognize the child. What can she do if she makes trouble again? That child? The great princess? Wang Ini slapped his head. Oh, isn't that woman just now the same as the great princess back then? Chapter 399, The Doting Demon. Here he comes. This discovery almost made Wang Ini scream out on the spot. The training he had gained in the palace made him choke his throat. Speaking of which, Wang Ini had seen the great princess more than once. But why he didn't think of her at first sight was because the two meetings were too hasty. The first time was when the great princess was 3 or 4 years old. She came to the palace secretly with the ghost priest. He was not very old at that time. Only 7 or 8 years old. He saw the great princess wearing a mask and walking towards the king. The king didn't recognize who she was. He guessed that he was only interested in this child. Just like his interest in the little black egg today. The king reached out to hug her. But unexpectedly, the little princess rushed out and pushed the great princess to the ground. He knew it because he accidentally heard the conversation between the child and the priest. He kept this secret in his heart and didn't tell anyone. The second time he saw the great princess was to marry her off. She had grown up in the ghost tribe. It was called a wedding. But in fact, it was just to carry a small dowry to her to the tribe. After all, she had exchanged the holy object for Nanzhao. So this little face should be given. He only saw the great princess from a distance. But he remembered her for so many years after seeing her once. The great princess and the little princess were the same age. But the girl just now was only 17 or 18 years old. She looked very much like the great princess back then. But she could never be the great princess. But she looked so similar. Could she have some relationship with the great princess? Yen Wan. Wang Ini murmured the other person's name and looked at the mansion next door. If he remembered correctly, that direction seemed to be Helian Dongfu? What are you mumbling about? The king asked with a glance. Wang Ini came back to his senses, cleared his throat and said, "Nothing. It's the lady just now. She said her name is Yen Wan. She lives nearby." Wang Ini decided to check the origin of this Miss Yen Wan first, and then decide whether to tell the king. If she is an insignificant person, there is no need to tell her to offend the king. The king seemed to have little interest in a common woman. Finally, he looked at the red fruit on the table for Xiao Haiden and turned back to his room. On the other side, Yuan also took Xiao Haiden back to her room. Debao slept in Yuan's arms. Yuan planned to let him continue to sleep. But he woke up like a little rabbit when he was put on the bed. He opened his watery eyes and looked at Yuan without blinking. Yuan thought that it was good to wake up. "I didn't have the heart to punish you just now. Now I should settle the new and old accounts together. Of course, I can't just settle with this little guy." Bao and Xiaobao knew they had lost their brother. So one hid in the old lady's room and the other hid in Zhang's room. Yuan mercilessly pulled the two little guys out. Bao and Xiaobao hung their heads and followed their mother with sighs. The servants couldn't help laughing when they saw the two of them rushing to the execution ground. "Do you know you are wrong?" Yuan brought the two into the house and placed them side by side with Debao. The three of them nodded in unison, indicating that they knew. "What's wrong?" Yuan looked at Xiaobao, who had the most ideas. Hiding so that Debao couldn't find him was obviously his bad idea. Xiaobao pretended not to see it and stared at his toes. Bao said obediently, "I shouldn't run around. I shouldn't hide so that my brother can't find me." Little flatterer. Xiaobao secretly glared at Bao. Yuan touched Bao's head with relief. "Knowing your mistakes can improve you. Since Bao knows you're wrong, you can't make the same mistake again. Do you understand?" "I understand. Bao won't do it again," Bao said obediently. "What about Xiaobao? Do you know you're wrong?" Yuan's serious eyes fell on her youngest son's face. Xiaobao pouted and whispered, I know. You're not sincere. You're full of bad intentions." Yuan tapped his nose and poked his round belly, making Xiaobao laugh. Yuan lost her temper because of his laughter. Yuan wanted to scold Debao again, telling him not to go into the bushes or go to other people's homes casually. But before she could say anything, Zisu's voice came from outside the door. Madam, Brother Jiang and the others are back. Jiang Hai? Yuan took the children to their parents' room. The three little guys glanced at Yuan slyly. Yuan pinched their little faces and said, Don't be naughty. Face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. The three of them stood obediently by the wall, with their chubby little faces against the wall. Mother, I'll go first. They made a mistake and have to be punished. Yuan hurriedly explained and turned to leave Wutong Garden. As soon as he left, the three of them all rushed into Zhang's arms. Grandma! Grandma! Xiaobao acted so coquettishly that everyone melted. Yuan was worried that the little guys would cheat, and also worried that her mother would be soft-hearted. So she walked 2 steps and turned back. Jiang put the 3 little black eggs back on the wall in a second. Yuan looked at her 3 sons, who were facing the wall obediently, and nodded with satisfaction. At the critical moment, her mother was still quite reliable. Yuan went to Qixia Garden with peace of mind. The reliable mother took the 3 little black eggs back to her arms, asked if they were hurt, kissed the little babies. Oh. In Qixia Garden, Yuan saw Jiang Hai, Yugo and Qin Yan. The expressions of the 3 were a little strange. Yuan glanced at them. Where is Away? Yugo lowered his head. Qin Yan pressed his forehead helplessly. Jiang Hai was silent for a moment before he spoke. He didn't come back. Yuan's eyes moved. What does he mean he didn't come back? Did he stay in the Imperial Master's palace or did he go somewhere else? He couldn't be buried there. Yuan refused to accept such a result. Jiang Hai paused and said softly, He was captured and brought back to the Imperial Master's palace. Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as if he was not dead. But soon, she was shocked again. Captured? You were already out. And someone captured you back? That's right. Jiang Hai nodded, thinking of that scene. His brows tightened. Yuan only knew that Away was a master, but didn't know what level of master he was. He had been with Away for a few days, and it was not difficult to see that even if he and Qin Yan joined forces, they might not be Away's opponent. Because of this, they were able to come and go freely in the heavily guarded Imperial Master's palace. But he was captured. The moment Away was captured, he was dumbfounded. He thought that with Away's skills, he would never encounter an opponent again. But strictly speaking, Away was more than capable of escaping by himself. He led the group away to protect them, but was caught. Blame me, Jiang Hai said ashamedly. Qin Yan said coldly, Isn't it your fault? You came out at the beginning, but you wanted to go back, which forced Away to save you. That day, they did not encounter any ambush on the way, so if they had stopped that day, they could all return to the mansion safely. Qin Yan was not a person who complained about everything. Even when Yuan and Yin Qiuqiao gave up the red Ganoderma lucidum that everyone had finally obtained, he did not complain at all. This time, he was forced to vent all his anger on Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai knew he was in the wrong, and did not refute. Yuan looked at Qin Yan, and then at Jiang Hai. She didn't ask him what he was going back for. She just said, Did you see a disciple named Wan Feng in the National Master's Hall? Qin Yan nodded and spoke to Yuan in a much softer tone. Yes. Jiang Hai knows him. He let us out secretly. When Wan Feng accompanied the National Master to give her a thank-you gift, and stole her hair to verify whether she was pregnant with a holy object, Jiang Hai was there too. It's hard for Jiang Hai to still remember him. Yuan said, Is there a way to contact him? Qin Yan took out a small iron plate from his arms. Yes. He gave us a pair of plates, saying that if we take it to the back door, and say that we are from the silk and satin shop, someone will come to inform him. Yuan took the pair of plates. I will go to find him. Qin Yan grabbed her wrist. You can't go. Going there at this critical moment is tantamount to walking into a trap. No, Yuan said. I know my limits. After that, Yuan found Lao Chui and asked him to change her appearance. Then she changed into ordinary men's clothes, left the house alone, found a car shop, rented a carriage, and went to the National Master's Hall. She asked for the back door of the Imperial Master's Hall and handed the card to the guard. I'm from the silk shop, and I have something to ask Lord Wanfeng. When the guard heard Wanfeng's name, his expression became awe-inspiring. After checking the card to make sure it was correct, he immediately went to report to Wanfeng. Wanfeng came very quickly. Yuan had already changed into someone else's face. But her figure, and the card she presented made Wang Feng guess her identity. Wang Feng walked out openly, and said in a dignified manner in front of the guard, "What happened? Can't you deliver the clothes I ordered from you? How do you do things?" Yuan hurriedly apologized. "There was a small problem in the shop. I hope Lord Wang Feng will give me 2 days." As she said this, she was about to give Wang Feng a banknote. This action was not subtle, and the guard thought he was blind when he saw it. Yuan did it on purpose for him. Wang Feng coughed lightly, held Yuan's hand and said, "Go over there and talk." In the eyes of the guard, this meant that she was trying to accept a bribe. But she deliberately stayed away from him, because she didn't want him to find out. The guard naturally wouldn't report Wang Feng for such a small matter. Wang Feng took Yuan to a big tree, looked around, and whispered, "Princess consort, why are you here?" Yuan was not surprised that he could recognize her. After all, the cards only gave them a few people. From the figure, she could guess that it was her. Yuan looked at him and said, "A Wei was caught. Didn't it implicate you?" A Wei and the other 4 were released by him. Yuan was worried that A Wei's capture would expose the whereabouts of the 4 people, thus involving him in letting the 4 people out of the National Master's Hall. Yuan was worried about herself first, which made Wang Feng feel warm. He blinked his eyes that seemed to speak, smiled and said, "I'm fine. I was very careful. No one found out that I let the person go." "That's good." Yuan's expression eased a little. "I was really afraid that we would implicate you. I was very careful." Wang Feng's eyes sparkled like a flickering gem. "Thinking of something," he said seriously. "Besides, that young man was very stubborn and didn't say anything." "A Wei," Yuan said. "His name is A Wei," Wang Feng said. "Those people asked for a long time, but they didn't even get his name." Yuan said again, "How is he? I heard that he was captured by several powerful masters." "Are they masters from the National Master's Hall?" "No." Wang Feng shook his head. "We don't have such powerful masters in the National Master's Hall. They are from the Ladies' Mansion." "Ladies' Mansion?" Yuan paused thoughtfully. "The last time Jiang Hai and Qing Yin broke into the Ladies' Mansion, I didn't hear that there was a master more powerful than A Wei. Did they miss it?" Wang Feng hurriedly said, "It's not that they missed it. They were not there at that time. They just came back today, and Jiang Hai and others happened to meet him." Yuan looked at Wang Feng without knowing what was going on. Wang Feng explained, "The most powerful guard in the Ladies' Mansion is not in the Ladies' Mansion, but by the side of the little prince. The little prince is out studying. I thought he would come back for the lady's birthday banquet, but I heard that he had a problem halfway and delayed his trip." Yuan's eyes moved. "Is the little prince you are talking about the child of the prince consort and the lady? Have you heard of him?" Wang Feng was surprised. Yuan thought, "I have not only heard of him, but I have also asked about him more than once. After all, he is Yan Jiuqiu's half-brother, and she also wants to know what kind of person he is." "Nandongli," Wang Feng said. Yuan looked up. "His name," Wang Feng said. "Nandongli." Why did she feel that this name was familiar? Chapter 400 The Man from the Past. In the Ladies' Mansion, 2 carriages stopped outside the main gate of the mansion one after the other. The first carriage was luxurious and exquisite, while the second carriage looked inconspicuous but very spacious. But it was dark in color, and faintly exuded a fearful atmosphere. "Is it my brother who is back?" As soon as the carriage stopped, the little princess, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over like a young swallow. The curtain of the carriage was gently opened by a slender jade-like hand, and then a figure as clear and elegant as moonlight slowly walked down the carriage. The guards on the side lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look at the appearance of this proud child of heaven. Everyone calls the courtesan Dong Xianer the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital, but they don't know that the one who really ranks first on the Nanzhao beauty list is the charming young man of the Ladies' Mansion. He has a stunning appearance, as beautiful as a peach, but he has a refined and elegant temperament. Wherever he goes, the whole city loses its luster. Even his sister, who grew up with him, is always amazed by her brother. "Brother!" The little princess rushed into his arms. Nandongli stretched out his slender and powerful arms, gently wrapped his sister around him, stroked her forehead with his cold palm, and said softly in a voice as gentle as jade, "I haven't seen you for 2 years. Sheer has grown taller again." The little princess looked at her brother's face and said, "Brother has grown taller too." In the past, she could touch her brother's chin with her head, but now she can't reach it. Nandonli smiled slightly. Are you alright at home? No. Not at all. The little princess stamped her feet. Nandonli looked at his sister lovingly. What's wrong? The little princess said angrily. Nothing is wrong. Nandonli lifted his sister up from his arms, brushed the hair off her cheek, and said meaningfully, Brother is back. Everything that is not good will slowly get better. Yeah. The little princess hugged her brother's arm. She glanced at the second carriage inadvertently, walked over and said, What's in here? Is it a gift from brother? A strong murderous aura surged out. Nandonli grabbed his sister's wrist. Here is the gift from brother. The little princess was called back and looked at the small box that Nandonli had taken out of nowhere. She happily took it and said after opening it, It's a jade pendant. Nandonli said lovingly, Hans won you. There is only one in the world. The little princess couldn't put it down and started playing with it. Nandonli looked at the carriage that was almost hit by the little princess without leaving a trace, and then looked at the guards, who were frightened by the murderous aura just now and had blood on their mouths. He pulled his sister's hand and entered the mansion expressionlessly. The brother and sister went to the courtyard of the female monarch. The prince had rested, and the female monarch sat at the desk to handle government affairs. Although she was punished with house arrest, she was still the only female monarch in Nanzhao Kingdom. Many memorials would still be sent to her, and she would present them to the king only after she had reviewed them. Your Highness, the prince has returned home, the maid outside the door reported. The lady stopped writing and looked towards the door. Mother! The little princess couldn't wait to pull her brother in. Seeing her son after 2 years, the lady showed a happy smile. Nandonli walked forward, lifted his skirt, and was about to kneel. The lady hurriedly supported him. Get up. Is it hard on this journey? Nandonli looked at his mother and said, I am guilty of not being able to come back in time. The lady smiled. It's not that you deliberately delayed the time. What's the crime? I'm relieved that you can come back safely. As she said that, the lady looked at the little princess beside her. Didn't she prepare a welcoming gift for her brother? Why don't you go and get it? This means that she is going to get rid of her. How could the little princess hear that? She remembered the gift she left in her room, patted her head, and went to get it without saying anything. However, this time, she estimated that she would have to look for a long time. Long enough for the mother and son to reminisce about the past. All of you leave, the lady ordered in a deep voice. Yes. The maids withdrew respectfully. When there was no one else in the room, the lady took off her aloof and arrogant look and showed a tired face. She walked to the window, supported the table with one hand, and pressed her sore eyebrows with the other hand. Have you heard about what happened in the mansion? Nandonli said distressedly. Mother has suffered. Father, the lady sighed and said, he is fine for the time being. The dosage of medicine in the past 2 days is a bit heavy, and he rested early. You can go to pay your respects to him tomorrow. Okay, Nandonli said. The lady turned around and sat down on the chair beside the table. Nandonli also sat down and looked at the lady quietly. The female monarch said with a complicated expression, It's okay for me to suffer a little. But your grandfather knew about the holy object. He suspected that the holy object never recognized me as the master. But I denied it flatly, and he had no evidence. So he took it seriously and let it go lightly. Nandonli comforted. After all, Mother is Grandpa's biological daughter. No matter how suspicious and angry Grandpa is, he will always stand on Mother's side. The female monarch said earnestly, I understand this truth. But being a disappointing daughter is naturally not as good as being a daughter that makes Father proud. I shoulder the fate of Nanzhao. If I go wrong, it will not only chill my father's heart, but also the people of the dawn of the world. Nandonli said firmly, Mother is a person destined by heaven, and she will definitely continue the fate of Nanzhao. The female monarch waved her hand. Let's not talk about this. Your grandfather will find the holy object, so I don't have to worry too much. But you? Did you gain anything from your trip to the ghost clan? Nandonli smiled faintly. The ghost tribe is really hard to find. It took me more than a year even with the map my mother gave me. But God will not let those who work hard find me. Mother! Guess what I learned from the ghost tribe? The female king cried out. Your mother is very tired. So don't beat around the bush with me. The great princess is missing. Nandonli said. What? The female king was stunned. Nandonli smiled faintly and said, to be precise, it was the great princess who ran away from her marriage. Run away from her marriage? Whose marriage? The great princess's wedding was 18 years ago. The Lady King had a deep-rooted belief that she had already been married. So when she first heard that she had run away from her marriage, she was quite stunned. Nangongli snorted. Of course, it's the Ghost King's marriage. The news of the Ghost Clan is so tightly blocked. If any princess in Nanjiao escapes from marriage, it will be known to the world within a day. But the Ghost Clan has kept it secret for so many years. Even though there have been rumors in the martial arts world, there is still no evidence. The queen was puzzled and said, why did she escape from marriage? Didn't she want to be the queen of the Ghost Clan? She is so unlucky that she can get married. And she is also learning to escape from marriage. Where did she go after escaping from marriage? And the Ghost Clan lost her bride, but didn't come to Nanjiao to ask for her? If the Ghost King puts pressure on Nanjiao and asks Nanjiao to send troops to arrest her, wouldn't it be much faster than him finding her himself? Nangongli said. The Ghost Clan disdains to interact with foreign tribes. Losing the queen is their own business. If they want to find her, they should find her themselves. It is not the turn of foreign tribes to intervene. Humph. Stubborn and self-willed, the queen said disdainfully. Nangongli smiled and didn't comment. Then, where did the great princess escape to? The lady asked again. She escaped to the Great Zhou, Nangongli said. The lady asked, how do you know she went to the Great Zhou? Nangongli looked at the endless night and said, because I have seen her daughter. After saying goodbye to Wan Feng, Yuan got on the carriage back to the car dealership. Nangongli. Nangongli. Along the way, Yuan repeatedly chewed on this name. It made her feel familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it. Sir, the car dealership has arrived. The voice of the coachman came from outside the curtain. Yuan regained consciousness and realized that they had stayed outside the car dealership for a long time. The coachman couldn't wait to remind her. Yuan said, lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. How much? 600 coins. Just give it to the shopkeeper, the driver said. Yuan entered the lobby of the car dealership, found the shopkeeper, and took out 1 or 2 taels of silver to give him. Please wait a moment. The shopkeeper gave her the change. While Yuan was waiting, there was a commotion outside the door. This is the calligraphy of the young prince. Worth 100 taels. It's more than enough to pay for the carriage. You dare to call a carriage without money? Do you think our car dealership is just for fun? Sir, your silver. The shopkeeper gave Yuan the change. Yuan took the silver, looked outside the door and said, what happened over there? Ah, the shopkeeper said with a look of disgust. A country trader rented our carriage, but he didn't have the money to pay for it. He took a piece of paper and lied that it was the calligraphy of the young prince, and wanted to use it to pay for the carriage. Humph. Do you think we are stupid? Which young prince? The one from the lady's mansion? Yuan asked. That's right, the shopkeeper said. How much silver does he need? 1 tael. Yuan gave the shopkeeper 1 or 2 taels. I want that calligraphy. The shopkeeper wanted to say, young master, please don't be fooled. The calligraphy of the young prince will not fall into the hands of a peddler so easily. But he held back the words when they came to his lips. If the young master didn't get fooled, it would be their car business that would lose money. Yuan took the calligraphy and walked away. The peddler puffed up his chest and said, I thought there were still people who knew the goods. That is really the calligraphy of the young prince. The young prince ate tea at my house. He didn't bring any silver. He gave me a calligraphy. Then the peddler shouted something else. But Yuan didn't hear it clearly. She found a place where no one was, and spread out the calligraphy. The handwriting was so familiar that she suspected that she had read it wrong. She took off the hairpin on her head and wrote a line of words on the ground, which was exactly the same as the handwriting on the calligraphy. Her handwriting was taught by this person. Chapter 401 Brothers Meet. Although Yuan has no memory of the past 10 years, she has been in Lotus Village for a long time, and can learn a lot of information even if she doesn't ask deliberately. For example, she was illiterate before, but she learned it after she returned from the disappearance. So she guessed that it was probably because she had some adventures in the year of disappearance. And Su Xiao had threatened her before. Didn't he want to know who she was with in the first few months of her pregnancy? Could it be the little prince of the female monarch's mansion? Yuan looked at the calligraphy that she bought for 1 or 2 silver coins, and then looked at the words she wrote on the ground, and felt that there was nothing more hacked up in the world than this. Yuan returned to Helion Mansion with a depressed heart, thinking about how to explain the matter to Yin Jiuqiao. But when he entered the door, he found that Yin Jiuqiu was not there. And even the servants didn't know where he went. The eldest young master wants to be alone and doesn't let us follow, Zissou said ashamedly. So the son's frequent disappearance was indeed inherited from their biological father. Yuan felt guilty for punishing the 3 little black eggs to face the wall and reflect on their mistakes. She should have punished the black egg's father first. The mother and son had been separated for too long, and they had endless things to say to each other. Even though the little princess had gone through so much trouble to find a gift for her brother, they had not finished talking about their affairs. The 3 of them had dinner together. Nan Dongli sent her reluctant sister back to her boudoir, and then returned to her mother. It was late, but the lady was still dressed neatly. Not even a pearl hairpin was messy. She sat on the armchair and signaled the maids to leave. Then she said to Nan Dongli, "I guess you had something else to say. By chance? I also remembered something and almost forgot to tell you just now." "What is it, mother?" Nan Dongli walked into the house slowly, not forgetting to close the door. The lady frowned and said, "I saw the child back then. I'm not sure if it's just a person with a similar appearance or if it's him. He looks like your father, so much." Speaking of this, the lady sighed helplessly, not knowing whether it was envy or something else. Nan Dongli calmly sat down on a chair next to his mother, across the table. "Really?" he murmured. "He is his father's son. But he just doesn't look like his father." The lady pressed her brows and said with a headache, "He is the newly recognized eldest young master of the Helian family. But I always feel that he doesn't look like him. I sent people to Yinqing to inquire about his whereabouts, but the 2 of them suddenly disappeared." "Dead," Nan Dongli said lightly. The lady paused. "Dead? How could it be? One of them is a supreme scout, and the other is a golden-faced warrior. I received their pigeon messages when I left West City. Once we left West City, we were close to the Great Zhou. Could it be that there are masters in the Great Zhou who are more powerful than them?" The lady was very skeptical about this. Nan Dongli looked at the candlestick opposite and said, "There are always masters beyond our imagination. No one knows a child better than his mother." When she heard what he said, the lady turned slightly to the side. "Did Lear have any adventures in the past 2 years?" Nan Dongli chuckled. "It's not a fortuitous encounter. But I did get a master. I will introduce him to my mother later when the time is right. She is a queen, and she has always been the only one waiting for others." If someone else had said this, they would have been charged with disrespect. But Nan Dongli is her son, and she has to give him face. "Okay. Mother will wait for Lear's arrangement," she said. "By the way, what does Lear want to tell mother?" Nan Dongli said, "I caught an assassin outside the National Master's Hall. I think this person may be related to the case of the holy object. I will interrogate him in person later, and try to find the whereabouts of the holy object as soon as possible." The queen said, "You are tired on the road. Go tomorrow. But the person has been caught and can't run away for a while. So it doesn't matter if you spend 1 night?" Nan Dongli smiled lightly and said, "Son is not tired. Mother will go to rest first, and wait for good news from son later." "You kid." The queen touched her son's face lovingly, and let her son go with a helpless look. After Nan Dongli left the queen's yard, he did not leave the house in a hurry, but came to a secluded courtyard. There was a black carriage parked outside the yard, and the person in the carriage was gone. The guard on duty saw Nan Dongli and hurried forward. Bowing respectfully, "Prince? Is he okay?" Nan Dongli asked. The guard said, "Yes, Prince." Nan Dongli said, "Don't let anyone disturb him, and don't let him disturb others." The guard hesitated. The first request sounded simple, but the second one was a bit difficult. However, the master had an order, so he had to obey. And he had to respond, "Yes, Prince." Nan Dongli stayed there for a while before leaving the house with a few assassins. The carriage went all the way to the National Master's Hall. Unlike the Loki's son-in-law, Nan Dongli never rejected the convenience brought by his status. He was the eldest grandson of the Nantao Emperor, and would be the monarch of this land in the future. So what difference would it make if he accepted the people's respect and worship earlier or later? He did not let the driver take the side road, but rode the carriage of the lady's mansion through the most prosperous and lively streets of the imperial capital. The night view of the imperial capital is charming. In the past, his carriage was always easily recognized by the people when it was driving on the street. He would respond politely that this was the etiquette of the royal family, and also his rest as the eldest grandson of the emperor. However, things seemed a little different tonight. The street was deserted, and the pedestrians didn't know where they ran. Suddenly, there was a gasp of exclamation from the other end of the alley on the right, followed by a commotion. Nandonli lifted the curtain. Go and see what happened. Yes. The driver stopped the carriage on the side of the road and went through the alley to where the crowd was. After a while, the driver came back and reported strangely, there are too many people. I didn't see clearly. I just heard that someone was going to jump into the river. Who jumped into the river to attract the people of the whole street? Nandonli asked himself if he might be so attractive. And he couldn't help but feel a little curious. He got off the carriage and, escorted by the assassins, walked through the alley to the crowded crowd. Behind the alley is a riverside street. Usually, the flow of people is on the main street, and there are not many people on this riverside path. Today, it is almost blocked. No one should be hurt, Nandonli said. The death warrior received the order, lightened his strength, slowly squeezed through the crowd, and escorted Nandonli to the front row. As a result, he saw a man in a white robe, facing the crowd sideways, standing on a wooden arch bridge across the river, like a white moonlight isolated from the world. Nandonli seemed to understand why all the people were attracted to him. They did not come to see him jump into the river, but simply to see him. It is far from enough to say that he is a man like Jade on the street, a young man unparalleled in the world. This person should only exist in heaven. Whispers rang out in the crowd. Who is that? Is it the young prince? With such a beautiful appearance. Who else could it be except the young prince of the female monarch's mansion, who was rumored to have pushed Dong Xianer off the top spot? But Nandonli knew that it was not him. Nandonli's eyes fell on the other person's face without blinking. Although there was only a side profile, it was still enough for him to recognize something. This was a side profile that was almost exactly the same as the son-in-law's. I really didn't expect that my mother had just mentioned him to me, and I turned around and ran into him. Is this considered a great fate? Is this the person who caused my father to be stimulated? Young prince. A dead soldier felt the murderous intent in the master's eyes. It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. It doesn't matter whether he is the young master of Yanqing or not. Anyway, my father can't see him again. There is no more effective way than to let him die in the river. Didn't he want to commit suicide? I will help him. Nandonli winked at the assassin hidden beside him. The assassin understood and quietly retreated from the crowd. After a moment, a scream rang out from the back of the crowd. Murder! Murder! The murderer is running away. Everyone was shocked, and the crowded crowd dispersed in an instant. A masked assassin drove the crowd away with a knife, and the other two assassins walked towards Yan Jiuqiao coldly. Yan Jiuqiao's interest in watching fish was interrupted, and he frowned his handsome little eyebrows unhappily. The assassin could feel his breath, but he was just an ordinary person without any internal strength. As top-level golden-faced assassins, it was easy for them to push such a person to attack. The two of them walked towards Yan Jiuqiao with broad axe. Oh! It's so annoying. Yan Jiuqiao waved the 1,000 machine box in his hand. The 1,000 machine box came out and killed the enemy with blood. Yan Jiuqiao doesn't like killing people. At least, he doesn't like killing people himself. The smell of blood makes him feel sick. But there is no other way. If he doesn't kill them, will he be killed by them? Just as Yan Jiuqiao was about to pull the trigger, a sturdy figure fell from the sky. He landed beside Yan Jiuqiao, gently pressed Yan Jiuqiao's wrist, and said in an almost gentle tone, "Leave the killing to me." Yan Jiuqiao looked at Ing Shursan, who appeared out of thin air. "You're back." "Yes, I'm back." Ing Shursan drew out his sword, blocked Yan Jiuqiao behind him, looked at the death warrior in front of him with cold eyes, and said softly, "Young master, find a place to sit down. It will be fine in a while." Yan Jiuqiao walked to the steps calmly and sat down against the pillar. The two sides fought fiercely. As early as half a year ago, Ing Shursan and several silver-faced death warriors were almost defeated. But after not seeing each other for several months, Ing Shursan's skills soared to an astonishing level. The death warriors were very surprised. The opponent was just a half-death warrior, which was just a defective product in the death warrior camp. However, this defective product beat them without any resistance. After a cup of tea, the death warrior, who was supposed to push Yan Jiuqiao into the water, was kicked into the river by Ing Shursan with a stabbing heart. Not far away, Nandonli, who witnessed this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly. Ing Shursan wiped the blood off the sword and walked to Yan Jiuqiao's side only when he could no longer smell the blood. Yan Jiuqiao was tired and fell asleep leaning against the pillar. Ing Shursen didn't wake him up, but bent down and gently picked him up. Chapter 402, Shursen Strikes. Xia Hedan strikes. Ing Shursen holds his young master, performs qigong, taps his toes lightly, and flies to the eaves. The night wind in October is cool, and Ing Shursen uses his inner strength to blow away the night wind. His movements are very light, and the person in his arms breathes evenly. Yuan walked around the streets and alleys to search for a long time, looking for the places where Yin Jiuqiao usually walked. But she didn't expect Yin Jiuqiao to run to the river to see a few fish. She decided to go back to the mansion to call Qin Yin and Jian Hai. But as soon as she entered the yard, a maid came to report that the young master was back. Back? Yuan entered the house, and the first thing she saw was not Yin Jiuqiao lying in the curtain, but Ing Shursen guarding the bedside. Yuan was shocked. Ing Shursen saw Yuan, turned around and saluted. Shursen greets the crown prince's consort. Ah! Even the voices were synchronized. It seemed that she was not dazzled. Yuan nodded blankly, then lifted the curtain and looked at Yin Jiuqiao, who was sleeping soundly. And her heart, which had been raised to her throat, fell back to reality. Don't run around anymore. Understand? Yuan whispered softly and tucked the corner of the quilt for Yin Jiuqiao. Ing Shursen said, I will find the young master, so it doesn't matter if you run around. Yuan, is it really good for you to spoil your young master like this? Where did you meet Yin Jiuqiao? Yuan asked. On a bridge. The young master was watching fish, and someone was chasing the young master. Ing Shursen replied. Yuan frowned slightly. Wait, you said Yin Jiuqiao had someone chasing him? Ing Shursen said, there were 2 assassins, and their master should be nearby. I was anxious to bring the young master back, so I didn't follow him. It's right not to follow him. Yin Jiuqiao's safety is the most important. As for the murderer, they can find him again if he runs away. Besides, if they fail once, the other party will always come a second time, whether they look for him or not. He may come to their door. What Yuan couldn't figure out was that the West Mansion had already been defeated. Who would have the courage to kill Yin Jiuqiao? Is it someone from the Lady Lord's mansion? Yin Jiuqiao only blocked the way between the West Mansion and the Lady Lord's mansion in Nanzhao. If the West Mansion was excluded, only the Lady Lord's mansion would be left. Yuan had a vague intuition that the murderer was beside them, and perhaps she would see him with her own eyes soon. Yuan decided not to think about the murderer for now. By the way, I haven't asked you how your journey went. How did you know we were here? Where's Ing Lu? To be honest, the original plan was disrupted after entering Nanzhao, and even the contact with Ing Shursen and Ing Lu was impossible. She was still wondering whether the two had not been heard from for so long because they didn't find what Grandma wanted, or they simply couldn't find their traces. Ing Shursen answered one by one. The mission went smoothly. The worry-free grass and sulfur stone were obtained. Ing Lu was cleaning the house. We met in the West City, and then we heard about you. Ing Lu was a scout after all, and he was always better than ordinary people at finding out information. What about you? Are you injured? Yuan asked. Ing Shursen said, just a minor injury, and it has healed on the way here. Yuan was relieved that the things were in hand, and the two were safe and sound. Thinking of something, Yuan said, have you and Ing Lu met Grandma and the others? Ing Shursen said, no. We only met the master and the lady. The master and the lady he mentioned were Yu Shaoqing and Jiang. A strange man came to the door with Yin Jiuqiao, and the servants naturally had to report it. In the past, such things were reported to Helian Baiming, but Helian Baiming wanted Yu Shaoqing to inherit the family business. So many things were pushed to him quietly. When Yu Shaoqing went out of the house, didn't he recognize Ing Shursen? Yuan paused, then, the identities of my father and Yin Jiuqiao. Ing Shursen nodded. The master told me that he is the biological brother of the Nanzhao God General. Yuan curled her lips, not caring in front of them, turned around and admitted it to Ing Shursen very straightforwardly. Ing Shursen continued, the master also said that the old lady is crazy and recognized the young master as her grandson, so we should not let it slip. Yuan's little mouth was about to curl up to the sky. She said she didn't recognize this mother, so why was she so worried about her? It's very unexpected, Ing Shursen said, but I think this is not a bad thing for the young master. The young master grew up alone, even when the queen mother was alive. She wanted to love him, but couldn't do it. The appearance of the old lady and the entire Helian Chanfang doubled the love that the young master lacked. Ing Shursan's eyes sparkled. I just saw the old lady. And she really loves the young master. At her age, she came to the room with a cane to see her little grandson. I'm very happy for the young master, Ing Shursan said. And the anger between his eyebrows seemed to dissipate in the memories. Yuan could see that he was in a good mood. The kind of good she had never seen before. Yuan couldn't help but curl her lips. I think it's good too. It's just that the prince's wife is wronged, Ing Shursan said. When the old lady came to visit the young master just now, she pulled him and whispered that she had a very ugly granddaughter-in-law. Yuan talked to Ing Shursan for a while, and Ing Lu came over. At the beginning, Grandma asked the two to find 2 medicinal herbs, namely the worry-free grass in the extremely cold land, and the sulfur stone in the extremely hot peak. Ing Shursan went to the extremely cold land, while Ing Lu went to the extremely hot peak. The extremely hot peak is in a crater, and you have to cross an endless desert. Although Ing Lu came back intact, he was tanned from a handsome young man as white as jade to a dark-skinned man. Yuan almost didn't recognize him at first sight. And I don't know if it was Yuan's illusion. Ing Lu seemed to have grown taller, but he was still not as tall as Ing Shursan. Yuan led the two to Qixia Garden. Grandma, Ing Shursan and Ing Lu are back. Yuan stepped into the old man's house. Jiang Hai, Qing Yan, and Yugo were also there. They were discussing how to rescue a Wei. When they heard Yuan's voice, they all looked up. When they saw the fair-skinned Ing Shursan and the dark-skinned Ing Lu, Qing Yan blurted out, "The black and white devils." Ing Lu's face darkened. How could he be dark? He had just compared himself with a few little guys. It was obviously the 3 of them who were darker. He was considered white. Oh! If I had known earlier, I would have let Ing Shursan find the sulfur stone, and he would have gone to pick the forgive-me-not grass. I regretted now. His peerless beauty. The young master chose him to be a secret guard because he was good-looking. Now he is not good-looking, and the young master will definitely dislike him when he wakes up. Ing Lu was very upset. The two entered the house and placed the worry-free grass and sulfur stone on the table in front of the old man. The old man's expression was a bit hard to describe. He just pinched them casually at first, but he didn't expect that there are really these 2 things in the world. Well, you did a good job. The old man accepted the sulfur stone and forgive-me-not grass without changing his expression, and then immediately changed the subject. Okay. Next we should discuss rescuing a Wei. Grandma became a ghost priest with such a perfect and watertight deception ability. After being told by Grandma, everyone instantly forgot to ask what effect the forgive-me-not grass and sulfur stone had on Yin Jiuchao's poison, and only felt that rescuing a Wei was urgent. After a Wei was captured and brought back to the National Master's Hall, he must have been locked up here. Jiang Hai took out a map of the National Master's Hall and pointed to a building in the center. Qingyan said, "You are really amazing. You have only been practicing for a few days, and you can draw the National Master Hall." Qingyan rarely praised him. But Jiang Hai said, "The map was given by Wang Feng." I shouldn't be so mean, Qingyan. It was also the time when Ing Shursan and Ing Lu didn't catch up with the relaxation. It was just when a Wei was captured and brought back to the National Master Hall. No matter how much they talked about the past, they had to wait until a Wei was rescued safely. The one who captured a Wei was not an ordinary master. Jiang Hai recalled the scene at that time. The man was not close at that time. It seemed that he was sitting in a carriage, but he exuded an aura that was difficult to resist. Their bodies seemed to be fixed, and the whole person became extremely manic. If a Wei hadn't used his internal force to push them out in time, Jiang Hai almost doubted whether they would die on the spot. Maybe we will meet him this time too, Qingyan said with lingering fear. Ing Shursan's eyes shone and he said, "Leave this man to me." After discussing countermeasures, the group returned to their rooms and changed into night clothes. The carriage belonged to Ing Shursan and Ing Lu. There was no mark related to the Hellion family. If they were caught, they could also sever their ties with the Hellion family. However, while the group was changing clothes, 3 little black eggs came out, holding half-drunk little bottles in their hands. The 3 of them sucked milk and climbed into the carriage. Chapter 403. Wudong Garden is as big as an independent house. Originally, according to the old lady's idea, Ing Shursan and Ing Lu were the personal guards of Xie Hui's son, so they should live in Wudong Garden. However, it was not convenient to do things secretly, so the two moved to Qixia Garden on the grounds that it was inconvenient for the male stranger to live in the same courtyard with the master. In Qixia Garden, the two and Jiang Hai changed into night clothes. while Qing Yan and Yugo changed into the clothes of two ordinary servants. Earlier, they could sneak into the National Master's Hall. But now that Wei has been arrested, the guards of the National Master's Hall will inevitably become more strict, and it is unlikely to sneak in secretly, so they can only sneak in openly. Have you brought everything? Qing Yan reminded. Jiang Hai nodded, and he looked at Yugo and Ing San. Ing San said, I don't have anything to bring. He is a killer, and besides a sword, it is his life. Ing Lu, who was not allowed to go with them, murmured sadly, really? I don't need to go? I'm very powerful. You stay and protect the young master, Ing San said. Ing Lu took out a peachwood mirror he carried with him and looked at himself. Okay. I heard that moonlight can also tan people. Ing San. Everyone. It is customary to leave Ing Lu behind. Originally, when they were in the Great Zhou dynasty, if the two of them were not in a hurry, they would stagger their tasks and at least leave one of them to protect the young master. Ing San really didn't think so much. Even if Ing Lu gets dark, he is still cute. The cute Ing Lu stared at the absolutely dark beauty in the mirror, waving at the few people. You go. Go quickly and come back soon. The few people left Qixia Garden and got on the carriage parked at the door. This carriage was a one-horse carriage purchased by Ing Lu and Ying Shisen after they met in Xiqing. It was a top-quality 1,000-mile horse. Tonight, in order to carry more weight, they added an equally top-quality horse. Several grown men put the silk and ready-made clothes bought by Yuan into the carriage. The carriage was pitch black, and Xiao Haiden was also pitch black. If he didn't open his eyes, he would blend into the night. Qing Yan and Yuego sat on the outer seats, and Jiang Hai and Ying Shisen hung themselves under the carriage. But I don't know if it was Qing Yan's illusion. The horse seemed to be a little strenuous. Are these masters who can do Qigong really so heavy? In the carriage, the three little black eggs blinked cutely. The carriage drove to the back door of the National Master's Hall at the speed it could. Who is it? A guard came forward vigilantly. Qing Yan took out a pair of cards from his bosom and said politely, from the silk shop. We delivered the fabrics and clothes that Lord Wafeng wanted overnight. The guard looked at the pair of cards, and then used the scabbard to pry open the curtain to look at the fabrics inside. He called his companion suspiciously. Go and report to Lord Wafeng that someone from the silk shop is here. The companion nodded and left. It's no wonder that they are so vigilant. In fact, the National Master's Hall just caught a thief. If someone unknown were allowed to sneak in at this time, then these guards really don't have to continue working. The companion came with Wafeng. The guard bowed to Wafeng. Lord Wafeng. Wafeng was young, but his status was not low. He looked at the people in the carriage and said, It's what I want. Why? Do I have to come and get it myself? The guard said respectfully, That's not what I meant. The Imperial Master has ordered that the whole palace is under martial law. I am doing this for the safety of the Imperial Master's palace. Wafeng waved his hand. Okay. Let them take it in. Yes. The guard made way. Qing Yan drove the carriage into the Imperial Master's palace. Ing San and Jiang Hai restrained their breath throughout the whole process, and no one noticed their presence. Of course, it was also because of Wafeng that the guards did not thoroughly check the carriage. Otherwise, no matter how much they restrained their breath, they would always see it if they went under the carriage. Wafeng had his own courtyard in the Imperial Master's palace. He took the carriage there. He guessed that the people from the silk shop were them, so he had already sent out the servants in the courtyard before he went to the back door to pick them up. No one. Come out, Wafeng said. Ing San and Jiang Hai came out from under the carriage. Wafeng thought that there was only Jiang Hai, but he was stunned when he saw Ing San. Half-dead soldier? I don't know if he was surprised by their extra companion, or if this companion was actually a half-dead soldier. Dead soldiers cannot be called a complete person. They are just a tool for killing. When a tool becomes a defective product, the only fate waiting for them is to be destroyed or discarded. Ing San was indeed thrown into the mass grave that year, and the 17th and 18th half-dead soldiers were also thrown away with him. They were poured with kerosene, and the only sound of their bodies being burned was left when the fire went down. Ing San was the only one who escaped, but the poison took effect soon after he escaped. He lay on the side of the road waiting to die. At this time, Yin Jiocha passed by him. Yin Jiocha squatted down and asked him, Can you fight? Yes, he said. Are you afraid of killing people? No, he said. He was picked up by Yin Jiochao, who ordered people to cure his poison pill. And then he naturally became Yin Jiuchao's secret guard. Although they were both dead soldiers from the Death Soldier camp, Ing Lu was much luckier than Ing Shersan. Ing Lu was originally trained as a scout, and he didn't suffer much. Nor did he swallow the poison pill. He came out to do a mission, but he got lost and couldn't go back. He sat on the side of the road crying with a money jar in his arms. That was the first time Ing Shersan saw a dead soldier crying. That look was so stupid. To be honest, Ing Lu is a real death warrior, and his background is higher than Ing Shersan. But Ing Lu does not look like a death warrior. There is no murderous intent in his eyes, and his heart is clean. After Ing Shersan got off the carriage, he no longer deliberately restrained his breath, and Wan Feng felt a suffocating murderous aura. He seemed to understand why the other party became their companion. Even if he was a half-death warrior, his martial arts was probably the best among the few. Isn't this strange? How did a half-death warrior do this? Of course, now is not the time to delve into this. I've asked around, Wan Feng said. He's in the water dungeon. Several people nodded, agreeing with Jiang Hai's guess. Wan Feng sighed. My master predicted that you would save him, and he strengthened the guards in the water dungeon. Now even I can't easily let him out. Can you get in? Jiang Hai and Qin Yan asked in unison. It seemed that they both thought of the same solution. Wan Feng thought for a moment and said, I'll try. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Yan and Jiang Hai disguised themselves as disciples of the National Master's Hall and followed Wan Feng to the water dungeon. Yugo and Ing Shersan hid in the dark to meet them in case of emergency. Guarding the prison door were two golden-faced warriors and a junior apprentice of Wan Feng. When the junior brother saw him, he smiled and said, Brother Wan Feng, why are you here so late? Wan Feng did not answer him, but asked, How was the interrogation? Did he confess everything? The junior brother said distressedly, I don't know what that guy's mouth is made of. We have tried every method, but still can't pry a word out of him. Hearing that they had tried every method, Qin Yan's face darkened. Awei is the youngest among them. Although they always bully him, they never dare to really touch Awei. Damn the National Master Hall. It's better not to let him find out that they tortured Awei. Is he a dead man? How come you can't pry open his mouth? Are you lazy? Wan Feng complained. The junior brother said in embarrassment, How dare we? We have been interrogating him since he was arrested. But he won't confess. Master said that he sneaked into the National Master's Hall with impure motives. And he has accomplices. Maybe they have already sneaked into the National Master's Hall and are trying to rescue him. You must keep a close eye on him. If he disappears and Master blames you, you will all be in trouble. Of course, the junior brother assured. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll go see how the interrogation is going on inside. Why can't they get anything out of it after half a day? The junior brother hesitated. What? Can I go in? Wan Feng asked. The junior brother scratched his head. It's not that I don't allow senior brother Wan Feng to enter. It's the Imperial Master who ordered that no one except him can enter the water dungeon without permission. Since it's the Master's order, I won't force it. I was originally planning to help you interrogate, Wan Feng said, turning back without forcing. Hey! The junior brother hurriedly pulled him back. People are like this. The more they force, the more suspicious they become. The calmness made the junior brother feel that he was judging others by his own meanness. How about senior brother Wan Feng go in and help make a decision? If it doesn't work, please say a few good words for us in front of the Imperial Master. We really work hard. But it's that guy who is too stubborn. Wan Feng sighed. I can't guarantee that it will work, but let's try it for now. Watch closely, and don't let anyone in. After the junior brother gave instructions to the assassins beside him, he led Wan Feng and his servants into the water dungeon. From a distance, Qin Yan could sense Awei's breath, and his heart tightened. Jiang Hai looked at him calmly and shook his head. He understood, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and followed Wan Feng and the disciple expressionlessly to the water dungeon where Awei was imprisoned. Most of Awei's body was soaked in the cold water. His clothes were stripped off, and there was no trace of whipping on his shoulders exposed above the water, which made Qin Yan feel relieved. The junior brother said, It is definitely impossible to torture such a master, so we put a lot of goo on him. But he withstood every one of them. It turned out to be a goo. Qin Yan smiled in his heart. Awei, the #1 villain of the Ghost Clan, is actually the most afraid of pain. Otherwise, How do you think he became a master? He confessed everything after being whipped twice. You idiots. According to their plan, Hua Feng handed the key to Wei during the interrogation, and Wei would quietly unlock the door after they left. Jianghai and Qingyan brought the sleeping pills of Lao Tzueo and had already sprinkled them in the prison without leaving any trace. In less than half an hour, the guards and the dead soldiers in the prison would fall into a coma, and then Wei could walk out of the water prison openly. But Wei, the number one villain, didn't think so. He grabbed Hua Feng, who hadn't had time to hand over the key. Wei said majestically, "Let me go, or I'll break his neck." This is very villainous. This is very Wei. Jianghai and Qingyan couldn't bear to look directly at it. "Let go of senior brother Hua Feng," the junior brother shouted. Hua Feng is the direct disciple of the national master, and his status is many times higher than that of small minions like them. If he gets into trouble in the water prison, they will be in trouble. Jianghai and Qingyan had no choice but to cooperate and continue the performance. "You, don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out." Jianghai's tone was stiff. Qingyan was much more sensible than him. "Let go. Let you go. Don't hurt senior brother Hua Feng. He is the eldest disciple of the national master. If he loses a hair, the national master will be angry with you." "Humph." Wei decisively pulled out a hair of Hua Feng, who was plucked because he held Hua Feng hostage. Wei was uncuffed and successfully released from the water prison. In order to avoid alarming the patrolling guards, Jianghai and Qingyan simply went all out and knocked out all the people in the water prison. The golden-faced warrior outside the door heard the noise and turned to go inside, but was wiped by Ingshi San, who rushed over. Wan Feng's heart was pounding. Is this really a half-dead warrior? How can he be so fierce? Wan Feng looked around and said, "You guys should leave quickly. In half a cup of tea, the water dungeon will be discovered." "What are you going to do?" Qingyan asked. Wan Feng said, "Knock me out." "Don't." Before he finished the word "have the heart," Jianghai, Qingyan, and Wei all stretched out their fists and knocked him out. However, just as they got on the carriage and planned to leave the National Master Hall from the back door, suddenly, a strong breath came over Qingyan's chest hurt, and he vomited blood. Then, Jianghai also vomited blood, and he and Qingyan both fell to the ground. Yugo insisted on taking a step, but then he knelt down with a click. Ingshi San used his sword to support his body that was almost crushed. Is that person here? What a terrifying aura! Chapter 404. Death warriors can always accurately sense the breath of their own kind. Ingshi San felt that the other party's breath was somewhat familiar, but it was not a killing tool made by the death warrior camp, but a killing weapon that was 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying than that one. People nicknamed it Shura. Ingshi San had never seen the real Shura, and he was just guessing. In any case, masters of this realm were definitely not something they could deal with at the moment. Ingshi San looked at the three people who fell down, and then looked at Wei, whose condition was not much better than his, and asked, "Is this the person you met last time?" Wei thought about it and nodded. The man acted too quickly, and he was suppressed before he could react. He couldn't even see his face clearly, but he could recognize the other party's breath. Ingshi San got a positive answer and couldn't help but look at Wei again. How could this guy be safe and sound in the hands of such a master? You don't care about talking. Hurry up, think of a way," Jianghai said with difficulty. He felt that his chest was about to burst every time he uttered a word. This time, the feeling was even stronger than the last time. It was at this moment that he realized how terrible the blow Wei made to save the three of them was. "He is still far away," Wei said. Wei was the only one who had fought with him. It took a full quarter of an hour from the time Wei was suppressed and unable to move to the time the man came by car. Judging from the suppression he was currently under, it would take at least that long for the other party to get here. They could be suppressed from a distance and unable to move. Ingshi San once again had a new understanding of the masters in the world. Ingshi San supported himself with his sword and swallowed the bloody taste that rolled up his throat. Then he and Wei used their remaining strength to throw out some of the cloth in the carriage, and then threw Jianghai, Qingyan, and Yugo in. Ingshi San took off his nightgown, revealing the servant's clothes inside, and took off Jianghai's clothes and handed them to Wei. "Change." Wei changed. "I just pray that the guards at the gate don't see that they are not the servants just now. Otherwise there will be wolves in front and tigers behind." and I'm afraid they won't be able to get out this time. Fortunately, the guards on duty were replaced. These guards had never seen their faces. Checked the cards, and let them out. As soon as they left, a disciple came to report, "It's not good. There's an accident in the water prison. The prisoners have escaped. Hurry up and lock the gate." "Stop! Stop!" a guard shouted at the carriage that was traveling far away. Ing Shursen whipped the horse with a whip, and the carriage sped away. The guards and assassins of the Imperial Master's Hall chased after them. But the aura of the Master did not seem to distinguish between friend and foe. So not only they were suppressed, but also the people of the Imperial Master's Hall. "Turn right. Into the woods," Jianhai said, covering his chest that was about to explode. Away tightened the reins and pulled hard, and the carriage turned around and entered the forest on the right. The people of the Imperial Master's Hall chased after them and followed them in. But there were traps in the woods, and most of the people of the Imperial Master's Hall fell down soon. How do you know?" Qingyan said weakly while lying beside Jianhai. Jianhai panted and said, "I've been here. National Master." In the National Master's Hall, a disciple ran into the National Master's alchemy room and respectfully saluted to the National Master, who was making elixirs in the room. The National Master said in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" The disciple said, "They escaped into the forest, and our people didn't catch them." "Waste." The National Master threw the book in his hand coldly on the table. "You can't even take care of a person, and you can't catch them if they run away. What's the use of you?" The disciple knelt down in fear. "Where is Wang Feng?" asked the National Master. The disciple answered tremblingly, "Senior brother Wang Feng was knocked unconscious by that group of people, and he hasn't woken up yet." The National Master's fists were clenched and creaked. "Don't worry." When the atmosphere was almost frozen, a gentle male voice sounded outside the alchemy room. "There are not many people who can enter and exit the National Master's Hall freely. Wang Feng is one of them. The other one is the little prince of the Queen's mansion. You leave." The National Master glanced at the disciple and said, "Yes." The disciple left obediently. When he passed the door and met the little prince, he saluted. Nandongli nodded lightly and stepped into the alchemy room. "Prince." The National Master bowed his hands. Nandongli stopped in front of him and looked at him and said, "You came so late. Did you disturb the National Master's rest?" The National Master said, "No. I am developing elixirs for the monarch. Is there something wrong with the prince coming here? I'm afraid it's not a coincidence tonight. The National Master's Hall is going to arrest the evil thief. I'm sorry that I can't entertain the prince. I'm here to help you catch the thief," Nandongli said with a faint smile. The National Teacher sighed. "I am ashamed. The villain that the prince caught with great difficulty was rescued by his accomplices tonight. I was too careless to guard against it." Nandongli said indifferently, "If they are not powerful villains, I will not dare to take action." "No problem. You play a game of chess with me, and someone will hand them over to you obediently in a while." The National Teacher wanted to say that they escaped into the forest, and there seemed to be a trap in the forest. The words were swallowed back on the lips. If there is anyone in the world who is not afraid of ghosts and monsters, it is probably the master brought back by the prince. With him, any trap is just a cloud. The National Teacher pointed to the chess table beside him. "Prince, please. Here." The National Teacher and Nandongli played chess happily, while on the other side, the old man's expression was not so optimistic. He just made a fortune. But halfway through, the tortoise SHL broke. This is a bad omen. It means that the opponent they met is more difficult to deal with than any previous time. If it were just this, the old man would not be too worried. What worried him was that he felt a familiar breath. He had not felt this breath for many years. So much so that he was not sure whether it was that person. If it was, what would happen? Yuan looked at him steadily and asked. The old man looked at the broken tortoise SHL on the table. If it's that person, then none of them will survive. Yuan's eyes widened. Who is so powerful? Shura. Shura of the Ghost Clan. It can also be called a dead soldier who has gone astray. But not all dead soldiers who have gone astray can become Shura. Only those who survive can. They have to endure the violent energy in their bodies all year round. And they have to endure the severe pain caused by the reversal of tendons and veins at all times. So they're in a manic state day and night. And they can't control the urge to kill at all. Their minds have long been refined. Dead soldiers will never betray their masters. And the first thing Shura does after becoming a demon is to kill his master with his own hands. Because Shuras are powerful, terrifying, and difficult to control. When the Ghost Clan finds that a dead soldier has gone astray, they will kill them immediately, and never give them the opportunity to become Shura. But there is a fish that slips through the net. They can't kill him, so they can only find a way to lock him up. If it was really him. The old man didn't dare to think further. What puzzled the old man even more was, how could this person come to Nanzhao? The ghost tribe couldn't let him out. Could it be that some foreigner sneaked into the tribe and took him out secretly? The old man sighed. Prepare for the funeral. What that man hated most was the tribe members, who had imprisoned him for so long. Once he came into contact with the breath of the tribe members, he would kill everyone. All in the carriage. Qing Yan couldn't stand the pressure, spit out a big mouthful of blood, and fainted with his head tilted. He is nearby. Awei gradually couldn't bear it anymore, and blood overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Jianghai spit out blood in big mouthfuls, and he was unconscious in a moment. Suddenly, Ing Shursan saw a river. Jump into the river, Ing Shursan said. Ing Shursan grabbed Jianghai. Awei grabbed Qing Yan, and Yugo still had a little strength left. The three of them jumped. But at this moment, a powerful internal force hit the water, splashing 7 or 8 feet, and slapped them back to the shore. Yugo was alone, and was slapped a little further away. He hit the carriage with a thump, and then fell to the ground. It was this sound that woke up the 3 sleeping little black eggs. The little black eggs suddenly opened their eyes. Huh? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Where is Shurhu? The wheel clicked into the groove of the road. Xiao Bao's body was unstable and rolled down. Ing Shursan's eyebrows jumped. What's going on? How could Xiao Haiden be on the carriage? Ing Shursan didn't care about escaping himself, and flew over to grab Xiao Haiden. Soon, Erbao also rolled out. Awei also leaped forward and hugged Erbao before he fell to the ground. 1, 2, and an egg. The two tried to grab Dabeo at the same time, but it was too late. The carriage had been grabbed by a huge force. Bang! The door of the carriage exploded in midair. A small black egg fell down. Shura, with long hair and bloodshot eyes, grabbed him by the back of his collar. Shura looked at the little thing in his hand, and the manic energy in his body surged. He wanted to crush this little thing, just like crushing an egg. The little black egg grabbed the small bottle with both hands, blinking his big eyes at him. Suddenly, the little black egg reached out and fed the pacifier into his mouth. Shura, who was about to crush the egg. Chapter 405 The Power of the Little Black Egg. It is Shura's instinct to kill. This is the sequelae of their obsession. Most people who can't resist it will die. Those who can survive are those who have lost all their martial arts, like Hellion Biming. As for the Shura who survived, every day is like living in purgatory. Their tendons and veins are broken inch by inch, and then grow inch by inch, and then break inch by inch, over and over again, never stopping. Although each time the tendons grow back, they can become stronger. The next break will bring greater pain. And the best way to relieve this pain is to kill. They don't care whether they are holding a powerless woman or an innocent child in their hands. They will kill everyone they see. Dabeo is finished. He fell into the hands of such a cruel Shura, and he even stuffed the pacifier into his mouth. Ing Shursan was sure that the other party was a Shura. It was something worth bragging about to meet a Shura in his lifetime. However, Ing Shursan was not happy at all, because Dabeo fell into the hands of the other party. He and Awei were injured, and were no match for the other party. In this way, what was waiting for Dabeo would be. Ing Shursan didn't dare to think about it, nor could he bear to read it. He made up his mind that if Dabeo really got into trouble, he would die with Shura even if he risked self-destruction. He decided to take one last look at Dabeo. Dabeo still held the handle of the bottle with his little hand, looking at Shura without blinking. Shura didn't drink, so he used his little hand to push him. Shura took a sip for some reason. Gulp. Shura swallowed it. Boo! Dabeo pulled out the pacifier, and shook his small bottle vigorously. There was still milk, so he put the pacifier back into Shura's mouth. Gurgle. Gurgle. Shura started drinking. Ing Shursan couldn't believe what he saw. The rumored violent Shura was actually calmed by a pacifier. Ing Shursan felt his body lighten, and the manic aura that suppressed him and made him unable to move seemed to have dissipated from him. Not only him, but also Awei's face was obviously much better than before, although Qing Yan and Jianghai were still unconscious. Their breathing became smoother, and Yugo stopped vomiting blood. Everything showed that the Shura in front of him really had no intention of killing. To be able to make a Shura stop killing halfway, this is something that no one in the past and present dared to hope for. Of course, Shuras don't have to kill people all the time. They can control themselves. But the feeling of control is not pleasant. Once they take action, there is no reason to give up halfway. So what is this magical little black egg? Hoo. Shuras sucked hard a few times, but couldn't suck it. Debeo picked up the bottle and shook it. This time it was really empty. Debeo twisted his body to get off the ground. Ingshursan's heart skipped a beat, worried that his action would reignite Shura's killing spree. However, to his surprise, Shura just put Debeo down very gently. Debeo ran to his two younger brothers and collected their small milk bottles in a particularly domineering manner. Then he ran back to Shura and handed one of the small milk bottles to him. The big and the small sat down by the river and drank milk gurglingly. Gurgle Debeo glanced at Shura. Gurgle Shura also looked back at Debeo. After drinking milk together, we will be good milk friends in the future. Debeo shook his calves. Shura also shook his long legs. The irritable lion became a stroking orange cat. At this moment, Shura was so docile that it didn't seem real. Ingshursan felt that he was either dead or stupid. It would be fine if he could see one Shura in his life. But this Shura was led astray by his little black egg. Without Shura's suppression, Jiang Hai and Qin Yan gradually woke up. Seeing this scene, they were so frightened that they wanted to faint again. Ingshursan looked at the heartless little black egg, and then at the defenseless Shura, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Now is the perfect time to take action. Ingshursan covered Xiao Bao's eyes in his arms, held the hilt tightly, and turned around neatly to pierce the heart of the dead man behind him. Ah, the dead man screamed. Debeo shivered with shock. He shivered, and Shura was unhappy. The manic aura that had finally dissipated came again, and the dead men who quietly sneaked into the forest had no time to react at all. They were like fragile eggs, and were crushed one by this internal force. Jiang Hai and the others were stunned. He didn't even look at them, and he didn't even make a proper move. But he killed all the warriors in the forest. How did they still have half of their lives? It must be said that it was a miracle. If they had planned to kill Shura together before, they all gave up at this moment. There was no way to fight this fight. So they just hoped that he would give them a quick death when he was full. Gulp. The last sip of milk was finished. Little Haydn was going home. Little Haydn walked towards them. Jiang Hai and Qin Yan looked at each other. Shura seemed to not have the intention to kill. Does this mean that he wanted to let them go? What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. If he regrets it later, they won't be able to escape. The group picked up Little Haydn and began to walk tentatively to the other end of the forest. Qin Yan, Jiang Hai and Yuego walked in front holding the little black eggs, while Yingshisen and Awei stayed behind. If something happened, they would work together to stop Shura, and the three of them would take the children away. However, after walking for a while, Qin Yan spoke softly. He is still following us? Jiang Hai did not dare to look back, but only glanced at him with his peripheral vision and whispered, he is still following us. Qin Yan asked fearfully, He has been following us for half an hour. Right? What does he want to do? He is not going to find a deserted place to kill us all. Right? Jiang Hai gritted his teeth and said, this is a place where no one is. Qin Yan's face turned pale. Then he is going to take it down? Jiang Hai. Late at night, in the deep mountains and old forests, a group of big men were holding three little black eggs, followed by a man with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. The scene was so weird that everyone dared not look at it. Just when the group was worried, wondering why the Lord Shura was following them, and when he would follow them, a pleasant sound of wind chimes came from not far ahead. The sound sounded very ethereal in the quiet moonlit night, like a clear spring falling into a mountain stream. Everyone felt a cool and comfortable feeling in their hearts. Except Shura behind him. When the wind chime sounded, Shura covered his ears with his hands, and the small bottle in his hand fell to the ground. He didn't even bother to pick it up, and turned and ran away. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Grandma. Awei spoke. Several people turned their heads and looked in the direction. They saw two familiar figures walking in the deep forest. One of them was Grandma, and the other was Yuan. Yuan came to look for some little guys. When she came back from Chixia Garden, she found that her son, who was supposed to be sitting in the house drinking milk, was missing. She searched the mansion but couldn't find him. She guessed that he had slipped out of the mansion again. Yin Xiaoqiao had the poisonous insect left by a way in his hand, which could track the breath of the little guys. Grandma was worried that she would run into someone she shouldn't run into, so she followed her. As a result, the good thing didn't work, and the bad thing worked. She really ran into that guy. Grandma, what did you do just now? Why did you scare the guy away? Qingyan asked puzzledly. The old man said, he didn't scare him away. He just didn't like that kind of sound. Qingyan was stunned. I don't understand. The old man glanced at him mysteriously. You see a pile of shit. Do you step on it or avoid it? What a metaphor. Qingyan shut up. The 3 little black eggs all fell asleep, leaning in the arms of Qingyan and others, drooling and snoring. Seeing that her son was fine, Yuan's heart, which had been hanging for half a night, finally went back to her stomach. How are you? Yuan looked at Yingshersan and others and asked. Yingshersan said, it's just a minor injury. It's nothing. The old man saw that everyone had a lot of doubts in their hearts, paused, and said, this is not a place to talk. Let's go back to the mansion first, lest that guy comes back again. Everyone nodded. Yuan said, the carriage is over there. You can see it after leaving the forest. It's not far away. Several people walked out of the forest as quickly as possible, because they were in a hurry to get going. No one paid attention to the small bottle of milk left in the grass. Just after they left the forest, Shura really came back. He bent down, picked up the lonely small bottle of milk, and wiped the grass debris on it with his hand. Then he looked at the backs of the few people who gradually disappeared in the night, and said with a somewhat aggrieved tone, Wu. Chapter 406 Ghost Clan Shura. Yuan and her group got on the carriage and quickly returned to the mansion. Nan Gongli and the National Master, who were far away in the National Master's Hall, did not know that something unexpected had happened in the forest. It was the National Master's turn to make a move, but the National Master was a little absent-minded. Nan Gongli understood what he was worried about, but still smiled and said, what are you thinking about? National Master? Nothing. The National Master came back to his senses and made a move. Nan Gongli pointed to the seat next to him. If the National Master had made a move here just now, I would have lost this game. But if it was off by an inch, it would have been the National Master's turn to lose. Does the National Master want to give in to me too much? Or does he not want to play chess with me at all? The prince is too suspicious, the National Master said. The young prince did not take the road that could immediately block the National Teacher. He also landed in an irrelevant place. Then he said, National Teacher, are you thinking about those escaped thieves? The National Teacher did not deny. I can't figure out who they are. What are they doing in the National Teacher's Hall? Nan Gongli snorted coldly. Either they come to inquire about the news or to steal things. Is there anything missing from the National Teacher's Hall? The National Teacher shook his head. It's not clear yet. The National Teacher's Hall is so big, and it's not a living person missing. How can it be so easy to find out what is missing? Nan Gongli said calmly, don't worry. Wait until those thieves are caught and everything will be clear. As soon as the voice fell, a disciple of the National Teacher's Hall came over in a hurry. National Teacher. The National Teacher saw that he was so panicked, and frowned. What happened? The disciple opened his mouth, looked at the National Teacher, and then looked at Nan Gongli, and didn't know how to speak for a while. Nan Gongli said calmly, just tell me. Did you catch them? Or did they run away? Although he asked this, he didn't think there would be a second possibility. The disciple said with a stiff upper lip, run. Run. Run? Nan Gongli was stunned. Didn't you chase them? Asked the National Teacher. Chased. But, the disciple looked at Nan Gongli fearfully. Nan Gongli said, don't hide it. Just tell me. Yes. The disciple lowered his head and said, the death squads we sent out, all died. The death was extremely miserable. Not even a complete corpse was left. Lindsay had seen it, and it was no longer horrible to describe it. Many disciples were scared to vomit. He was a brave man, but he could still feel his legs shaking whenever he thought about it. All dead? Not a single one left? The State Master's face turned ugly. Those sent out were the elite of the State Master's Hall, and 7 or 8 of them were top-notch golden-faced warriors. How could they all die? Who killed him? Nan Gongli asked. It's the man you brought, The master? The disciple said timidly. The state master looked at Nandongli coldly. Nandongli threw the chess piece in his hand into the chess box, and stood up calmly. Lead the way, the disciple said. Yes. Led by this disciple, Nandongli and the national teacher rode to the scene. The strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of soil and plants was blown into the noses of several people by the night wind passing over the water. Everyone felt their chests rolling, and some inexperienced disciples fainted on the spot. The national teacher looked at the flesh and blood in the grass with a stern look, and his big hand tightened little by little. He took a deep breath. Prince. Nandongli raised his hand. This king understands that today's losses are borne by this king. No matter how many dead soldiers died, this king will make up for you. After that, Nandongli no longer paid attention to the national teacher and walked towards the river. Shura sat there, staring blankly at the sparkling lake with blood-red eyes. What's wrong with you? Nandongli walked over, as if asking about his body, and also as if asking what happened. However, Shura did not speak, and just stared at the lake. This was not the first time that something went wrong. Shura had been imprisoned for too long and had suffered for too long. When he first came out, he killed several people who should not have been killed. However, in the following interactions, Nandongli comforted Shura very well, and there were no more problems. I don't know what happened tonight, but dozens of dead men were killed by him in one move. Not to mention the pain of the national master. He was also in pain, but Shura's value was far above this group of dead men. So even if Nandongli was in pain, he didn't think of getting rid of Shura. Nandongli certainly didn't know the real reason why Shura was angry, and thought that Shura couldn't control the manic energy in his body. He reached out his hand, gently patted Shura's shoulder, and coaxed softly, forget it. Let's talk about things here later. I'll take you back first. Shura stood up. Nandongli took him in the direction he came from. After walking a few steps, Shura turned around and looked at the dark forest. What are you looking at? Nandongli asked strangely. Shura ignored him, and walked slowly to the front. Shura's mood, a little depressed? Nandongli was shocked by this sudden feeling. Shura was just a killing tool. He had no 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only mania and non-mania. So depression, which was too human, must be just his illusion. Nandongli took Shura back to the lady's mansion, and lived in the courtyard he had specially cleaned up. Originally, he didn't plan to take Shura with him tonight. It was only after leaving the mansion that he remembered that the arrested thief had accomplices, and his accomplices would most likely come to rob the prison. So he took Shura out. Who knew the result would be like this? The thief was not caught, but most of the dead men in the National Master's Hall were crushed to death. Nandongli's chest was blocked. Nandongli felt that he needed to talk to Shura. When he released him from the forbidden land of the Ghost Clan, he had made 3 rules with him. He must listen to him. Otherwise, he would tell the Ghost Clan and let them catch him back. Shura returned to his room. Nandongli relieved his emotions, went back to the yard to get the elixir, and went to find Shura. Shura is a clean Shura. His house is always tidy, as if no one has ever lived there. There is not a single mess on his bed. It is completely different from the way he likes to crush people and splatter blood and flesh all over the floor when he kills people. After returning to the house, he took a shower and changed his clothes. At this moment, he was sitting blankly on the chair in front of the window. He used to be in a daze, but tonight seemed to be a little different. As for what was different, Nandongli couldn't answer. Nandongli calmed down, shook his head, and laughed at himself. He was just a tool for killing. Why did he always treat him as a human being tonight? Shura. Nandongli walked over and sat down next to Shura. He could feel the manic energy in Shura's body, but this manic energy was restrained when facing him. So he was safe. He handed over the small medicine bottle in his hand. Here you go. The medicine bottle contained a pill that could relieve Shura's pain. After taking it, Shura's manic energy could be soothed to some extent. In the past, Shura was the most impatient to eat, but tonight, he didn't react much. Shura. Nandongli called out. Shura then turned his head slowly, looked at the medicine bottle on the table, stretched out his pale hand like a skeleton, pulled out the bottle stopper, and poured the vermilion pills into his hand. Only 3 pills a day. I haven't eaten it today. And all 3 pills are there. Nandongli thought he would eat them happily, but Shura just ate one slowly, stuck out his tongue as if it tasted like chewing wax. and then threw away the other 2 pills in disgust. Nan Gongli was stunned. Why don't you eat it? Is it tasted wrong? Shura was very annoyed. Hugged the pillow, and went to sleep on the bed. Nan Gongli picked up the pill thrown away by Shura, put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it, and muttered in confusion, "It's the Qingxin pill made by Xuelian. Why don't you want to take it suddenly? Are you not feeling uncomfortable? Or are you tired of it?" Nan Gongli wanted to talk to Shura again, but Shura put down the curtain, which meant to tell Nan Gongli that you can go away. Nan Gongli shook his head, took the pill, and left helplessly. But after Yuan and her group rushed back to the mansion at the speed of reincarnation, everyone was exhausted. Didn't catch up? Qingyan looked back at the dark alley and asked with lingering fear. Jiang Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "It shouldn't be. No. I didn't find anyone following me." Qingyan patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "No. It's good. No. It's good. That guy is too scary. I really hope I won't run into him again in this life." The night was silent. Shura suddenly opened his eyes in the darkness. He took out a small milk bottle made of sheepskin from his quilt and began to play with it. Chapter 407, Smart Little Black Egg. After returning to the yard, Yuan found that a milk bottle was missing. She thought it must have fallen on the way. It was just a sheepskin milk bottle. If it was lost, she could make another one. As long as the person was fine. It was fine. Thinking of the fact that the little guys sneaked out of the house and got on the carriage, Yuan felt that the little guys were really itchy. It was inconvenient to sleep now. I must give them a good beating when I wake up tomorrow, in order to prevent herself from forgetting it when she saw the sun tomorrow. Yuan specially took out the feather duster she made when she was free and put it on the stool beside the bed where she could see it when she opened her eyes. Yuan looked at the little guys who were sleeping soundly, tapped their heads and said, "Let you enjoy one more night." The little guys slept well and woke up before dawn. They yawned and stretched in bed, and were about to start their happy and fulfilling day. However, they turned their heads and caught a glimpse of the feather duster on the stool. Yeah. The 3 little black eggs' hair exploded instantly. Then, the 3 little black eggs rolled off the bed and fled out of the house in a frenzy. Yuan usually didn't need to set rules in front of any elders. After all, her mother-in-law was actually her real mother. And after all, her real mother actually got up later than her. The old lady was also focused on teasing the little black eggs. No one restrained her, so she got used to sleeping until she woke up naturally. When she opened her eyes, the little guys and Yin Jiocha were gone. At this time, Yin Jiocha went to take a medicinal bath. But the little guys, no big kisses and big hugs this morning? Yuan's eyes fell on the shiny feather duster, and she squinted slightly. Yuan dressed neatly, tidied up, and took the feather duster to find a few little things. If it was not in Yu Shaoqing and Zhang's room, it was at the old lady's. As expected, when Yuan strode to the old lady's door, she saw 3 little things pretending to be. The old lady was lying on a rattan chair, and the little guys moved a small stool to sit beside her, each holding a book in their hands and placing it on their little knees, shaking their heads and reading. When people are born, their nature is good. This is Xiaobao. People are similar in nature, but different in habits. This is Erbao. This is Debao, who just shook his head and said nothing. All the maids in the room were amused by such a cute and motivated little boy. He was less than 3 years old, but he was already so well behaved, so smart, so calm and sensible. How many children were still playing in the mud on the ground? But their little boy had already started to study. Old lady. The little boy reads very well. The trusted maid whispered behind the old lady. The old lady nodded happily. My little great-grandson. Of course he reads well. The 3 of them finished reading a page and looked at the old lady cutely. Grandma, did we read well? Xiaobao asked coquettishly. The old lady smiled and said, Good, 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 very good. Then we will come and read to Grandma every day, Erbao said like a good boy. Oh! The old lady's heart was about to melt, and she wished she could hold the 3 little grandchildren in her arms and never let go. Grandma. The trusted maid found Yuan at the door and knelt down to salute. The old lady looked at Yuan. Yuan hid the feather duster behind her back. Grin, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Good morning. Grandma. The ugly granddaughter-in-law is here again. The old lady pouted and called Yuan into the house. Yuan pinched the feather duster imperceptibly and said with a fake smile, I won't go in. I have something to do with the children. The 3 little black eggs looked at Yuan helplessly. Xiaobao spread his hands and said, But mother, we are reading to Grandma, and we need to massage her legs after reading. As soon as he finished speaking, Debao and Erbao cooperated very well and walked to the old lady, stretched out their little fists, and began to massage her legs. The old lady was so happy that the little guys were filial to her. She must love them to death. You are really Grandma's good great-grandchildren. Yuan was itching. You little brat. You have learned to use the old lady as a shield. I really don't know who you learned it from. While thinking, Helian Biming came over with a wheelchair and said seriously, All one. You sneaked out of the house again last night? Come to my study later. Yuan glared with her almond eyes and stepped over the threshold. No. Uncle. I haven't paid my respects to Grandma yet. After paying my respects, I have to accompany Grandma to visit the garden. Helian Biming looked at Yuan, then at the old lady who was so happy that she couldn't find the north, and pushed the wheelchair away. Yuan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Hoo-hoo. That was a close call. Away returned safely, and the key was in hand. Yuan took the box and went to Qixia Garden. Away handed the key to Yuan. Yuan inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it gently. With a click, the box opened. A simple and ancient breath came over them, and the hearts of several people were shocked. Although there was no evidence for some things, they could be identified as real at a glance. In the box lay a yellow notebook, which seemed to be specially sealed with wax. Yuan looked at her grandmother, who nodded, and Yuan took out the notebook. Jiang Hai, Away, and the other 2 sat opposite her, staring at her intently. Yuan peeled off the wax cover bit by bit, revealing the old and rough paper. Such antiques were very precious things. Yuan opened it carefully, and then she exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Qingyan asked. Yuan pushed the book to the middle of the table. Look. Everyone looked closely. What the H.L.? There are no words. Qingyan took the notebook, turned it from beginning to end, looked at it left and right in the sunlight, and said with regret, I spent so much effort and almost lost my life. But I ended up stealing a fake book. It's not a fake book. It's a book without words, said the old man. What is the wordless heavenly book? Yuan asked in wonder. It was originally a martial arts secret book, Jiang Hai said. Only after comprehending the essentials of this sect can you see the handwriting on the heavenly book. Later, someone invented a similar engraving technique that can make the handwriting invisible after drying. Yuan seemed to have an epiphany. So, it's not that there are no words, but it can't be shown for the time being. Jiang Hai nodded. That should be the case. Grandma, do you know how to make it visible? Yuan looked at the old man. The old man shook his head. This engraving technique has been lost for a long time, and I don't know how to do it. Yuan held her chin. What can I do? The old man said again, however, this engraving technique originated from Nanzhao. If you inquire carefully, you may find something. After a night of sorting out the National Master Hall, it was finally discovered that the Wanshu Pavilion was stolen. What was stolen? The Imperial Master rushed to the Wanshu Pavilion with a cold look. The disciple who had searched all night said tiredly, The Saint Master's notes. The Saint Master's notes? The Imperial Master was puzzled. There were so many confidential military secrets and precious pill recipes in the Wanshu Pavilion. But they stole the Saint Master's notes, which were of no use at all. That thing only recorded the inheritance of some saints and wizards. At best, it could only be regarded as a history book. Even if it was stolen, what would happen? The Imperial Master was puzzled. What exactly do they want to do? Want to detoxify. Nandongli walked over leisurely. The Imperial Master bowed to him. Prince. The disciples and guards also saluted him one after another. You all leave, Nandongli ordered. Everyone left as he said. Only the Imperial Master and the 2 of them were left in the huge Wanshu Pavilion. The Imperial Master asked. The prince just said that they stole the book to detoxify? What does that mean? Nandongli said. I only realized it when I heard your disciples say at the door that they stole something. The Imperial Master frowned. I don't understand. Nandongli sneered. You may not know that a man who looks exactly like the young master of Yanqing has come to the Helian family, claiming to be the eldest grandson of the Helian family, who has been lost for many years. The son of Helian Beiyu? The old story of the Helian family is no longer a secret, and the whole imperial capital has heard about it. Nandongli nodded, yes. As far as I know, Hellion Bayou has also returned to the Hellion Mansion. This is not the point. The point is that not long ago, the eldest lady of the Hellion Dong Mansion got a red Ganoderma from Dong Xiener. Not long after that, the Snow Toad was kidnapped by a mysterious person. I didn't connect a few things together until I heard from your people in the National Master Hall that the stolen thing was the Saint Master's notes. Red Ganoderma, Snow Toad, Saint Master's notes. The National Master murmured, and a light flashed in his mind. They are looking for medicine. Nandongli smiled faintly. When the young master of Yinqing was young, someone planted time, but he never took effect. So I thought he was not poisoned at all. Now it seems that he is not only poisoned, but he is about to be unable to suppress it. It seems that the man in white seen on the bridge that day was Yin Jiuqiao. And the person who greatly stimulated the son-in-law was also Yin Jiuqiao. The national teacher was suspicious and said, "This doesn't make sense. Yin Jiuqiao is the murderer of Hellion Qi. Hellion Baiming also knows this. How could he let an enemy of the Hellion family live in the Hellion Mansion and recognize him as the eldest grandson of the East Mansion?" Nandongli said thoughtfully. "This is also what confuses me. The relationship between Hellion Baiming and Hellion Qi is not too close. But they are cousins from the same clan. Hellion Baiming has no reason to protect a murderer who killed his brother. And that Hellion Bayou is also very suspicious." The national teacher speculated. Could it be that the person who claimed to be Hellion Bayou was in the same group with Yin Jiuqiao, and the two of them teamed up to keep Hellion Baiming in the dark? Nandongli shook his head. "I don't know. It's really hard to get news about the Hellion family." The national teacher thought for a while. "Are you sure that he is Yin Jiuqiao?" "It's probably him," Nandongli said. Hearing the prince say this, I also remembered one thing. I once saw his prince's wife on the street, but I only took a quick look and couldn't be sure it was her. The national teacher paused. "Why don't I go to Hellion Mansion? I have dealt with them in the show. As long as they open their mouths, I will definitely recognize them. The appearance can be similar, but the voice will never be so coincidental." Nandongli smiled mysteriously. "No need. I have sent someone to catch her." "Who is coming?" Who? Chapter 408 Shira is here. In the ladies' mansion, 2 guards received a mission from the young prince, which was to capture a woman in the Hellion Mansion. It was okay to capture a woman, but the problem was that it was not easy to sneak into the Hellion Mansion. Fortunately, the young prince sent helpers to them. With that adult there, they should be able to easily avoid the guards of the Hellion Mansion. The 2 went to Shira's yard. Shira was meditating. Every day at noon, when the yang energy of heaven and earth was the strongest, it was the time when the violent energy in his body was the most difficult to suppress. His tendons and veins broke twice as fast, and his energy increased several times. This was the most painful time of the day. The guards escorted Nandongli all the way back to Nanzhao, and naturally understood that they could not easily disturb him at this critical moment. The 2 waited patiently for an afternoon, and the adult finally came out of the house when the sun set. The 2 bravely stepped forward and saluted respectfully. The guard on the left said, "Sir Shira, the prince asks you to come with us to the God General's mansion. We need to capture someone. But please rest assured, you only need to send us in, and you don't have to worry about capturing people. As long as they enter the mansion, they have their own way to hide themselves." Shira didn't want to go. The guard and his companion looked at each other. The companion took out a bottle of Qingxing pills. The young prince said that this is a newly prepared flavor. "You can eat 1 more bottle today." Shura looked at the bottle with disdain and walked away without looking back. "What should we do?" the companion asked in a low voice. "He doesn't listen to us at all? Should we report to the prince? Let the prince give him an order personally." Shura has a strange temper, and ordinary people can't make him do anything. But in the past, if he saw Qingxing pills, Shura knew it was Nandong Li's intention, and most of the time, he would cooperate. What happened today? Is he not interested in Qingxing pills? Or does he not want to listen to the young prince? The guard sighed, "Forget it. Let's go and ask the young prince for instructions." The 2 went to the National Master's Hall and reported to Nandongli the fact that Shura was unwilling to leave. Nandongli sighed helplessly, put aside the government affairs that he was discussing with the National Master, and took the carriage back to the ladies' mansion. Shura has been acting strange these 2 days. But when Nandongli asked him, he refused to say. Nandongli just thought that he was not used to the courtyard of the ladies' mansion, and didn't take it too seriously for a while. Nang only smiled and said kindly, "Don't you want to be bored in the house? Send them to the Hellion mansion. And I will take you to the lake later. You can eat whatever you want and play whatever you want." Shura's expression relaxed a little. Nang only continued, "Put on this set of clothes. Suppress your breath. Don't let people know your identity. I'll wait for you in the mansion." Zura changed into the guard clothes of the Hellion mansion with disdain, and grabbed 2 guards, who had also changed their clothes and left. The Hellion mansion was heavily guarded. But in the eyes of the peerless Shura, it was no different from entering a vegetable garden. He took one in each hand and jumped into the mansion. The 2 guards couldn't believe that they had entered the Hellion mansion. It was like a dream. The Hellion mansion was notoriously difficult to enter, but easy to leave. They needed Shura's help to enter, but they had to rely on themselves to leave. "Thank you, sir. Please go back. The young prince must be waiting for you." After the guard said that, he went to the direction of Wutong Garden with his companions. Shura was about to leave, but just as he turned around, he caught a private and invisible movement. He frowned, looked in the direction of the movement, and disappeared from the spot. After the 3 little black eggs had gained enough favor in front of the old lady, they finally started to make trouble. The 3 of them first rubbed the beautiful flowers and grass in the flower room, and then went to the bird garden to rub the parrots and starlings in the bird cages. After there was nothing to rub, they started to climb trees. Tabeo climbed the highest and climbed to the top of the Wutong tree in one breath. He was going to dig out the bird's nest on the top of the tree, but his foot slipped and he fell down from the air. After finishing the work at hand, Yuan came out to find some little guys. As soon as she arrived outside the flower garden, she saw such a thrilling scene. It was too late for her to jump over. Just when her heart was in her throat, a guard who was so fast that only a shadow remained caught Tabeo steadily. Yuan was stunned. What happened just now? Where did the guard come from? She blinked and Tabeo was in his arms? This kung fu is too amazing. If I had known that there was such a powerful master in the Hellion mansion, I would have called him to rescue away. Yuan has lived in the Hellion family for so long, and she has basically seen the death warriors and guards of the East mansion. But she thinks this man is a little unfamiliar, and his hair is still loose. At this time, Tabeo in the arms of a guard recognized his good friend and twisted excitedly in his arms, seeing her son's reaction that he clearly recognized him. Yuan secretly thought that she was too suspicious. He must be the son of the guards in the mansion to recognize him. "Thank you very much." Yuan brought Tabeo over. Yu Gang glanced and saw the small bottle on the ground. The small bottle was originally in Shura's arms. When he rescued Tabeo, he moved too fast and caused the bottle to fall out. Yuan bent down to pick up the small bottle and said with sudden realization, "It turned out to be dropped in the mansion. I thought it fell in the woods. I made a new one this morning." Tabeo grabbed the small bottle and handed it to Shura. Yuan was stunned. This child? Why did he give his bottle to someone else? Even if he wanted to thank him, he should give him some other gifts. Yuan took the bottle and Tabeo stuffed it back. Yuan took it and Tabeo stuffed it back. After a while, the broken cork cracked with a bang, and a small piece of wood flew into Shura's sleeve. Then Yuan smelled a slowly spreading bloody smell. "Are you injured?" Yuan was surprised. This was Shura's old injury. Shura was not easily injured, but once he was injured, it was very difficult to heal. He had been bandaging it with gauze. Just now, the wood flew in and knocked the gauze open, and blood flowed out. Yuan put Tabeo on the ground, grabbed his wrist, and lifted her sleeve to check his injuries. Shura didn't like people getting close to him, and instinctively burst into a terrible manic mood. But Tabeo suddenly grabbed one of his fingers. Tabeo raised his head and looked at him with his black eyes wide open. Shura suppressed his manic mood. Yuan looked at the horrible wound and frowned, saying, "How long have you been injured? Haven't you treated it? This kind of injury can't be covered. It's easy to get infected. You come with me." Yuan wanted to take him back to the yard for treatment. Shura didn't move. Tabeo pulled his hand. "My mother is a miracle doctor. Very powerful." His wound was not serious, but because he did not receive timely treatment, the wound became ulcerated. If this continues, who knows if he can still keep this hand? Yuan was worried about him. When she turned around, she saw that he was hesitant. Yuan got angry and slapped him on the head. "Just leave if I tell you to. What are you dawdling about? You don't want this hand anymore." Lord Shura, who was rumored to have killed many people, was slapped on the head by a woman. He was completely stunned. The next second, Shura's eyes turned cold. A strong murderous aura burst out from his body. He stretched out his cold fingertips. He picked up his little friend and walked in front of Yuan angrily. Yuan took Shura to Qixia Garden. Jiang Hai and his group were not in the yard. Grandma and old Chui had gone out to buy, watch, medicine, play. Yuan took him to the main room. Opened the medicine box. Took out the disinfectant juice and cotton balls. And began to clean his wound. Shura hated the smell of medicine and turned to leave. Sit down, Yuan shouted. Dabeo patted his shoulder like a little adult. Shura sat down aggrieved. Yuan carefully rolled up his sleeves. Your wound is seriously ulcerated. I have to clean it all at once. It may be a little painful. You bear it. Also, my hand is a little heavy. You can scream if you can't help it. The tempered Shura is not afraid of pain. Yuan dipped a cotton ball in the medicine and wiped it off. Shura fainted from the pain. Away was the first to return to the yard. He walked to the door, looked at Yuan who was cleaning the wound, and then looked at the patient being cleaned by a Yuan. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Yuan raised her eyebrows and looked at her bloody hands. It's not that scary. Yugo was the second to return to the yard. He was slower than away. He didn't see the man being tossed around by Yuan until he entered the house. Then his eyes rolled back and he fell down. Then came Qin Yin and Jiang Hai. As expected, they both fainted. The last to arrive home were old Chui and Grandma, who had returned from the opera. The two were reminiscing about the wonderful tunes of the opera. They caught a glimpse of Away and others lying on the ground, and then looked at the people being stabbed by Yuan with needles. Grandma didn't fall down immediately. He held on tightly. Calm. He is a ghost priest. He can do it. At this moment, Shura woke up quietly. He opened his eyes and saw the golden needle on his hand. He curiously pulled it out. Yuan opened his hand fiercely. Don't move. Grandma finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted gorgeously. Chapter 409 Shura and Haydn. Yuan's treatment of the injured was finally coming to an end. All his rotten flesh was dug out, filled with medicine, stitched, and bandaged with clean gauze. After doing all this, Yuan wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed. It's done. Then Yuan turned around and saw the people falling to the ground. Wasn't it just Away who fell? How come even Grandma and Qing and Jiahai fell? I just treated the injury. It's not that serious. Right? Dabei was not afraid. Yuan muttered in confusion. Old Chui was the only one who didn't fall. He was a doctor. In his eyes, there was only a difference between the injured and the sick. And there was no difference between the dead and the Shura. Old Chui walked in with his chin raised. Yuan asked him in a low voice, Old Chui, why are they all fainted? Because of that man. Old Chui looked at Shura, who was curiously staring at the gauze, and muttered, You haven't seen his portrait? Yes. It was just painted this morning, and I didn't have time to show it to you. What are you mumbling about? Yuan didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Aren't you afraid? Old Chui said. Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, What should I be afraid of? Do I look like such a timid person? Old Chui pointed with his finger and said, He is Shura. Yuan. Yuan. Yuan also successfully fell down. When Yuan woke up, it was already dusk. She lay on the soft bed. Yin Jiucha sat beside her, looking carefully at a picture book that Helian Biming bought for the little black eggs. The room was very quiet, and only the sound of him turning the pages could be heard. The years were peaceful, and Yuan had this thought in her mind. She leaned gently towards her husband, and the next second, she was not calm anymore. She sat up. Xiao xiao xiao. Where is Shura? Outside. Yin Jiuchao turned a page, his eyes never leaving the album. He looked calm and indifferent. Yuan suddenly realized that she didn't seem to have time to talk to him about Shura. So why did he answer her so easily when she asked about Shura just now? Yuan opened her mouth, as if he knew what Yuan wanted to ask. Yin Jiucha said lightly, Well, they woke up, and I heard what they said. Then how could you still react so calmly? Yuan was not as experienced as him. And when she heard that Shura was still in the mansion, she quickly lifted the quilt and got out of bed. I didn't know he was Shura before, so I let him get so close to Dabeo, slapped his head, hit his hand, and said a few harsh words to him. Every time Yuan thought about it, She felt her legs weakened a little. When she finally reached the door, she could hardly move her calves. She turned right. Left. Chishu Garden. Yin Jiuchao said while looking at the picture album. Yuan turned around and rushed to Chishu Garden. The yard was quiet. The maids were all gone. And even the chirping birds were no longer singing. Yuan's heart was beating fast. No. Could it be that Shura killed them all? Her little black egg. Yuan quickened her pace. When she was near the corner, she saw several figures clinging to the wall and looking forward furtively. Yuan looked carefully and found that they were Qingyan, Jian Hai, Yuego and Away. What are you doing? Yuan asked as she stepped forward. Shoo! The four of them turned their heads at the same time and made a fierce gesture to Yuan to keep quiet. Yuan was stunned, blinked in confusion, walked around to the outermost part, and looked in the direction of their gaze. When did the empty little flower garden become so crowded? The maids and servants, who had not been seen just now, were all standing here, blocking the flower garden. They were looking in the same direction as Qingyan and others. It's a pity that Yuan couldn't see it. Yuan stood on tiptoe and finally saw it. Then she was dumbfounded. When they were still in Lotus Village, the little black eggs would sit on the doorstep to drink goat milk after getting up early every day. This habit was brought to Hellion Mansion. On the stone blue doorstep, 3 little black eggs sat in a row, holding small milk bottles in their 2 little hands. Drinking milk. This was nothing. But if there was a synchronized Shura sitting next to the 3 of them. Shura drank milk and exchanged glances with the 3 little milk friends from time to time. From now on, everyone is a good milk friend. The scene was too scary, and Yuan's mind was a little confused. The expressions of the 4 people were not much better than Yuan. Especially Away. He was the one who cooked the goat milk. Can you imagine the scene when Shura suddenly handed over a bottle after he put the cooked goat milk into the milk bottles of several useless apprentices? He was going crazy. Qingyan asked Yuan in a daze, "Are you sure that the needle you just used only pierced his hand, and not his brain?" Yuan said, "I'm suddenly not sure." Qingyan. 1 bottle was not enough for Shura. So Away went to cook another pot. Thanks to Shura, several little black eggs also got 1 more bottle. Little milk friends should share happiness and drink milk together. While Shura and several little black eggs were full, the guards of the female monarch's mansion also took the opportunity of patrol to approach Wutong Garden and Chishu Garden. The young princess and the Hellion Yu brothers were old acquaintances. Nan only learned about the topography of the East Mansion and the courtyard where Yuan lived from them through her. Yuan lived in Wutong Garden, but often stayed in Chishu Garden. So these 2 courtyards were the places they focused on searching. But just in case, they were more careful. On the one hand, they had to pretend to patrol in front of the maids and old women. And on the other hand, they had to avoid the guards and death soldiers who were really patrolling. It took a long time to finally sneak into Wutong Garden. Have you seen the eldest young lady? My hand hurts a little. I want to see her. A maid stopped the old woman guarding the door. Everyone in the mansion knew that the eldest young lady knew medical skills. Originally, Old Chui was also a doctor. But there was a difference between men and women. The maids all loved to see the eldest young lady. And the eldest young lady was also enthusiastic and never disliked their troubles. The old woman smiled and said, "The eldest young lady is in Chishu Garden." The maid nodded, "Okay. I will go to see her after I finish the work at hand." The 2 guards exchanged glances and quietly left Wutong Garden. Chishu Garden is very lively today. The guards quietly hid on the roof. They restrained their own breath. But this could not be hidden from Shura. Shura knew they were coming. But Shura ignored them and gulped down milk. They also restrained their breath. Shura could sense them. But they could not feel Shura's presence. They only knew that all the servants gathered in the small flower garden, and the rest of the yard became empty. This would be beneficial for them to act. The guard took out 2 portraits from his arms, one of which was Yuan dressed as a lady, and the other was Yuan dressed as a young master, both of which were drawn by the little princess. The guard whispered. The young princess said that this person is full of tricks. We must keep our eyes open and don't make any mistakes. The companion nodded in response, and thought of something, and asked, "By the way, did you bring the sleeping pills?" "I brought them." The guard took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. "Sprinkle the sleeping pills on people when you see them later. Don't make any noise. Otherwise it will attract the assassins of the Hellion Mansion, and we won't be able to escape." "I know." The companion was talking. and his eyes swept, patted the guard's shoulder, and winked at him. The guard looked down, and the girl who was walking over was the woman in the portrait. Wasn't she? Yuan came to find Grandma. Just now. She only saw Qingyan and the others, but didn't see Grandma. She was worried that Grandma was scared by Shura and had some problems, so she came to care about him. She pushed the door and entered Grandma's room. The guard exchanged glances with his companion. The companion understood, took out a large sack from his sleeve, sprinkled the knockout drug on it, and placed the sack facing down. The two of them took the sack to the beam under the eaves and hung it there, waiting for Yuan to come out and then put her in. Grandma, are you okay? I'm fine. Then I'll go over first. Call me if you need anything. Okay. I happen to have something to do as well. Then I won't bother you. The guard winked. Hurry up. She's coming out. Success or failure depends on this one move. No mistakes allowed. Footsteps approached. A figure crossed the threshold, and the two flew down and put each other in the sack. Then, the two of them tied the sack tightly, and the guards carried it on their shoulders, and used their light skills to quickly fly out of the yard. Yuan's earring fell off. She squatted down to pick it up, and when she looked up again, the grandma who was walking in front of her disappeared. She said strangely, "Huh? So fast?" The ugly old man who was annoying him with the wind chimes was caught. So happy. Zura grabbed the small bottle and took a sip, and continued to drink milk. Chapter 410 The Truth of That Year. The Fierce Shura. It is said that after the two guards returned to the lady's mansion, they went directly to the yard of the young prince, and threw the sack into his room, according to the young prince's instructions. It should be a hostage that is very important to the young prince. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to be placed in such an important place. The young prince did not say more, and the guards did not add unnecessary details. After putting down the sack, they went to the study to report to the young prince. Nandongli had just finished the official business at hand, and was about to go to the lady's yard to pay respects to the prince consort. But he met the guard who came to report. Report to the prince? The person has been brought back, the guard said respectfully. Nandongli's expression paused, and finally decided to meet the old friend first. Nandongli dismissed the servants in the yard, and walked into the house alone. The light in the house was dim, and he lit an oil lamp. The dim light fell on the curled-up sack, and the petite figure instantly evoked memories from 3 years ago. He learned by accident that he was not his father's eldest son. His father had another beloved son in Yinqing, De Zhou. All his father's love for him came from that name, but the name was that of the eldest son. This made him very jealous, and he decided to sneak into De Zhou to see who the son that his father could not forget was. Entering De Zhou was smoother than expected, and it was easier to find out the news of the eldest son than expected. He thought the other party was such a great person, but it turned out to be just an unlearned and notorious little lunatic. He was well educated, brave and resourceful, and he was the son who was truly worthy of his father's pride. He thought he had beaten the other person so badly that he had no reason to be jealous. However, when he saw the face that inherited almost all of his father's appearance, he felt the jealous fire in his heart burning up. That person looked too much like his father. When they stood together, they looked more like a father and son. He settled down in Yinqing and met Su Xiao, the head of the Su family, who was delivering goods to Yinqing by chance. From Su Xiao, he heard a lot about that person. Although he was a little lunatic that everyone avoided, he was able to get all the favor of the emperor. He was also his father's son, and the emperor was also his uncle. This favor should also be his share, right? Even everything in Yinqing should be in his pocket. Afterwards, Yin Jiuqiu went to Shuzhou. He rarely got the chance to plot against Yin Jiuqiu, but unfortunately, he didn't move the person he prepared, Yin Jiuqiu, but moved an ugly monster instead. Afterwards, Su Xiao imprisoned the ugly monster. Not long after, the ugly monster ran away. She met him by chance. He still remembered that she stopped his carriage in a panic and said in a panic, "Someone wants to kill me. Please save me." He, save her? This little girl is really stupid and cute. The heavy rain washed away the red spots on her face, and he could see the stunning face under the red spots. So she pretended to be ugly on purpose? That was a bargain for that person. He looked at her slightly bulging belly and smiled gently. Okay. Bang. The sack moved and hit the ground with a muffled sound. Nandong Li's thoughts came to an abrupt end. He realized that he had been standing for a long time. So long that the oil lamp was almost burned out. She was suffocated in the sack for even longer. This was a punishment for her insistence on escaping from him. Nandonli walked forward calmly, looked down at the sack, and said indifferently, after going around in circles, "You are back to this king? Sack?" Nandonli walked to the table, turned the oil lamp a little brighter, turned back, squatted down and looked at the sack that seemed a little stiff. "This king has said that I have never failed to get what I like. Only what I want and don't want," Sack continued, thinking of something. Nandonli laughed sarcastically. "What did you say to this king at the beginning? You don't covet wealth and glory, nor do you expect luxurious clothes and delicious food. You just asked this king to let you go. But look at what you did. Who did you go to? Do you think this king is worse than a sickly person in your eyes?" Sack, who was still confused, Nandonli squatted down again, and his cold hands touched the corners of the sack. "You fall into my hands again. Do you think I will let you go this time?" The sack felt like it had been touched by a pervert. Nandonli smiled faintly. "How about this? You also give me 3 sons, and I will let you go." The sack suddenly stopped moving. Nandonli gently stroked the sack, as if he was stroking a beloved piece of jewelry. "Don't worry. I will be very gentle." After that, he untied the sack, revealing a white-haired old man inside. Ah! The impact was so great that Nandonli fell to the ground with a slump. The old man looked calm, but glanced at him excitedly. "You are young and don't learn well. Even the old man won't let you go. I am still as handsome as I was in the past." The first priest of the Ghost clan was also the most beautiful, ugly man in the Ghost clan. Nandonli covered his rolling chest. He felt as if he had swallowed 100 flies. Where is the eldest young lady? How could she become such an old man? Thinking that he had just said such disgusting words to an old man and touched him with his hands, Nandonli felt sick. "Ah, it's you?" The old man recognized Nandonli. After hearing this, Nandonli couldn't vomit halfway. He paused and looked at the other party suspiciously. Just now, he was so disgusted that he didn't take a closer look at the other person's appearance. After taking a look, Nandonli also recognized the grandmother, Ghost clan priest. When Nandonli learned from the subordinates that Yuan had a strange birthmark on her body, he suspected that Yuan was a member of the Ghost clan. In order to find out the truth, Nandonli went to the Ghost clan. It was also when he went to the Ghost clan that he knew that the runaway bride was actually his aunt. He deliberately got injured and lay on the side of the road, and was rescued by a child from the Ghost tribe. It took him more than a year to gain the trust of the family, and then he was brought into the tribe. The first person he visited in the tribe was the priest, while the old man was lying on the ground. He had heard from the servants that this was the female monarch's mansion, and the one who captured him was the only young prince in the mansion. The old man said venomously, "The first time I saw you, I felt that you were not a thing. But it turned out that you were not. Did you bring Shura out?" "Yes, it was me." There was no need to hide it at this point. Not to mention that the person was captured from the Hellion mansion. Even if his subordinates did not do a good job and captured the wrong person, it at least showed that this old man was in the same group with Yin Jiocha and Yuan. Nandonli asked, "Excuse my stupidity. Why would the Ghost clan priests get involved with the people of Dezhou and the Nanzhao God General's mansion? Didn't the Ghost King send you to capture the great princess? Why, instead of taking her back, you started working for her daughter and son-in-law?" The old man ignored him. Seeing that the old man didn't speak, Nandonli narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the people who broke into the National Master's Hall at night were also you? You were actually helping Yin Jiocha find medicine? Let me guess. You want to gain the trust of Yin Jiochao and the little princess, and then abduct them to the Ghost clan, so as to force the great princess to fall into the trap. If so, then we actually cooperate. The old man said, "I will not cooperate with you. You'd better give up this idea." Nandonli curled his lips. "Won't you listen to my conditions?" The old man closed his eyes, like a monk in meditation. Nandonli smiled. "Well, everyone has their own aspirations. I originally planned to do a favor for the Ghost clan, but unfortunately the priest didn't give me this opportunity. So I can only offend the priest, since the priest is willing to find medicine for them. They must respect the priest very much in their hearts. If they know that the priest is in my hands, I wonder if they will come to rescue the priest." The old man was indifferent. "It's useless to pretend to be calm." Nandonli laughed sarcastically. "Come here. A guard pushed the door open and entered. Prince Nandongli ordered, go to Hellion Mansion and pass a message to those guys in the Ghost Clan. Tell them that their priest is in my hands. And let them exchange the little princess. Yes. The guard took the order and left. The old man said, they won't exchange people. You can give up. Nandongli smiled and said, I know. But they will come to save you. How do you think I will deal with them? Old man. What a cruel man. Nandongli smiled triumphantly and ordered to the outside, tie him to the woodshed. Another guard came in and took the old man away. Nandongli's mood has eased a lot. Although she failed to catch the little princess. As long as the priest is in her hands, she will come to her sooner or later. Nandongli called the guards and the dead men and explained them carefully. At this time, Shura, who was full of wine, returned to the mansion. Shura looked in a good mood. Nandongli smiled and stopped him. Why are you back so late? Are you hungry? I'll have someone prepare dinner for you. Shura burped. Nandongli. It's fine after eating. Nandongli didn't ask him where he ate. Shura didn't like to talk to people. Nor did he like to be questioned. He would occasionally go out for a walk when he couldn't stand it. As long as he didn't do anything too outrageous. Nandongli wouldn't bother him. Nandongli said, by the way, someone may want to break into the queen's mansion tonight. You guard the mansion and don't let anyone in. Shura nodded and agreed very readily. He is a Shura who keeps his word. Even if the little milk friends come tonight, he won't let them in. With Shura's guarantee. Nandongli felt relieved. Nandongli went to the queen's yard. Shura went back to his own yard. When passing by the woodshed, Shura caught an unusual breath. He flashed past. He opened the door and saw an old man with a face full of bitterness and hatred. Oh my! Why is this ugly old man here? He is almost sick to death. Shura was so disgusted that he grabbed the man and threw him out of the lady's mansion. They only said that people cannot be let in. But they did not say that people cannot be thrown out. Right? Without the ugly old man in the mansion. Shura felt that the air was fresher. He touched the small bottle in his arms and returned to the yard with a heroic spirit. Chapter 411 Father and son meet again. Confess the truth. The old man, who had no idea what was going on, opened and closed his eyes. Left the house? Shura was not very gentle, and casually hung him on a tree branch. The old man was hanging there pitifully, unable to go up or down. But let's not say. The view here is good, and you can see most of the female monarch's mansion. The female monarch's mansion has beautiful scenery and charming night scenery. He admired it very much. The tree branch bore the weight it shouldn't bear. And finally it couldn't bear the weight and broke with a click. The old man fell down without any resistance. Fortunately, he didn't fall directly to the ground. A carriage rushed by, and he fell on the horse's back. It was cushioned before rolling to the ground. It was so late at night, and there was no pedestrian on the street. How could the driver expect a person to fall from the sky? The horse was also scared and made a hissing roar. The driver instinctively pulled the reins and stopped the carriage. What happened? The person in the carriage asked. The driver said, to answer the prince consort. A man just fell from the sky and hit our horse. The prince consort lifted the curtain, looked at the old man on the side of the road and said, go and see how the man is. Yes, prince consort. The driver jumped down. The old man was dizzy and had a big bump on his forehead. The driver walked over and found that it was an elderly man. He was even more worried. It was hard for a young man to withstand the impact just now. Would he be killed directly? I swear to God. He tried very hard to see the road. It was really not him who hit the man. But if the man died, this life would be counted on him and the prince consort. Just when the driver was frightened, the old man suddenly gasped. And the driver was so scared that he almost knelt on the spot. Help me! Help me! The old man saw the young man next to him and handed him his hand. Is it a living person? The driver trembled and reached out his hand, and quickly touched the back of his hand. It was hot. So he helped the other person sit up. After sitting up, the old man's breathing was much smoother. Is he okay? Asked the prince consort. Reply. The coachman was about to call the prince consort. But when the words reached his lips, he remembered that the prince consort was traveling incognito and did not want people to know his identity. So he said, reply to the master. It seems that there is no problem. The prince consort opened the curtain a little more, looked at the old man and said, Old man, where do you live? I will take you to the clinic first, and then notify your family. The old man waved his hand. No need to go to the clinic. Just take me back directly. The Queen's mansion is far away from the Hellion mansion, and his old legs can't walk there until tomorrow. The prince consort thought for a while. Why not find a nearby clinic on the way back? I have a doctor at home, the old man said. In that case, please get in the car. Old man, the prince consort said politely. Ah, they actually let a dirty old man ride in the same carriage with the prince consort. The driver was a little unhappy, but the prince consort had made a decision that could not be changed even by 8 horses. The driver had no choice but to politely invite the old man to get on the carriage. The driver was originally a person that the queen had placed in front of the prince consort. But after so many years, he had already regarded the prince consort as his real master. He would not disobey the prince consort's orders, nor would he reveal things that should not be revealed. However, he would also consider his own safety. For example, the queen warned him not to tell her about the prince consort's visit to the Hellion mansion and the fact that he had met a certain young master. And he really didn't tell her. Of course, it's not entirely because he is afraid of death. But there is no point in saying some things. The worst outcome is that he will be driven away, and another driver may not be as loyal to the prince consort as him. Please sit tight. The carriage is leaving. Where are you going? The driver asked. Hellion mansion, the old man said. The driver's expression froze for a moment. The prince consort also paused. The driver said, How about you go back first? Master? I will take the old man home myself. The lady's mansion was right in front of him. The prince consort could get off the carriage and walk back, without having to go through the trouble of this trip. But somehow, the prince consort wanted to go. No, the prince consort said. The driver had no choice but to bite the bullet and drive the carriage to the Hellion mansion. The old man pressed his head, which was a little swollen and painful. He was indeed stunned, and he didn't even bother to look at the man in front of him carefully. Although he had never seen this prince consort of Nanzhao, if he looked at the place where he appeared and the mask on his face, it should not be difficult to guess his identity. About half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the Hellion East mansion. The old man got off the carriage with the help of the driver. The old man thanked the son-in-law. I'm home. Thank you, sir. The son-in-law lifted the curtain and looked at the majestic gate of the Hellion mansion. Somehow, an inexplicable emotion suddenly surged in his heart. He hesitated for a while and asked, You live here? The old man replied, This is my friend's house. I'm staying here temporarily. I'll go in first if I have nothing to do. After that, he turned around and was about to knock on the door of the Hellion mansion. The son-in-law in the car suddenly said, Can I go in and sit for a while? It's so late. It's not good. I've seen people who are happy to help others, but I've never seen people who have to go to someone's house to sit after helping others. This man doesn't look like a bad person at all. Besides, if he is really a bad person, then his entry into the mansion is no different from going to H.L. The old man nodded. Okay. Follow me into the mansion. The coachman scratched his head anxiously. What's going on? Just one trip is enough. Why is the prince consort still yelling to go in? If the lady finds out later, I will have to give you another bowl of medicine. The prince consort got off the carriage. The old man knocked on the door. It's me. The servant opened the door respectfully. I didn't see you go out today. Did you go out the back door? The old man said seriously. I flew out. The servant laughed and said, You are really funny. These days, no one believes the truth. The old man pointed to the prince consort beside him and said, I had something happen on the way, and this young man sent me back. I invited him to come into the mansion and sit down. Sit. It was so late. The servant was puzzled, but he didn't dare to keep people out. The general had told him that those who lived with the young master were all distinguished guests of the East Palace, and they should treat them as masters. The servant opened the red door, invited the old man and the prince consort in, and took a lantern to light the way for them. The scenery of Hellion mansion was not as good as that of the lady's mansion, especially in the dark at night, which was not pleasing to the eye. But for some reason, there seemed to be an atmosphere that made the prince consort feel happy. His heartbeat began to speed up and his emotions became full. When he passed through the winding corridor, a drunk woman bumped into him, but he was not angry. Oh, sorry, The servant apologized for the drunk woman again and again. The prince consort smiled slightly. It's okay. The servant was stunned. Well, this guest has a really good temper. The servant sent the two to Chixiao Garden and returned to the outer courtyard. At this hour, Chixiao Garden was actually a bit noisy. They must have found out that he was gone and the situation was out of control. The old man shook his head. These little fools can sometimes make people angry. But sometimes they can also make people's hearts burn. Are you going to live here? The prince consort asked, looking at the half-open courtyard door. His heart beat faster and faster, as if something behind the door had been pulling him. He didn't wait for Grandma to answer, just raised his head and pushed open the courtyard door. The old man who was a step slower. The door opened. A smell of barbecue hit him in the face. The old man frowned instinctively, and the next second, he was dumbfounded. What did he see? A courtyard full of flowers, a bright bonfire, and a group of people sitting together roasting meat and eating. The old man was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what he saw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. All of them. He was kidnapped. And these little conscienceless people didn't save him, but sat in the yard eating and drinking? Oh! Yuan, who was stringing meat with Perilla and Poria, suddenly stopped. Did we forget something? Everyone was silent. After a while, Qingyan slapped his thigh. I didn't get the vinegar. Xiao Jiuqiu loves to be jealous. Yin Jiuqiu glanced at him coldly. I'll get it. I'll get it. Qingyan went with a smile. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. No, it's not this, Yuan said thoughtfully. Ah, I remember now. Jianghai slapped his thigh, stood up, and went to the old man's house. Old man, humph. You have a conscience. Jianghai came out with a sealed wine jar, whispering, top-grade huadyao. The old man was so angry that he fell backwards. It doesn't seem so. Yuan frowned and thought for a while. Is there someone missing? The old man's dim eyes were bright again. Qingyan and Jianghai exchanged a look, and suddenly realized and said in unison, Old Suedo. The old man who wanted to die on the spot. Even old Chui is more important than him. I really want to beat these little bastards to death. Oh! Yuan found the people at the gate of the courtyard, stood up blankly, and the skewers in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. Hey! Awan! Qingyan tried to grab the skewers, but failed. He cried out in pain, and then saw Yuan's stunned expression. He looked in the direction Yuan was staring, and then the skewers in his hand also fell with a thud. Old man, finally found that I'm missing? Guilty. Right? Ashamed. Right? Yuan walked towards the two of them in a daze. The old man stretched out his hand and said nonchalantly, Okay. I know you are not deliberately. Are you, the prince consort? The old man was interrupted by Yuan's surprised voice halfway through his words. He didn't have time to be surprised by Yuan's words, prince consort. He just felt that he was really desperate tonight. Yuan's voice was not loud, but it was enough for the group of masters in the yard to hear. Everyone paused, and the noisy yard suddenly became quiet. The piece of barbecue that Yin Jiuqiu was holding had been delivered to his lips, but he suddenly stopped. The yard was terribly quiet. Yuan had never seen a prince consort, but when this man appeared in front of her, she recognized him at a glance. She couldn't tell whether it was the breath that was very similar to Yin Jiuqiu, or the mask that had never been taken off in the rumors. She thought that even if she didn't hear his conversation with the little princess on the first floor, as long as she saw him, she would still not mistake him. Yin Jiuqiu. Yuan turned around and looked at her husband with a cold face. Ahem. Qingyan cleared his throat and winked it away, and Yuego. The two of them had no tacit understanding with him on weekdays, but tonight they understood each other for the first time. The three put down the skewers and left the yard quietly. Then, Jianhai, Zissou and Fuling also went back to their own rooms. Is there anything delicious? Old Chui came over happily. As soon as he entered the yard, he noticed that the atmosphere was not right. He looked at everyone and then at the stranger who came out of nowhere, wondering, who is he? The old man left angrily. Yuan also went into the study without saying a word. Hey, why are you all gone? At the end of the words, the voice gradually became smaller. Old Chui shrank his neck in dismay, grabbed a few skewers of barbecue, and silently went into Grandma's room. Only Yin Jiuqiu and the prince consort were left in the huge yard. Yin Jiuqiu did not move, nor did he look at him. Instead, The prince consort quietly walked over here. Yin Jiuqiu fed the already cold roast meat into his mouth and ate it slowly. The prince consort sat down on the wooden bench opposite him. Although the weather was not as hot as in midsummer, it was not as cold as imagined. The bonfire was crackling and burning nearby, and beads of sweat flowed down the foreheads of the two men. Yin Jiuqiu ate meat. The prince consort watched him eat meat. Neither of them spoke. Everyone who hid in the house poked their heads out from the cracks in the door and secretly watched the two people's movements. Except for Yuan. No one knew what the relationship between the prince consort and Yin Jiuqiu was. They just felt that the two were very strange. One staring and the other ignoring. Finally, it was the prince consort who broke the silence. He looked at Yin Jiuqiu and said softly, "You." Yin Jiuqiu did not give him a chance to continue. He put down the skewers and said lightly, "I'm full." After that, he stood up unceremoniously and was about to go back to Wutong Garden. The prince consort saw this face that was 70% similar to his own as soon as he entered the door. The difference was that he was old and had a hideous scar on his face, while the person in front of him seemed to be all his appearance when he was young. Isn't this very strange? The prince consort covered his chest. He was very excited, and he didn't know what was wrong. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, he suddenly stood up and said, "Wait a minute. I have something to ask you." As if he realized that his tone was too strong, he pinched his fingers helplessly, softened his tone and said, "Can I ask you a few questions?" When has the prince consort of the female monarch ever been so unconfident? Even when he met the monarch, he was calm. But facing this young man, his heart became extremely uneasy. Yin Jiuqiu didn't look back, just looked at the endless night, and said indifferently, "If you want to ask me if I am doing well, very good. If you want to ask me why I came to Nanzhao, it has nothing to do with you." Yes. 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 It has something to do with it. Yuan pushed open the door of the study and rushed out, hugged her husband's arm, hooked her toes, and closed the courtyard door. "Let's talk about it nicely," she said to Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu was full of strong hostility, but he was reluctant to push her away. But he still refused to respond to the prince consort. The prince consort looked a little stunned, as if he was savoring Yin Jiuqiu's words. Yuan was struggling whether to call him the prince consort or the father. Looking at her husband's stinky face, Yuan decided not to get so close to him for the time being. "What do you want to ask?" Yuan said. The prince consort came back to his senses, looked at the little girl, and then looked at the young man she was holding, and said, "I want to ask who he is." Yuan glared at him. "Your son. Haven't you recognized him yet? You came to the Hellion Mansion, not to find your son?" She came to the door in the middle of the night, and she thought he recognized Yin Jiuqiu afterwards, and came to the door to reunite with Yin Jiuqiu. "He is my son?" The prince consort was stunned. "What's the reaction?" Yuan was confused. "You've seen him several times. He looks so much like you. Have you ever doubted that he is your son?" "Several times?" The prince consort was stunned again. "Yes. I saw him once in the Tangula's shop earlier. Later, Xiaobao sneaked out of the house, and you two met once in a restaurant. Let me think about it." Yuan couldn't think of anything. But 2 times is not less. Counting this time, it has been 3 times. "I thought you were here to recognize your son," Yuan said. "I came to see the old man back," the prince consort said. It turned out that he was here to see grandma back. Yuan felt that her husband's face was getting colder. Yin Jiuqiu pulled out his arm, and instead held Yuan's hand, leading her out of the courtyard coldly. "I don't remember," the prince consort said, looking at the backs of the two. The two paused. The prince consort tried to recall, but the more he thought, the more he felt his head explode. "You? What's wrong with you?" Yuan noticed that something was wrong with the prince consort. His whole face turned pale, and the cold sweat on his forehead was gushing out in pain. Old Chui came over with big strides, pinched the prince consort's wrist, and frowned after taking his pulse. He had someone drug him. Chapter 412. You are the Prince of Yen. After saying this, the consort fainted due to the intense pain. Zisu and Fu Ling quickly cleaned up a side room, and Jiang Hai carried the man into the house and put him on the bed with a new mattress. Anyone who was not deaf could have heard the conversation between the 3 people just now. This masked young man was the consort of the female monarch's mansion, but he was also Yin Jiuqiu's father, who had passed away many years ago. "I really don't know what happened. Why did the king of Yen fake his death and lead his wife and children to become the consort of Nan Zhao? Everyone wanted to ask. But they were frightened by Yan Jiuqiu's face that was cold enough to freeze people to death and couldn't say a word. But he didn't say anything and refused to leave. Do you have anything else to do? Yan Jiuqiu asked coldly. Everyone shook their heads like rattles. We just want to see the excitement. Go out. You're blocking the light. Old Chui drove Jiang Hai, Xing Yan, and the other two away. Although the four people walked out of the house, they strolled around the yard, grabbed a skewer each, and then went back to the windowsill and squatted in tacit understanding. Xiao Jiuqiu's story. I have to listen to it even if I die. Creak. The window lattice was pushed open. The four squatting peasants raised their heads in unison and looked at Yan Jiuqiu's cold face. Eat. Eat skewers? Yugo handed over the vegetarian skewers in his hand. Dr. Chui. Your medicine box. Zisu brought over Old Chui's medicine box. Do you need to prepare hot water? Old Chui took out a small bag of herbs from the box. Boil this first. Boil it over high heat. And simmer it for 3/4 of an hour. Okay. Zisu took the medicine bag. Old Chui then ordered Fuling. Go to the flower house and pick some honeysuckle. The flower house in the East Mansion was originally built overnight by the old lady to amuse her little grandson. But the 3 little black eggs went there every now and then to cause trouble. And the exotic flowers and plants were scared and dared not bloom. Old Chui took advantage of the opportunity and planted some ugly herbs in it. Fuling picked the honeysuckle and fetched a bucket of cold water. Yuan began to wash the honeysuckle. While washing, she did not forget to look at Yan Jiuqiu's expression. The seemingly unruly young man always made people unpredictable in his heart. For example, at this moment, Yuan could not guess what he was thinking. But he was dragged in by her. And he did not turn around and leave after she let go. Which meant that he actually wanted to find out what happened to the prince consort. He had a bad temper. But he never acted on impulse. When necessary, he was amazingly calm. Yuan thought that if it were her turn, she would not be able to do better than him. After washing the honeysuckle, she took part of the poria to boil water, and left the other part to be mashed into juice by Yuan. Old Chui handed Yuan a pill. This. Crush it and mix it with the honeysuckle. Honeysuckle has the effect of detoxification. But I don't know what this pill is for. Yuan crushed the pill and asked softly. Just now you said that he asked someone to give him medicine. Is it poison? Old Chui said, it's not poison. But it's not a good thing either. What does it mean? Yuan was puzzled. Old Chui took the prince consort's index finger, pierced the fingertip with a golden needle, and dripped a drop of blood on the herb. The withered yellow grass leaf turned red at a visible speed. Old Chui sighed, as expected. It is the soul-eating grass. Soul-eating grass? Yuan has read so many medical books and learned medical skills from Old Chui for so long. She knows a lot of herbs. But she has never heard of such a strange name. Old Chui explained. It is actually a kind of wild grass growing on the edge of the cliff. It has the effect of expelling insects and relieving itching when used externally. But its juice has a hallucinogenic effect. It must not come into contact with wounds, let alone enter one's intestines. At the mildest, it will cause headaches, dizziness, and hallucinations. At the worst, it may damage a person's memory. If it is more serious, he will become a fool. This leaf is the soul-eating grass leaf. The medicinal properties of the soul-eating grass in his body will make it red. So that's it. Yuan took the leaf and looked at it. So, he doesn't remember the past because of the soul-eating grass? Old Chui nodded. It should be like this. After learning that the son-in-law was the king of Yin, Yuan thought more than once why he abandoned Yan Jiuqiu. Until she saw the look in his eyes when he looked at Yan Jiuqiu just now. That was not the look of a man who abandoned his wife. Yuan turned her head and looked at Yan Jiuqiu in the night and said, Yan Jiuqiu, he didn't mean to abandon you. He just had someone drug him and forcefully erased his memory from his mind. Yan Jiuqiu was facing away from the light. His entire face was shrouded in darkness. Yuan couldn't see his expression, but she could feel that the aura around him had become even colder. I wonder if this coldness was because of his biological father who abandoned him, or the culprit behind the scenes who forced his biological father to abandon him. Old Chui said again, the other party's dosage is well controlled and did not hurt his mind. Of course he couldn't hurt her. Otherwise who would like a fool? Is it the queen? Yuan murmured. She thought of the mother and son that Madame Yao had seen in Yanqing. The child was a few years younger than Yan Jiuqiu. Doesn't this match Nangong Li's age? Could it be that the mother and son who appeared in Yanqing that year were the queen and Nangong Li? Yuan had seen Nangong Li, but she couldn't remember what Nangong Li looked like. Madame Yao said that he looked very similar to Yin Jiuqiu. So, Nangong Li also looked like the king of Yin? Dr. Cui. The medicine is ready. Zisu brought a bowl of steaming medicine juice into the house on a tray. Put it there. Old Cui pointed to the table. Zisu put the tray on the 8 immortals table. Old Cui pulled out the needles from the acupuncture points of the prince consort and said to Yuan, when he wakes up, let him take both medicines. Where is the honeysuckle dew cooked with poria cocos? Old Cui snorted, that's for you. Don't you see that everyone's mouth is swollen after eating such irritating food in such a hot day? Yuan covered the little sausage mouth with one hand. Old Cui packed up the medicine box. Yuan pursed her lips and asked again, can he get better? Can he remember the past? Old Cui picked up the medicine box and said, it depends on his luck. If it is poison, I will cure it. This is not poison, so there is no cure. It's useless to say it. Yuan curled her lips, thinking of something, and took off the mask on his face and said, what about his scar? Can it be removed? Old Cui glanced at it calmly. It can't be removed. It's been too long. It's too deep. I really don't know how he did it. He didn't show any mercy. Old Cui was sleepy, yawned and went back to the house. About a quarter of an hour later, the prince consort woke up. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to look for the shadow of Yin Jiuqiu in the house. Yuan turned up the light, walked to the bed and said, Yin Jiuqiu has returned to Wutong Garden. The prince consort was stunned. His name is Yin Jiuqiu. Which dynasty? The dynasty of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yuan said. Just as I thought. The prince consort lowered his head and smiled happily. Even if he didn't remember this person, he was still full of joy when he mentioned him. Drink the medicine first. Yuan didn't mean to interrupt his thoughts about his son. But if he didn't drink the medicine, it would get cold. The prince consort took the medicine bowl and drank it without saying a word. Look at the posture of not frowning when drinking the medicine. It is exactly the same as Yin Jiuqiu. Worthy of being a father and son. And this. Yuan handed over a bowl of pills mixed with honeysuckle. And the prince consort took it all. Yuan handed him a candied fruit. He was stunned. He was not used to eating candied fruit. But seeing the little girl's serious look, he took it and ate it. It was very sweet. Okay. Yuan packed up her things, clapped her hands, and sat down on the stool in front of the bed. Now let's talk business. My name is Yuan. I'm Yin Jiuqiu's wife, and the mother of your 3 little grandchildren. But my name in Nanzhao is Yin Wan. Yin Jiuqiu's name is Helian Xiao. He is the eldest young master of the Helian family. And I am the eldest young lady of the Helian family. Don't call me the wrong name when you go out in the future. The sudden amount of information was a bit overwhelming. And the son-in-law was stunned for a while. Yin Jiuqiu got married. He had 3 children. And he became the eldest young master of the Helian family? What's going on? Yuan said, the process is a bit tortuous. I can't explain it to you for a while. And there are some things I would rather Yin Jiuqiu tell you in person. Do you remember who you are? The son-in-law said blankly, Bai Yi tribe. The Bai Yi tribe is bullshit. It's all nonsense made up by the queen. You are the prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. The king of Yin who is second to none. Yuan cursed in her heart for the first time. She was not in a hurry to tell him everything. After all, some things are not based on words. It is not easy for him to doubt a person who has been with him for more than 10 years. How come you don't remember meeting Yin Jiuqiu before? The prince consort said, I have a head injury. And I forget what happened from time to time. Yuan asked again, then? Didn't the people in your house tell you? One time. The little princess was also present. Didn't she tell you? The prince consort shook his head. Yuan was not surprised at all. If he could be given the soul-eating grass, what else could he not do? She was afraid that the prince consort would be emotionally abnormal after meeting Yin Jiuqiu and Xiaobao. So the lady simply gave him a bowl of medicine soup and let him forget everything he saw and heard. The prince consort had countless doubts in his heart, but he didn't know which one to ask. Suddenly, Yuan grabbed his hand, pierced his finger with a golden needle, and dripped a drop of blood on a withered yellow leaf. The leaf turned red strangely. He opened his eyes wide. This is, Yuan said seriously, the leaves of the soul-eating grass. You have the medicinal properties of the soul-eating grass in your body, so it will turn red. These are all recorded in medical books. If you don't believe it, you can go back to the library of the lady's mansion to look for it. I don't disbelieve you, the prince consort said. That's good, because I was just guessing. And there is no record in the medical books at all. Can I see him? The prince consort looked at Yuan expectantly. Yuan said regretfully, enough happened tonight. Let him be alone first. We all live in the imperial capital. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. But you? Yuan paused and sighed. Don't forget him anymore. The prince consort's heart felt like it was pierced by a needle. Later, the prince consort set off to return home. Before leaving, he pointed to the leaves on the table. Can you give me some of this? It was getting darker, and the dew was heavier. The lady was wandering in the corridor. Your Highness, it's late. Why don't you go and rest first? The prince consort will be back soon. The maid next to her whispered to comfort her. How could the lady rest? Didn't you agree to have dinner with your son tonight? It's so late. Where is the prince consort? Could it be that he ran into that kid again? No. It's impossible. There is no such coincidence in the world. Your Highness! Your Highness! The prince consort is back. A little maid came to report in small steps. The lady breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted the gold hairpin on her head, and waited there with an elegant and dignified smile. Sure enough, not long after, she saw that elegant figure walking towards her. She walked forward with a smile, gently took his hand and said, Where have you been? Why are you back so late? The prince consort said, I bumped into an old man on the road and just sent him back. The lady said gently, This kind of thing can be left to the servants. Why do you have to go there yourself? What if the man's origin is unknown? Wouldn't you put yourself in danger? I know it, said the prince consort. The lady nodded with a smile and went into the house with him. It's too late. I asked Songer and Sheer to go back first. Don't miss the family dinner tomorrow. I know. The prince consort agreed. The lady asked the maid to fetch a basin of water, and personally wrung a towel to wipe the prince consort's hands. You haven't eaten yet? I'll have someone serve the meal. The prince consort was not hungry, at least not in his heart, but he did not say so, and let the lady order the maid to bring a large table of sumptuous dishes. He simply swallowed some. The lady noticed that something was wrong with him and wondered, What's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? The prince consort put down his chopsticks and whispered, I seem to remember something from the past. What? The lady asked calmly. The prince consort frowned and thought for a while. I forgot it all of a sudden. The lady lowered her eyes and ate a mouthful of food silently. After dinner, the prince consort went to take a bath. When he returned to the room, the lady was already sitting in the room waiting for him, with a bowl of steaming hot medicine beside her. It's time to take the medicine, the lady said gently. Yes, the prince consort responded. I left a book in the study. Go get it for me. I want to read it later, the lady said softly. Okay. What book is it? The prince consort said. On national policy. The lady went to get the book. In the world, the only one who should order her around like this is the prince consort. But she was not angry, but rather happy with it. After making sure she was far away, the prince consort took out a piece of soul-eating grass leaf brought by the Hellion mansion from his sleeve. He dipped his fingertips in the medicine juice and dripped it on the leaf, and the withered yellow leaf turned red. Chapter 413 The Prince Consort's Test. He is Songer. When the lady took the book, the prince consort wanted back to the house. The medicine bowl was empty, and the prince consort was wiping the corner of his lips with a handkerchief. The lady smiled gently, stepped forward and said, It's so late. Why not read the book tomorrow? The prince consort put down the handkerchief stained with medicine juice. Wouldn't it be a waste of your trip? Why not? The lady sat down next to the prince consort, took the handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead, and said, October should be cool in previous years, but it seems to be particularly hot this year. Not bad, the prince consort said. The lady had been with him for many years, so how could she not notice his strangeness? She put down her handkerchief and looked at him deeply. Are you worried? The prince consort hesitated for a while and said, It's not a worry. I'm just wondering what I was like before. The lady consort smiled and said, You are just the way you are. In my heart, whether you were 20 years ago or you are now, you are always you. How did we meet? Can you tell me more? The prince consort asked. The prince consort would ask her this question every time he lost his memory. The lady consort was not surprised and said patiently, 20 years ago, you came to Nanzhao with your tribe. I met you at the banquet. Not long after that, I went to your tribe with the envoy. This time I really talked to you. The prince consort lowered his eyes. I have no impression. These things sounded like other people's stories. And he was not moved at all. It was not like this when he met Yin Jiuchi. The lady patted his hand. It happened many years ago. Rest early? The prince consort withdrew his hand, stood up, and went to the inner room. The lady was slightly stunned by this sudden indifference. She glanced at the medicine bowl on the table, and finally said nothing, and got up and went into the house. The lady was the princess of Nanzhao. According to the royal family rules, the prince consort had his own separate courtyard. The prince consort could only enter her courtyard when she summoned him to sleep with her. But the lady had never used the royal family rules on this man. First, she was deeply in love with him. And second, he was also a member of the royal family. The lady turned off the lights, lifted the curtain, and lay beside the prince consort. The moonlight was dim, and the night was quiet and elegant. The prince consort turned sideways, facing inward with his back to the lady. The lady vaguely felt that the distance between the two was not as close as usual. So she moved inward. Ordinary girls might be reserved and give up their subordinate's face. But she is the queen, the future monarch of the world. And she will not let the secular vision and rules wrong herself. Prince consort. She approached him gently, with a gentle and tender tone. Let's have another child. But the prince consort did not respond to her, but just said lightly, I'm a little tired. In the darkness, the queen's eyelashes trembled. Her hand paused in the air, and after a while, she gently fell. Well, rest early. There is a long way to go. The two of them were silent all night. At dawn, the queen woke up faintly. She didn't have to attend the morning court today, so no servants woke her up. In the past, the prince consort was not up at this time. But this morning the prince consort was not early. The lady touched the cold bedside. It seemed that he had been away for a long time. The lady frowned and called the maid. Where is the prince consort? The maid said, in the study. When did he get up? Just got up. Less than half an hour. The lady was relieved. And with the help of the maid, she washed up, changed into elegant and unique clothes, combed a delicate bun, and then turned to the study. The prince consort was reading the national policy at the desk. The lady breathed a sigh of relief again. The prince consort was a bookworm. On the days when he didn't have to deal with state affairs for her, he would always immerse himself in the sea of books alone. It was understandable that he didn't finish reading last night and got up early to read. But the attitude of the prince consort, thinking of last night's indifference, the lady thought whether she should check the prince consort's whereabouts. You are here? The prince consort raised his head and smiled gently at her. He wore a mask, but his eyes were so bright. When he smiled, the whole world seemed to become gentle. The lady secretly thought that she was too suspicious. The prince consort was still her prince consort. It was she who was suspicious and saw enemies everywhere. The prince consort put down the book in his hand. Are you hungry? I'll ask someone to serve you food. She nodded with a smile. Okay. The breakfast was ordered by the prince consort. There were not many dishes, but they were all exquisite. The prince consort picked up a piece of shredded meat with sauce and put it in her bowl. Try it. The lady took a bite without hesitation. How does it taste? The prince consort asked. The lady hummed with delight. The meat is a little chewy, but very tasty. Eat more. The prince consort picked up a few more chopsticks for her. The lady was so touched by the prince consort's care that she ate all the shredded meat on the plate. Seeing that the prince consort only picked up dishes for her, but didn't eat himself, she hurriedly picked up a chopstick for him as well. The prince consort said, I don't eat snake meat. The lady was startled and looked at the half-eaten meat on the plate in disbelief. You said this is snake. Snake meat? The prince consort said, yes. I remember you like it. So I asked the kitchen to make it. Ugh. The lady covered her chest and retched violently. The prince consort's eyes dimmed little by little. It is not easy to doubt the person beside you, especially when this person is so kind to you. But she hid the fact that he had met Yin Jiuqiu, gave him the soul-eating grass, and there was a discrepancy between her and his weak memory. All of these made him feel like a thorn in his heart. If he said that he had misremembered that she liked to eat snake meat, then the first two things were irrefutable. Could she be innocent? Who else could have tampered with his medicine? Who else could have kept the entire lady's mansion secret from him? The prince consort felt a chill rising from his feet. He looked at his wife again, and suddenly felt that she was a little strange. He didn't know if it was because of his anger. He looked at the mansion again, and seemed to feel strange. Who is he? Is she his Zijuan? Songer, is she his Songer? It felt like a spitting all had entered the prince consort's head, and the pain made his entire face pale. The lady finally managed to suppress the churning in her stomach. She didn't understand whether it was a test or a coincidence this morning. She looked at the prince consort, and saw that his face was pale. Her eyes trembled, and she reached out to hold the prince consort's arm. Prince consort, why are you? Before she finished speaking, the prince consort instinctively stood up and shook off her arm. The prince consort looked at her with an indescribable strange look. If you look closely, there seems to be a hint of chill in that strange look. She is his wife. Why should he be afraid of her? The lady is not stupid after all. Combined with the strangeness of this person after returning home last night, and looking at the bowl of snake meat on the table, she understood everything. He was testing her. He was fine during the day, but he became suspicious of her just because he went out. Did he meet someone again? Was it that child? The lady's nails dug into her flesh little by little, and she said with tears in her eyes, Prince consort, please listen to my explanation. The prince consort spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground with black eyes. The lady was horrified. Prince consort. Prince consort. Prince consort. Someone! Call the imperial physician. The whole lady's mansion was in an uproar. The prince consort seemed to be a little sick in the first 2 years after he came to the lady's mansion, but he was still healthy afterwards. But he vomited blood and fainted during the meal this morning. The imperial physician came very quickly, and he was wearing one less shoe. The prince consort had been sent back to his room. He entered with a medical box. Your humble servant will give. The queen interrupted him coldly. What are you giving? Show the prince consort. If anything happens to the prince consort, I will bury the entire Imperial Medical Bureau with him. Yes. 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 The imperial physician was so frightened that he trembled and didn't even bother to kowtow. He hurriedly felt the prince consort's pulse. Your Highness. The prince consort was vomiting blood and fainting because of anger, phlegm blocking the qi, and poor lung function. How long will it take to cure? The queen didn't even ask if it could be cured. The imperial physician wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, Your servant. I can't say. The queen hit him with a cold knife. The imperial physician hurriedly said, In 1 day at the earliest, or 3 to 5 days at the longest, I will make sure that the prince consort wakes up. The queen said in a deep voice, He can wake up, but there are some things he doesn't have to remember. The imperial physician was surprised and said, Your Highness. What? Don't you understand? The queen asked calmly. Your Highness, the soul-eating grass should not be taken in excess. Otherwise it will damage the mind. The imperial physician said earnestly. The queen looked at him coldly. Is adding 1 more bowl today in excess? The imperial physician paused. That's not the case. The queen waved her hands impatiently. The imperial physician retreated to boil medicine for the prince consort. Boiling medicine is usually done by a medicine boy, but the prince consort of the queen's mansion is precious, so everything must be done by the imperial physician himself. After the decoction was boiled, while waiting for the decoction to cool down, the imperial physician gave the prince consort acupuncture. The prince consort regained consciousness, but he was so weak that he could only open his eyelids a tiny gap. Prince consort. The lady helped the prince consort sit up, let him lean against the bed, and brought a bowl of medicine to feed him carefully. Drink this bowl of medicine, and all your worries will be gone. Enough happened tonight. Let him be alone for now. We all live in the imperial capital. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. But you, don't forget him anymore. Don't forget him anymore. Don't forget his Songer anymore. The prince consort looked at the lady weakly, and with a little strength he had left, he knocked the medicine bowl out of her hand. The medicine bowl fell to the floor with a bang. The maids knelt on the ground. The lady looked at the medicine that splashed all over her body, and her gentle expression gradually became cold. Go and bring another bowl of medicine. Yes. A maid went quickly, and brought a bowl of steaming hot medicine in a short time. The prince consort reached out to knock it over again. The lady said sternly, If you hit me again, I can boil it again. Let's see who has more strength. You or my medicine. The prince consort looked at the lady with disgust. The lady pinched his chin and poured the medicine into him. Chapter 414 Memory Awakens. It was foggy in the early morning of Nanzhao. When the sky was dim, the sky was covered with fog. The sleeping prince consort gently opened his eyes and raised his hand to block the light coming in from the window lattice. After adapting to the light, he took his hand away and looked at the ceiling of the tent with colorful jade, and then lifted the curtain to look at the simple and elegant house. A strange feeling surged in his heart. He didn't even know where this was. There were two figures, a man and a woman, lying on the round table. Judging from their clothes and hair, they looked like the young master and daughter of a wealthy family. And they also made him feel strange. Where is this? Who are they? How did he get here? Countless doubts flashed through his mind. He didn't want to alarm anyone. He gently lifted the quilt and sat up. Just as he was putting on his shoes were unstable and fell off the footrest and fell on the floor of the bed. A muffled thud woke up the young man at the round table. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the prince consort. And then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Father! Father! The prince consort looked at him in a daze. The young man smiled and pushed the girl beside him. Father is awake. The girl raised her head dazedly and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Awake? Awake, said the young man. The prince consort saw the girl's eyes wide open, and she walked towards him with a wronged look on her face, sat down next to him, and threw herself into his arms. Father, you have been in a coma for 3 days. And Sheer was scared to death. Sheer? The prince consort murmured. The little princess looked up at him in astonishment. Father, you don't remember Sheer again? Again? So, this is not the first time he has been in this situation. The prince consort pressed his sore head, trying to think of something, but he couldn't remember anything. Nangong Li's eyes moved slightly, and he stepped forward, pulled his sister up from the prince consort's arms, and said lovingly, Father just woke up. Don't say so much and tire him out. Oh! Although the little princess wanted to rely on her father, she still stood aside obediently after hearing what her brother said. Nangong Li said to the confused prince consort, Father, you have been in a coma for 3 days. How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Mother went to the Gu temple to pray for you. You were in a coma for 3 days. So mother prayed for you for 3 days. She didn't go to court or eat. Now I can finally tell her that you are safe. The prince consort was even more confused by this. He not only has 2 children, but also a wife who can go to court. What is going on? Nangong Li immediately sent someone to the Gu temple to inform the queen. While waiting for the queen to return home, Nangong Li explained his identity and illness in detail to the prince consort. My father is the son of the chief of the Bai tribe, and my mother is the queen of Nanzhao, the future monarch. I am my father's eldest son, Nangong Li, and my sister is Nangong Shi. She was adopted by my mother from my father's tribe, but my father has always loved her very much, even more than I do. My father was injured while saving my mother. Not only did he destroy his appearance, but he also developed a chronic disease. Sometimes, he would suddenly forget things from the past. This is not the first time. So Sheer said that you forgot about her again. The prince consort touched his face. He habitually touched the right side, but found nothing on the right side. When he touched the left side, he felt a hideous tentacle scar. Nangong Li said softly, Father, don't mind. In our hearts and mother's hearts, you will always be the most handsome man in the world. Your mother and I. The prince consort opened his mouth, not knowing how to start. Nangong Li understood, smiled intimately, and said, Father and mother met in Nanzhao. Later, mother went to father's clan and talked to father. Grandpa didn't agree with your marriage in the early years, but mother gave up being the princess of Nanzhao in order to be with father. In the end, Grandpa compromised. Father and mother have a very good relationship. There is no one in Nanzhao who doesn't envy you. Songmu. The prince consort suddenly spoke. Nangong Li was stunned. The next second, he said happily, Father, do you still remember my name? Why can't I forget that child no matter how many times I lose my memory? Nangong Li was almost crazy with jealousy. He tried to convince himself that Songer was him. And he was Songer. His father remembered him. And that Songer he called was also him. But every time he met his father's confused eyes, he could immediately understand that Songer in his father's memory was never him. Sure enough, the prince looked at Nangong Li again, revealing a confused look that Nangong Li was not unfamiliar with. Your mother. My mother's name is Zijuan. No need for you to ask. I'll answer for you. These two names, no matter how many times, can never be erased from memory. Yes, it's her. The prince smiled happily. Brother. Brother. The imperial physician is here. The little princess ran in with her skirt lifted up. And when she crossed the threshold, she found that the imperial physician had not caught up with her. So she turned back and grabbed his beard and said, "Hurry up." The imperial physician gasped, "It hurts. Little princess. Please be merciful." Sheer. Nandong Li's face darkened. The little princess stuck out her tongue, let go of the imperial physician, and urged with a snort, "Hurry up. My father has been awake for a long time. Do you want the son-in-law of the Nanzhao kingdom to wait for you? An imperial physician? I dare not." The imperial physician clasped his hands in fear, and went in with the medicine box. He first saluted to the prince consort and Nandong Li. "I pay my respects to the prince consort and the prince." "No need to be polite, imperial physician," Nandong Li said, then looked at the somewhat vigilant prince consort and said, "Imperial physician by is very skilled. He has been taking care of your father's health for these years. He knows your father's condition very well. Don't worry, father." Despite this, the prince consort was reluctant to let this person treat him from the bottom of his heart. Nandong Li noticed his resistance. This had never happened before. It seemed that his father's vigilance was getting deeper and deeper. Nandong Li said gently, "If your father doesn't like imperial physician Bai, how about changing to imperial physician Hu? Imperial physician who has also treated your father." The prince consort didn't say anything. Nandong Li waved his hand to let imperial physician Bai leave, and asked someone to invite imperial physician Hu over. Imperial physician who had treated the prince consort for a cold in his early years. Now, more than a decade had passed, and even normal people would have forgotten about such a person, let alone the prince consort. Although imperial physician who rarely appeared in the lady's mansion, he was Nandong Li's man, and no one would have expected this. The prince consort asked imperial physician who to see him. Imperial physician who said, "It's a cold. I will prescribe some medicine for the prince consort. The prince consort will be cured within 3 days if he takes it on time." "Thank you." Imperial physician who. Nandong Li asked the servant to follow imperial physician who to get the medicine. Seeing that the prince consort looked thoughtful and suspicious, he smiled and said, "Father, do you want to go to the study to take a look? You like reading the most on weekdays." The prince consort nodded. Nandong Li followed. "I'll go by myself," the prince consort said. Nandong Li paused for a moment, then said respectfully, "Yes, father." The prince consort went into the study alone. Nandong Li looked at him from the window, and an elegant figure walked out from behind the screen, stood beside Nandong Li, and said faintly, "It's hard for you, mother." Nandong Li bowed slightly. "Why don't you see father?" the lady said helplessly. "I gave him the medicine. I'm worried that he will remember something when he sees me. Wait 2 more days, and when he accepts his identity, I will naturally come out to see him." Nandong Li nodded. The lady looked at the figure in the study room, turning around in front of the bookshelf and said, "Li, do you think mother is wrong?" Nandong Li shook her head. "Mother just wants to keep her husband. What's wrong with that? Besides, no one in the world can be more affectionate than mother." The study room is the room where the prince consort stays most often. It has been kept intact. Even the national policy theory that he read halfway before he fell into a coma was placed on the desk intactly. Of course, these are all appearances. The study room has been searched by the lady consort in secret, and even the secret compartments in the drawers have not been spared. As expected, the prince consort opened the secret compartment. There was a portrait of a man inside. Just last month, Yin Qiuchao's portrait was lying here, but the lady consort replaced it with Nandong Li's last time. This time the prince consort didn't have time to paint, so it was still Nandong Li's. The only difference is that there is an extra name, Song, on the back of the portrait. But doesn't this prove that Nandong Li is the son that the prince consort has been thinking about? The lady didn't care. After checking, she put the portrait back. Unexpectedly, the prince consort's eyes moved slightly when he saw these 2 words. All the calligraphy and paintings in his study were written with wax ink, but the name on it was written with pine soot ink. Wax ink is black in color, not easy to fade, and has good water resistance. The ink written with it can be easily preserved. In comparison, The effect of pine soot ink is much inferior, and it almost melts in water. Why did he use such an unpreservable ink to write Summer's name? The prince consort looked at the teapot on the table, picked it up and poured it on the portrait. On the portrait, Nandon Lee's face slowly faded, revealing a handsome face that was too beautiful to look at. Boom! Something exploded in my mind. The next moment, the prince consort stroked the face in the portrait and smiled slightly. This time, Daddy didn't forget you. Chapter 415 Sickly Little Black Egg. The sky was bright, and Yuan slowly woke up from her sleep. Last night was a 10-day day, and the two of them tossed and turned a little late. Yuan could not remember when she fell asleep, and it was just now when she opened her eyes again. Yuan looked at the bright sky and sighed secretly. Alas, I got up late again. Earlier when I was in the young master's mansion, I could still comfort myself by saying that counting money until my hands cramped and sleeping until I woke up naturally was because there were no elders living in the mansion. What should I say now? There are more elders, and I get up later and later every day. Oh, I am really degenerate. Yuan covered her eyes and said with great shame. Fortunately, the old lady never minded. The old lady has beautiful little grandchildren and little black eggs, and she doesn't care about an ugly little granddaughter-in-law. Yuan lifted the quilt and sat up, lifted the curtain, and smelled a refreshing flower fragrance. Then she saw that there were a few more white or pink camellias in the vase on the bedside table. The flowers were in full bloom early in the morning, and there were 2 mosquito-proof and insect-proof pitcher plants, which could be said to be in line with her aesthetic taste. You don't have to guess who did it. Thinking of him picking flowers and pitcher plants for her in the flower garden early in the morning, Yuan felt a warm current flowing through her heart. Yin Jiuqiao had finished his medicinal bath and was sitting quietly in front of the bed, flipping through the books in his hands carefully. The golden sunlight hit his handsome face. He was immersed in his own world, and his whole body seemed to exude a bookish fragrance full of knowledge. My husband is really salty and sweet. Yuan couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips, dressed neatly, and went to wash up. When she came to the dressing table to comb her hair after washing up, she opened the drawer and saw a pair of new pearl hairpins. This wasn't the first time I got a surprise from him. He never said anything, but there were always a few things he prepared carefully in the room. Yuan felt that her husband must love her to death. Yuan walked over with a smile, put her hands behind her back, leaned down slightly, and said to him, Yin Jiuqiao, if one day you are drugged, will you forget me? Forget what about you? Are you so ugly? Yin Jiuqiao thought about it seriously. Well, I don't think so. Yuan's face darkened. I am not touched at all. I just want to beat this guy to death. Recently, the life in Hellion Mansion is relatively peaceful. The old lady has a youngest son and a beautiful daughter-in-law. She is so happy every day. The youngest son is busy with official duties and doesn't come to her room often. But the daughter-in-law is filial. She tirelessly accompanies her, the old woman, to play leaf cards every day, and teaches her to push pai gao, shake dice, and bet on big or small. The old lady is so happy. In comparison, the life of the 3 little black eggs is a bit miserable. The weather was not very good in the past 2 days, and the 3 little black eggs caught a cold one after another. First, the little one sneezed all night. Then the second one started coughing, and finally the eldest one was dizzy and had a fever all day. So far this morning, all 3 little guys have snot bubbles hanging on their noses. The sick little guy became very clingy. The 3 of them sat on the doorstep pitifully. When they saw Yuan coming over, Xiaobao stretched out his little hand aggrievedly. Mom, hold me. Yuan picked up Xiaobao and touched his forehead. It's still a little hot. Have you taken the medicine? Xiaobao buried his face in his mother's neck and said coquettishly, Xiaobao doesn't want to take medicine. You won't get better if you don't take medicine. Yuan coaxed softly. Yin Jiuqiao also came over, stretched out his slender jade-like fingertips, and touched his son. Xiaobao thought he was going to take him away, and snorted, Don't hold me, stinky daddy. Yin Jiuqiao flicked him. Xiaobao was in pain, and tears welled up in his eyes. Yin Jiuqiao picked up her bao and Dabao. The 2 little guys had more severe symptoms than Xiaobao. Their faces flushed with fever, and they looked a little sick. Their little heads leaned weakly on their father's shoulders. In the past, they would have fought with Xiaobao for their mother, but now they had no strength. Zisu, Fu Ling and a nimble little maid each held a bowl of porridge. This was breakfast for the 3 little guys. They had been feeding them for half an hour, but they only ate a few bites. "Let me do it," Yuan said. The couple took the children back to the house, and were about to put the three of them on the chairs. But none of them let go. In the end, Yuan had to feed Xiaobao in her arms first, and then held Xiaobao to feed Debao and Erbao in Yin Jiuchao's arms. Xiaobao's high fever was not serious, and his appetite was still good. He ate most of the porridge. But Debao and Erbao couldn't eat anything. Yuan felt so distressed that she rubbed their heads. "Do you want to eat candied haws?" The two nodded blankly. As a result, the candied haws were bought, but they still couldn't eat them. The old lady also heard about the illness of her great-grandson, and hurried over with a cane to see them, but was blocked by Yin Jiuchu. The old lady was old, and it would be very dangerous if the little guys were infected. The old lady didn't see her great-grandson, and she didn't even feel like playing cards. On the other side, in the queen's mansion, Shura also had snot bubbles hanging on his nose, because Shura accidentally let the old man run away. Nan Dongli was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't pay attention to Shura for several days. He finally made up his mind to come to his yard, and saw Shura sitting pitifully on the doorstep. When did Shura become fond of sitting on the doorstep? No. How could Shura be sick? No one in the mansion caught a cold. Who gave him the disease? Shura looked helpless and pitiful. Nan Dongli had originally planned to criticize him for letting the ghost priest escape, but seeing him like this, he suddenly couldn't bear to speak. "Come here," Nan Dongli said. "Prince." A guard stepped forward and bowed. Nan Dongli ordered, "Go and invite the imperial physician to treat Shura well." "Yes." The guard took the order. Nan Dongli came to find Shura today. Of course, not just to settle old scores, but more importantly, he wanted Shura to help him deal with a few people. He thought about it. Although his father's condition was temporarily stable, as long as Yan Jiuch was still in Nanzhao, there was no guarantee that his father would not see him again. Once he saw him, his father would be touched by his past memories. The best way was to make that person disappear from Nanzhao forever. However, now that Shura was so sick, Nan Dongli was worried that his already poor brain would become even more confused. Don't kill the wrong person and make trouble for him. Nan Dongli thought about it, and decided to go to the national teacher first. The national teacher had just left the court and met Nan Dongli on the way back to the national teacher's hall. He got off the carriage and bowed his hands and saluted, "Prince." Nan Dongli looked at the national teacher, and then looked at Wan Feng, the disciple brought by the national teacher, and said, "National teacher, get in the car. I have something to say to you alone." The national teacher nodded, turned to Wan Feng and said, "You go back to the national teacher's hall first." "Yes, master." Wan Feng got on the carriage and left. The imperial master got on Nan Dongli's carriage. Nan Dongli lifted the curtain of the window, looked at the carriage disappearing at the end, and said, "Is that little disciple the one who went to interrogate the thief who broke into the imperial master's hall at night last time and was taken hostage by the thief?" "It's him," said the imperial master. Nan Dongli smiled faintly. He committed such a heinous mistake. But the national teacher not only did not punish him, but still reused him. The national teacher really values this little disciple. The national teacher said expressionlessly, "Wan Feng will not betray me. What does your highness want to see me for?" The national teacher probably doesn't know the origins of the few thieves who broke into the national teacher's hall. What is their origin? They are from the ghost tribe, just like Shura. What? The national teacher was stunned. How could the ghost tribe collude with him? Could it be? Could it be? Now, it was Nan Dongli's turn to look sideways. Did the national teacher know something early on? The national teacher frowned and said, "To be honest, I saw the prince's wife of Yin Jiuchao in the Great Zhou dynasty. She was very similar to the great princess of that year. I suspected that she was the daughter of the great princess. I went to her house to investigate, and found out that she was not." "You may have been deceived." Nan Dongli took out a portrait from his wide sleeves. "Have you seen this old man in the Great Zhou? Isn't this the old man from Lotus Village?" asked the national teacher. Nan Dongli sneered. "He is a ghost priest. He has seen you, but you have never seen him. I'm afraid he recognized you in Lotus Village. So he used a trick to dispel his doubts about Yuan." The national teacher was puzzled. Why did they do this? "I don't know." Nan Dongli put away the scroll indifferently. Soon, the national teacher thought of a new question. If the prince's wife of Yin Jiuch is indeed the daughter of the great princess, then she is. Nandonli took over his words. Yes. She is the little princess of Nanzhao. And her bloodline is purer than my adopted sister. The national teacher couldn't digest such a huge amount of information for a while. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the shock in his heart. Nandonli laughed sarcastically. My little cousin is not as simple as she seems. She was so weak back then that she even fooled me. She used her son to get the throne and married my half-brother. The imperial master also knew about the identity of the consort. He was not too surprised to hear Nandonli say this. But the little cousin somehow made the imperial master feel a little weird. The imperial master calmed down and asked, "What does the prince need me to do?" Nandonli smiled coldly. Didn't the imperial master meet the prince and princess of Yanqing in the Great Zhou dynasty? I need the imperial master to identify them, and let the monarch send them out of Nanzhao. Chapter 416 meets the king. Aren't you worried that the king will see the little princess? The national teacher asked. Nandonli said indifferently, the king has never seen the great princess. And he won't recognize the little princess if he sees her. Besides, even if he can recognize her, wouldn't it be better? As everyone knows, the king is still unwilling to recognize the great princess. If he knows that her daughter has come to Nanzhao, it would be strange if he didn't expel her from Nanzhao. Besides, didn't the great princess marry the ghost king? How could she become the wife of the great Zhou? For this crime, the king will never show mercy to that family. Nandonli left the national teacher's hall with a victory. In fact, as long as people leave the imperial capital, what happens has nothing to do with him. Nandonli brushed his wide sleeves and got on the carriage of the female monarch's mansion. Prince, are we going back to the mansion? The driver asked. Nandonli paused. No. Let's go to Tianjin Pavilion. I'll go pick out some rare books for my father. Everyone knows that the prince consort loves books. The young prince respects him and spares no expense to find rare books for him. This filial piety is also a good story in Nanzhao. Compared with the pure and filial piety he treats his father. What is Yanjiochu? Why does his father miss him so much? Nandonli's heart was filled with unspeakable jealousy. He took a deep breath and suppressed it. Why should he be on the same level as a stray dog who is about to be expelled from Nanzhao? Of course, doing this is not just to get rid of the thorn in his eyes. The Helian family colluded with the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. This crime is enough for them to confiscate their family and exterminate their clan. At that time, he and his mother will come forward to plead for the Helian family. If the monarch wants to pave the way for the female monarch, the Helian family will inevitably owe the female monarch's mansion this favor. As long as the Helian family took refuge with the Lady Lord's mansion, the Lady Lord's throne would be even more secure. Helian mansion. The little guys were listless. Not eating. Not drinking. Just lying in their parents' arms. Xiaobao occupied his mother alone. And was particularly proud. Who made him the least sick? And his little arms and legs the strongest? Of course, this strength is relative. He is not feeling well. He can still eat half a bowl of porridge for breakfast. But not for lunch. Xiaobao, have a bite. Yuan scooped a spoonful of soft rice to feed him. Xiaobao turned his face away. No. Xiaobao, are you uncomfortable? Yuan put down the spoon and gently patted her son's back. Xiaobao didn't say he was uncomfortable, but his listless look clearly showed that he was very uncomfortable. Dabao and Erbao were already having a high fever and were beginning to feel dizzy. The two little guys sat stupidly in Yin Jiuchu's arms. Yin Jiuchao was going to get something and put them on the threshold. They didn't make a noise. Just sat there motionless. Like two stupid sons of a landlord. Yuan was going to prepare medicine, so she put Xiaobao down as well. The three brothers sat there stupidly. When Yuan came over with the cooling ointment, the stupid little guys became four. Shura also came. Shura sat on the doorstep next to Dabao, with his hands on his knees, looking silly, obedient and pitiful. Who should I blame? Yuan thought. Who told you to come here every day to get goat milk? Did you get infected by the little guys? Achoo! 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 The four of them sneezed in a row. Yuan held her forehead. She couldn't really kick this ancestor out. Nor could she sit back and watch. She had no choice but to make an extra portion of ointment, wrap it in a handkerchief, and apply it on the foreheads of several people. One big and three small. All applied the baby brand cooling patch made by Yuan herself. Being so seriously ill, cooling patches alone are certainly not enough. And medicine must be taken. The dosage of medicine for several people is different. but the taste is the same. Yuan handed the largest bowl of medicine to Shura. Shura took a sip with great rage, and rolled his eyes, and stuck out his tongue because it was so bitter. But you can't drink milk without taking medicine. Shura looked at the small bottle of milk on the table, and drank the bitter medicine with humiliation. A few little black eggs also drank it with grievance. So after the little milk friend, they became little sick friends in need. At dinner, Xiaobao suddenly said he wanted to eat fuyuanzi. The cook in the mansion hurriedly made a bowl of fuyuanzi. But Xiaobao shook his head and said coquettishly, "Not this." "Which one is that?" Yuan asked. "That one." Xiaobao pointed outside and said. "Which one?" Yuan was still confused. Xiaobao was so anxious that he got angry. It's that." Yuan held Xiaobao and looked at her husband strangely. "Do you understand what he said?" Yin Jiucha paused. "He said a store." That was the day when Xiaobao ran away from home. He accidentally ran into the prince consort, who took him to eat something. And the food was fuyuanzi. If Yin Jiucha understood correctly, his son wanted to eat fuyuanzi there. "Do you remember where it is?" Yuan asked. "Yeah." Yin Jiucha nodded. Yuan held Xiaobao, who refused to get down from her arms, walked to the bed, pinched the faces of the two little guys. Dad and Mom take Dabeo and her bow out to eat fuyuanzi. "Okay." The two little guys sitting on the bed nodded blankly. Yin Jiucha picked them up and went out with Yuan, who was holding Xiaobao. There is a shortcut from the back door of Helian Dongfu to the store. It only takes less than half an hour to walk. Yin Jiucha did not ask anyone to prepare a carriage. He and his wife strolled in the alley together, like a common couple. "How do you know this road?" Yuan has been here for so long. But she didn't know that there is such a sharp alley to the left of the back door. Yin Jiucha snorted. "Do you think I am you?" Is he calling her stupid in a roundabout way? Mom is talking to Xiaobao. Xiaobao hugged Yuan's neck. He originally loved to occupy his mother. Now that he was sick, he became even worse. He even felt jealous when his mother and his father said a few more words. Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I just want to talk to Daddy." No. Mother can only talk to Xiaobao. Xiaobao twisted his butt unwillingly. After being so anxious for 2 times, he actually broke out in a sweat. Yuan could feel that Xiaobao was in better spirits. The family of 5 came to the shop selling fuyuanzi. This is an old brand. It is said that it has been passed down for 3 generations. Although the shop is not big, the business is surprisingly good. The last time Xiaobao and the prince consort came, it was not mealtime. Now it is mealtime, and the inside and outside are full. Yin Jiucha took Yuan to the restaurant opposite and asked for a superior room to sit down. For a few bowls of fuyuanzi worth 7 or 8 copper coins. He booked a room with a minimum consumption of several taels. Yuan felt that this guy spoiled his son to a certain level. Yuan took off the bag carried on Yin Jiucha's back and took out a set of dry clothes for Xiaobao to change. Dabeo and Erbao lay listlessly in Yin Jiuchao's arms, not sweating. Seeing that Xiaobao could walk, Yuan took him downstairs to buy the fuyuanzi he wanted to eat. Yuan didn't know whether Xiaobao wanted to eat fuyuanzi, but he really wanted to sneak out for some fresh air. The little guy looked around excitedly, and he was completely different from the listless little sickly boy just now. There were more people at this time. Not only was the store full, but there was no place to stand even in the queue. Yuan was worried that the little guy would be squeezed, so she picked him up. Xiaobao was happy to look around in his mother's arms. The two of them waited in line for half a quarter of an hour. When it was their turn, Xiaobao suddenly covered his pants and said, "I need to pee." "Now?" Yuan looked at the 2 people in front of her, and then at Xiaobao. "Can you hold it in?" "No." Xiaobao shook his head. Yuan was so annoyed by the little guy that she could only sigh helplessly and carried him to the toilet behind the shop. After peeing, Xiaobao came out refreshed. Yuan drew well water to wash his hands. While washing, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Is it you?" Xiaobao turned his head and looked at the other person. Yuan also turned her head to look. He was an old man with extraordinary demeanor, wearing very decent clothes. He was not too luxurious and ostentatious, but he had a calm and restrained aura. Yuan could see that the other person's words were said to her son, but she didn't remember the meeting. The other person smiled kindly, walked over, pinched Xiaobao's face and said, "Don't you remember me?" Xiaobao looked at him in confusion. The other party pretended to be angry and said, "You ate so much food from my house, and you forgot about me? Eat his food?" When have you ever eaten food from someone else's house? Wait. The mansion next door. Debeo. Could this old man be the neighbor next door? Debeo went into someone's house through the dog hole. And when he came out, his belly was round. And it was obvious that he had eaten a lot. Yuan's eyes fell on him. So, you are the kind-hearted master. I am Debeo's mother. Debeo caused you trouble last time. He is not Debeo, but Xiao Bao. The king looked at Yuan. He had a pretty face and delicate features. He was not too gorgeous, but had a gentle and calm temperament. The king was stunned for a moment. He was a little surprised, but he couldn't say what he was surprised about. Chapter 417. Grandparents and grandchildren get along. The king is angry. Yuan took in his expression, blinked in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The king came back to his senses and said, "Nothing. I'm just surprised that you actually have 2 children. And both of them are so well raised. Giving birth to a child is like walking through the gates of hell for a woman. One child is dangerous. Not to mention a pair. When the queen gave birth to the little princess, she almost died. Fortunately, the child was a lucky one. And she and her mother were pulled back from the gates of hell. He still remembered the moment the crying sounded. The sky was bright. Purple clouds filled the sky. And auspicious clouds were thousands of miles away. A sign of divine blessing and revelation. There was a reason why he doted on that child so much. Not only did she continue the fortune of Nanzhao, she also saved the queen's life. Because she was a lucky star, the queen was able to live. Of course, Yuan didn't know that the king had thought so much in a moment. As a mother, she was not unhappy when her child was praised. She just had to be humble. There are times when it is a headache. Xiao Bao was confused for a while, and then realized that his mother was saying that he and his brother gave her a headache. He immediately became dissatisfied and shook his head and said, "No. No. My brother and I don't." In order to act good, he even called his brother. I don't know who the guy who usually calls Debeo is. Yuan was angry and amused. The king was also amused by this child. He remembered that Debeo didn't talk, and thought that this little guy didn't like to speak. Unexpectedly, he was so talkative, and his anxious and angry look was really cute. The king thought that at his age, his love for children had faded. And the fact was indeed so. There were many smart and funny children in the royal family. But in his opinion, they were just SOSO. He didn't feel much except that it was noisy. This child was chattering, but he liked it very much. No. No. Xiao Bao was still complaining for himself. Yuan was so angry that she laughed. Okay. Okay. Xiao Bao didn't. I want to hold you. Xiao Bao stretched out his little hand agreeably. Yuan picked him up. Xiao Bao held Yuan's face and asked seriously, "Is Xiao Bao obedient?" "Good." Yuan said. "Is he the best baby?" "Yes. Yes. You are the best." Xiao Bao then hugged his mother's neck contentedly. The king was attracted by the scene of the mother and son getting along. And he didn't notice that a waiter who was carrying goods was walking hurriedly over. When Yuan noticed someone coming, it was too late. The king was hit by the waiter's load. Yuan freed a hand in time to grab the king. The king managed to keep his balance and avoid falling on the cold ground. But his knees were hit by the heavy load, and his skin was burning with pain. The waiter was frightened when he saw that he had hit someone, and he quickly put down the load and apologized. "I deserve it. I deserve it. It was just an unintentional mistake." And the king didn't care about it. The king waved his hand. "Go away." "Yes. Yes." The waiter stepped back with the load as if relieved. "It hurts," Xiao Bao said. Yuan put her son down, walked up to the king who was sweating profusely and asked, "Old man, are you okay?" "No problem." The king gasped in pain and pointed to the wing room behind her and said, "Can you help me into the house?" "Wait." Yuan squatted down and touched his bones carefully with her hands. After confirming that he was fine, she helped him into the house. It hurt so much. Xiao Bao followed behind him and felt the pain for the old man. The king was amused by his appearance. "It doesn't hurt." But Xiao Bao raised his little eyebrows with a disbelieving expression, as if to say, "Don't bully me because I'm young. I'm actually very smart." The king was amused by the child. He was in pain at first, but now he didn't feel that way anymore. Yuan saw that the old man seemed to be a regular customer of this shop, so she didn't say anything and helped him sit on the chair. "I am a doctor. If you don't mind, I will take a closer look at you." I didn't expect that you are so young. But you know medicine. The king was a little surprised. And then said, "Thank you." Yuan lifted his trouser legs and checked him. There was no injury, but the skin was scratched and too small with thorns pierced into the flesh. Yuan picked out the wood thorns. The king felt much better. "Please apply some gold wound medicine when you go home. There is no medicine here. But the wound is not big and is not the type that is easy to get infected." Yuan said that she wanted to apply medicine because she saw that he was of noble status. Those who work in the fields to dig stones don't take it seriously if they are pierced by wood thorns. "Thank you," the king said gratefully. Yuan curled her lips. "You're welcome. I haven't thanked you properly for what happened last time." That being said, Yuan did go to the door to thank him. She personally delivered the thank you gift. But she didn't even see the owner. The servant said that the master was not at home. So just give the things to him, and he would convey her presents. Yuan could feel that the servant's tone was not good, and thought that the owner of this house was probably also a proud person, who knew that when she met him now, he was an old man with a kind face, and a kind face than grandma. Grandma who never had a kind face. Yuan's impression of him suddenly changed. "Are you going out by yourself? Do you want me to call a carriage for you?" The king smiled and said, "No. My housekeeper went to buy something, and will be here soon. By the way, are you here to eat fuyuanzi? There are many guests now, and the lobby is full. If you don't mind, you can eat here." He thought of the scene of Dabeo eating with a grumble, and suddenly wanted to feed Xiaobao. But Xiaobao refused. "No. Daddy and brother are waiting." Ah! A trace of disappointment flashed through the king's heart. It was not good to force him to stay. This was not what a king should do. So he said, "Then I'll have someone prepare fuyuanzi for you." Yuan did not refuse his kindness. After all, if she went there now, she would have to queue up again, and it might take a long time. The king called the waiter and told him about fuyuanzi. The waiter respectfully ordered the kitchen to prepare it. After it was done, he personally delivered it to Yuan at the restaurant opposite. Shortly after Yuan and Xiaobao left, Wang Yinisher came back with a box of osmanthus cake. "Your Majesty, I have bought the osmanthus cake for the queen." "Eh? Your leg?" Wang Yinisher noticed the king's slightly stiff right leg. Put down the osmanthus cake, bent over to check it, and exclaimed, "You are injured?" The king said calmly, "It's just a minor injury." Fortunately, the chief eunuch beside him was not as calm as a maid. He knew his own body well. The maid handled the thorn very cleanly, and he didn't feel any pain at all. Wang Yinisher didn't dare to neglect it. The king was the monarch of the world, and his health was related to the country. What's more, he accompanied him out of the palace. If the queen knew about it, he would be punished for dereliction of duty. Wang Yinisher hurriedly coaxed the king into the carriage. Unexpectedly, just after entering the palace, before summoning the imperial physician, the palace maid reported, "The state master wants to see you." The state master has a prominent position in Nanzhao. Although he does not interfere in the political affairs of the court, he is more qualified to be close to the king than the right-hand ministers. At this time, the state master entered the palace, which must be an important matter. The king asked someone to call the state master to the imperial study. "What's the matter?" the king asked. "Except for the queen. No one in the palace has seen the king's kind face. He is very majestic when he doesn't smile, and full of calculations when he smiles." Even the state master dared not be careless in front of this monarch. The state master cupped his hands and said solemnly, "I heard about something recently." The king gave him a look, indicating that he should continue. The national teacher said, "The Helian family found the eldest son, who had fallen off the cliff. The second son had a son among the common people. The father and son moved into the Helian family with their families. The king has been busy with the holy objects recently, and he really didn't pay attention to the family affairs of the Helian family. Of course, it was mainly because he trusted Helian Biming. If there was something that he, the king, needed to know, Helian Biming would definitely not hide it from him." The national teacher sighed. "Such a big thing. Forgive me for being blunt. The general should not hide it from your majesty and the whole court. It's just a family matter," the king said indifferently. The national teacher guessed that it would not be so easy. The more your majesty trusts him, the more he will trust Helian Biming. Unfortunately, he came prepared this time, but I heard that the second son has returned to his hometown to worship his ancestors instead of the general, and he will inherit the Helian family in the future. This means something different. If it was just the second son, it would indeed be a family matter of the Hellion family. But if he becomes the heir of the God General's mansion, it will be a national affair for the entire Nanzhao. Since it is a national affair, it should not be concealed from the king. The king narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The national teacher was not worried that the emperor would verify the news he reported, because whether it was the recognition of relatives or the return of the legitimate second son to the hometown to worship the ancestors, they were all real events, with irrefutable evidence. The more the emperor investigated, the more it would prove that what he said was all the truth. As for what follows, it is even more true. Moreover, there is another important thing about the second son. What is it? The king asked. The state teacher looked serious and said, his son, the eldest son of the Hellion family. I have seen his portrait. He is not from the Hellion family at all. He is the Prince of Yin in the Great Zhou dynasty. Snap! The brush in the king's hand broke. The Nanzhao God General Mansion actually recognized a royal prince from a neighboring country as the son of the heir. What is this for? Collaboration and treason? The state teacher stopped talking and said nothing more. The king's face became uglier than ever. If what the state teacher said was true, then the Hellion family, who colluded with the Great Zhou dynasty, should be killed. The king clenched his fists. Come here. Summon Hellion Biming to the court. In the dark alley, there was a seemingly inconspicuous carriage parked. On the carriage, a jade-like slender hand lifted the curtain. Nandongli looked at the imperial guards galloping by, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao. This time, I want to see how you can stay in Nanzhao. Hellion Biming has been recuperating in the mansion since he was seriously injured. His knees did not allow him to sleep late, so he went to bed early. When the king ordered someone to summon him to the palace, he was slightly stunned. The first reaction was that the Hu people had invaded again, and he had to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. The second reaction was that the Hu people had already been beaten by him and surrendered. Could it be that there was an internal strife in Nanzhao? Since it was an urgent summons late at night, Hellion Biming did not dare to neglect it. After changing into court clothes, he immediately entered the palace. When the king saw him, he was not in the imperial study. In the cold and majestic Jinwan palace, the king stood with his back to the door in the light and shadow. Hellion Biming could not stand, so he had to sit in a wheelchair and bowed to pay a salute. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The king turned around indifferently, and his eyes like a venomous snake swept across his face. Do you know your crime? Hellion Biming was stunned immediately. He was not stupid after all. He lived an upright life, worthy of the monarch and his conscience. But he concealed two things. One was the family affair of the Hellion family's recognition of relatives, and the other was the second old master's private supervision of the construction of the death camp. He did not conceal it on purpose, but he had not yet figured out how to tell the king. The king questioned him tonight if he knew his guilt. I think these two things leaked out. I wonder if they all leaked out, or just one of them. The king looked at him coldly. It was obvious that he was hiding something from his expression. The king was furious. You are not talking. Are you thinking about how to fool me? I dare not. Hellion Biming whispered. The king said coldly, don't dare? I think you dare. You even dare to bring the prince of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty home. What do you think the capital of Nanzhao is? Where do you put me? Where do you put my country? Hellion Biming closed his eyes. What was supposed to come really came. The king saw his forbearing look and knew that the national teacher had not wronged him. He really brought the prince of the Great Zhou dynasty home. He even recognized him as his nephew. Now he can hand over the God General's mansion to the other party. Next time, can he hand over the entire Nanzhao kingdom to the other party? The king was almost mad at him. Come here. Put Hellion Biming in the sky prison. Chapter 418, the queen is arrested. No. Second master. No. Second master. Yu Shaoqing was half asleep and half awake when he heard someone knocking on his door. The alertness cultivated by years of military life made him sit up in an instant. He recognized that it was Yu Gang's voice, and hurriedly got up to open the door for him. What's wrong? What are you yelling in the middle of the night? Don't wake up the second madam and the old madam. Yes. 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 Yu Gang hurriedly lowered his voice, pulled Yu Shaoqing to the corridor on the side, and said with a pale face, the general was thrown into the sky prison by his majesty. My elder brother. Ahem. Why was Hellion Biming thrown into the sky prison? Yu Shaoqing asked seriously. Yu Gang was so anxious that he didn't notice how rare it was to hear the word big brother from the second master. He said, I don't know what happened. In the middle of the night, the emperor's guards came to summon the general to meet him. I followed the general and waited at the palace gate. After waiting for half a day, the general didn't come out. I asked and found out that he was imprisoned. Well, what happened? The two of them happened to be standing outside the window of Yin Jiuchao and Yuan. Yuan murmured in a daze. Yin Jiuchao pressed her little head into his arms. It's okay. You sleep. Oh! Yuan continued to sleep. The sleepiness in Yin Jiuchao's eyes faded. Outside the window, Yu Shaoqing's deliberately low voice came. I'll go talk to Ashu and the children tomorrow morning. Don't let the news leak out in the mansion. Especially in front of the old lady. I understand. Go back first. The conversation stopped, and the two returned to their rooms and yards. Yin Jiuchao sat up gently. Ing Shersan. Ing Shersan flashed in. Young master. Yin Jiuchao winked at him. Ing Shersan understood. Went back to the room to wake up Ing Lu, and sneaked into the Nanjiao Palace with him. The Nanjiao Palace was difficult to enter, and the two of them also took great pains to avoid the eyes and ears of the assassins. But it was too difficult to get close to the Tian Lao. Fortunately, Wang Yinisher's big mouth sighed, and said it while being served by his good grandson to soak his feet. Poor general. He was loyal to the emperor and the country all his life. But in the end, he ended up with a disgraceful ending. Grandpa. Why did he lose his integrity in his later years? Collaboration with the enemy. Treason. What do you think? Hearing this, Ing Shersan and Ing Lu understood what was going on. They thought that the identity of the young master was exposed, and the crime of colluding with the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty put Helian Biming in prison. As for why the king of Nanjiao did not arrest the young master as well, it was estimated that he was angry and confused at the moment and had not yet reacted to this. The two listened for a while before performing qigong and returning to Helian Mansion, and told Yin Jiuchao the intelligence they had obtained word for word. Yin Jiuchao sat behind the curtain and tapped Xiao Haiden's buttocks twice with his index finger. Did Helian Biming not defend himself? No, Ing Shersan said. Yin Jiuchao narrowed his eyes. There was obviously room for defense in this matter. Young master. Should we do something? Ing Lu asked. No need. Yin Jiuchao said thoughtfully. Don't do anything. Ing Lu scratched his head. The general was arrested. Is it really okay for them to ignore it? This time it's not a false accusation. The young master is indeed a member of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty. The Helian family took in a member of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty at home and hid it from the monarch. This is a serious crime. Although he has only been in the Helian family for a while, Ing Lu has already liked the Helian family. He didn't want Helian Biming to get into trouble. Just when Ing Lu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, Ing Shersan dragged him away in time. Ing Shersan held Ing Lu's hand and didn't let go until he returned to his room. Ing Lu's hands were tender, and a red mark appeared on his wrist. Why did you drag me? Ing Lu asked. Ing Shersan said, if I don't pull you, will the young master deduct your monthly salary? When it comes to monthly salary, Ing Lu shut up. Ing Shersan explained, the young master cares more about the safety of the general than you and me. He must have his own intentions for doing this. Oh! Ing Lu turned around, kicked off his shoes, and climbed onto the bed. Ing Shersan opened his mouth. This is my bed. Ing Lu rolled up the quilt. I know. But I haven't changed my mattress. I'm too lazy to change it. Ing Lu is a little sloppy. He always doesn't change his mattress for 1 or 2 months. Unlike Ing Shersan's bed, it is always clean and exudes the fragrance of soap. Ing Shersan looked at the guy who was lying on his bed and refused to leave, and turned off the light helplessly. The next day at breakfast, the old lady asked Helian Biming, where is your elder brother? When asked, Yu Shaoqing said calmly, something happened at the home of a subordinate, and he was asked to deal with it. It will probably take a few days for him to return. The old lady did not doubt anything, and smiled as she picked up some food for her little grandson. The news in the mansion was tightly blocked, but outside the mansion was not so optimistic. Almost overnight, the news that Helian Biming colluded with the royal family of the great Zhou spread throughout the imperial capital. The imperial capital exploded. Who is Helian Biming? A divine general of Nanjiao, a minister of righteousness, and the head of the Helian family. He was loyal to the emperor and patriotic all his life, and dedicated most of his life to the court of Nanzhao. If you ask who in the world is the most loyal to the king of Nanzhao, it must be Helyan Biming. However, such a general, who was deeply trusted by the monarch, actually colluded with the royal family of the Great Zhou and recognized them as his nephew. At first, the people did not believe it. But when more and more people discussed it, they had to believe it. Besides, it was a fact. The eldest son of the Helyan family was indeed the prince of the royal family of the Great Zhou. This time, he can't fly away even if he has wings. In the pavilion of the female monarch's mansion, Nan only poured a cup of flower tea for the female monarch and herself. With Grandpa's temper, he will not tolerate the prince of the Great Zhou to continue to stay in Nanzhao. Right? Of course not. Although the Great Zhou and Nanzhao had never been enemies, they were not good friends either. Before the account of Helyan Qi's death in the Great Zhou was settled with the Great Zhou, the prince of the Great Zhou rushed to sneak into the imperial capital of Nanzhao. The king is not a soft persimmon. Can he be manipulated by the people of the Great Zhou? The queen took a sip of tea. Nan Dongli said again, Mother, do you need to spread the news that Yin Jiuqiao is the murderer of Helyan Qi? The queen said calmly, No. If it gets bigger, the Helyan family will really be in trouble. From the beginning to the end, they have only been dealing with Yin Jiuqiao. The Helyan family is still useful. If they are trampled to death, where can they support such a powerful family? When the time is right, she will go to her father to plead for mercy. Say that the Helyan family was deceived by Yin Jiuqiao. I beg my father to forgive them for the sake of the Helyan family's loyalty to the king and the country for generations. My father will not refuse. Because my father wants to pave the way for her. She conquered the Helyan family. And then she truly conquered the military power of Nanzhao. With the military power in hand, why worry about not being able to sit firmly on the throne? The lady asked, however, How did you think of spreading the news? I thought your grandfather would suppress this matter and solve it quietly. Nan Dongli smiled proudly. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. I just let people say that Helyan Biming was imprisoned, so as to force the military camp to be unstable and the people to be uneasy. Under pressure, Grandpa will send Yin Jiuqiao out of Nanzhao faster and put an end to this matter. I never thought that the fact that Yin Jiuqiao is the prince of the Great Zhou dynasty has also leaked out. This is even better. The more the people make a fuss, the less likely Grandpa will be to give him a light sentence. The lady frowned slightly. Although that's true, since you didn't say it, who would have spread it? Is there anyone else who wants to put Helyan Biming to death besides us? Nan Dongli smiled and said, It doesn't matter who it is. Anyway, we will just sit back and reap the benefits. As for clearing Helyan Biming of his crime, it will not be difficult for the lady's mansion. It is indeed not difficult. As long as the king stands on their side, any false evidence they submit will have real effect. In the past, the lady would not have to go to such great lengths to deal with the Helyan family. But who let the little princess live in the Helyan family? Helyan Biming claimed that he would not form a clique for personal gain. But in the end, he harbored the child of the great princess. What does he want to do? Find a suitable opportunity to let the king recognize the bloodline of the great princess? When his father was alive, he did not fight for the great princess. Now that his father is gone, he still does not give up. She just didn't understand. What had she done to let down the Helyan family? Why couldn't the Helyan family be loyal to her wholeheartedly? She would not give Helyan Biming such an opportunity. She would let Helyan Biming know that the country of Nanzhao belonged to her. The princess was her, and his monarch was also her. In the afternoon, the incident fermented more and more. The queen thought that the imperial guard should go to the Helyan mansion to arrest Yin Jiuqiao and bring him to the palace. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a team of iron cavalry of the imperial guards rushed towards the queen's mansion with a cold look. The queen looked at the imperial guards, who rushed into her yard with a sullen face. How dare you? Who allowed you to come in? The leader of the iron cavalry rode on his horse and said uprightly, The king has ordered us to take the queen to question her. Take? The lady always asks for favors. And the word take is enough to tell that the other party is being rude. The lady said sternly, Are you mistaken? Are you sure that my father asked you to take me to the palace? Not the young master of Helyan Mansion? The leader of the iron cavalry said, Young Master Helyan is going to be taken away. And your highness, the lady, must also be taken away. The lady frowned. What is my father going crazy about? Just arrest Yin Jiuqiao. Why arrest her? Your highness! Your highness! The guard Captain Mo Sang rushed over in a hurry and bowed in front of the lady. The prince consort was taken away by the palace people on the street. The lady's face sank, and she looked at the leader of the cavalry and said, "Why did you arrest the prince consort?" At this point, the leader of the cavalry simply did not hide it. Someone reported that the prince consort was the king of Yin of the great Zhou dynasty, and your highness colluded with the king of Yin to rebel. His majesty was furious. If you have anything to say, your highness should go and tell his majesty yourself. The lady's face turned pale. Okay. You shot yourself in the foot. Chapter 419, The King Knows the Truth. The queen never expected that things would turn out like this. How could she have gotten into trouble when she was sure to win? On the way to the palace, she kept thinking. The identity of the prince consort was so secretive. Who could have leaked it? Yin Jiuqiao? Did he recognize the prince consort? Yin Jiuqiao was only 8 years old when the prince consort left the great Zhou. 16 years have passed. How could he still remember what happened back then? Even if he remembered. So what? The prince consort is no longer the same as he was back then. Besides, the prince consort was wearing a mask. Yin Jiuqiao couldn't have taken off his mask. Why would he take it off? He had to be suspicious first. But he had no reason to doubt. Even if the child really recognized the prince consort, what would happen? Would he be willing to push his father into the sea of fire to save himself? But if it wasn't him, who else could it be? The lady thought about it and felt overwhelmed. Your highness, please get off the carriage. At the palace gate, the leader of the cavalry stopped the lady's carriage. In the past, the lady entered the palace by carriage, but now she is suspected. Considering that she is the crown prince, she was not arrested and put in a prison car. It is impossible to expect the same treatment as before. The lady also understood this truth. But she understood it. But she still felt like she was slapped in the face when she really put it into practice. She had been smooth sailing since she was a child, and she had never been so embarrassed. She got off the carriage coldly. All the palace servants along the way looked at her with their eyes and noses. But the queen always had the illusion of walking on the edge of a knife. In the Golden Palace, the king had been waiting for a long time. He did not sit on the dragon throne, but walked down the high steps and slowly paced in the place where the ministers worshipped. He heard the footsteps behind him and turned around indifferently. He looked majestic and his eyes were cold. Just one glance, and the queen's heart skipped a beat. The queen stepped inside and respectfully saluted, "My son. I pay my respects to my father." The king looked at her with a complicated expression and said solemnly, "Do you know why I summoned you to the palace?" The queen lowered her eyebrows and her eyes flashed. "My son was framed, and my father wants to summon my son to the palace for questioning." "Is it really a false accusation?" the king asked in a deep voice. The eyelashes of the queen trembled, and she said with a stiff face, "Of course, it was a false accusation. My husband and I are in love. How we have been filial to our father and mother, and loyal to the Nanzhao royal family for so many years. Our father has seen it all. How could we do something to let him down?" The king is not so easily misled. The king's eyes fell on the face of this daughter without blinking. "Are you denying treason or denying that your husband is the king of Yin of the great Zhou?" The queen's heart skipped a beat again. Her fingers buried in her wide sleeves were clenched together tightly. Although she is a queen who can call the wind and rain, it is not so easy to act rashly in front of the majestic king. The reason why she was so willful back then was probably because she was a young and inexperienced person. The more she got along with the king, the more she understood his methods afterwards, and the more she was frightened. The king did not urge her, and let her rack her brains to think about how to respond. The queen calmed down and said seriously, "Father, the son-in-law is the son of the chief of the Bai tribe. Don't you know this? The tribesmen of the Bai tribe have also come to Nanzhao, and you have met them one by one. Now you doubt the identity of the son-in-law because of one or two unfounded accusations. How do you let the son-in-law feel? How do you let your son-in-law feel? Nandong Yin, I will give you a chance," the king said seriously with his hands behind his back. Admitting his guilt at this time is the king's last bit of mercy. But there is a kind of people in the world who will not cry until they see the coffin. They always feel that they are smart enough to fool everyone in the world. The female monarch took a deep breath and met the king's gaze with grievance. "Am I not as trustworthy as an outsider in my father's heart? I don't know who exposed the prince consort to my father, but I only know that the other party must have bad intentions. He wants to alienate us and defeat the prince consort. Please understand. The prince consort has helped her deal with many people with ulterior motives over the years. and it is hard to guarantee that he will not be envied. She has always believed in this. But she still can't explain how an outsider can see her background. Of course, now is not the time to think about this. How to dispel my father's doubts is the key. The king looked at her and said, Nandong Yen, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. You will bear all the consequences yourself. The queen said fearlessly, Please call out the person who reported it, and I will confront him face to face. The king said calmly. The news came from the people. The Gu Lao Palace heard the rumors and came to question me. You asked me to hand over the people. Do you want me to hand over the Gu Lao Palace or those innocent people? What a cunning mind. Even the people and the Gu Lao Palace were used. The queen had an inexplicable intuition that the person who spread the news that the son-in-law was the king of Yin was the same person who spread the news that the eldest son of the Hellion family was Yin Jiuqiu. Why did the other party do this? Have both the Hellion family and the prince consort offended him? While the lady was thinking, the king spoke calmly. It just so happens that before the prince consort was reported, the national teacher had reported the eldest son of the Hellion family, saying that he was the prince of the Yanwang mansion of the great Zhou dynasty. Whether the prince consort is the Yanwang, wouldn't it be known if they meet? The lady's temples throbbed. No. Father! Why not? The king cast a sharp look at him. Just now. The words were spoken too fast, and she didn't think about how to break it. The lady's eyes flashed, and she said in a panic, The prince consort doesn't remember the past. The king said, It doesn't matter if he doesn't remember, as long as the child remembers. The Yanwang is his biological father, and he won't even recognize his biological father. The lady said anxiously, When the Yanwang died, he was only 8 years old. What does he remember? The king's eyes were sharp and he said, You know the king of Yin. The queen lowered her eyes and said, I am the princess of Nanzhao, and I know the situation of neighboring countries very well. However, the king had already made up his mind to let the two meet properly. Wang Dequan, go and bring the person. Yes. Outside the Jinwan palace, Wang Aisha responded respectfully and left at a brisk pace. Long before the queen met the king, Yin Jiuqiu was invited into the palace by the iron cavalry of the palace, but he was arranged in a different side hall from the prince consort. At this moment, the king gave the order, and Wang Aisha brought the person over without saying a word. Yin Jiuqiu was wearing a black brocade robe. He was tall, with delicate features and a face like unpolished jade. He was more outstanding than any other woman in the world. He had a cold temperament, arrogant eyebrows, and an innate royal nobility in his bones. The moment he appeared, the whole Jinwan palace seemed to be brightened. The female monarch's eyes fell on this face that was so similar to the son-in-law, and she felt mixed emotions in her heart, and a trace of panic flashed across her. But the king felt that this face seemed to have been seen somewhere. Your Majesty, Hellion, Wang Aisha was about to report, but Yin Jiuqiu had already stepped into the Jinwan palace calmly. That aura that shocked the world did not seem like he was arrested for questioning, but rather like he was here to ascend the throne to be the emperor. The corners of the king's mouth twitched. Why is there only one? He asked Wang Aisha beside him. Wang Aisha said, Your Majesty, the prince consort fainted. The queen was horrified. What did you do to the prince consort? Wang Aisha said in confusion, Nothing. Who knows why he fainted? Is the prince consort so weak? Did you drain his body? Humph. The prince consort has been taking soul-eating grass these days. Soul-eating grass has the side effect of making it difficult to fall asleep. So the imperial physician added tranquilizing herbs to it. The prince consort did not faint, but fell asleep. Thinking of this, the queen calmed down. It was not a bad thing that the prince consort fainted, so that they could not confront each other. But before the queen could breathe a sigh of relief, the king spoke again. Bring the man up. The queen was startled. Yes. Wang, the eunuch, stepped back and found a stretcher. He asked 2 strong guards to carry the unconscious prince consort to the golden palace. The prince consort had white fingers and a thin body. He lay unconscious on the stretcher, which made people feel pity. But there was no trace of pity in the eyes of the king. Take off his mask. The queen's face turned pale. Wang, the eunuch, gently took off the prince consort's mask. A face with scars suddenly entered everyone's sight. However, if you don't look at his left face, this is undoubtedly a face that can move women all over the world. Oh! Wang, the eunuch, was a little surprised in his heart. How could the prince consort's face be so similar to the eldest young master of the Hellion family? Even the scar could not stop the similarity between the two. Not only did Wang Yi discover it, but everyone in the palace who was not blind could see it. If they said that this was not a biological child, I am afraid no one would believe it. Chapter 420 Complete Defeat. Oh my god! The prince consort actually has a son this old. Is he the Prince of Yin? Is he? Is he? Is he? The inner chamberlain was in turmoil, but his face was calm. Originally, Yin Jiuqiao was going to confront the prince consort. But now that the two parties hadn't said a word, everyone had a clue in their hearts. In such a big world, there are people who look alike. But it just so happens that the news of the Prince of Yan's mansion and the Prince of Yan appearing in the imperial capital has been reported one after another. As the saying goes, there must be a reason for smoke without fire. If they are not father and son, why do people say that both father and son are here? Is he your father? The king asked Yin Jiuqiao. Yes, Yin Jiuqiao said. The king thought for a moment, frowned and said, You came to the Great Zhou to find your father? Yin Jiuqiao was silent. This silence was regarded as tacit consent by the king. It was pitiful to think about it. His father faked his death, left for 15 years, and became someone else's father. No one could swallow this breath, and must come to ask the truth. If he really came to find his father, then although it was not allowed by law, it was reasonable. As for how he became the eldest son of the Hellion family, the king decided to ask Hellion Biming later. The most important thing now was to find out the identity of the son-in-law. The two were father and son, and the king had no doubt about it. But whether they were the father and son of the king of Yin needed to be verified. Send the national master to see him, the king said coldly. Yes. Wang Yin'ai invited the national master. Of course, the national master understood what happened. He reported Yin Jiuqiao. And then the son-in-law also had someone report him. The king summoned him, and he must have asked him to identify Yin Jiuqiao. If he identified him, it would be equivalent to verifying that the prince consort was the king of Yin. But if he did not identify him, he would not be able to expel Yin Jiuqiao from Nanzhao. What a dilemma. Whatever choice he makes, the queen's mansion will be the one in trouble. How could such a desperate action look so much like the work of the prince consort? Your Majesty, the imperial master has arrived, Wang Yin'ai reported outside the door. The king waved to the guards. The guards understood and carried the unconscious prince consort to the side hall. Then the king said with dignity, Call. The eunuch Wang shouted, Call the national master to see you. The national master walked into the golden palace without looking around, and respectfully saluted to the king, Your Majesty. Then he turned around and saluted to the queen. Your Highness. The king looked at Yin Jiuqiao on the side and said to the national master, This is the eldest son of the Hellion family. You told me that he was the prince of the Yanwang mansion of the Great Zhou dynasty. I summoned you here just to let you confirm again and again whether he is the prince of the Great Zhou dynasty? The national master wanted to say no. The king said, Think it over and answer me. There are 3 prime ministers who will go to the Great Zhou with you. I will ask them to come and recognize the eldest son of the Hellion family later. The national master's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In fact, the 3 prime ministers were once his trump cards. He thought that Yin Jiuqiao might not admit his identity. At that time, he would call all those who had seen Yin Jiuqiao and let them identify him. Now, this trump card has become a guillotine that cuts off his retreat. He was forced to tell the truth, and the truth would bring ruin to the lady's mansion. Yes, the national teacher said. He is the prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yin Jiuqiao. The lady's fingers pinched into the flesh. Are you sure? The king asked. The imperial preceptor took a deep breath and said helplessly, I am sure that I have seen the Prince of Yin several times in the capital. It has only been a few months now, so I will not be wrong. I also think you will not be wrong. After all, it was you who reported the Prince of Yin to me. The king patted the imperial preceptor's stiff arm and turned to look at Wang Yin'ai. Let's call a few prime ministers over and let them recognize the Prince of Yin. Yes. Wang Yin'ai looked at the female monarch sympathetically. Woman, you are finished. The 3 prime ministers are working in the cabinet, not far from the Golden Palace, and they rushed here in a while. The king did not say anything. Just asked them if they knew the young man in front of him. Do you know him? The king pointed to Yin Jiuqiao and asked. The 3 people were all shocked and said in unison, Prince of Yin? Humph. Yin Jiuchao turned his face away arrogantly. The three of them twitched their lips. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The king asked, with this look and this bad temper. Who else could it be but the young prince who showed off to the point that they wanted to die? So, the gossip heard early in the morning was true? Did the Prince of Yinshan really disguise himself as the young master of the Hellion family and sneak into the imperial capital? This is really shocking. You all leave first. The king asked the national teacher and the three prime ministers to leave. Yin Jiuchao's identity was set in stone. And his identity, as the son-in-law, could not escape. The remorse in the queen's heart was like the water of the Yellow River, flowing endlessly. If she had known that such a thing would happen, she might as well have reported Yin Jiuchao, so that the secret of the son-in-law could be preserved. What should she do now? If it was someone she didn't care about, she could just push the blame on the other person and complain to the king that she had been deceived by the other person. As long as she insisted that she was the victim, the king would definitely show mercy to her for the sake of her mother. But she was reluctant to push the prince consort out to die. The king wanted Yin Jiuchao to avoid it. But this was not only the family affair of the Nandong family, but also the family affair of Yin Jiuchao. He had the right to know the whole truth. The king's breath suddenly turned cold. He looked at the daughter who was once proud of him and said, "What else do you have to say?" It was impossible to quibble again. And it was even more futile to try to get away with it. The Hellion family harbored the royal family of Yinqing for only a few days. But the female monarch's mansion harbored them for a full 15 years and gave birth to children for them. It was simply an aggravated crime. Not to mention that judging from Nangong Li's age, when the lady and the prince consort were pregnant, the prince consort was still alive. He was the king of Yin of the Great Zhou dynasty and had a wife and son. A princess of the Nanzhao kingdom was so humble that she tried to steal someone else's husband. It really brought shame to the Nanzhao royal family. The lady felt the king's anger and tried to defend herself. But she didn't know where to start. She wanted to say that she and the prince consort were in love and that the prince consort was willing to be with her. But she knew that her father would not agree to this marriage. So she fabricated a false identity for him. But these words could not absolve her and the prince consort of the crime of deceiving the king, and might even bring disaster to the prince consort. But apart from this, she really couldn't think of what to say. Just as she was in a state of panic, she caught a glimpse of Yin Jiuchao standing beside her. And suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. She squeezed out 2 tears, looked at the king and said, "Father, all the mistakes that happened back then were my fault. And it had nothing to do with the prince consort. You can punish me however you want. But don't vent your anger on the prince consort. The prince consort is the father of your 2 grandchildren and the prince of the Great Zhou." The king interrupted her without thinking. "The prince of the Great Zhou. I dare not kill him." The queen choked immediately. Prince Yin is the most beloved brother of the Great Zhou emperor. Killing him is equivalent to declaring war on the Great Zhou. Isn't it? After such a thing, he should be sent back to the Great Zhou and punished by the Great Zhou emperor. He must not be killed in Nanzhao. Father is really angry. He doesn't even care about the country. The god of war of Nanzhao fell. But Xiao Shinting of the Great Zhou did not. Father, have you ever considered the consequences of a war between the 2 countries? Okay. If you want to kill, then kill this little BXXXH too. The queen shook her finger and pointed at Yin Jiuchao. Father. He also sneaked into Nanzhao. Father only punished the son-in-law. So why not punish him? If you come here to find your father. The king looked at Yin Jiuchao. I'm not. Yin Jiuchao said expressionlessly. The king frowned. Is this kid stupid? Didn't he see that I was giving him a way out? He admitted that he came to find his father. So I pardoned his death sentence. However, Master Yin never needs others' pardon. He is the law. And the law is him. I came to Nanzhao for another reason. My wife is the legitimate daughter of the Hellion family. My father-in-law is Hellion Beiyu. He accidentally fell off a cliff and was saved by a kind-hearted person. He was raised in Dezhou. The old lady is mentally unstable and mistook me for her little grandson. I am not on the Hellion family's genealogy, and the Hellion family has never announced it to the public. Strictly speaking, this is not considered a crime of deceiving the emperor. My in-laws are in Nanzhao. So what? Who are you bothered by me accompanying my wife back home? The king was speechless. The queen who had never expected the truth to be like this. Chapter 421, Xiao Heijiang attacked. And this was his fate. The king had never been criticized like this before. And he was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. It was embarrassing for the king of a country to be criticized by a kid. However, the kid's one-sided words were not enough as evidence, and it had to be verified. This was not difficult. The second master of the Hellion family, who had just returned to the mansion, was in the imperial capital, and someone sent him to report. So after Hellion Baiming and Yin Jiuqiao, Yu Shaoqing was also brought into the palace. It was the first time for Yu Shaoqing to enter the Nanjiao Palace, and he was quite fresh. But it was a pity that he didn't have time to appreciate the scenery of the palace, and was taken into the Golden Palace by Wang Yin'ai with a cold face. The king knew that Yu Shaoqing was Niu Dan's son as soon as he saw his face. He and Niu Dan grew up together. When they were closest, they wore the same pair of shorts. They could be considered friends in need. When Niu Dan's youngest son fell off the cliff, he was also very sad. Although he wanted to see the body of the youngest son alive or dead, he didn't think the child was still alive, even though Hellion Baiming had been looking for his brother for so many years. In his opinion, it was just a thought for the old lady. It was a good thing that Niu Dan's son was not dead. But for some reason, the king didn't like Niu Dan's youngest son from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, this youngest son was more like Niu Dan. But why did he want to beat him? He had no grudge against Niu Dan. He had also wanted to beat the son-in-law. But that was because the son-in-law married his daughter, and Yu Shaoqing didn't do such a thing. What was the matter with this feeling of disliking the other party? Yu Shaoqing also felt strange. He was not afraid of seeing the emperor of the Great Zhou, but he was frightened by the king of Nanjiao. He also carefully recalled whether his clothes were appropriate or not. It was strange. This man was not his father-in-law. Why was he so nervous? The atmosphere in the Golden Palace suddenly became strange. The king and Yu Shaoqing stared at each other, and no one spoke. The atmosphere in the Golden Palace suddenly became strange. If it were not for the certainty that His Majesty was deeply in love with the queen, Wang Yin'ai would almost think that the king had fantasized about a middle-aged woman. Ahem. The king also realized that he was wrong, and hurriedly retracted his gaze and asked majestically, "Are you Hellion Beiyu?" Yu Shaoqing wanted to straighten his back and say, "I am Yu Shaoqing." But when the words came to his lips, he was a little timid. "I am," he said. "Who is he to you?" The king glanced at Yin Jiuqiao beside him. "Bad son-in-law," Yu Shaoqing said. "My son-in-law, Yin Jiuqiao." The king asked again, "I heard that you grew up in Dezhou?" Yu Shaoqing said, "Yes. I was picked up by my adoptive father on the roadside. I don't know who took me to Dezhou. Anyway, I was taken home by my adoptive father and grew up in a small village." The king glanced at him thoughtfully. "The Yuho who made great contributions in Yuzhou is also called Yu Shaoqing." "It's me," Yu Shaoqing said. The king finally couldn't help cursing in his heart. Nanjia's god general went to make contributions to the people of Dazhou. What kind of bad fate is this? Fortunately, the two countries have never fought. Otherwise, if the brothers fought, it is unknown who will survive in the end. The king waved his hand. "Okay. You can leave for now." Yu Shaoqing is a marquis of the Dazhou dynasty. His daughter married the prince of Yanqing. The king believes that Hellion Beiyu will not be stupid enough to deceive himself with such a thing that can be verified by asking the Dazhou envoy. Then my son-in-law, I will not punish him. My elder brother, not guilty. My in-laws, don't push your luck. Yu Shaoqing shut up angrily. "All right. Leave if you want." The king pressed his tired eyebrows and sighed to Yin Jiuqiao beside him. "You can go down too. Your crime can be forgiven. But your father's matter is not trivial. I want to investigate the matter thoroughly and give you and the whole world an explanation. As for how to deal with him, I have my own decision. But no matter what decision I make, I hope you understand that you are you and your father is your father. Don't hate Nanjiao just because I killed your father. You are still the son-in-law of the Hellion family." Yin Jiuqiao didn't say yes or no, and left without looking back. His calm look made the king wonder whether he was righteous enough or didn't care about his son-in-law. Thinking of the comments of the returning envoys on Yin Jiuqiao, I suddenly felt that they were not exaggerating. This little sickly boy was really a crazy little lunatic. After spending some time with the little madman, the king felt that his brain seemed to be a little abnormal. He calmed down, gathered his thoughts, and looked at the female king, who was already speechless because of this scene. "Go back to your female king's mansion. Without my order, you are not allowed to step out of the mansion." The female king's face turned pale. "Father." The king was furious and said, "You don't have to go to court for the time being. I will find someone to take over your official duties. You stay in the mansion for me during this period of time and reflect on yourself. As the Princess of Nanzhao, are your actions worthy of a qualified female king? She disappointed her father. Even when she was willful and left for 3 years, she had never disappointed her father so much. She could be ignorant when she was young, but now she has become a minister, a king, a wife, and a mother. She is not qualified to be willful anymore. She knelt down and cowed out, "Your son. I'll take my leave." Outside the palace, Ing Shursan and Ing Lu waited for a long time. Yu Shaoqing came later, and had already taken the carriage back home. How could their young master be delayed inside for so long? Just when the two of them could hardly hold back, and wanted to investigate the palace, Yin Jiuchao came out pushing a wheelchair. Sitting on the wheelchair was Helian Biming, who was safe and sound. "Young master. General." The two stepped forward and saluted. Ing Shursan took the wheelchair from Yin Jiuchao. Yu Gang ran over. "Let me do it." Ing Shursan handed the wheelchair to him. "General. Young master. Are you all right?" Yu Gang asked worriedly. Yin Jiuchao said, "It's okay. Get on the carriage." "Hey!" Yu Gang pushed Helian Biming into the carriage. Yin Jiuchao also got on his own carriage. The two carriages drove to Helian Mansion one after the other. Ing Shursan drove the carriage on the outer seat. Haiden Lu vowed to turn back into Shui Dofu Lu, and sat in the carriage with a thick face. Ing Lu glanced at his young master, and saw that he was in a good mood. So he wanted to talk to him. "By the way, young master, we didn't do anything and the general came out safely. Did you guess something early on? It was reasonable for me to stay in the Helian family." Helian Biming could have defended himself, but he didn't say a word and would rather be thrown into prison. Someone must have told him not to say anything. Ing Lu was puzzled. Ing Shursan, who was driving the car, said, because if he said it, the prince's play would not go on. If Helian Biming had exposed the identity of the young master and the prince's consort first, the young master and the Helian family would be innocent. But the female monarch's mansion would not have been dragged into the water. Prince? Which prince? Yin. Prince Yin? Ing Lu was even more confused. Ing Shursan shook his head. This little fool. Who else could he be other than the king of Yin? To say how Ing Shursan guessed it, we have to start from the moment when the identity of the prince consort was exposed. Not many people knew that he was the king of Yin. The queen's mansion would not betray him, and the young master would not, except himself. He guessed that the prince consort had calculated that the queen's mansion would make a fuss about the young master's identity. So he informed Helian Biming early on, and told him to keep his mouth shut no matter what happened. As for how to make Helian Biming trust him, that was his ability. If you dare to touch my son, I will touch your husband, even if that husband is himself. Ing Shursan sighed. The prince is really well-intentioned for the young master. The queen returned to the queen's mansion angrily. Nandongli saw that she was the only one getting off the carriage, and asked hurriedly, "Mother, where is father? Didn't he come back with you?" The queen said depressedly, "Don't say it. He was left in the palace." How could this be? Nandongli was stunned. The queen told her son everything about the Golden Palace. Nandongli was stunned, so, except for Yin Jiuchao who is fake. The others are all real people of the Helian family. This is too depressing. Okay? Ren Xianxian would not expect that there is really a bloodline of the Helian family among them? Yin Jiuchao, the eldest young master, is fake, and his wife must not be real either. As for the so-called second wife, in their view, they are just fakes thrown out to cover up the lie. But who would have thought that these three are actually more real than the other? They got Yin Jiuchao right, and they got the great princess right. But they missed Yu Shaoqing. He is actually the second son of the Helian family. This group of people's luck, is it too good? Nandongli couldn't even breathe smoothly. The queen was no less worried. She gritted her teeth and said, "What do you mean by people from Qinghe town? Are they afraid that someone will go to their nest to persecute his family? They are really well hidden. Now they are naturally not afraid, because the queen robbed Yin Jiuchao's father, which is considered to be a public break with Yin Jiuchao and his father-in-law's family. Once something goes wrong with the Yu family, the queen's mansion will be the first suspect. However, this is not the most headache for the queen. You told me that Yin Jiuchao's crown princess is the daughter of the great princess. I originally thought that this was nothing. If the king hates the great princess, he will certainly hate his daughter. Yin Jiuchao is a member of the great Zhou royal family. It is difficult to save a nearby fire with distant water. The great princess and her daughter are not to be feared at all. But now, the great princess has transformed into the daughter-in-law of the Hellion family. What's more terrible is that Hellion Biming is disabled. And her husband is the next head of the Hellion family. If I had known this, why did I destroy Hellion Biming's martial arts? Wouldn't it be better to let him continue to be the head of the family? At least he is separated from the great princess. And at least there are Tan and Hellion Shung who can control him. Now, it's useless to control him. The head of the family has changed. The Hellion family, which she tried every means to win over, became the possession of the mother and daughter without any effort. How embarrassed is this for her? How embarrassed is it? Mother! Calm down. Nan Gongli comforted. The female monarch's chest rose and fell violently. How can you let me calm down? If it were in the past, I would not be afraid. But now that your father has happened, your grandfather is extremely disappointed in me. There is no guarantee that he will not think of his eldest daughter, who is living outside in anger. At that time, with the support of the Hellion family, do you think she is still far from that position? Nan Gongli continued. Grandpa did not abolish your position as female monarch even when he was angry, which shows that the only person he cares about is still mother. The female monarch snorted coldly. You don't know that your grandfather has put me under house arrest, and has also hollowed out my power. Now I am just a female monarch in name only. Nan Gongli smiled faintly. So what? To be disrespectful, Grandpa will pass away one day. At that time, as long as mother is still the female monarch of Nanjiao, she is destined to sit on the dragon throne legitimately. The power she lost will be slowly taken back after she ascends the throne. The queen nodded thoughtfully. Hearing you say that, it seems to make sense. Nan Gongli said, so mother doesn't have to do anything now. Just keep the position of the queen. The queen got angry when she thought about it. If the princess didn't collude with the Hellion family, why would I need to be so cautious? Even if I expose the truth, what will happen? Can your grandfather not pass the country to me? Nan Gongli smiled and said, because of this, mother has to be more patient. You are the legitimate daughter of the central palace, and you are orthodox. Even your grandmother will plead for you. Thinking of her mother, the queen had a bottom line in her heart. I can't leave the house. You can go to the palace for me later to meet your grandmother. Nan Gongli nodded. I know what's going on. Mother, please wait for good news from me in the mansion. As for father, I will also try to persuade my grandmother. As long as she speaks, Grandpa will definitely give me a lighter sentence. That's right. The person the king loves the most for so many years is the queen. The two of them had a good relationship. After the incident with concubine Yun, the king felt guilty and treated the queen even worse than before. When the queen stepped forward, there was nothing that could not be settled. Lear. Nan Gongli was about to leave when the queen suddenly called him. Nan Gongli turned his head and looked at her. Mother, is there anything else? The queen paused and frowned. Do you think this matter is manipulated behind the scenes? Mother, are you talking about spreading the news about Yin Jiuqiu and my father's identity? That's right. Nan Gongli snorted coldly. Of course, it was Yin Jiuqiu. Who else knows my father's life experience besides him? He is so vicious that he doesn't hesitate to push his biological father into the sea of fire in order to exonerate himself. The queen stepped forward and touched her son's face. So I, Lear, am the most filial child in the world. Nan Gongli smiled slightly. Sons will be filial to their father and mother. The matter was of great importance. Nan Gongli did not dare to delay, and immediately went to the palace to meet the queen. The matter of the son-in-law was a sensation, and even the queen was forced to hear about it deep in the harem. But she didn't expect it to be true. Her daughter was involved with the king of Yen of the Great Zhou. The queen was so angry that her heart ached. But she was her own daughter. What could she do? She couldn't just watch her being spurned by others, let alone being a widow at such a young age. The queen sighed helplessly. I know. When your grandfather comes back, I will tell him not to be too angry with Yenner, and not to embarrass your family. It's always better to be together as a family. With the queen's guarantee, Nan Gongli felt relieved. Now, they just had to wait in peace in the mansion for the king's anger to subside. Unfortunately, just when Nan Gongli was about to return to the mansion to report the good news to the queen, the bad news suddenly came from the prison that the prince consort vomited blood. The female king, who was reading in the room, stood up and looked at the head guard Mo Sang, who came to report with a burning gaze. What did you say? What happened to the prince consort? Mo Sang had a close friend who was on duty in the prison. After the prince consort was taken to the prison, He helped him get in touch with someone and told him immediately if there was any trouble. Mo Sang said, The prince consort vomited blood. The female king clenched her hands into fists. Why would he vomit blood for no reason? Did they torture the prince consort? Originally, they were going to torture him. But before they could do anything, the prince consort vomited blood in large mouthfuls. And the guards were so scared that they dared not move. The king only asked them to torture the prince consort, but did not ask them to kill the prince consort. The queen coldly threw away the half-read book in her hand, and said with a cold expression, Prepare the car. I want to enter the palace. Mo Sang was shocked. Your Highness. No. The king ordered that the queen be confined to the mansion. Taking a step out would be considered disobeying the imperial order. The lady angrily shouted. What's the right or wrong? Just go if I tell you to. When is it your turn to point fingers at my work? Yes. Mo Sang went to prepare the carriage. He called a little guard. Hurry up and inform the prince that he is leaving the palace to meet his husband. Now. Only the prince can stop the lady. The little guard went without stopping. The lady got on the carriage to leave the palace. The king confined the lady, not imprisoned her. So there was no guard of the royal guards. The lady changed to an inconspicuous carriage and went out smoothly. Strictly speaking, the lady was not a reckless person. Except for her husband. Her husband was her weakness. As long as she met this man, she would become no different from an ordinary woman in the boudoir. It is said that beauty is a disaster. But Mo Sang felt that his own son-in-law was also a disaster. He was just praying that the young prince could get the news as soon as possible and stop the lady before she entered the palace. Otherwise, if the monarch found out, the consequences would be disastrous. The little guard did not disappoint Mo Sang and stopped the young prince at the palace gate early. Nan Dongli did not go anywhere and waited obediently at the palace gate. However, no one expected that something went wrong on Mo Sang's side. It was the most congested time on the street after dinner. In order to delay time, Mo Sang deliberately took a detour through several alleys on the grounds of congestion, and finally got to the vicinity of Hulian's house. Today, it was another day for Xiao Haiden to eat candied haws. The 3 little black eggs have all recovered from their high fever and are in great spirits. All the men in the family were taken to the palace. Yuan was worried that the old lady would see something if she stayed in the house, so she coaxed her to go out shopping. The 3 little black eggs were wearing colorful clothes, with big red flowers on their heads and flaming red lips, jumping and skipping beside Xiao Heijiang. It was at this time that the carriage of the lady's mansion turned into the alley. The carriage was moving fast and was about to hit. So Mo Sang tightened the reins and stopped the carriage forcibly. The strong inertia caused the lady to rush out and hit her head against the door with a bang. She was already angry. And after this collision, the lady was furious and pulled open the curtain. She was going to scold Mo Sang, but she saw 1 big and 3 small people coming towards her. The great princess? Her eyebrows jumped. The first thing a woman sees is always her appearance. Time has been too kind to this woman. After more than 10 years, she has not shown any signs of aging. She is still as beautiful as before. An indescribable jealousy surged in the heart of the lady. She looked at the 3 children walking beside the great princess. Aren't they 3 little Yin Jiuqiao? Although she knew the fact, she still felt unbelievable when she saw it. The 2 people she hated the most turned out to be a family. It is true that birds of a feather flock together. A BXXXH is only worthy of being a BXXXH. She was looking at Jiang. But Jiang didn't even look at her. She walked past the carriage with the 3 little black eggs as if no one was around. As they passed by, the lady suddenly sneered and said, A chicken is just a chicken. It can't turn into a phoenix even if it flies to a branch. Just because you gave birth to a few chicks, you think you are the queen of phoenixes? Let's go! The lady lowered the curtain. Suddenly, a soft and boneless hand reached in from the curtain, grabbed the lady's clothes, and pulled her down with the wall of the carriage. The lady was stunned. Before she could react, she was thrown to the ground by the seemingly weak hand. Her bones were about to break. Just as she was about to sit up in pain, an embroidered shoe stepped on her chest and stomped her back to the ground mercilessly. Who is the chick? The owner of the embroidered shoe looked down at her and said, Crack! A rib was broken. The lady's mind went blank in pain. Mo Sang, help. I'm asking you a question. Who is the little chicken? Crack! Another rib is broken. The lady is about to cry. Damn! It hurts so much. How can she speak? Chapter 422. The king is here. Father and daughter meet for the first time. People who stay in high places for too long often forget the feeling of stepping on the ground. Just like the queen. She has been the apple of the eye of the royal family since she was born. No one in the world dares to bully her. So she is fearless. Little did she know that there are always some people in the world who don't take her identity seriously. Xiao Heijiang grabbed the person and pushed him against the wall. Will you tell me? If you don't, I'll beat you to death. She is a high-ranking queen. She doesn't want to be afraid of a child exiled by the royal family. However, the fear of death enveloped her, and she almost instinctively developed a fear of the woman in front of her. This is really embarrassing. A dignified queen. Was she beaten to death by someone? The queen had imagined countless times the scene of reuniting with this half-sister. But none of them was like this. A child abandoned by her family at birth. A village woman who spent half her life in the countryside. Should be servile, timid, and unpresentable. I can proudly step on her, instead of being beaten by her without any ability to fight back. The lady looked around with difficulty. Are you looking for him? Xiao Heijiang raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The lady took a look and saw that Mo Sang, who was still by her side protecting her a moment ago, was hung on the eaves opposite and fainted gorgeously. How did all this happen? Mo Sang is a master who is no less than a dead soldier. Ah! Before the lady could figure out what was going on, she was violently pulled to the ground by that bare hand. Her pearl hairpins were scattered all over the floor, and her hairpin was broken. She had the most painful and embarrassing day of her life. She tried to call for help, but found that her throat was so painful that she couldn't make a sound. She prayed for someone to come and save her. And finally, that person came. After Yu Shaoqing left the palace, he was worried about Jiang in the mansion. And he didn't even wait for Yin Jiuqiao and Helian Baiming, and hurried back to the mansion in a carriage. I was arrested. Ah Shu must be very worried about me. I couldn't eat or drink. And I cried? Xiao Heijiang, who had grabbed the female monarch and beaten her, burped weakly. Yu Shaoqing planned to return to the mansion as quickly as possible, and asked the driver to take a small road, but ended up being stuck on the road. The king was also stuck on the road. The king guessed that today's incident was too big, and the queen would definitely plead for the female king's mansion. He knew that he would not have the heart to refuse the queen, but he did not want to forgive the unfilial daughter so quickly. So he thought of a way to go outside and calm down first, and then return to the palace after the queen rested. He also asked the coachman to take a small road. It happened to be blocked behind Yu Shaoqing's carriage. Of course, at this time, the two did not know that the other was trapped in this congested road. This place is not far from their mansion, and it only takes half a cup of tea to walk. So after taking the small road, the two chose to abandon the car and walk in sync. As soon as Yu Shaoqing got off the carriage, he saw the king being helped down by Wang Yin'aisher. The king took off his bright yellow dragon robe and put on a brocade suit of an ordinary noble family master. Perhaps because he did not take himself as a king, his brows lacked the dragon majesty that looked down on the world. However, even so, Yu Shaoqing still felt nervous from the bottom of his heart when he saw him for the first time. Yu Shaoqing almost involuntarily straightened his back and put on his most heroic posture. Second master, what's wrong with you? The driver asked in confusion. Do I look good? Yu Shaoqing asked back. The driver was stunned. Good looking. Yu Shaoqing still straightened his collar. On the other side, the king naturally saw him. The king frowned. Why is this guy everywhere? He is such an eyesore. I want to slap him every time I see him. Yu Shaoqing walked up to the king and greeted him politely. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet your majesty here. The king didn't bother to pay attention to him, and walked away without looking back. Yu Shaoqing followed him. The king asked seriously, why are you following me? Yu Shaoqing said in confusion, I'm not following you. I'm going back to the mansion. Are you and I going in the same direction? The king. I forgot that this guy is his neighbor. They are really going in the same direction. The king stopped talking and walked forward with Wang Yin'aisher. Yu Shaoqing followed him slowly. He fulfilled the etiquette. It was the king's business whether to pay attention to him or not. After all, he would be home soon. Then the king could go wherever he liked. Just as the three of them walked for a while in silence, John's voice suddenly came from a small alley in front of them. Little Chicken? Who is Little Chicken? Yu Shaoqing was not sure if he had heard it wrong. Ah Shu? he called out tentatively. The voice was not loud, but Xiao Hejiang heard it instantly with his hearing ability. Xiao Hejiang, who was lifting the half-dead female monarch high up and was about to smash her into a meat pie with a clang, suddenly froze. Xiao Hejiang put the person down, fled the battlefield in a second, and ran away. The three little black eggs, who were confused on the spot. Grandma, did you forget something? Xiao Hejiang ran back to the back door of the East Mansion in one breath, and then slapped his head. Oh, her eggs! Xiao Hejiang ran back again with a clang. Xiao Hejiang was going to leave with the eggs, but it was too late. His Ashu had never gone out alone. What if she met a bad guy? Ashu would be bullied. Yu Shaoqing, with a flash of thought, ran into the alley at the speed of reincarnation. Ashu! Yu Shaoqing saw the blood on the ground, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He would not be home for a while, and his Ashu really had an accident. Little black Jiang Shizi held her heart and forehead, and fell to the ground softly. The three little black eggs saw her fall, and they all fell down. The female king, who had no idea what happened, raised her head with a pig-like face. Debao suddenly got up, picked up the stick on the ground, stuffed it into the female king's hand, and then fell down with awe. Ashu, Debao, Erbao, Xiaobao. Yu Shaoqing rushed into the alley in a hurry. The king was a few steps behind Yu Shaoqing, but not too slow. When he arrived at the scene, Yu Shaoqing had already hugged Jiang into his arms. Yu Shaoqing's tall figure blocked half of Jiang's body. The king couldn't see her face, but only heard her sick cough. She fell down. Blame it on me, husband. I'm so scared. Yu Shaoqing said with heartache. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anyone bully you again. Yeah. Jiang buried her head in her husband's arms aggrievedly, calling Yu Shaoqing husband. So that woman is Yu Shaoqing's wife? A trace of curiosity rose in the king's heart, but the king did not walk over rashly. His eyes were attracted by the blood on the ground, and the three little black eggs lying in the blood. Aren't these Debao and Xiaobao? Wait, there's another Bao? 1, 2, 3. The king was stunned. The three people's flaming red lips had long been stained, and they looked like they had been punched dozens of times. Red and swollen. The king couldn't tell who was Debao and who was Xiaobao. He only knew that all three children had fallen down and seemed to be seriously injured. He didn't care about the blood on the ground and picked up the nearest little black egg first. This is Xiaobao. The moment Xiaobao was picked up by him, he opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at him. He handed Xiaobao to Wang Yinisher and picked up Debao and Erbao. Both of them were weak and their little hands were holding their little chests. And Shizi held her heart. The king felt that his heart was about to break. Who is so cruel? Even a few innocent children were not spared. The king suppressed his rage and said tremblingly, Who did it? The three little guys raised their little hands tremblingly and pointed at the female king, who was beaten so badly that even their parents couldn't recognize her. The female ruler was lying on the ground, holding a stick in her hand. She didn't know which kind-hearted child handed it to her, but she didn't want to be beaten again. The king put down the child and walked over to ask her something, but she hit him with a stick as soon as he approached. The king, Wang Yinisher, jumped over in 3 or 2 steps and kicked her away. Oh, you dare to hit the king? Are you looking for death? You evil woman. I'm not an evil woman. I'm the female ruler. It's not Wang Yinisher's fault that he didn't recognize her. In fact, even her own father couldn't recognize her, let alone a eunuch. Wang Yinisher was furious. Come here. This evil woman committed crimes under the feet of the emperor, bullied the weak, and assassinated the king. Hurry up and put her in jail. Don't arrest me. I'm the female ruler. It's the female ruler. Chapter 423. Cute little black egg. The king's pampering. After Nangongli got the news that the queen would visit her husband in the palace, he kept wandering at the palace gate. However, he waited until the sun went down, but there was no sign of the queen. Could it be that something happened in the mansion and delayed her? Nangongli called a guard and asked him to go back to the queen's mansion. The guard returned very quickly, replied to the prince. The queen left an hour ago. An hour? Are you sure? Nangongli frowned. The guard nodded. I have confirmed with the housekeeper again and again that the queen left the mansion in a servant's carriage, and only the chief guard Mo was with her. The queen asked the king to impose a house arrest order. not to leave the mansion openly. So the lower the better. But since they have been on the road for an hour, why is there still no sign of her? Could it be something went wrong on the way? Nan only thought for a moment and ordered, take a few people with you to look for her along the way. Don't let the news leak out. Just ask around. Yes. The guard took 3 companions and headed towards the lady's residence. All of them were born and raised in Beijing, and they all knew which roads they would take from the lady's residence to the imperial palace. However, they searched all the places where the lady might have passed by, but still could not find any trace of her. This was very strange. If she was not in the residence or on the road, then where could she have gone? Nan Gongli felt uneasy. Mother valued father the most. Father vomited blood in prison, and mother would definitely come as soon as possible. Nan Gongli couldn't figure out what had delayed her mother. Prince! Prince! A guard came over hurriedly and whispered something in his ear. Nan Gongli frowned suspiciously at first. Then his eyes turned cold. Is the news accurate? My fellow countryman is a jailer in the Dali Temple. His words are true. I don't know if he is a lunatic, or really the Lady Lord. The guard's voice gradually lowered when he finished speaking. He was secretly annoyed that he said the wrong thing. How could he compare the Lady Lord with a lunatic? The Lady Lord is the Lady Lord, and the lunatic is a lunatic. How could he compare 2 people who are completely unrelated? Fortunately, Nan Gongli was only concerned with finding the Lady Lord at the moment, and didn't catch the ambiguity in his words. To be honest, Nan Gongli didn't think that the crazy woman who was arrested in the Dali Temple was his mother. The Dali Temple minister was a close minister of his mother. How could he not recognize his mother? But someone pretended to be his mother in prison and slandered his mother's reputation. No matter what, he had to investigate. He left 2 guards at the gate of the palace to wait for the queen. If my mother comes later, you must stop her even if you risk rebellion. Yes. The 2 guards agreed. Nan Gongli took a carriage to the Dali Temple. When the Dali Temple minister learned that the young prince of the queen's mansion was coming, he quickly put down his official duties and respectfully welcomed him into the lobby. I pay my respects to the prince. The Dali Temple minister bowed and performed a salute. Nan Gongli frowned and said, no need to be polite. I heard that the Dali Temple has arrested a prisoner who claims to be the queen. The Dali Temple minister said, there is such a person. She came in and said that she was the queen. She also said that if we dared to touch her hair, she would chop off all our heads. What a lunatic. Nan Gongli pondered for a while and said, where is the person? Take me to see. The Dali Temple minister arched his hands and said, I dare not pollute the eyes of the prince. I will have someone interrogate her and ask her who instructed her to assassinate the king first and then pretend to be the queen. Assassinate the king? Nan Gongli frowned. The Dali Temple said indignantly, yes. It was Eunuch Wang who reported the case. She not only assassinated the king, but also beat the wife and the young master of the Hellion family. The wife and the young master were both seriously injured by her. Of course, she herself was not much better. Wang Aisha reported the case that she was broken into a pig head. But she was angry at the Hellion family passing by. The king stepped forward to persuade him to stop fighting. And she also hit the king with a stick. If it weren't for Wang Aisha's heroic protection, she would not have beaten the king. The Dali Temple straightened his back and said, such a daring person. I will never let her go easily. Ah! A woman's scream came from the torture room. Her voice was hoarse, and it didn't sound like her own voice anymore. But for some reason, Nan Gongli felt her heart skip a beat. Take me to see her, prince. Nan Gongli glared at him. And the Dali Temple minister was scared and took him to the torture chamber. In the dim torture chamber, Nan Gongli saw the miserable female monarch. The female monarch was beaten into a pig head, and Nan Gongli did not recognize her at first sight. But Nan Gongli recognized her clothes. That was the fabric he personally selected for his mother, especially for his mother to wear when traveling incognito. It looked no different from most fabrics on the market. But the workmanship was more exquisite. The clothes were stained with blood and stains, and it was difficult to recognize the original appearance. But after all, he bought the material himself, so he could still recognize it. Nan Gongli walked over and squatted down to look at her. The queen also saw Nan Gongli, and tears fell down. She squeezed out a hoarse voice with difficulty from her burning throat. Lear. This familiar look and tone. It's his mother. How could this happen? What happened? Why did his mother become like this? And was she arrested as a prisoner? Prince? The Dali Temple saw that he looked a little strange and called him weakly. Nandongli suppressed the urge to execute everyone here, and calmed down and said, "What crime did you say she committed just now?" The Dali Temple said, "Assassinating the king, beating the wife, and the young master of the Hellion family." After a pause, he added, "Impersonating the queen." How could this be impersonation? It was obvious that she was the real queen. But Nandongli couldn't tell the truth. First, the queen had the king order her to stay at home, so she shouldn't have left the house without permission. If people found out that she disobeyed the imperial order, the consequences would be disastrous. Second, the queen's house had just fallen out with the Hellion family. At this critical moment, she beat up the wife and the young master of the Hellion family. It's hard not to suspect that she wanted to kill people to vent her anger. Third, the king had just put her at home, and she beat him up. This means that she is dissatisfied with the king's treatment. Want to rebel? Finally. Her appearance is really embarrassing. If it gets out, she will become a laughing stock in the world. After weighing the pros and cons, Nandongli decided to keep the queen's identity secret for the time being. Nandongli gave the queen a soothing look, then stood up calmly, looked at the Dali Temple and said, "This person is taken away by this king, and I will interrogate her personally." The Dali Temple hesitated. Nandongli asked coldly, "What?" "I want someone from your Dali Temple, but I can't get one." The Dali Temple minister smiled awkwardly. "Your Highness has misunderstood. I think that such a small matter does not require your Highness to do it personally. She will confess all at once after 3 rounds of torture." After 3 rounds of torture, will the queen still be alive? Nandongli wanted to strangle him to death. The Dali Temple minister felt the murderous aura of the young prince, and he touched his nose in dismay. Did he say something wrong? This crazy woman has a hard temper, and she needs to be tortured well. But it won't last too long. 3 rounds are enough. He is confident. Nandongli said indifferently, "This is related to the queen's mansion and my grandfather. I need to interrogate her personally. If my grandfather asks, you just tell the truth. I took the person away. I will give my grandfather an explanation of the truth." At this point, the Dali Temple had no choice but to throw this hot potato away. Nandongli turned around and was about to help the queen. When he turned around, he saw the Dali Temple staring at him in amazement. He coughed lightly and retracted his hand, saying to the bruised and battered queen, "Get up. Follow me back to the queen's house. You better tell the truth. Otherwise, I won't be so easy to talk to." The queen supported the wall and stood up tremblingly. She felt so painful that she seemed to be falling apart, and stumbled accidentally. The Dali Temple kicked her in the ass. Then the Dali Temple shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up with the prince?" The queen fell flat on her face. Nandongli couldn't bear it and covered his eyes. The assassin was caught, and Yu Shaoqing and the king and his entourage also left the messy alley. Yu Shaoqing carried his wife to the carriage. Such a big thing happened. His Ashu must be terrified. The 3 little black eggs were held in the arms of the king, the eunuch, and the coachman respectively. The king thought that Dabao and Erbao were brothers. But unexpectedly there was another brother. Whether in the royal family or the common people, it is not easy to raise a child. Being able to give birth to 3 children safely and raise them to be white, black and fat, can be said to be blessed by God. The king looked at the child in his arms. He was holding Erbao in his arms. But of course he didn't know it. Erbao pretended to faint at first, but he really fell asleep. His little face was round. His 2 little fat lumps were trembling. His little eyebrows were thick, and he was full of heroic spirit. His eyelashes looked like 2 butterfly wings, casting a... It was too dark, and I couldn't see the shadow on both sides of his nose. His little nose and mouth were very beautiful. The king couldn't remember the last time he held such a small child. Nandongli was 4 years old when he returned to Nanzhao. He had passed the most ignorant and lovely age. He watched the queen and the little princess grow up. But they were both skinny when they were young. They had no weight in his arms, and he was afraid that they would break. This child is really good. I wonder if their mother was also a little fat boy when she was young. Xiaobao snored evenly. Dabao in Wang Ini-Aisher's arms, and Xiaobao in the coachman's arms also began to snore. Wang Ini-Aisher's heart was about to melt. Oh my God! How could there be such a cute little black egg in the world? I really want to steal one. Yu Shaoqing settled his wife, and got off the carriage to hold the little black egg. Wang Ini-Aisher turned his back, and refused to give it to him. Yu Shaoqing. Just then, Helian Biming and Yin Jiuchao's carriage passed by here. Seeing Yu Shaoqing and the king and his party, Yu Gang stopped the carriage first, and Ying Shursen walked behind him. He stopped, and Ying Shursen had to stop the carriage as well. What's wrong? Helian Biming asked. The king and the second master, Yu Gang said in surprise. Helian Biming lifted the curtain and looked in the direction indicated by Yu Gang. He saw the king and Yu Shaoqing. The three little guys were also there, held in the arms of the king and his party, and seemed to be asleep. Get off the car, Helian Biming said. Hey! Yu Gang walked around the back of the carriage, opened the back door of the carriage, pulled down the wooden board, and let the wheelchair slide down. Helian Biming pushed the wheelchair forward and saluted the king, Your Majesty. He turned to look at Yu Shaoqing. Second brother. Yu Shaoqing grabbed the little black egg. Wang Yinisher was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Yu Shaoqing quickly carried Xiaobao to the carriage. Give it to me. Helian Biming stretched out his hand to the coachman. The coachman gave him the big treasure in his arms. Now there is only the little black egg in the king's arms. Your Majesty. Helian Biming spoke softly. The king held Erbao and turned his face away. Don't call me. I don't want to give it to you. Yin Jiuchao got off the carriage. The king knew that they were the sons of Yin Jiuchao and Helian Qianjin. Earlier in the Golden Palace, the king felt that Yin Jiuchao's eyebrows were somewhat familiar. At that time, he was angry and didn't think much about it. Now looking at Yin Jiuchao and then at the little guy in his arms, he finally understood what the familiar feeling was. Yin Jiuchao walked over leisurely. He stood in front of the king, glanced at Erbao in the king's arms and said, Do you like it? The king looked at the little guy in his arms and nodded involuntarily. I like it. It's no use liking it. Yin Jiuchao brought the little guy over and said, Mine. The king was caught off guard and stabbed. Chapter 424. See Shura again. The king is the king, and it is not his turn to tell others what to do. Therefore, although he was very puzzled as to why the king was here, Helian Biming still did not ask a word and took his family away in a carriage. The three little black eggs were taken away by the Helian family. The king felt empty in his heart. His arms still retained the body temperature and faint milk fragrance of the little guy. The soft and fat little appearance could melt people's hearts just by thinking about it. The mood of the eunuch Wang and the coachman was also a little low. They didn't hold such a cute child enough. Your Majesty, are we still going to the house now? Asked the eunuch Wang. The king was no longer in the mood to escape from the world. He paused and said, Let's go back to the palace. The group got on the carriage and returned to the palace. The queen and the king have been married for many years. How could she not know what he was thinking? He disappeared after the court session, and he might have found a quiet place to hide again. He wanted to wait until she fell asleep before returning to the palace, so that he would not be in a dilemma. This kind of thing has happened before. As soon as the king left the palace, the queen knew that he was unwilling to accept her plea, and she tactfully stopped talking to him the next day. However, this time it was a serious matter. Whether he returns tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or even 10 days or half a month later, she will plead for her daughter. My queen, His Majesty has returned to the palace, the maid reported. The queen looked at the sky, which was not completely dark yet, and murmured, Now? Shouldn't we wait until she falls asleep before returning to the palace? Isn't this too early? The eunuch Wang lifted the curtain. The king walked in with a normal look. The queen waved her hand to let the maids leave, walked forward in person, changed his clothes for him, and said, I heard that your Majesty left the palace. The king did not deny, You can't hide anything. The queen took off his heavy outer robe and changed into a light casual dress. We have been married for so many years. I should be able to guess what you are thinking. I have heard about Yenner and Fu Ma. Are you afraid that I will plead for them? The king sat down on the chair and sighed deeply. The queen took off his hairpin for him. They both went too far. If Fu Ma really loved Yenner, he should have asked for her marriage openly, instead of worrying that we would not agree. So he secretly married her first. Little did he know that there is no wall that is impenetrable. No matter how well a secret is hidden, it will eventually be revealed to the world. After the hairpin was taken off, the bun fell down, and the king felt his scalp lighten. The queen continued, If I had known earlier that Fu Ma was a married man, I would not allow them to be together even if I broke Yenner's legs. The king agreed. The daughter of the Nangong family should not try to rob a married man. She must never do this again. the king said. Although Nangong she was an adopted child. Since she married the royal jade butterfly, she was a real princess of Nanzhao. Her words and deeds represented the dignity of the Nanzhao royal family. Her mother's affairs could not be repeated. But she could not allow any mistakes to happen again. I know about Shir's marriage. The queen found a comb to comb the king's hair. This was the most relaxed time of the day, and he was most likely to agree to her request. The queen combed her hair gently while saying softly, "You can decide whatever you want about the prince consort. Whether you want to keep it a secret and prevent them from being criticized by the world, or to make the truth known to the public. I have no objection. It's just, Yenner is my own flesh and blood. Please don't really abandon her." The king held down her hand combing his hair and turned to look at her. "When did I say such a thing?" The queen pouted and said, "You didn't say it, but you have been disappointed with her in your heart." The king sighed again. She did such a shameless thing. Shouldn't I be disappointed in her? Whether I am her father or her king, I can't continue to indulge her. The queen paused. "Then what are you going to do?" The king said, "Find out the truth first. Then, deal with it impartially." The queen didn't expect that she hadn't asked for mercy for so long. But when she opened her mouth, she was called deal with it impartially. It seems that the king is determined to handle official affairs impartially. The queen looked at the king strangely. Based on her understanding of her husband, he would not refuse so straightforwardly. Did something happen just now that changed his mood? To say that there is a substantial change, it seems that there is no. At least the king himself can't say it. But the king is more determined. And he himself doesn't understand where this determination comes from. Of course, if the queen continues to plead, the king will eventually soften his heart. However, the queen did not do so. Over the years, she has spoiled her daughter. With such a temperament, it is okay to be an imperial princess. But she cannot become the king of Nanzhao. This matter, just treat it as a lesson. Besides, the king said that he would not give up Yenner. The queen can make such a decision because she believes that the prince consort and the queen are in love. The queen is only wrong, but not guilty. Nandongli understands how her father was kept by her mother. Once the truth comes out, what awaits my mother will not be an ordinary punishment, but a catastrophe. Prince, Prince, Prince. By imperial physician called Nandongli several times in succession. Nandongli came back to his senses, looked at him, then looked at the unconscious female monarch on the bed, and said, "How is my mother's injury?" By imperial physician said, "The medicine has been taken and the wound has been bandaged. But she needs to take medicine and rest, and not get hurt again." Nandongli nodded, this time. "Please keep my mother's mouth shut for me." By imperial physician. By imperial physician said respectfully, "I will serve the female monarch's mansion even if I die." "You can leave," Nandongli said. "Yes." By imperial physician left with the medicine box. The lady was seriously injured. Imperial physician Bai had been a doctor for so many years, but he had never seen anyone so disfigured. She was not dead. But if she were alive, her life would be worse than death. Alas, what a miserable woman. Nandongli came to the bed and looked at the woman, who was almost wrapped like a mummy. His eyebrows jumped, and he said distressfully, "Mother, can you hear me?" The woman slowly opened her eyes. Her face was completely wrapped, revealing only a pair of eyes, 2 nostrils, and a mouth swollen like a sausage. Her lips moved. "Mother, what did you say?" Nandongli couldn't hear clearly. The woman's lips moved again with difficulty. Nandongli stood up and put his ear over. Finally, he heard his mother's weak voice. Mother was saying, "Prince consort." Even though he was injured like this, he was still thinking about his father. Nandongli said sadly, "Father is fine. I have asked someone to take care of him. No one in the prison will embarrass him. I will ask Dr. Bai to go to the prison and check his pulse. In a moment. Don't worry about him. Leave it to me." The lady wanted to nod, but the wrap was too tight, and she could not move. She could only blink. Nandongli said again, "Mother, who hurt you like this?" The lady slowly opened her mouth. Nandongli listened attentively. The queen said, "The great Empress, Princess." It was the great princess. Nandongli was surprised. "Did you run into her just now? She hurt you like this? Why did she hurt you? Did she recognize you?" When the queen was still a princess, she had been to the Ghost clan. Although they were sisters in name, she looked down on her sister and did not meet her. She just watched her secretly. The queen thought that the great princess had never seen her. But judging from the degree of ruthlessness of the great princess, it is likely that in the Ghost clan, not only the queen watched the great princess, but the great princess also watched her. Nan Gongli never expected that the murderer would be the great princess. The king was also there. Did he see the great princess? Did he recognize her? Was he going to accept the daughter he had exiled? Nan Gongli had an ominous premonition in his heart. If the queen could not inherit the throne, then he could not become the crown prince. The appearance of the great princess hindered not only his mother's great cause, but also his. Nan Gongli narrowed his eyes and sent someone to the palace. On the surface, he was sending snacks made by the chef in the palace to the queen. But in fact, he was asking about the movements of the king and concubine Yun. If the king knew that the great princess came to Nanzhao, he would definitely go to question concubine Yun as soon as possible to see if concubine Yun had done anything wrong. But the king did not. This shows that he has not recognized the great princess. The current situation is not very favorable for the queen's palace. At this juncture, they must not be given the opportunity to recognize each other as father and daughter. Even if it is at the risk of being exposed, the great princess must be eliminated. That night, Nan Gongli went to Shura's yard. Shura hasn't gone crazy for a few days. He goes out once a day. I don't know what he does. Anyway, when he comes back, he is like a child who has drunk enough milk and is in good spirits. Nan Gongli is busy with the affairs of the lady's mansion and has no time to pay attention to Shura's transformation. Anyway, it is a good thing for him that Shura doesn't make trouble. Shura. Nan Gongli pushed open Shura's door. Shura stuffed the small bottle in his hand into the quilt and looked at him innocently. Nan Gongli smiled and said, I may have to trouble you for something. Shura raised his eyebrows. What is it? Kill someone for me. Who? Nan Gongli, the great princess. Chapter 425. She is the princess of the emperor. The domineering old lady. At dusk, Yuan estimated that Yin Jiuqiao should have dealt with it. So she took the old lady, who was enjoying shopping, back to the mansion. Yin Jiuqiao and his friends had just arrived at the yard. Although the old lady didn't want to leave after shopping, when she really got home, she pouted and complained to her little grandson. Your wife almost exhausted me to death. She wanted to see this and buy that. My old bones were broken by her. Yuan was confused. It was unfair. God's conscience. Who is the person who wants to see this and buy that? Yuan has been back to the Hellion family for so long, and she has never seen the old lady go out of the house. She thought that the old lady didn't like to go out. It's not surprising to think about it. After all, the old lady is old and her physical strength is not as good as that of young people. It's okay to take a walk in the yard, but it must be very strenuous for her to go out on the road. In the end, Yuan found out that she was wrong. Oh, why did she go shopping with the old lady? Wouldn't it be better to go to the Gu temple to burn incense earlier? The old lady pulled Yin Jiuqiao to complain, and she said a lot of nonsense. Yuan's face turned black as charcoal. The old lady hugged Yin Jiuqiao's arm and glanced at Yuan with resentment. Ugly granddaughter-in-law. Yuan was instantly furious. What ugly granddaughter-in-law? I am your dear, beautiful granddaughter. Yin Jiuqiao gently coaxed, my daughter-in-law. Will you bear more? For your sake, I will bear more. The old lady raised her chin, asked the servants to take the 17 or 18 loads of things she bought, and returned to the house in a mighty manner. Yuan raised her aching arm and threw herself into her husband's arms. It hurt so much. The old lady was shopping in front, and she was carrying things behind. Farming is not so tiring. Yin Jiuqiao touched her little head and rarely bullied her. I'll rub it for you when we get back to the house. Yuan nodded aggrievedly. Yeah. Cough. Hellion Baiming coughed behind her. Yuan stood up and turned around with Yin Jiuqiao to look at him. Hellion Baiming's injuries were almost healed, and his complexion was rosy. Even though he had been in jail for a whole night, he looked calm and relaxed, as if he had not suffered any hardship or worried about anything. Hellion Baiming said seriously, come to my yard. I have something to ask you. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. What was coming had finally come. They had to pay the price for their previous concealment. When she first entered Nanzhao, Hellion Baiming asked her to confess her identity and the purpose of entering the imperial capital. She told him everything except two things, the sacred object and the prince consort. Hellion Baiming was arrested and imprisoned for harboring the prince of Yinqing. After he was imprisoned, rumors spread that the prince consort was the king of Yin. Helian Biming did not go to the Golden Palace, so he probably only heard the rumors in prison. He wanted to verify the truth of the rumors with the two of them. But she had already admitted it once in front of the king of Nanzhao, so it would not hurt to admit it again. Study. Helian Biming really asked about the son-in-law. Is he really your father? Doesn't your uncle know? Yin Jiucha asked. Why should I know? Didn't your uncle keep his troops in place this time because of the son-in-law's instruction? Helian Biming choked. How could this guy guess this? That's right. Half an hour before he was summoned to the palace, he received a letter from the son-in-law, saying that no matter what the king summoned him to ask, he should not rush to refute. He didn't have much contact with the son-in-law, and it could even be said that he had no personal relationship with him. The son-in-law suddenly sent him such a letter. To be fair, he was a little hesitant, but when he was summoned by the king, he chose to believe the son-in-law's words. He himself couldn't say why he trusted a man who might be his political enemy. Later in prison, he heard that the son-in-law was the king of Yin. It seems that the prince consort didn't say anything, so he was the last one to know the news, and he couldn't be sure whether this so-called news was true. It's true, Yin Jiucha said. Helian Biming took a breath and suddenly didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, he found his voice. You also. He looked at Yuan. Yuan said softly, yes. I know that too. Helian Biming's chest rose and fell. Such an important thing. How could you hide it from me? It was fine to hide it in the past, but now that you know that I am a member of the Helian family, you are still hiding it from me. Do you know how big a mess it almost caused? They are my biological daughters, my niece's daughter and my niece's husband. I can't beat them to death. Helian Biming silently repeated it in his heart for 17 or 18 times. Barely suppressed his anger, looked at the two of them with sharp eyes and said, you still have me, your uncle, in your heart. Tell me clearly here today. What else are you hiding from me? Do you have to tell me? Yuan asked with her head down. Are you really hiding something from him? Helian Biming was so angry that smoke came out of his head. Tell the truth. Don't hide anything. Oh! Yuan pursed her lips and said, the holy object is in my hand. Helian Biming. Helian Biming. What is this girl saying? The stolen holy object from Nanzhao is actually in her hands? How did she get it? Don't blame me. The holy object was actually stolen a long time ago. It was the lady who kept it a secret. The news leaked out in the martial arts world, and some people robbed it. I was unlucky. When I was running for my life, someone threw the holy object into my backpack. Unlucky? Such bad luck. Can you give the lady a dozen? My dear niece? My dear niece? My dear niece? You can't beat me to death. Helian Biming silently recited 17 or 18 sentences, took a deep breath, and found that his voice was trembling. What else? Xiaobao is calling you. Yin Jiucha suddenly said to Yuan. Is there? Yuan looked up blankly. Yes, Yin Jiucha said calmly. Oh, uncle, I'll go first, and I'll tell you about the holy object later, Yuan said, and turned to find Xiaobao. Helian Biming's eyes fell on Yin Jiucha's face. You too. He wanted to say. You go too. Let me digest it alone. But Yin Jiucha interrupted him. All one is the little princess, and her mother is the princess of Nanzhao. Helian Biming rolled his eyes and fainted. It was dark and windy. Shura turned off the lights and set out to carry out this mission. He was going to assassinate someone, to ensure that there was no mistake. Nan Gongli repeatedly checked the other party's information with him and showed him a portrait. The little princess and the princess of the emperor had very similar eyebrows and eyes, and Nan Gongli told him not to kill the wrong one. Humph! He is not a fool. How could he kill the wrong person? Shura went to kill someone. This was not the first time that Shura killed someone. There was nothing to be afraid of. He just pinched and broke the other person's neck. In Helian Mansion, the assassins and guards were on high alert in the dark night. Shura passed by an assassin. The assassin did not notice. Shura passed by him again and stuck out his tongue at him. Slightly. The assassin still did not notice. Shura rolled his eyes in boredom and turned to sneak into the mansion. He went to Qixia Garden first. The old man and others fainted at his appearance at the beginning, but now they are very calm. The old man continued to meditate. Yugo continued to practice boxing. The rest of the people were not sure what to do. Only Alwei was sitting in the yard, refining the poisonous insect seriously. Shura put his hands on his hips and glared at everyone. I am here. I am here, Always said, pointing to the pot beside him. It's cooked. It's almost cool. You can drink it. Give me the water bag. Gulp. Shura, who came to kill, swallowed his saliva and handed over the small bottle obediently. Shura grabbed the small bottle and sat back on the doorstep. The little milk friend is not here. It's so lonely to drink. Huh? No. He is here. Are you here? Yuan came out of the small kitchen with a bowl of medicine. Touched Shura's forehead. It was no longer hot. She took back her hand. Just right. Drink the medicine. Shura grabbed the small bottle. Gulped. Turned his back. No drink. Why are you here if you don't want to drink the medicine? Killing people. Shura looked up at Yuan, who looked at him seriously. He took the medicine bowl obediently, pinched his nose, and drank it all in one breath. Okay. Now I can finally go kill people. Shura handed her the medicine bowl and returned the small bottle to her. From now on, he will not come again. After killing this person, he will have nothing to do with this place. He is a Shura with a bottom line. He can't kill someone else's people and come to rub their goat milk. Goodbye forever. Shura held an invisible butcher knife and went to Wudong Garden with a sad look. The night wind blew his loose hair, and he looked like a ghost walking in the world. When passing by the main house, the old lady rushed out and threw him on the steps. Nyo Dan aw. Shura, who was stunned. Chapter 426 Nyo Dan and Shura. The old lady's Nyo Dan was a cry of life, and most of the Hellion East mansion heard it. Hellion Biming, who had finally woken up, almost fainted again after hearing the Nyo Dan. His father's grave is going to be green again. Mom, his own mother. She has allowed her to recognize her son and grandson. Can you stop recognizing him as a father all the time? Hellion Biming put down the little snow fox in his arms, got on a wheelchair, and went to Wudong Garden. Shura was selected into the Death Soldier camp since he could remember. He has experienced the most cruel training, carried out the most difficult tasks, killed the most difficult people, and suffered the most painful injuries. He has never been afraid of anything in his life. He has no natural enemies. However, when the old lady leaned towards him with her flaming red lips, all the hairs on his body exploded. Ah! It was so scary. Shura didn't even care about killing people. He pulled away, waved his arms, and ran away. When Hellion Biming pushed the wheelchair to Wudong Garden, Shura had already disappeared. There was only a painting that fell from Shura. Hellion Biming bent down to pick up the portrait and opened it. His first reaction was one. After a closer look, he felt that the clothes and eyes were wrong. Then he realized that it was his brother's sister-in-law Jiang. Shura's figure was too fast. He didn't see it clearly, but he vaguely felt a strong breath left in the air. It's Shura, Yin Jiocha said. Hellion Biming raised his eyes and saw Yin Jiocha walked out at some point. Hellion Biming was stunned. Just now, the guy who was mistaken for a cow egg by the old lady was Shura. Did the portrait fall from him? Shura always came to Qixia Garden and sat on the doorstep with the 3 little black eggs when he had nothing to do. Hellion Biming couldn't help but notice him. Shura was from the lady's mansion. But firstly, they couldn't beat Shura. Secondly, Shura had no ill will towards them. So Hellion Biming didn't bother Shura's occasional appearances. But Shura mostly appeared in the daytime. It was the first time he came in the middle of the night. And it was also the first time he ran into the old lady. Unexpectedly, he was mistaken for a cow egg by the old lady. Fortunately, nothing irreversible happened. Hellion Biming shook his head, thinking of something, and wondered, strange. Doesn't he only go to Qixia Garden? Why did he come to Wudong Garden? And why did he have the portrait of his brother and sister-in-law on him? Because he wants to kill people, Yin Jiocha said expressionlessly. Hellion Biming frowned. Kill my sister-in-law? Yin Jiocha looked at the endless night and said, the lady has lost her power, and someone can't hold back anymore. As for who this person is, Yin Jiocha doesn't need to tell him. Hellion Biming has guessed it. Hellion Biming knew a little about the incident, went away, and his friends went deep into the Imperial Master's Hall to steal the handwritten notes. They had originally successfully escaped from the Imperial Master's Hall, but they ran into Nandong Li's mysterious master halfway, which led to a Wei being captured and taken back. That master was Shura. Hellion Biming never expected that the little prince praised by the world was so cruel and ruthless behind his back. In order to fight for power, He did not hesitate to send Shura to assassinate his own aunt. Hellion Biming said, "It seems that he already knows the identity of his brother and sister-in-law." Yin Jiuchu said, "He has been to the Zhou and the Ghost clan. There must be some connection between them." Hellion Biming was silent. Nandongli has not been in Nanzhao for the past few years. The public statement is that he travels and studies. It is said that he can't go to many places. He sends letters to the king and the queen every month to introduce the local news and customs. But who would have thought that he went to the Zhou and the Ghost clan to avoid being seen? "How did you know?" Hellion Biming asked. Yin Jiuchu said, 3 years ago, I was plotted against by the Su family. Now think about it. The mastermind behind the scenes should be Nandongli. This does not require much concrete evidence. Judging from the motive and ability to commit the crime, Nandongli is the best choice. As for Nangongli's whereabouts in the Ghost clan, it was revealed to them by their grandmother. Yin Jiuchu continued. A few days ago, Nandongli sent people to sneak into the mansion to arrest Awan. But they caught the wrong person and took away Grandma. Is there such a thing? Hellion Biming's face darkened. If Hellion Biming still had a little difficulty accepting that Shura was ordered by Nandongli to assassinate his brother and sister-in-law, then after knowing that he had evil intentions towards Awan, he no longer had any illusions about Nandongli. It was Shura who let Grandma go. Yin Jiuchu said. Grandma's original words were in the blink of an eye. I was hung on the tree branch outside the mansion by Shura. And in the blink of an eye, I was hit by the carriage of the prince consort and fell on the grass on the side of the road. In short, rounding off, it is correct that Shura let Grandma go. Hellion Biming had only heard of Shura in rumors. Shura was also a dead soldier, but more powerful than a dead soldier. Shura was obtained by chance. A top-level golden-faced dead soldier accidentally went into a state of infatuation while practicing martial arts. And after surviving, his power increased tenfold. That was the original Shura. In order to refine Shura, someone used drugs to stimulate the dead soldiers to go into a state of infatuation. But few of them really survived. And Shura was manic and very difficult to control. Nandongli's Shura did not look like what was said in the rumors. At least Hellion Biming had never felt any violent aura from him. Hellion Biming imagined the scene of Shura and the 3 little black eggs sitting on the doorstep drinking milk. That looked a bit docile. Is the rumor wrong? Or is Nandongli's Shura not a normal Shura? Now is not the time to study Shura's temperament. Hellion Biming just thought about it quickly and got back to the point. There is something I can't figure out. Before the incident at the lady's mansion, it was understandable that he attacked Awan. Now the relationship between the two families is so tense. If something happens to my brother-in-law, the first suspect will be the lady's mansion. Hasn't he considered any consequences? Yin Jiuchu said lightly. I can only say that if we don't do this, there will be more serious consequences. The former great princess was not to be feared. Even if she appeared in front of the monarch openly, the monarch would not even look at her. But what if the lady committed an unforgivable mistake and lost the qualification to inherit the throne? As long as the great princess dies, the lady, as the only child of the monarch, will be forgiven by the monarch no matter how big her mistakes are. If the assassination fails, they will make other moves next, Yin Jiuchu said, looking at Hellion Biming. The implication is obvious. It's time for them to fight back. Hellion Biming clenched his fists and took a deep breath. You have been in the mansion for so long. You should know that the Hellion family does not participate in the struggle for the throne. The Hellion family will always be loyal to the monarch, and only loyal to the monarch. As the head of the Hellion family, I can't help you deal with the lady's mansion. Oh! But? Hellion Biming raised his head and said with a firm look in his eyes. As an uncle, I will not let you be bullied by anyone. What did you say? The assassination failed? In the other courtyard of the lady's mansion, Nandongli looked at the guard, who came to report with an incredible look. The guard bowed and said, It seems so. I have been guarding near the Hellion family just now. I saw Shura running out like a group of demons. He looked like he was frightened. I asked Lord Shura what happened, but he didn't say anything. He just ran away for his life, as if there were some poisonous snakes and beasts behind him. Shura is fearless. How could he be frightened in a mere Hellion mansion? Is there a master in the Hellion mansion who is more powerful than Shura? The master who is more powerful than Shura was sitting in front of the bed with grievances, looking at the direction where Shura ran away, and said miserably, Wowu, Nyodon doesn't want me. Shura ruined Nandong Li's good deeds several times in a row. Nandong Li finally began to pay attention to Shura's abnormality. It seems that since some time, Shura's violent times have not been as many as before. Before this, he thought it was a good thing. After all, he didn't have to kill several of his warriors every day, nor did he have to worry about him going crazy and not recognizing him. But now, Nandong Li felt that it seemed that, after beating Shura's temper, he became less obedient to him. Nandong Li decided to talk to Shura. When Shura was released from the forbidden area, Shura had sworn a blood oath and was willing to be driven by him. It would be better if Shura didn't betray him. Otherwise, he would let Shura know that he could save him and push him back into the sea of fire. The frightened Shura took a bath and went to bed. The tendons and veins were still repairing and breaking all the time. This kind of severe pain was unbearable for ordinary people in an instant. But he endured it for more than 10 years. He held a small bottle to his chest. This way it would be less uncomfortable. Shura, are you asleep? It was Nandong Li's voice. Shura turned over and sat up, hiding the small bottle under the quilt. Nandong Li heard him getting up and slowly pushed the door open. I heard you failed. Are you hiding something from me? Shura shook his head. Don't lie to me. Nandong Li reached into the quilt and took out the small bottle that he had hidden tightly. What is this? Shura said nothing. This was a water bag used by children, exuding a faint milky fragrance. Nandong Li put it on his nose and sniffed it, then looked at Shura expressionlessly and said, Have you made friends with those little guys? Shura still said nothing. Nandong Li threatened, Don't forget. Your life is mine. I can give it to you, and I can take it back. If you dare to disobey my orders again, I will tell your tribe that you are here with me and let them take you back. Shura thought of the dark cellar, his body bitten by insects and snakes. Dirty, Shura said. His voice was ruined, and his voice was unpleasant and difficult to recognize. But Nandong Li understood. He leaned over and met Shura's gaze. Don't want to go back. Right? Shura nodded. Will you be obedient in the future? Nandong Li asked. Shura lowered his head and nodded. Nandong Li curled his lips in satisfaction, stood up, and patted his head. Just be obedient. I'll take it. After that, he weighed the water bag in his hand and walked away without looking back. When passing by the yard, he casually threw the water bag into the brazier beside him. Shura looked at the small bottle burning to ashes, and his eyes were red with sadness. Chapter 427. The lady's mansion is about to be finished. For several days, Shura did not come to the Hellion family again. In the past, Jiang Hai always sat in the room with Qin Yan to play chess. After Shura came, the two moved the chess venue to the courtyard. In name, they were afraid that Shura would suddenly go crazy. Now that Shura was not coming, no one would go crazy. The two still habitually put the chessboard in the courtyard. But there were only 3 lonely little black eggs on the threshold that the two looked at from time to time. Away boiled too much goat milk again. The identity of the eldest son of the Hellion family and the son-in-law was widely spread in the court and the people. But the 3 judicial departments were not authorized to hear the case. And everything was heard by the king himself. The news of the king was tightly blocked. And no one knew how the case was progressing, and whether the rumors were true. The prince consort was imprisoned in the most heavily guarded prison. Some things could have been asked through the prince consort's mouth. But the prince consort vomited blood and fainted on the first day of imprisonment, which made the warden who planned to start with the prince consort helpless. The warden reported to the king. What could the king do? Naturally, he had to cure the prince consort's illness first. He sent the imperial physician to treat the prince consort carefully. The one who came was the imperial physician Bai. The imperial physician, Bai, was skilled in medicine. In the early years, he had been diagnosing the pulse of the queen. Later, he asked the little princess to take him over. He often walked around the queen's mansion and was very familiar with the prince consort's condition. It was for this consideration that the king sent him. With him came Nandong Li. Nandong Li is the son of the prince consort. If the son wants to see his sick father, even the king can't say much. However, the king did not let Nandong Li go alone. How is the prince consort's pulse? Outside the cell, the king looked at Bai, the imperial physician, who was taking the prince consort's pulse. Bai, the imperial physician, lowered his eyes, neither looking at the king nor Nandong Li beside the king, and said slowly, Your Majesty, the prince consort's pulse is very chaotic. The prince consort caught a cold a few days ago, and now he is imprisoned. He was so angry that his blood rushed up, and he vomited blood and fainted. Is my father in trouble? Nandongli asked worriedly. Dr. Bai said hesitantly, I dare not speak nonsense. Nandongli's face darkened. What do you mean? Dr. Bai? Could it be that my father can't wake up? Dr. Bai cleared his throat and bowed, to reply to the prince. I don't mean that. But, the prince consort was injured in his early years, and has a chronic disease. He can't stand stimulation. Staying in prison will not help him recover. The king snorted coldly. It seems that he is very disappointed with this son-in-law who cheated on him. He already has a wife and children. But he abandoned his wife and children to deceive his, and the queen's only beloved daughter. If it weren't for the queen's face, he would drag this unfaithful man out and beat him to death 100 times. The king doesn't care about the life and death of the prince consort. But Nandongli can't let his father stay in prison. Firstly, the prince consort was his biological father, and he could not bear to see his father suffer. Secondly, there was a hidden story behind the prince consort's illness. If his grandfather knew how the prince consort had been kept by his mother all these years, his mother would be in an awkward situation. Grandpa, Nandongli pleaded, can you let father go back home to recuperate first? Grandpa can send someone to watch him day and night. We will never see him alone. When father is better, Grandpa will come to interrogate him. How about that? He said he would not see him alone. But the lady's mansion was his territory. It was up to him to decide whether to see him or not. Of course, there was no need to let Grandpa know about this. The king was angry, so he naturally didn't feel so sorry for the prince consort. However, if the prince consort really died in prison, the consequences would be unimaginable. The prince consort was convicted, so he had a legitimate reason to kill him. Now that everything has not been concluded, the prince consort's death is a false death. Nandongli winked at the imperial physician Bai. Dr. Bai understood, calmed down, and said to the king, the climate is changing now. The prison is damp, and the ventilation is poor. The king waved his hand impatiently. I know. I will allow him to go out of the house for treatment. Nandongli breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Grandpa. However, just when Nandongli was about to call someone to bring the son-in-law back to the queen's house, the jailer reported that the head of the Hellion family and the eldest young master Hellion wanted to see him. Hellion Baiming? Yin Jiuchao? Nandongli's eyes turned cold. Announce, the king said. Yes. The jailer went outside the sky prison and led the two into the prison. Your Majesty. In the corridor, Hellion Baiming, sitting in a wheelchair, bowed to the king and then bowed to Nandongli. Little prince. Nandongli glanced at Yin Jiuchu inconspicuously and asked Hellion Baiming politely, why is the general here? Do you want to see my grandfather? Hellion Baiming said, I brought Chow'er to visit his father. The word his father made Nandongli clench his fist tightly. Hellion Baiming looked at the consort, then at the guards of the lady's mansion who were waiting on the side with a stretcher, and asked in a non-committal manner, where are you taking the Prince of Yin? He even called him the Prince of Yin. And Nandongli's face became so angry that she couldn't hold it anymore. My father is sick, and my grandfather allowed me to take him back to the mansion to recuperate first. And then, he will be interrogated after he recovers. Hellion Baiming said. What a coincidence. Chow'er is also here to visit his father. And he also brought the most famous doctor in the great show. Nandongli said indifferently, the lady's mansion has an imperial doctor, so the Hellion family doesn't have to worry about it. Hellion Baiming said. The Dr. Chui is outside. He is known as the reincarnation of Huatu. His ancestral golden needle is superb, and he can bring the dead back to life. Why not ask him to give the Prince of Yin acupuncture? Maybe the Prince of Yin will wake up immediately, and there is no need to go back to the lady's mansion. This statement was exactly what the king wanted. The king was eager to prove the son-in-law's crime, and wanted to throw water on him to wake him up. So, without waiting for Nandongli to refuse, the king summoned the divine Dr. Chui, who had brought the dead back to life into the prison. A group of people stood in the aisle, and old Chui came in with a medical box. Old Chui began to treat the king of Yin. Nandongli's eyes fell on the face of the son-in-law for a while, and then on old Chui's hands. Finally, he looked at Yin Jiuchao, who remained calm and silent. Yin Jiuchao was wearing a black brocade robe, with his hands casually behind his back. He was tall and handsome, and exuded an air of royal nobility that was hard to ignore. Nandongli was the best in the world in terms of both appearance and demeanor. But compared with Yin Jiuchao, Even he had to admit that he was outshined by this notorious sickly person. Jealousy eroded Nan Gongli's heart. He was better than Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu was unlearned, while he was well-read. He grew up under the care of his parents. But Yin Jiuqiu was born by his parents, but not raised by them. Yin Jiuqiu was the prince of the great Zhou dynasty, and he was the eldest grandson of the Nanzhao emperor. Yin Jiuqiu would only be a prince in the end. But he was different. He would be the monarch of Nanzhao in the future. One day, he would trample Yin Jiuqiu under his feet. Thinking of this, he finally felt relieved. Meanwhile, Old Chui's pulse diagnosis was over. It was a lie to cure the prince consort. Old Chui's medical skills were indeed excellent. But it was impossible to bring the dead back to life. Not to mention that the prince consort's coma was not something that could be cured by medicine. Oh! Old Chui said in surprise. The prince consort's pulse is not right. Nan Gongli frowned. What's wrong? Helian Biming asked. Old Chui said. Did he have someone give him drugs? What drugs? Helian Biming asked. Soul-eating grass. Old Chui said. Nan Gongli's eyes turned cold. You're talking nonsense. Old Chui would not be scared by him. He had served the emperor and the concubine in the great Zhou dynasty. And he had been forced to serve that sickly kid these days. He had already developed a heart of steel. Old Chui didn't even raise his eyelids. Where did I say nonsense? His pulse clearly says so. Why? Can't your Nanzhao imperial doctors diagnose it? Of course they can't diagnose it. If the soul-eating grass was so easy to diagnose, other imperial doctors would have discovered the clues long ago. However, the soul-eating grass does cause abnormal pulses. But ordinary imperial doctors will only think that it is due to the physical deficiency of the prince consort, and will not guess that someone has given the prince consort drugs. Nan Gongli said disdainfully, I don't know where you are from, doctor. You keep saying that the prince consort had someone give him the soul-eating grass. I think you want to make trouble out of nothing and throw dirty water on the Nanzhao royal family. Isn't it just to throw dirty water to test it? Old Chui said, without giving Nan Gongli a chance to react. He took out a withered and yellow soul-eating grass leaf from his arms, and quickly pricked the prince consort's fingertips with a golden needle. Nan Gongli didn't even have time to stop him, and saw the blood of the prince consort dripping on the leaves, and the withered yellow leaves instantly turned blood red. Nan Gongli's face changed. Old Chui looked at Bai Yui and said, You are the imperial physician. You should recognize this thing. Right? It doesn't matter if you don't recognize it. Call all the people in your Imperial Physician Bureau and let them identify it to see if it is the withered leaf of the soul-eating grass, and whether only the medicinal properties of the soul-eating grass can make it turn blood red. Bai Yui was choked and speechless. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that the other party would really have a miracle doctor. The king had also heard of the soul-eating grass, a medicine that can heal injuries. Niu Dan had used this medicine a lot when he fought for him in the early years, but because it can confuse the mind, it must be used with great caution. The king looked at Nan Gongli with a somewhat unpredictable look in his eyes. Old Chui said, Oh, you have bad intentions. You drugged the king of Yin. That's how you brought the king of Yin to Nanzhao. And you deceived him for so many years. Nan Gongli said coldly, You are talking nonsense. We didn't. Father and mother are in love, and he is with mother sincerely. Old Chui rolled his eyes. Then why did you drug him? Nan Gongli's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he said with a stiff face, Father was injured and sprained his foot some time ago. Dr. Bai, did you use the soul-devouring grass on father at that time? Dr. Bai thought about it and agreed. If the prince hadn't said it, I would have forgotten it. It's true. I repeatedly told the prince not to apply it after the injury healed. I think the prince used too much, or accidentally took it, which led to the residual medicinal properties in the body. Old Chui scratched his ear and said, I heard that the prince consort would forget some things from time to time. Nan Gongli said seriously, That's because my father was injured when he tried to save my mother. Not only was his face damaged, but he also had a root of disease. Old Chui chuckled and said, Are you sure it's not because of the soul-eating grass? Nan Gongli wanted to kill this old guy. Nan Gongli clenched his fist and said, How is it possible? My mother would never drug my father. Oh! Old Chui looked sarcastic. Nan Gongli turned to the king and said, Grandpa, let me take my father back to the mansion as soon as possible to recuperate. When my father wakes up, ask him and the truth will be revealed. Right? Old Chui mocked. Give him another bowl of soul-eating grass and deceive him again? Nan Dongli was so angry that his heart ached. The king frowned deeply. After a moment of silence, Yin Jiuqiu suddenly looked at Nan Dongli and said indifferently, I am worried about handing my father over to you. Nan Dongli gritted his teeth and said, he is now the consort of Nan Zhao. Yin Jiuqiu said calmly, have I admitted it? Did the emperor and empress of the great Zhou agree? Without the jade disc of the princess of Yin. Your mother is just a concubine. And you are just a bastard. Don't interrupt in front of your brother. You? Nan Dongli was about to explode. Shut up. The king was also very angry. Yin Jiuqiu's words were simply scolding him. The king of Nanzhao actually taught a daughter to be a concubine. He made his ancestors lose face. Before everything is revealed, he is still the consort of Nanzhao. Send the consort back to the queen's mansion. Nan Dongli smiled triumphantly. He will be taken care of by Prince Yin himself. Nan Dongli's smile froze on her face. What does he will be taken care of by Prince Yin himself mean? Is Yin Jiuqiu also going to move into the lady's mansion? Nan Dongli, Grandpa. Husband. We've packed up. Yuan poked her head out from the end of the passage. She was carrying a big bag. Behind her, the three little black eggs also carried their own small bags. Pills for the lady's mansion. Chapter 428 The King Who Dotes on His Eggs. When Nan Dongli walked out of the prison, he saw the mother and her two children, all dressed up and ready to go. On the bluestone path, Yuan wore a light blue corseted luo skirt, covered with a translucent wide-sleeved gauze dress, and stood gracefully like a girl. The three little black eggs behind her had bald heads, were round and black, but not ugly at all, but beautiful and black, and looked very cute. At this moment, the jealousy that Nan Dongli had suppressed with great difficulty surged up again. What if he was better than Yin Jiuqiu? But he didn't marry a woman with such good looks and family background. Nor did he give birth to such a beautiful child. Soon, Nan Dongli realized another thing. That is, how come the four of them had packed their bags? Could it be that from the beginning they had calculated that they would move into the lady's mansion? Nan Dongli remembered that Helian Biming boasted about the medical skills of the divine Dr. Cui, and that he could bring the dead back to life. In my opinion, it was just a cover-up. He just wanted to take the opportunity to point out that the prince consort was drugged to arouse the king's suspicion. The case has not yet been concluded, and the king will naturally not hand over the prince consort easily. But he can't stand the suspicion of the lady's mansion. So he asked Yin Jiuqiu to move into the same mansion. Who came up with this plan? Guessed the king's mind thoroughly. Nan Dongli glanced at Yin Jiuqiu. This unlearned sickly person? Or Helian Biming? No matter who it is, Helian Biming openly opposed the lady's mansion today, which is almost a clear position. Nan Dongli certainly didn't know that he had caused this situation by his own actions. In his opinion, the Helian family had been on the pirate ship of the great princess from the beginning. If he had known that they were in cahoots, he should not have shown mercy to Helian Biming. Helian Biming died, and the second branch inherited the position of the head of the family early. What about Yu Shaoqing later? What about the great princess? However, it was too late to say anything now. The chess piece of the Helian mansion was finally seized by the great princess. Soon, the son-in-law was carried out, and Yuan and old Cui got on the carriage that escorted him. Yin Jiuqiu stayed where he was. Not long after, the king came out. Dabao saw the old grandfather, who had been entertained by him, ran over and hugged the king's legs. Xiaobao saw his brother hugging his legs, was confused for a while, and ran over to hug the other leg. I don't know why I hugged her legs. The elder brother and younger brother were gone. Erbao couldn't be left alone, so he ran over and hugged her. The three little black eggs were hanging on the king's legs. The king, who was furious a second ago, suddenly smiled. When Nan Dongli returned to Nanzhao, he was able to remember things a little bit. However, in his impression, except for the queen, he had never seen the king treat anyone so kindly. Even to his grandson, the king was more kind than his own. However, it may be because he is long past the most likable age. Nan Dongli would never admit that the king liked the blood of the great princess more than him. The king didn't know the truth. If he knew, he would be too disliked to care about these little guys. Wang Dequan, your servant is here. Wang Iniaisher came over with a whisk in his hand. The king touched the little bald heads of the little guys, and a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes that he didn't even notice. You go to the palace with Prince Yin. Take care of everything, and then return to the palace to report. Yes. Wang Aisha responded calmly. But he was very happy in his heart. Ah! I can touch the eggs. Wang Aisha sent them, and Yin Jiuch and the others went by themselves. It seems that they have obtained the king's permission. But the meaning is very different. They go by themselves. They are guests. And guests follow the host's wishes. And they have to obey the orders of the queen's mansion. Wang Gonggong comes forward, representing the king. And even the queen's mansion cannot offend them. Wang Aisha got on the carriage with 3 little black eggs in his arms with great joy. Yin Jiuch said goodbye to Hellion Biming. After the group got on the carriage out of the palace, Yu Gankai spoke carefully. General, they just went to the queen's mansion like this. Will there really be no problem? It's the queen's mansion that's in trouble. Right? When have you ever seen these 2 black-hearted guys suffer a loss? Hellion Biming couldn't bear to look back on how he was dragged into the water by this black-bellied couple. As for the 3 little black eggs, he was even less worried. They were good if they didn't bully others. If others wanted to bully them, maybe in the next life. However, the lively family suddenly moved out, and the mansion became deserted, and I missed them in my heart. Fortunately, you still stick with me. Hellion Biming touched the little snow fox on his leg. The little snow fox rolled his eyes. If you have the ability, take your claws away first. The queen's mansion is not far from the palace. It takes only a cup of tea to get there by carriage. Nan Dongli originally wanted to humiliate Yin Jiucho by not opening the main gate of the lady's mansion for him, and letting him enter from the corner gate. However, now that the royal servants have come here on the orders of the king, this plan of humiliation can only be aborted. The main gate was opened, and the group entered the mansion openly. The lady's mansion occupies a large area, larger than the Hellion family's east and west mansions combined. And its landscape is first class and pleasant. It is said that every blade of grass, every brick and tile, pavilions, towers, waterside pavilions, and gardens here are built according to the preferences of the prince consort. This reminded Yuan of the young master's mansion in the capital. However, the young master's mansion is not Yin Jiuchao's permanent residence after all. It is not so big and not so luxurious. The 3 little black eggs were not shy at all. They were not at all reserved when they came to a strange mansion. They carried their small bags, held their small chests high, and walked on the path with their small steps that did not recognize any relatives. If you don't know, you will think they are the little masters of the mansion. Where is the lady queen? I will go to pay my respects to her. Wang Aisha. Nan Dongli's eyes flashed, and he said politely, Mother has been thinking deeply in the room these days, so there is no need to pay my respects. If there is anything, Eunuch Wang will tell me. Ah. Wang Aisha nodded. Paying my respects was a polite word, in order to better arrange for the son-in-law. He didn't care where the son-in-law lived before. But from now on, the Lady Queen's mansion would not have the final say on where the son-in-law lived. Wang Aisha walked across the venue and asked, The prince consort needs to take good care of his illness. The original courtyard may not be suitable. Please ask the prince to find a quiet courtyard for the prince consort and the Prince Yin. This is contrary to Nan Dongli's original plan. If Wang Aisha did not come this time, he could have placed the prince consort in his courtyard and given Yin Jiuchu a small room. But now, he had to prepare a separate courtyard for the prince consort. The lady's mansion is so big. There should be 1 or 2 quiet courtyards. Right? It's better to be spacious enough. And the children have to live there, Wang Aisha said, looking at the 3 heroic and high-spirited little black eggs with a doting look. The king asked him to come. Not to make it convenient for Prince Yen? It's clear that there is no room for these little guys. With this opening, the courtyard that was too bad couldn't be presented. Nan Donli gritted his teeth secretly, pointed to a courtyard in the east and said, I wonder what Eunuch Wang thinks of this place. Eunuch Wang did not answer, but turned to look at Yin Jiuchu beside him. What do you think of Prince Yin? Yin Jiuchao did not answer, but only set his eyes on the bald heads of the 3 little guys. The 3 little black eggs did not even look at them, and walked over with big strides. Such a small yard. Raising chickens. Eunuch Wang smiled faintly, then please ask the prince to find another yard. Nan Dongli's mouth twitched. The group walked forward for a while, and Nan Dongli pointed to a spacious courtyard on the right and said, This courtyard is where I studied before. The environment is quiet and very suitable for living. The 3 little black eggs snorted and walked over with a big smile. Disdain. Nan Dongli's face turned black as charcoal. The consort was still in the carriage, guarded by Yuan and old Chui. Nangongli was indignant. Was it for the consort or for these little guys? Nangongli suppressed his anger and said to Wang Ini, "Excuse me. My father needs to rest. The children are noisy. I am afraid it will be inconvenient to have them around." Wang Ini glared and said, "Are they noisy? They haven't said a word since entering the mansion. But you have been chirping all the way. Like a sparrow." Nangongli was furious. Nangongli had the intention to arrange them in a courtyard closer to himself and the queen. But the three little guys just didn't like it. They had seen rude people. But they had never seen such rude people. Whose family is this? The three walked fast and left them far behind in a moment. After going around in circles, the little black eggs finally found a courtyard they liked. There was a swing in the courtyard, a pond with fish, and colorful flowers. The eyes of the three little black eggs suddenly became bright. At this time, Yuan came over. "Want to go in and take a look?" Yuan asked. The three of them nodded cutely. Yuan was actually not picky about the courtyard, and she could live anywhere. But since the king gave them the right to choose, they didn't have to be hypocritically polite to the people in the queen's mansion. Yuan took the three little guys into the yard. She planned to take a look first, and if it was really suitable, she would stay. But as soon as she stepped over the threshold, a sharp voice came from behind her. "Who are you? Stand still for me. Who allowed you to trespass into my yard?" The three little black eggs had already run to the backyard. Yuan was glad that they didn't hear them. She signaled Zisu and Fu Ling to follow them. Zisu and Fu Ling walked in. The little princess glared at her with her almond eyes. "Are you deaf? Can't you hear what I say? Come out." Zisu and Fu Ling ignored her and went to find the young master. The little princess was so angry that she ran over angrily, wanting to see who dared to be so arrogant under her nose, but found that the person who came was Yuan. She frowned. "It's you? How did you get into the lady's mansion?" Yuan brushed her wide sleeves lightly and said, "Of course I walked in. Are you blind? Can't you see?" The little princess didn't know what happened in the court, let alone that Yuan was the daughter of the Hellion family. She still thought she was the ignorant peasant woman from the countryside. Hearing Yuan's ridicule, she immediately became furious. "Who are you? How dare you talk to this princess like this? Believe it or not, this princess will chop off your head." Yuan smiled lightly. "Who are you? If you have the ability, come and chop me off. If you can't, you're my grandson. You. The little princess was so angry that she stuttered. Yuan glanced at the relatively quiet courtyard, turned her head and smiled. "Your courtyard?" The little princess was stunned, not understanding why she asked this. But she didn't take it to heart, and said proudly, "Yes. It's newly built. Envy. Right? A country bumpkin like you has never seen such a good courtyard in your life. Right? Yes. I heard that you grew up in the city, and you got into the Hellion family by luck. But you went to the Hellion family to be a daughter-in-law, not their biological daughter. How could they really treat you as a treasure? I am different. I am my mother's daughter, and the little princess of the lady's mansion. Only I am worthy of such a good courtyard." She said a lot of things, but Yuan didn't hear them. But only the first sentence went into her heart. Yuan murmured, "So? No one has lived here yet." The little princess snorted disdainfully. "It said that it was newly built. Who dares to live here except me?" Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "Well, I want this courtyard." The little princess glared. Yuan looked at the guards standing by. "Go and inform Prince Yin and Eunuch Wang, and tell them that we are staying here." The little princess was dumbfounded. "What? What Prince Yin? What Eunuch Wang? What are you talking about? You country bumpkin? This is my yard. Who allowed you to stay here?" Yuan smiled gently. "I am staying here." After that, she stepped over the threshold. "Fu Ling, show me out." "You dare?" The little princess rolled up her sleeves and walked forward, about to grab Yuan's hair. As a result, the burly Fu Ling picked her up like a chicken and threw her out of the yard. Chapter 429 Recognition. The group moved into Ziwei Pavilion. The layout of Ziwei Pavilion was very clever. It not only retained the original two-courtyard design, but also added a 3-story small embroidery building. The embroidery building was exquisitely renovated. It was not grand enough in Yuan's aesthetics, but in the eyes of the little guys, it was like a small castle tailor-made for them. The 3 little guys didn't even want the swings. They ran upstairs, climbed up the handrails without any instruction, and slid down with a whoosh. Fuling stood calmly downstairs picking up eggs. Everything was arranged properly. And Wan Ini Aisha returned to the palace to report. The prince consort moved into the quiet and elegant main room. This is indeed a courtyard carefully renovated for the little princess. Every brick and tile, every table and chair, does not look luxurious, but it is actually worth a lot of money. The handicraft of the royal family is really not boastful. The adopted daughter has achieved this. The girl is really blessed for 8 lifetimes. Old Chui lived next door to the prince consort, so that he could always keep an eye on his condition. As for Yin Jiuchu and Yuan, they lived in the east wing near the embroidery building, and the 3 little black eggs lived with them. On the right side of the east wing are Fuling and Zissou. Fuling looked after the children, while Zissou went to pack the gifts. Zissou was originally a maid, and it was not her turn to do such trivial things. But since she went out with the young couple, she did all kinds of work on the road. And now she has become a little expert at work. Of course, she can switch with Fuling and let her look after the children. But thinking about the energy of the young masters to climb up the roof and tear down the tiles, Zissou trembled and felt that she should do her job obediently. Girl, the medicine is ready. The shouting of old Chui came from the small kitchen. Here it comes. Yuan went to the small kitchen and brought the almost cooled medicine to the prince consort's room. Yin Jiuchao was there too. He sat on the stool beside the bed and stared at the prince consort with his eyes wide open. You can wake up now. The prince consort really woke up. In fact, he had been awake all along. The so-called vomiting blood and fainting were all just disguises. However, he deceived everyone except his son. His son. A son as smart as him. The prince consort looked at Yin Jiuchao with a trace of uncontrollable pampering and pride in his eyes. Yin Jiuchao had no expression. He was always like this. He was like this when the sky fell and when the eggs turned red. But it was unknown what he was thinking. Yuan walked into the room and saw the father and son staring at each other. She curled her lips in surprise and said, "Father, are you awake?" The call of father stunned the prince consort on the spot. He had not been the king of Yin for many years and had long forgotten his title. He stared at Yuan blankly for a long time. Yuan suddenly realized that something was wrong with him. She leaned down, blinked her eyes and said, "You didn't remember the past?" The father and son stared at each other like this, and she thought his memory had revived. The prince consort shook his head. "I just remembered what happened after meeting Sung." Yin Jiuchu rushed into his carriage. He saw Yin Jiuchu for the first time. He drew a portrait of Yin Jiuchao, but the queen mistook it for his appearance when he was young. Later, he picked up Xiao Bao and met Yin Jiuchu again. He couldn't remember who he was, but he couldn't help wanting to go to the place where he often appeared to secretly see him. This matter was finally discovered by the female monarch. He was drugged by the female monarch. The female monarch replaced the portrait he hid in the secret compartment, and he forgot about Yin Jiuchu. However, thanks to the old man, he came to the Hellion Mansion. It seemed that something was pulling his emotions in the dark. He entered the Hellion Mansion and saw Yin Jiuchu again. Knowing that he was drugged by the soul-eating grass, he began to test the female monarch. He found that the person who drugged him was indeed her. But Zijuan, who liked snake meat, was not her. He knew that he was going to be exposed. Before she took action, he tampered with Nangong Li's portrait and left a secret code for himself. Sure enough, he was drugged again. However, when he saw the portrait after the ink faded, he remembered everything. But these were all he could remember. If it was a little further away, he would have no impression at all. Those memories that have nothing to do with Sung'er. It's better not to have them. But he wanted to recall Sung'er's childhood. Yuan paused. "Wait! I didn't tell you who you are. How do you know you are the king of Yin? And spread the identities of Yin Jiuchu and yourself? You told me that his name is Yin Jiuchao. So I checked this person," the son-in-law said self-deprecatingly. "Sometimes, evidence is more reliable than memory." He remembered Sung'er and Zijuan. But someone used his memory. Although evidence can be forged, it is much more reliable when no one finds out. Yuan secretly thought, this is also a ruthless person, and he doesn't let go of himself when he starts. "I understand you spread the news, but why don't you tell the king the truth? Are you worried that he won't believe it? That's one thing. On the other hand, I still have some things to check. If I tell you too early, I won't be able to stay in Nanzhao no matter what the outcome is." "Are you referring to the truth of that year? Do you know something?" Yuan looked at her husband and made sure that he had no discomfort with the conversation, then nodded and said, "In fact, not long before you died, The accident. Madame Yao saw a woman and a child about 4 years old in Yinqing. You were there at the time. And the child called you father. The son-in-law automatically skipped who Madame Yao was. For now, it's not important. What's important is the news brought by Madame Yao. He hesitated and said, the child is? Yuan handed the medicine bowl to the son-in-law, from the age point of view. It looks like Nandongli. Nandongli is 3 years old when Xiaoyan Jiocha is 3 years old. That year, Yin Jiocha was 7 or 8 years old. So the age matches. But? Yuan thought of something and said strangely. Mrs. Yao said that the child looks a lot like Yin Jiocha. But when I saw Nandongli today, I felt that he looked more like the female monarch. Did he change after growing up? It is not ruled out that he looked like his father when he was young and like his mother when he grew up. The prince consort shook his head. There are many portraits of Lear in the study. The youngest one is 4 years old. He has looked like this since he was a child. Yuan wondered. That's strange. Did Madame Yao see it wrong? Or, is this Nandongli not the same child as before? The prince consort didn't know. He drank the medicine in the bowl with a complicated look on his face. It seems that there is one more truth to be investigated. Originally, he just wanted to find out what happened with the lady back then. But now he has to find out whether Nandongli is his child. Mother! Get those flies out. Get my father back. I don't want them to live in the mansion. I don't want to give them the yard. In the main courtyard, the little princess kept throwing tantrums in the lady's room. She is an adopted child. Although her father and mother love her, she is not her biological child after all. She is not as confident as her brother. So she is only arrogant and willful outside. She is always well-behaved and likable in front of the lady. Today, she was forced into a corner. So she behaved like this. The lady had been recovering from her wound for several days. But she still had to wear a veil before she could see anyone. She sat on a chair, watching the little princess making a fuss. When she had enough, she said earnestly, Didn't I tell you? The eldest son of the Helian family is Yin Jiocha. He is your father's child. And you have to call him brother. The little princess stamped her feet. I don't have a brother like him. I only have one brother. Nandongli. The lady was also angry. She was beaten up by that BXXXH sister for no reason. And then the identity of the prince consort was exposed. Although the prince consort was released from prison, he was moved to someone else's yard. The one who ordered all this was actually her biological father. The lady suppressed her anger and said to the little princess, This is your grandfather's order. Don't make it too ugly. Did Grandpa tell me to give the newly built yard to them? Did Grandpa tell me to let their maid bully me? That girl is so strong. My arm is swollen from her pinching. Look, Mother. The little princess rolled up her sleeves, revealing a white wrist with 5 finger marks clearly printed on it. The lady was also distressed. But they were not right in this matter. It was the little princess who first tried to pull the hair of the prince's wife, and the maid threw her out to protect her master. If it were in the past, the lady naturally wouldn't care whether she was right or not. She was the justice of heaven. Now that she has fallen out of favor one after another, she has to keep her tail between her legs and wait for the opportunity. The little princess made a fuss for a while, but without any result. She returned to the yard angrily. Nandongli entered the house. Mother, Nujuan said tiredly, please sit down. Nandongli sat down. Mother and son each had their own thoughts. And no one spoke. The candlelight in the house was dim, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. Suddenly, Nandongli spoke softly. Father woke up. He woke up. Nujuan was surprised. This is the advantage of living in the same mansion. If there is any disturbance, it can't be concealed. No, your father woke up. And when he sees the child, he will. Nujuan stopped talking halfway. Nandongli said self-deprecatingly, will he be stimulated again and think of the past? I just thought about it for a long time in the room. We are both father's sons. Why does my father never think of me in his heart? Mother, am I your father's child? Nujuan clenched her white hands. Chapter 430 Dreaming of the Truth. The lady let go of her hand, took a deep breath and said, Of course you are your father's child. But your father left in a hurry and felt guilty about that child. So he always remembered him. You grew up with your father. And your father gave you everything he could. He had no regrets. So naturally he didn't have too strong a concern. Nandongli seemed unconvinced. Is that so? Why do I always feel that? The lady interrupted him. Don't let your imagination run wild. 10 fingers are still different in length. And the palm and the back of the hand are all flesh. But the flesh on the palm is thicker. It's your father's fault for being partial to one and not the other. Nandongli was silent. The lady patted his hand. Why do you suddenly start to think about it? I can't explain it either. It was not like this before. Suddenly, Nandongli shook his head. Forget it. I shouldn't doubt my mother so much. Please forgive me. Mother. The lady smiled gently, stroked his cheek and said, You are my son. How can I blame you? With the enemy at hand? You and I should work together to overcome the difficulties in front of us. Nandongli said guiltily, Mother is right. The lady said, You don't have to doubt about your life experience. Nandongli worriedly said, But my father is now living with Yin Jiuqiu. He will soon know who he is. By then, the lady smiled coldly. What does it matter if he knows? Can he abandon us mother and son just because he knows? Yin Jiuqiu is his son. And so are you. Even if he doesn't recognize me, he will not abandon his own flesh and blood. I don't know if it was Nandongli's illusion, but when his mother said this, her expression seemed a little strange. But it was only for a moment. And the queen smiled slightly. It's getting late. You should go back and rest early, and get your spirits in good shape, so that you can deal with those desperate guys. Nandongli stood up and bowed. Your son will take his leave. The queen nodded. Nandongli turned and left the house. When he stepped out of the door, the queen behind him suddenly called him, Lear. What's wrong? Mother? Nandongli turned around. The lady's eyelashes trembled, and she said softly, Nothing. Please take care of your sister for me. She is the one who can't accept your father's affairs the most. I'm worried that she is young and ignorant, and will come to make trouble again. She is no match for that group of people. Is this what his mother wants to tell him? Why does he feel? Nandongli put away his thoughts and nodded obediently. I understand. I will keep a close eye on her. Go, the lady said with a smile. Nandongli withdrew. He went to his sister's yard. The lady looked at the figure that gradually disappeared in the night, revealing a tired expression. The lady hadn't dreamed for a long time. But this night, she fell into a nightmare as soon as she fell asleep. It is said that you dream at night when you think about something during the day. Originally, Nandongli asked about her life experience, and the lady thought she would dream about the child. But she dreamed about the first time the prince consort woke up in Nanzhao. The young prince consort was handsome and charming. The lady had lived for more than 10 years, and had never seen a man more handsome than him. From the first moment she saw him, the lady knew that she would never be able to leave this man in her life. She tried every possible means to get him. But the first thing he said when he woke up was to coldly question her. What do you like about me? She said jokingly, I like your face. Why? Is it not okay? It was just a joke. She never expected that the prince consort would take it seriously. He grabbed the hairpin beside the pillow and ruthlessly scratched her flawless face. If she said that she liked his heart, would he dig out his heart on the spot? The lady was startled and sat up from the head of the bed. She was panting in shock. Her clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and the mattress was sticky. She raised her hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The maid on duty heard the noise and came over with a lamp. Your Highness. Are you awake? Are you okay? The lady's chest seemed to be blocked by a huge stone. She rubbed it uncomfortably and said, Pour me a glass of water. Yes. The maid put the oil lamp on the table, poured a cup of hot tea, lifted the curtain, and handed it to the lady. The lady reached out to take it, but her hand trembled, and the cup fell on the footrest, and the tea splashed on the lady's clothes. This was the lady's fault. But the maid didn't dare to leave the burden to her, and knelt down and said, Your Highness, please forgive me. Where is the prince consort? The lady asked in a trembling voice. The maid replied, The prince consort is in Ziwei Pavilion. The lady was stunned for a moment. Yes, the prince consort moved to Ziwei Pavilion and lived next to Yin Jiuqiu. He was robbed. Jealousy and resentment surged like a tide. The hand that the lady placed on the mattress tightened little by little. In Ziwei Pavilion, the prince consort, Yin Jiuqiu, Yuan, and the 3 little black eggs had just finished dinner. Because the prince consort woke up late, the dinner was also served late. This is the prince consort. Now it's time to call him the King of Yin. This is the first time that the King of Yin has eaten with several juniors. The 3 little guys ate very happily, not picky, and didn't lose their temper. They ate whatever Yuan put in their bowls. If they met something they didn't like, They would frown inadvertently, but still eat it without leaving any. Although the king of Yen didn't remember the past. Looking at them, he seemed to know what Yin Jiuqiu looked like when he was a child. Xiao Bao is the most like Yin Jiuqiu, both in appearance and temperament. Of course, the king of Yen didn't know this. It was Yuan who guessed that Yin Jiuqiu was like Xiao Bao when he was a child through Uncle Wan's description. He is very good at acting. He also likes to act like a spoiled child. He is also a little stupid. He is not as strong as Dabao, not as soft as Bao. And of course, he is the best at clinging. After dinner, Dabao and Bao were taken to take a bath by Fuling. But Xiao Bao hung on Yuan and refused to get off. Xiao Bao has a headache. Xiao Bao is not well yet. Cough, cough, cough. He was acting like a spoiled child and coughing hypocritically. Yuan looked at him and hummed, "It's not well yet. So you have to take medicine." Xiao Bao came down obediently. Yuan smiled and went to clear the table. This time, she only brought a cook and 2 maids with her. Yuan would help when she was too busy. Xiao Bao saw that no one paid attention to him, and he drooped his head in frustration. "Come to Grandpa." King Yen waved to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao was not shy, and he had seen him once before when he ran away from home. They were friends in need. Xiao Bao walked over happily, looked at the mask on his face, and said, "Why are you wearing this?" He and Bao had only been talking for a month, but they could already speak long sentences. "Why doesn't Xiao Bao have it?" Xiao Bao pointed to his face and said, "Do you want it?" King Yen asked. Xiao Bao nodded. King Yen raised his hand to take off the mask on his face. But a memory suddenly flashed in his mind. It was the young Nan Gongli, who asked the same question and wanted his mask. He took off the mask and gave it to him, but scared the young Nan Gongli to tears on the spot. The young Nan Gongli cried so hard that she didn't want to get close to him. Now, he can face this sudden memory openly. But back then, he must have felt a little uncomfortable when he was so scared and disliked by his own son. The king of Yen didn't want to scare Xiao Bao, nor did he want to feel uncomfortable again. He put his hand down and said to Xiao Bao, "If Xiao Bao likes it, Grandpa will buy you one tomorrow morning." Xiao Bao shook his head. "I want this one." The king of Yen sighed, "But Grandpa is very ugly. If I take off the mask, Xiao Bao will be scared." Xiao Bao widened his eyes with an expression of how is it possible. Even though the king of Yen was old, even though he only showed a pair of eyes and a smooth chin, he could still be called stunning. Xiao Bao didn't know what stunning was, but he knew that this person was very good looking. Xiao Bao is the bravest. Xiao Bao patted his chest and said, "Children are like this. The more you don't let him see it, the more he wants to see it." Xiao Bao stared at the king of Yan's mask curiously, looking left and right, wishing to see a hole in it. The king of Yan hesitated for a moment, but still took off the mask. Xiao Bao saw the scar across his left face, and his eyes widened. A trace of panic flashed through the heart of the king of Yen. He shouldn't have taken it off. He still scared the child. Just as the king of Yen was frantically trying to put the mask back on, Xiao Bao suddenly stretched out his little hand and touched the scar on his face. "Does it hurt?" His little hand was soft, and his palm was a little cold after washing. The king of Yen felt his heart burning. There was no fear or disgust in Shiba's clear eyes. Xiao Bao brought a small stool, stepped on it, stood on tiptoe, and gently blew at his face. "Hoo-hoo. It won't hurt." Chapter 431 Family Reunion. Angry Female Monarch. That night, King Yen talked with Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan for a long time. There were some things that Yin Jiuqiu was not convenient to say, so Yuan said them. But how could Yin Jiuqiu's suffering from childhood be described in a few words? The effect of the drug took effect, and King Yen fell asleep. He held Xiao Bao, who was already fast asleep, in his arms. Xiao Bao really looked like Yin Jiuqiu. Holding him was like holding Summer back then. It's just that Zijuan was no longer by his side. But Xiao Bao woke up and found that he was not in his parents' room, but in his new grandfather's room. He was unhappy instantly. Yuan came early. He and Yuan were angry, turned his back on her and ignored her. His eyes were red, and he felt so wronged. Yuan held him in her arms. "What's wrong? Grandpa loved Xiao Bao so much." "Xiao Bao, aren't you happy?" Xiao Bao whined. "Why can Dabao and Bao sleep with Mom? But Xiao Bao can't." Even though she knew that the child had made great progress in speaking, she was still surprised by asking such a long 2 sentences in one breath. Yuan pinched his chubby little face with joy. "My son is so smart. He can talk so much." "Don't change the subject." Xiaobao said seriously. Yuan made him laugh. And he also knew how to change the subject. I don't know who he learned it from. Yuan couldn't help laughing and said, Grandpa likes Xiaobao. So he lets Xiaobao sleep with Grandpa. Look! Grandpa didn't even call him Dabao or Erbao. Xiaobao said, Grandpa doesn't like them? Yuan said, Of course I like them. Xiaobao frowned and thought, so he likes Xiaobao the most? This kid has learned to flatter himself. He is now at a likable age. And he has just started to speak. Any new words he says can make Yuan very happy. Yuan was very happy for a while. And then she held back her smile and said, Yes. Yes. I like you the most. Xiaobao felt better. And he puffed out his chest, snorted, and said proudly, I knew it. Yuan suddenly held her forehead. This familiar little tone. To be fair, the 3 little black eggs are all the grandsons of King Yin. And King Yin likes all of them. But Xiaobao looks most like Yin Jiuqiao. And King Yin will subconsciously look for the shadow of young Yin Jiuqiao in him. Grandpa suffered in his early years. Without Sijuan, his later years might also be very hard. Yuan touched her son's little head. Be nice to Grandpa. Xiaobao didn't know the grievances between adults. Xiaobao had many grandfathers. And there were grandfathers everywhere in Lianhua village. But this new grandfather was his father's father. So he could vaguely understand that this grandfather was different. The different grandfather liked him the most. He was the most popular baby. Xiaobao was very happy to hug the thigh of King Yin. The cook was brought by Helian Mansion. After spending so long with Yin Jiuqiao and his party, he already knew their preferences. So he made a hearty breakfast according to their tastes, including freshly boiled sweet soy milk, osmanthus steamed buns, mutton stewed noodles, tea eggs, and several exquisite and delicious side dishes. Compared to the hundreds of dishes in the lady's mansion, this breakfast was shabby. But with his most beloved son, the most considerate and virtuous daughter-in-law, and the cutest grandson sitting on the table, the King of Yen felt that he could taste happiness with every bite. The little black eggs ate noodles with a slurp, and their faces were covered with food. Look at how much you eat. Wipe it quickly. Yuan took the towel. Dabao and Erbao handed their little faces over to their mother to wipe. Xiaobao also wanted to hand over his little face. Thought about it, turned his head, and came to the King of Yen. Grandpa, wipe it. The King of Yen's eyebrows warmed, and his heart melted. After the family had breakfast, someone came to the ladies' courtyard. It was a 50-year-old nanny named Su. Zisu reported to Yuan, and Yuan went to the lobby of Ziwei Pavilion to meet this nanny Su. Su Ma is the right-hand woman of the queen, in charge of all matters in the mansion. She is in a very high position. So naturally, she is arrogant. She didn't even look at Yuan, and said in a bossy manner, Your Highness heard that the prince consort had woken up. So he specially summoned the prince consort to see you. If she had said it nicely, maybe Yuan would have passed on a message for her. With such an arrogant look, it would be strange if Yuan would give her a face. Yuan curled her lips lightly and said, There is no consort in Ziwei Pavilion. Only the Prince of Yen. If she wants to see His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen, she should come to Ziwei Pavilion obediently. As for whether my father will see her, it depends on her luck. Madame Su scolded, This is Nan Xiao. The Prince of Yen is the consort of Nan Xiao. Yuan said casually, That was conferred by you. Our great Zhou Emperor did not agree. If he does not agree, this marriage will not count. Besides, isn't your Nan Xiao princess married the son of the patriarch of the Bai tribe? My father is not. Madame Su was speechless after hearing this. Madame Su brought servants with her. Seeing that Yuan did not give her face, she was about to call the servants to rush in. Fuling took a step forward, and her strong body instantly blocked the half-open gate. The servants who couldn't even put a hand in. Mrs. Su had no choice but to report to the lady. She didn't exaggerate, but Yuan's original words were enough to hurt her heart. The lady's face became very ugly. Unfortunately, the little princess was there too. She stood up and said angrily, That country bumpkin is so bold. How dare she disobey my mother like this? I think she doesn't want to live. No! I have to teach her a lesson. I'll get my brother's assassins here. Beat her up. She was referring to Shura. The lady frowned and said, Okay. Stop making trouble, and go back to your yard. The little princess stamped her feet. Mother. The lady looked at her indifferently. Have you finished practicing the characters I asked you to practice? The little princess lowered her head. No. Then why are you still standing there? the lady said sternly. The young princess opened her mouth. The lady interrupted her. I know your father's affairs well. You don't need to worry about them. Just take care of yourself, and don't cause trouble for me. Having said that, the young princess dared not be stubborn anymore. She knelt down and performed a salute, and returned to her boudoir surrounded by servants. The prince consort had woken up, and the lady had to see him no matter what. That girl was just a dog who relied on the power of others. She thought that she was sent to the mansion by the eunuch Wang himself, so she could dominate her. The mistress? She didn't think that she was the most beloved daughter of the king. The king gave them face for the sake of the Zhou dynasty. She really took a chicken feather as an arrow. She would save the prince consort later, and then deal with this girl. The lady changed into elegant and dignified clothes and went to Ziwei Pavilion. She was not like Shang Wenyan, a coquettish and slutty girl, who always dressed up in fancy clothes, fearing that the world would not know that she was a goblin. A true phoenix girl like her naturally had to be generous and decent. The lady went to Ziwei Pavilion. Fuling stood guard at the door and stopped her with one hand. Wait! Who are you? Tell me your name. Madame Su said angrily. How dare you? This is the lady. Get out of the way. Fuling said. My wife said that not even a mosquito can be let in without her permission. Madame Su raised her hand to slap Fuling. Madame Su! The lady stopped her solemnly. The lady looked at Fuling arrogantly and said, Then go tell your wife that the lady is here. You wait. Fuling slammed the door shut. In her own mansion, she was turned away by a servant. Madame Su felt sorry for the lady. The lady did not show it on her face, but her hands buried in her wide sleeves had already been clenched into fists. After a while, the courtyard door creaked open. Fuling poked her head out. Come in. But don't stay too long. The prince needs to rest. That's her husband. She visits her husband, and she has to be controlled for a long time? The lady glared at Fuling. If this was the shrewd Zisu, she might have been frightened to kneel down by her murderous aura. Fuling was a little slow, and didn't understand why she was staring at her for a long time. Don't come in? Then I'll close the door. Fuling said, and was about to kick them out. The lady was so angry that her heart hurt. Where did this stupid servant come from? He didn't know fear at all, making her feel like she was punching cotton with a fist. And her heart was even more blocked. The lady entered the yard with a sullen face, because she was too angry. She didn't look at the road. Her foot tripped on the threshold, staggered a few steps into the yard, and almost fell on the spot. But this image is not good. Thinking that so many servants had seen this, the lady was angry and embarrassed. What was even more embarrassing was that Fuling pushed her. Don't step on the grass planted by my young master. He just peed on it this morning. It would have been fine if she hadn't said this. As soon as she said this, the lady glanced at the courtyard she had carefully renovated for the young princess, and saw that all the priceless peonies had been destroyed and only leaves were left. A peony is worth 1,000 gold. As for the grass planted by the young master mentioned by Fuling, isn't it just a few weeds? Picking peonies to plant weeds. The lady was so angry that her eyes turned black. Wait, this girl said. She just peed this morning? The little black eggs grew up in the countryside and knew that urine is a good fertilizer, so they came early in the morning to fertilize the grass. A lady actually stepped on a boy's urine. The lady was disgusted. However, Fuling's expression clearly showed that she was disgusted that she stepped on it. Who should be disgusted? Shouldn't it be that urine? How could there be such an irritating family? When the lady finally went to the study to see the king of Yin, she was so angry that 2 wrinkles appeared at the corners of her eyes. When the lady set out, the sun was at its highest point in the sky, but now it was almost turned into a setting sun. She stood in front of the king of Yin, haggard, with red eyes, prince consort. The king of Yin looked at her with a complicated look. I am not your prince consort. The queen's heart skipped a beat. Long before she came, she guessed that if the prince consort woke up, Yin Jiucha and Yuan would definitely tell him about his life experience. But she had a glimmer of hope. That is, the prince consort would not be so credulous. She calmed down and tried not to show any strangeness. Why do you say that? If you are not my prince consort. Who is my prince consort? I don't care what others have said to you. You have to listen to my explanation. The king of Yin asked, what explanation do you have? You have kept it from me for so many years. And you said I am the son of the chief of the Bai tribe. The queen choked up and said, do you really not remember anything at all? Remember what? Said the king of Yin. It seems that you don't remember it. The lady felt relieved and said with a wrong look, "This is all your idea. You tried everything to be with me." The king of Yen asked back, "Including faking your death and abandoning my wife and my son?" The lady had expected him to ask this question, and had already thought of the answer. She looked at him sincerely and said, "You have deeply blamed yourself for this. So you have been feeling guilty all these years. But please believe me, you and I were truly in love back then. And you left me voluntarily." The king of Yen paused. "Then why don't you tell me the truth?" The lady sighed. "I don't want you to live in guilt. After you were injured and lost your memory, I simply concealed your past. Besides, it's not that I didn't tell you, but you forgot after you got sick. And over time, I didn't say it anymore." These words sounded reasonable, and even considered the king of Yen everywhere. If the king of Yen hadn't remembered that she had forced him to take medicine twice, I'm afraid he would have been fooled. The king of Yen changed the subject. "Did you poison Chow?" The lady's heart skipped a beat again. She didn't expect the prince consort to ask this question suddenly. Did that little BXXXH go to complain to his father so soon? However, she was sure he had no evidence. "Was Chow poisoned?" she asked in surprise. "Do you suspect me?" "I swear to God, you and I are husband and wife. And your child is my child. Chow just wasn't raised by me. Otherwise, I would have treated him as my own." The Prince of Yen saw her expression clearly. In the past, the prince consort had helped the lady to deal with many political enemies. Everyone said that the prince consort was kind-hearted and good. But she never dared to look down on this man. The Prince of Yen's sharp eyes almost saw through her disguise. She was so guilty that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. But the Prince of Yen looked away and sighed softly. "It's good that it's not you." The lady secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The prince consort was still willing to trust her. The Prince of Yen said again, "Chow was poisoned by time and needs a few medicinal ingredients. I heard that the queen's family has a red Ganoderma lucidum." "Right." The lady had almost no secrets from the Prince of Yen except for the past. This kind of thing that no one in the world knows. But the prince consort knows it clearly. The lady said stiffly. "Yes. There is one." The Prince of Yen looked at her steadily. The lady said with a pained look on her face, I'll get it for Chow." The king of Yen said again, "There is also the technique of engraving the wordless heavenly book. I heard it is in the National Master's Palace." He even knew about her dealings with the National Master's Palace. The lady opened her mouth, not knowing whether to be surprised at the ability of the prince consort or his greed. The king of Yan's eyes fell on her face. He didn't say a word, but his questioning expression clearly asked, "Didn't you say that you would treat Chow as your own son? Now that he is poisoned, how can you, as a mother, not do your best?" The lady didn't know how she left Ziwei Pavilion. She only vaguely remembered that she agreed to everything. She agreed to find the red Ganoderma lucidum for Yin Jiuqiao, and also agreed to trouble the national master. "Mother!" Nan only heard about Njun's visit to Ziwei Pavilion early in the morning, and he hurriedly put down his official duties and rushed over. Njun sat on the chair in a daze. "All of you leave," he ordered with a cold look. Everyone filed out. In the huge house, only mother and son were left. Nan Dongli walked over gently and patted Njun's shoulder. "Mother, what's wrong with you? What did you say to father just now?" "He knows that Yin Jiuqiao was poisoned. He asked if I did it. I was guilty, so I agreed to him carelessly." "What did you promise father?" Nan Dongli asked with a frown. The lady murmured, "I promised to find a medicine for Yin Jiuqiao." Nan Dongli said in disbelief. "Mother!" The lady waved her hand and pressed her swollen eyebrows. "I know. I regret it. You didn't see your father's expression. If you were there, you would be the same as me." Nan Dongli looked at things differently from the lady, since he began to doubt that he was not the son-in-law's flesh and blood. In the lady's view, her father was angry because of her years of deception. But in his eyes, it was more like a trick used by his father to achieve his goal. Nan Dongli's eyes turned cold and he said, "Mother, father is using you. Using your feelings for him. Using your guilt. And even using your guilty conscience to make up for it." The queen said angrily. "You are talking nonsense." Nan Dongli said solemnly. "I am not talking nonsense. Mother, he is not your consort anymore. He is the king of Yin. He is Yin Jiuqiao's father. You can't go to see him again. He will use you to death." Snap! The queen slapped him. "I don't allow you to slander the consort like this. The consort is mine. He has me in his heart. He wants me to treat Yin Jiuqiao well. So I will treat Yin Jiuqiao well. He asked me to find a medicine lead. So I will find a medicine lead for him. Whatever he wants, I will give it to him. Chapter 432. Where's your life? Give it to him too? Nandongli didn't say this out loud. He felt that his mother was crazy. She gave up her dignity for a man who didn't love her. Mother, you will regret it, Nandongli said lightly, and walked out of the house with a burning face. The queen looked at the hand that had hit her son, and her hand was shaking uncontrollably. But she had no way back. I won't regret it. I definitely won't. The red Ganoderma lucidum from the queen's mother's family was found for the old man on his 80th birthday by a distinguished guest who had spent a lot of effort. The old man always regarded it as a treasure and never ate it until he died. It was a bargain for Yin Jiuqiao. The queen risked disobeying the imperial edict and went to her maternal grandparents' home in person. Her Highness the Queen asked for it in person, and her maternal grandparents gave it to her. After getting the red Ganoderma, the queen got on the carriage and went to the National Master's Hall. The National Master was very surprised to see the queen, who was under house arrest. When he heard her ask for the seal technique of the wordless heavenly book, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Your Highness, why do you need the seal technique? Are you going to write a secret letter? The National Master asked in confusion. The queen said, I have my own use. You don't have to ask. Just give it to me. The seal technique and the pill formula are known as the treasures of the National Master's Hall. Not to mention that the queen came to ask for it. Even if the king asked for it himself, it can't be easily handed over. The National Master hesitated. The queen glanced at him and said, What? I come to you now, and can't get something? The National Master said, That's not what I mean. Then go and get it, the queen said coldly. The Imperial Master opened his mouth, looked at the lady in astonishment, stood up and returned to his bedroom, and handed her the booklet containing the seal engraving technique. The lady took the booklet and left without looking back. Nandongli walked out from behind the screen. How is it? Am I right? She has been obsessed with a man. The Imperial Master turned his head and looked at him, frowning. That's your father. It's not certain whether he is his biological father. Of course, Nandongli didn't tell the Imperial Master this. The Imperial Master said, Then why do you want me to give her the real seal engraving technique? Aren't you worried that she will cure Yin Jiuqiao's poison and leave you with a big worry? Nandongli looked at the lady's back and said, I just want my mother to see if she can really move that man by doing her best for him. What if he is really moved? The Imperial Master asked. Nandongli smiled faintly. Isn't that perfect? My father returns to my mother's side and continues to advise her. So my mother won't have to worry about not being able to ascend the throne. From the perspective of playing the long game, the lady made a very cost-effective deal. Yin Jiuqiao is the eldest son of King Yin, and there is an indelible blood relationship between the two. Instead of rejecting him, it is better to accept him generously, regardless of whether Yin Jiuqiao accepted her love or not. As long as the King of Yin accepted it, the queen would be considered the winner. But, is his father really so easily moved? This is the family affair of the queen's mansion, and the Imperial Master cannot interfere. He only asked Nandongli to be careful, and not to fall into the trap of that family. I know my limits, Nandongli said. That night, the queen's mansion took the red Ganoderma lucidum and the seal carving technique to Ziwei Pavilion. When she entered Ziwei Pavilion, the 3 little black eggs had just finished wrecking the small flower garden in the mansion, and came back with big red flowers on their heads and full of fragrance. The queen's heart was throbbing with pain, but she had to squeeze out a gentle smile. Dabao. Erbao. Xiaobao. The 3 little black eggs looked at her in confusion. The lady wanted to say, I am your grandmother, but she couldn't say anything. She is so young and beautiful. How can she have grandchildren? She is still hoping to give birth to another child for the prince consort. The 3 little black eggs looked at each other and ran away. The lady breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Jiuqiao was fine, but she really didn't know how to get along with these little guys. However, the prince consort seemed to love them very much, so she had to find a chance to win them over later. The 3 little black eggs ran into their mother's room in one breath, gave her little flowers, and then the 3 of them lay on the door panel and looked out quietly through the crack of the door. The King of Yin was sitting quietly in the yard. The lady walked over and handed him the brocade box containing the red Ganoderma and the seal carving technique. Take a look. Is it what Chaur needs? The King of Yin opened the brocade box, looked at it carefully, and said, "It is the red Ganoderma and the seal carving technique." "Thank you very much," the lady said gently. "You and I are husband and wife. Why are you so polite?" The King of Yin looked very cold. He did not answer. The lady was a little embarrassed. She looked around and said something to make conversation. "Ziwei Pavilion is still too small. Why don't you move back to the original courtyard first? And I will find a bigger courtyard for Chower in them." "No need," the King of Yin said. "I am a criminal, and this place is good enough." The lady paused and reached out to shake his hand on the table. But the King of Yin took his hand away indifferently. Her arms froze in midair and dropped down in disappointment. "You still don't believe me, do you? You still think I forced you to do something? And you still blame me for not telling you the truth?" Prince Yin did not answer her words, but stood up calmly. "It's getting late. You should go back and rest first." After that, he took the brocade box and turned into the house. The more indifferent he was to the female monarch, the more unwilling the female monarch was. There is nothing to cherish about things that are easy to get. It is more in line with her status as a female monarch to control a man like the prince consort. She can get the world at her fingertips, but she doesn't believe that she can't get a man's heart. After that, the female monarch came to Ziwei Pavilion more frequently. She not only took good care of the prince consort, but also took good care of Yin Jiuqiu. Even thanks to the blessing of the father and son, Yuan's treatment in the female monarch's mansion was also improved by several levels. Not only did she have free food, but she also gave her a monthly salary. The servants changed the way they addressed Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan. They were no longer the Prince Yin and the princess, but the eldest young master and the eldest young mistress. Nandongli suddenly became the second young master, and the little princess became the second young lady. In the past, when rare things came to the mansion, the first portion was always sent to Nandongli and the little princess's room. But now they were all sent to Ziwei Pavilion. The ones left in Ziwei Pavilion were the ones for the brother and sister. The little princess had never suffered such grievances since she was a child. She was furious. "Mother is too partial. My brother and I are the Nandong family, the bastards born by my father and another woman. Why do you ride on our heads and bully us?" This word reached Yuan's ears within half a day. Yuan was watching the fun and didn't mind the big deal. She cried to the lady with a handkerchief in her hand. "Whoa! I can't live here anymore. My sister called my husband a bastard." That night, the little princess was confined. This matter naturally could not be hidden from Nandongli's eyes and ears. When Nandongli went to visit his sister, the little princess had already cried. Although she was not his biological daughter, she was still his sister whom he had loved for many years. Nandongli couldn't help but feel distressed. The little princess threw herself into his arms, crying and complaining, "Brother, please drive those annoying guys out. I don't want them to live in the mansion. I hate them. Mother punished me for them. Mother is too much." Even though Nandongli had guessed that the lady would be partial, he didn't expect that she would wrong her two children so much. Thinking about it carefully, it is not without trace. Hasn't the mother done enough crazy things for the father over the years? In the past, they also put their father first in everything, but no one shared their father's love with them, so they didn't feel wronged. Nandongli patted his sister's back and said coldly, "Don't worry. I will drive them out." He didn't endure these days in vain. He had been planning in secret for a long time, and all he needed was an opportunity to turn against him. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. After he comforted his sister, he happened to meet a servant who was shopping when he walked out of Baiyun Pavilion. The servant was holding a few strings of shiny candied haws in his hand. "Prince." The servant saluted Nandongli. Nandongli looked at the candied haws in his hand and asked, "Who did you buy it for?" The servant replied, "To answer the prince, I bought it for the young master of Ziwei Pavilion. Her Highness heard that they liked the candied haws from that old brand, so she asked me to go there specially." Nandongli saw that he had many strings in his hand, and his eyes flashed. "Send a few strings to my yard first." "Ah, the prince also eats this?" The servant was stunned, realized that he was talking too much, and hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Yes, I will send it right away." Going to Ziwei Pavilion would have passed by Nandongli's yard, so it was just a matter of walking a few more steps in the yard. The servant went back to the yard with Nandongli. "Put it on the table," Nandongli said. The servant put a few strings of candied haws on the plate on the table. Nandongli took advantage of the situation and took out a bottle of poison from the drawer and dripped it on the remaining strings of candied haws. He was quick with his hands, and the servant didn't notice his action and left with the drug-candied Haws. Chapter 433 The king comes to the house. Doting on his grandson. In a hurry, Nandongli didn't have time to carefully select the poison. So he just picked up a bottle of poison made with arsenic. But it was enough to plot against people. Arsenic was so potent that even a master would be hard to save after drinking it. Not to mention a few little brats under 3 years old. Nandongli curled his lips proudly. While he was thinking, a man in black jumped down from the beam and bowed. Prince! He was in the house just now. And the servant was in a hurry to enter and had no place to hide. So he jumped onto the beam. Nandongli sensed his presence as soon as he entered the house. So it was not too surprising to see him jump down now. The man in black was Nangongli's confidant, who took care of some things that were not presentable for Nandongli. Even the queen didn't know that there was such a person as him. The man in black looked at the direction where the servant left and speculated, does the prince want to poison those children? There is a genius doctor around them. And the daughter of the Hellion family also knows the art of medicine. What if they are discovered? Nandongli smiled nonchalantly. What if they are discovered? The people were sent by the queen. And the things were bought by the queen. Can they still suspect me? Even if they know that I have been in contact with those things. I am the queen's son. Does the queen want to clear herself? The man in black said, does the prince mean to make them suspicious of the queen? Nandongli sneered. My mother was sincere to those people. But they were suspicious of her. Do you think my mother would be disappointed with them? The man in black said again, what if they were not discovered and really ate those children? Nandongli played with the medicine bottle in his hand and said, if the child dies, won't my mother have no way to defend herself? There are 3 lives in between. They have no choice but to break up with her. The man in black thought that this was the truth and nodded. But then he thought of something and wondered, what if it went into someone else's stomach? Nandongli smiled. Others? Who in Ziwei Pavilion is not one of their own? Even if the death of that burly maid is enough to make them feel distressed for a long time. Won't they think that this thing was originally intended to be fed to several children? It was just that someone else ate it by mistake. In this case, won't they still suspect my mother and break up with her? So, no matter how the situation develops, Her Highness is destined to turn against them. Your Highness is really smart. And I admire you. The man in black said sincerely. Nandongli was not the kind of person who would be confused by a few words of flattery. He waved his hand lightly and said, okay, there is no need to say these words. You came to see me so late. But something happened in the dungeon? Something did happen. But, the man in black smiled mysteriously at this point. It's not a bad thing. Oh, Your Highness, please follow me. Nandongli went to the dungeon of the lady's mansion with the man in black. The dungeon of the lady's mansion was originally used to detain servants who committed crimes in the mansion. With the establishment of prestige and power, the unruly servants were driven away, and the ones left were honest and honest. So this dungeon was left idle. Nandongli has taken this dungeon for himself since the ghost tribe returned. The prisoners in the dungeon are not prisoners, but the dead warriors brought back from the ghost tribe's forbidden area. The dead warriors originally came from the ghost tribe, and only the dead warriors of the ghost tribe are the most powerful dead warriors in the world. But Nandongli is not satisfied with this. He stole the secret book of the ghost tribe to refine Shura, and took Shura's poisonous blood, and cultivated a new Shura in this dark dungeon. There are as many as 180 dead warriors who have gone astray, and less than 5 of them have survived. Among the 5, 2 have lost their martial arts, and the remaining 3 are much more surprising. Nandongli looked at the crazy warriors tied to the iron pillars and squinted his eyes and said, it's almost there, isn't it? The man in black clasped his fists and said, yes, Prince. They have entered the realm of semi-Ashura. In 10 days or half a month, they will become real Ashuras. Nandongli slightly raised the corners of his lips. Sure enough, it's different with Ashura blood. 3 powerful Ashuras. It's exciting to think about it. Today's Ashuras are not bad, but they are too difficult to control, and you have to coax them yourself. These 3 have been bewitched by Menggu Lao from the beginning. They will obey him without reservation. If the first Ashura is obedient, I will keep him. Otherwise, he would let the 3 of them kill him. The man in black said excitedly, they not only use Shura blood, but also took the top elixir of the National Master Hall. They will be more powerful than the first Shura. Nandongli finally showed a satisfied smile. Well done. Mother will soon break up with Ziwei Pavilion. and the new Shura will be in hand. And the good days of that group of people will be over. Mother, don't blame me. I do this for your great cause. Just when Nangonli was complacent about his plan, he didn't know that an unexpected guest came to the mansion. The king decided to visit the little guys after dinner. He wanted to come a long time ago. But on the one hand, he was busy with official duties. On the other hand, he was worried that his visit would be a bit abrupt. After all, it was the queen's residence. He said he was here to see his daughter, which was too much of a face-saving thing for a daughter who was reflecting on herself. If he said he was here to see a few little ones, he had no relationship with them. If there was any relationship, it was that his daughter had robbed the little one's grandfather. It was not appropriate to visit them anyway. But the king paced back and forth in the imperial study, worried about them. Wang Ini was a shrewd man. He saw the king's thoughts and said to him, "Your Majesty, I heard that the prince consort has woken up. Do you want to go to the queen's residence to interrogate the prince consort? The prince consort is seriously ill, and it is not suitable for him to travel by boat. You still have to go there in person to interrogate the truth of the year." Yes, he can go to interrogate the prince consort. The king readily agreed. That night, the king took Wang Ini on the carriage to the queen's residence. The king still remembered that the little ones loved to eat fuyuanzi from that old brand. So he went a long way to buy 3 small bowls. The people in the lady's mansion did not dare to stop the king. The king was here to investigate a case. So he did not let anyone inform the people in the lady's mansion. He let Wang Ini lead the way to Ziwei Pavilion. When the king arrived at Ziwei Pavilion with the warm fuyuanzi in his arms, he happened to meet the servant who came to deliver candied haws to the little black eggs. The servant had already handed the candied haws to the 3 young masters and was about to report to the lady. But when he turned around, he ran into the king in a brocade dress. He was so scared that he knelt down. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The king was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked past him with big strides. The servant was sweating coldly. Why did His Majesty come? There was no news at all. The king couldn't wait to see the little guys. So he quickened his pace and saw a few little black eggs sitting on the doorstep. The little black eggs grabbed the shiny candied haws, opened their little mouths, showed their little white teeth, and were about to chew them. Tabao, Erbao, Xiaobao. The king came over with a pleasant face. He still couldn't tell which one was which. But since all 3 were there, it was right to call them all. The 3 of them raised their heads in unison, blinking their black eyes at him. A king of his status no longer took things by himself, but because they were for the little ones, he carried them all the way himself. He opened the hot food box and brought out 3 small cups of fragrant floating yuanzi. "Look what I brought you." Whether the floating yuanzi tasted good was secondary. The small cups containing the floating yuanzi were really exquisite, with flying cranes, white tigers, and turtles. The eyes of the 3 little black eggs were immediately attracted. Little treasure, wow. Erbao, wow. Tabao, wow. The 3 little black eggs didn't want the candied haws anymore. But they couldn't just throw them away. After thinking about it, the 3 of them handed over the candied haws in their hands. They were going to exchange their candied haws for the king's floating yuanzi. My mother said that this is called reciprocity. The king doesn't want to take away what others like. And he is old and doesn't like sweet food. But the 3 little black eggs are determined to be good babies who know etiquette. If the king doesn't want candied haws, they won't eat floating yuanzi. The 3 of them looked at floating yuanzi eagerly, slurping. How could there be such a sensible and cute child? The king couldn't help laughing and accepted their candied haws generously. The 3 of them took the floating yuanzi of different shapes and scooped it with a spoon, eating it with relish. They ate, and the king ate too. Wang Ini hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, let me taste it first. When the emperor eats, someone has to test the poison first. This is the rule." But the king glared at him. "What? Do you suspect that there is something fishy about this candied haws? It seems that you have been in the palace for too long and have become suspicious. How could this thing be poisonous?" The king took a bite. His eyes glared and his legs kicked. "Damn it! It's really poisonous." Chapter 434. Such an end. The arsenic had been purified and had a fast effect. The king felt uncomfortable almost as soon as he swallowed it. The king had experienced many ups and downs. When he was a prince, he was not as lucky as the queen. He was the only flesh and blood he raised by his side. He was the legitimate son of the empress. the eldest prince born by the imperial concubine, the fifth prince born by the queen, and many brothers, all of whom were jealous of the position of the crown prince. He had the most orthodoxy, and was the biggest target. However, he did not have the protection of the queen and his mother's family. The calculations he suffered were no less than those suffered by Yin Qiuqiu. Of course, he was luckier than Yin Qiuqiu because he had a father who could protect him. He had many close calls, and did not suffer any major incidents. But he had gained a lot of skills. The king felt something strange and quickly told Wang Yinisher, soap. Wang Yinisher also noticed something was wrong and hurried to the small kitchen to get soap water. The king used soap to induce vomiting, and vomited out the poison in his body. However, some of it was still absorbed. The king's face turned purple. His forehead turned black. And he collapsed on the ground powerlessly. The three little black eggs were stunned and called Yuan. Yuan felt the pulse, and knew that he was poisoned by arsenic. Arsenic is also found in the countryside. But it is used to make rat poison. A small spoonful of powder can kill rats in a village. The arsenic in the king's body is not ordinary arsenic. It has been purified and its toxicity is infinitely close to that of the red-crowned crane. If the king had not vomited in time, he would have died. Even so, the remaining poison in his body is not so easy to remove. Yuan asked Fuling to carry the king into the wing room. Wang Yinisher was going to ask the guards to carry the king. But he saw a sturdy maid carrying the king in easily. Wang Yinisher suddenly didn't know what to say. Yuan first used acupuncture to protect the king's heart, and then asked Zisu to call old Cui over. Is it possible for me to have a break from all this? He had to suppress the poison for Yin Qiuqiu, and heal Helian Biming's injuries. He finally came to the queen's mansion, and he had to cooperate with the prince consort to pretend to be sick. He was in a dilemma. He finally had some free time. But he was brought in to detoxify the king. Are all the imperial doctors in Nanzhao dead? Old Cui was furious. Old Cui continued to induce vomiting for the king. The king almost vomited bile. The king had been on the throne for many years, and had long forgotten the feeling of being plotted against. But now all the fears came to his mind. And his mind was filled with the panic of being on the verge of life and death. He really didn't expect that at his age. He would still encounter such a sudden disaster. Old Cui's attack was heavy. First, if it wasn't heavy enough, it wouldn't save his life. Second, he was about to sleep, and was suddenly disturbed by someone. So he was very irritable. After the rescue in the middle of the night, the king's life was finally saved. But he was also severely tortured. He lay on the bed with messy hair, and his face was pale, as if he had been severely abused. With such a big incident, the queen's mansion couldn't help but make a sensation. I heard that the king was poisoned in Ziwei Pavilion. The queen's first reaction was, Father came to see her? Father really has her in his heart. The second reaction was, why did father go directly to Ziwei Pavilion? Then she stood up suddenly. What did you say? What happened to my father? The guard who came to report the news said, Your Majesty. He was poisoned. Nandongli naturally got the news. But later than the queen. Because he went to the dungeon. And it was late at night when he came out of the dungeon. The guards in the yard reported to Nandongli that the king was poisoned in Ziwei Pavilion. Nandongli didn't think that the king came to visit the queen. It was most likely that he heard that the prince consort woke up and came to interrogate the prince consort. So it was not surprising that he appeared in Ziwei Pavilion. His grandfather was poisoned in Ziwei Pavilion. No matter who did it, it must be related to the group of people in Ziwei Pavilion. Now, he doesn't need to make a fuss between the queen and the prince consort. The king has to kill the group of people first. He was confused by the matter of the three quasi-juras, and didn't think about himself for a while. It was not until he drank several sips of tea that he felt something was wrong. Wait, how did the king get poisoned? The guard said, It is said that he ate a bite of candied haws. Nangongli's face changed. The king was weak in Ziwei Pavilion for a whole night, and he had the strength to deal with his poisoning the next day. Naturally, he didn't need to investigate this kind of trivial matter himself. Wang Yinisher investigated it clearly. The king was poisoned after eating the string of candied haws. The poison must have been put on the string of candied haws. Wang Yinisher was an old man in the palace. He guessed it in his heart. To verify his guess, he took all the candied haws that the three little black eggs gave to the king to Yuan for poison testing. Yuan soaked the candied haws in clean water and tested it with a silver needle. Sure enough, the silver needle turned black. These candied haws were originally given to her sons. If the king hadn't intervened and exchanged their candied haws with floating Yuanzi, her 3 beloved sons would have been poisoned now. The things were bought by the lady, so the lady was the most suspicious. However, Yuan didn't think she was the murderer. The lady was now focused on the prince consort. In order to win back the prince consort, she even gave up her dignity. Not to mention poisoning the prince consort's precious little sweetheart. She was afraid that she would not dare to touch a hair on them. It is unlikely that it was the fool of the little princess. If she had such a plan, she would not have been bullied to death by Yuan every time. After eliminating them one by one, only Nandongli was left. Nandongli, this man, is cunning and treacherous. He must have found out that they were using the queen. And in order to alienate the relationship between them and the queen, he came up with the insidious trick of poisoning the food said by the queen. If they did not know Nandongli's character, they might have really suspected the queen, even if they knew that the murderer was not the queen. If the children really got into trouble, the king of Yin would definitely vent his anger on the queen. In any case, Nandongli's goal was achieved. From the perspective of the strategy, except for being too vicious, there really is nothing wrong with it. It's a pity that he was unlucky. The king ruined this matter. If anyone in Ziwei Pavilion was poisoned, the king of Yin would be angry. As for the king, Yuan touched her chin. For raising such an unforgivable daughter, the king of Yin seemed to have more opinions about him. Yuan guessed correctly. When he heard that it was the king who was poisoned, the king of Yin's expression was very calm. He took the 3 confused little black eggs back to the house to sleep. The king didn't know the efforts made by the queen to win back the prince consort, so he naturally couldn't rule out the suspicion of the queen. Of course, he also understood that the poison was not aimed at him, which made him even more angry. If he hadn't suddenly decided to come to see a few children, they would have been poisoned. Such cute little guys. When he thought of them one by one, the king didn't dare to think about it. The king was so angry that he was shaking all over. She didn't even let go of a few innocent children. What was her heart made of? Is it because they were the descendants of the prince consort and another woman that she couldn't tolerate them? If she couldn't even tolerate a few innocent children in her heart, how could she tolerate the millions of common people in the future? The king sat at the head of the bed and said angrily, "Call the queen to me." The queen had been waiting in the side room. She was watching Wang Inyaisher's investigation. She knew better than anyone that she was framed. But she didn't suspect her son, but suspected Yan Jiuqiu and his wife. She was worried that they were unwilling to accept her, so they deliberately acted out a sad drama. But she thought it was impossible. Who would take risks with their son? Without thinking it through, she let the king into the house. "Father, evil creature, kneel down for me." The queen's heart skipped a beat, and she knelt down in a daze. "Father, I am innocent." The king said, "You asked someone to buy the things, and you asked someone to send them." On the way, the servant went to Lier's yard, and then came to Ziwei Pavilion. The people in Ziwei Pavilion have never touched Tangulu. I am the first one. The king did not give the queen any chance to refute, and put all the evidence in front of her. "Did you ask Lier to poison them? So what if they found out? The people were sent by the queen, and the things were bought by the queen. Can they still suspect me? Even if they know that I have touched those things? I am your son. Do you still want to clear yourself?" Nandong Li's plan worked. His manipulation was discovered, and the queen was successfully dragged into the water by him. Unfortunately, the person who suspected them changed from the prince consort to the king. This is another story. The queen knelt down to the bed, grabbed the king's hand tightly and cried, "Father, I didn't. I was wrong. I was wrong. I never thought of harming them." The king's eyes turned cold. "So you want to harm me?" The female monarch was stunned. The monarch said self-deprecatingly, "Yes. You are the only daughter I recognize, and the future monarch. Even if I lose power for a while, it will not shake your position. I am old and I will not live for many years. The country will be yours in the end. Those spineless servants have already surrendered to you. It is not difficult for you to know my whereabouts. It is true that she has spies in the palace. And it is also true that many people around the monarch surrendered to her. But this time, she did not contact them." "No. No." The monarch laughed. "There is a folk saying that it is better to see ghosts crying than to see ghosts laughing. The same is true for the monarch. The most terrifying thing is not when the monarch has a stern face, but when he laughs. That is when he is the most cruel and heartless." The king looked at the dawn outside the window and murmured, "I don't know yet. I am already a dead person in your hearts." The queen shook her head. Father. The king was too lazy to waste words, and said coldly, "Come here. Pass on my order." The queen has no virtue, and is unable to bear the heavy responsibility. From now on, the queen's position will be deposed. Move out of the queen's house. Chapter 435. The great princess returns to the throne. Nan Dongli heard that the king had woken up and hurried to Ziwei Pavilion. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the room, he happened to hear the words of deposing the queen, and he was completely stunned. He knew that the king would be angry, but he didn't expect him to be so angry. His mother was the child he loved since childhood. So he said to depose her? What about after deposing her? Who does he plan to let inherit the throne? The child he exiled to the people, or other royal flesh and blood in the royal family? It's not that there is no precedent for adopting from a side branch in this dynasty. But first, the king has his own princess. And second, the royal family of those side branches is not as good as the little princess. But now that the little princess is unable to bear the heavy responsibility, will Grandpa inevitably have to settle for the second best and set his sights on them? In a short moment, countless possibilities that he had never thought of before flashed through Nan Dongli's mind. A huge panic rose in his heart. He had not considered that the king would directly enthrone him as the eldest grandson after abolishing his mother, because he was also involved in this matter. And he also had stains. Whether he was instigated or provoked himself, he was not the one who could get rid of it. His mother must not lose power. Otherwise, he would not have the position of heir. The thought flashed through his mind, and he fell to his knees on the ground, looking at the king with tears in his eyes, and said, "Grandpa, I made all this on my own? It has nothing to do with my mother. I was jealous that Yin Chiocha took my father away. I was jealous that my father loved him more than me. So I wanted to teach him a lesson." This was naturally part of the truth. The most direct reason was that the queen was fooled by the prince consort, and he couldn't bear his mother to continue to be deceived by his father. So he came up with a vicious plan to alienate the relationship between the two. But this was not easy to tell my grandfather. My mother has already been despised by my grandfather. If he knew that she could be so foolish for a man, I'm afraid he would be even more unwilling to let her be the queen. But how could the king believe him? The king looked coldly at the little princess beside him when something happened. "You let your son take the blame for you. Do you know shame? He came to absolve his mother of crime. But how come he made Grandpa even more disappointed in his mother?" Nan Dongli was so panicked that he almost couldn't stand it. "Grandpa, Mother didn't let me take the blame. Everything I said was true. I poisoned them. I thought of the plan. Mother never thought of framing them. It was my idea." The king was unmoved. "I know you are devoted to your mother. As an accomplice in this matter, you can't get away with it. Don't think that I can forgive you if you take all the blame on yourself. If the king is not kind, the people will be unstable. Don't say that you were born in the royal family. You should know more about reason and law than ordinary people. Even children from ordinary families are not so vicious." Nan Dongli was going crazy. What he said was true. He did it alone. Mother was kept in the dark. Why didn't Grandpa believe it? Nan Dongli pleaded again, even explaining in detail how he tricked the servant into the courtyard and how he attacked him when he was least prepared. However, in the eyes of the king, he was still just an accomplice. Without the queen's permission, he couldn't do such a thing. It was also because he had a good reputation in the past and acted like a good boy. When such a mistake happened, the king refused to believe that he was the culprit behind the scene. Yuan, who was watching the excitement outside the house, was also very convinced. "I have only seen people struggling to get away with the crime, but I have never seen people confessing their crimes so desperately. They died unjustly. You are required to move out of the queen's house within 3 days." The king said this coldly, and even the prince consort didn't bother to interrogate him and went back to the palace. The queen was stunned from the moment she heard that she was abolished. "Mother! Mother! Mother!" Nan Dongli called her, but she didn't respond. Nan Dongli asked someone to help her back to her own yard. Nan Dongli knelt on one knee in front of her, held her hand and gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry. Mother, I won't watch you get into trouble. There are still 3 days. These 3 days, I will definitely find a way." Unfortunately, 3 days were just the deadline to move out of the queen's mansion. That night, the king issued an imperial decree to depose the queen. The court was in shock. The king did not elaborate on what happened, which attracted many people's speculation. Some people said that it was because the son-in-law was indeed the king of Yin, and the queen colluded with the king of Yin, which caused the king's dissatisfaction. Others said that it was the queen who lost the sacred object, which was an unforgivable crime. The king ignored these speculations. He was overwhelmed and stopped court the next day. As soon as he stopped court, more and more people started to discuss it. The king really didn't expect that he would face such a turbulent situation in his later years, after being a monarch for so many years. Could it be true that Nanja's luck was about to end, as the old national master said? Chaos is born. The court is in chaos. The people are in turmoil. And the luck is about to end. These are the original words of the old national master. He once asked the old national master if there was a way to crack it. What did the old national master say at that time? The old national master looked at the pregnant queen and concubine Yun and said, "Good fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. There may be a turning point." For this turning point, he sent away his eldest daughter in the cradle, and raised the little daughter, who blessed Nan Zhao by his side. However, he still didn't wait for a turning point. He looked at the gray sky. I felt a heavy heart. The thousands of generations of our ancestors will eventually be lost in his hands. The happiest person about the abolition of the female monarch is old Sueo. He asked the chef to cook a table full of delicious dishes, and personally went to the restaurant to buy aged Huadia wine, and poured a big bowl of it for Yuan. Yuan stared at the food and wine on the table in amazement. What day is today? Such a rich feast. Old Chui said, "The queen has been deposed. Come on, girl. Celebrate." Yuan pouted and said, "What is there to celebrate? It's like she stepped down, and I'm going to be the queen." Old Chui choked. "So you are this kind of Awan?" Nandong Yin is a bad person. She robbed the king of Yin and harmed Yin Jiuqiao. When she fell, no one on Yuan's side was unhappy. Nandongli was different. When she thought that she had ruined the queen's future, Nandongli regretted it so much. If he had known earlier, he would not have planned to plot against Yin Jiuqiao. But it is useless to regret. And now it is useless to say these things. So he had to find a way to save everything in the female monarch's mansion. He tried to find the queen. But the king seemed to have expected that he would do this, and took the queen out of the palace, and lived in the house he bought in the city. Nandongli came to nothing, and did not even see the shadow of the queen. Nandongli went to several elders in the court again, begging them to come forward and ask the king to withdraw his order. But none of the elders dared to offend the king at this critical moment. Nandongli punched the pillar. Nandongli had been smooth sailing for 20 years, and he had never been so desperate. He was a child of destiny, the eldest grandson of the king, and the future heir. He had a fortune that the whole world could not envy. Of course, he was also ambitious enough, and he had no lack of talent and talent. With such a good hand, how could he not win against a sickly person? The sickly person could inherit the throne after returning to the great show. But now, he couldn't even keep his position as a county prince. He would never allow himself to lose to Yin Jiuqiao. He would never give up the throne that was within his grasp to others. Just when he was almost in despair, the figure of the national teacher suddenly flashed in his mind. Yes, how could he forget such an important chess piece? He took a carriage to the national teacher's hall. The national teacher had been in seclusion these days, and didn't know anything about the outside world. When he heard that Nandongli had come, the national teacher originally wanted to see him after coming out of seclusion. But the disciple urged him twice, saying that the county prince had urgent matters to discuss. So the national teacher reluctantly met him. In just a few days, Nandongli looked much more haggard. "What's wrong? Has the matter of the son-in-law been exposed?" asked the national teacher. Nandongli said, "It's not about my father. I can't take care of him right now. It's about my mother." "What happened to the lady sovereign?" the imperial master wondered. Nandongli said, "There is no lady sovereign." The imperial master was stunned. Nandongli said solemnly, "My mother was deposed. In 2 days, she will have to move out of the lady sovereign's mansion. You also know that once the lady sovereign's mansion is moved out, it will be difficult to come back. If it was just a deposed status, as long as she still lived in the mansion, it would be possible for outsiders to restore her position. But driving her family out would almost be like cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot." Nandongli said with a headache, "My grandfather may adopt a child from a side branch. Please keep an eye on my grandfather's movements for me, and find a way to dissuade him if necessary." The imperial master frowned. "There is something you may not know." "What is it?" Nandongli asked. "I just heard about it recently," said the national teacher. "Don't keep us in suspense," Nandongli urged. The national teacher asked. A few days ago, there were 4-7 Zhonggu Lao in Nanzhao. Did you know? Nan Gongli nodded. One of them is Minggu Lao in the mansion. Then do you know who the other 3 are? Without waiting for Nan Gongli to answer, the national teacher said, They are Yin Jiuchao's children. Nan Gongli almost fell off the chair. Then, those 3 little kids, who haven't even grown all their teeth. With the Helian family and the Gu Lao palace, it is unlikely that the monarch will adopt from a side branch. The national teacher said, stood up, looked at the brightest star in the night sky. The great princess. It's time to return to the throne. Chapter 436's daughter. Nan Zhao has been in trouble recently. First, the queen was embarrassed in public and lost face. Then, the sacred object was stolen, and the queen failed to perform her duties. Then it was revealed that the son-in-law was the king of Yen of the great Zhou. All of this made the king feel tired. What made him even more tired was that he didn't know when his daughter, who he had raised, became such a cruel person. He abolished his daughter's position as queen. Didn't he feel heartbroken? Of course he felt heartbroken. But as a king, he couldn't just have his children's love affairs in his heart. He had to think about the world first. He didn't think he was an impeccable king. He had made many mistakes when he was young. But he knew the right and wrong. However, it was precisely because of this understanding that he felt even more bitter. In order to avoid the interference of court officials and the queen's mansion, he took the queen out of the palace and lived in the house he had bought. The little princess was the empress's flesh and blood, and the matter of deposing her could not be concealed from the empress. After hearing the news, the empress did not blame him, but sat in the room and washed her face with tears. The king felt that he could not breathe. In the afternoon, he took a carriage to the Gu Palace. The Gu Palace and the National Master Palace were equally famous, and they were called the 2 peak forces of Nanzhao. The difference was that the Gu Palace was in a corner, and the National Master Palace was closer to the king. But only the king himself understood that in his heart. He treated the Gu Palace and the National Master Palace equally. Even after the death of the old National Master, the only person who could confide in him was Kong Gu Lao of the Gu Palace. Kong Gu Lao was much older than the king, and was already in his 80s. He had long since stopped caring about worldly affairs, and stayed in the Gu Palace to retire. He had a secluded courtyard. During the day, someone would come to clean it, and prepare a day's meals for him. Apart from that, he was the only one in the courtyard. He was still strong, with sharp ears and eyes, and was not worried about falling. When the king came to see him, he was plowing the field in the backyard. Leave this kind of thing to the servants. How can the dignified Gu Palace miss a bite of food? While the king said this, he stepped forward, stretched out his hand to take the hoe in his hand, and helped him back. Kong Gu Lao smiled, handed him the hoe, and helped him back. His hands were full of mud, and he was afraid that it would pollute the king's dragon body. Kong Gu Lao smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the king should go first. The king did not insist on helping him. He took the hoe and walked out of the backyard, put the hoe in the corner, and did not forget to look back at Kong Gu Lao, who was walking slowly. Kong Gu Lao was old after all, and his steps were not as steady as those of young people. He walked very slowly and staggered a little. He walked to the water tank, stretched out his skinny hand, grabbed the water scoop hanging on the branch, drew half a bucket of water, and washed his hands carefully before inviting the king to his tea room. The windows of the tea room were wide open and bright. There was no extra furniture in the tea room, only a cabinet against the wall and a low table in the center. The floor was spotlessly clean. The two took off their shoes and walked into the tea room. Kong Gu Lao walked to the cabinet with a staggering step, opened the cabinet door, took out a cushion, and handed it to the king. He didn't often entertain guests here, so there was only one mat, which he usually sat on. The king took the mat and sat down opposite him. Kong Gu Lao supported the low table with both hands and sat down slowly. Seeing that he was a little overwhelmed, the king sighed and said, "Do the servants only come here when they clean and cook? Don't you keep someone around to serve you on weekdays?" Kong Gu Lao didn't like hot tea since he was a child, so the tea here was all cold. He picked up the teapot, poured a bowl of cold tea for the king, and said in an old but vigorous voice, "I can still walk. When I can't move one day, ask someone to take care of me." This was not the first time the king had advised him, and the answer he got was always different. The king stopped talking. Kong Gu Lao took out a food box from under the low table and opened it slowly, with his not very flexible hands. Your Majesty is lucky. Someone just sent a box of osmanthus cake this morning. I remember that your Majesty loved to eat this when he was a child. I wonder if you still like it now. I don't eat it now, the king said. After he got older, the imperial doctor stopped him from eating sweets. He still wanted to eat it a few years ago, but now he has given up. Ah, I think you mentioned it last time. My memory is not good. Kong Gu Lao took a piece and ate it with interest. The osmanthus cake was soft and sticky, and it melted in his mouth. He liked it very much. The king drank tea slowly. Neither of them spoke, but they didn't feel embarrassed. The king felt a long-lost tranquility in his heart. After finishing the osmanthus cake, Kong Gu Lao asked the king, "Is your Majesty relieved of his worries?" In the past, the king sometimes did not need to say a word. He could get relief. But today, he shook his head, "Not yet." Kong Gu Lao stretched out his arms and said, "What's new in the imperial capital recently?" The king lowered his eyes and said with difficulty after a long while, "I have no children in my life. I accept this fate. And I also accept sending my own flesh and blood out of Nanzhao to protect the fortune of Nanzhao. But why does the child I raised with my heart still disappoint me?" Kong Gu Lao took a sip of tea. "If this one is disappointed, there is still another one. Right? Wait until that one also disappoints you. And then act like this desperate look. I can't respond to you like this." The king sighed and said, "The old national teacher predicted that the fate of Nanzhao will end. Good and bad will come together. And there may be a turnaround. Now it seems that it is really just maybe." Kong Gu Lao did not respond. The king did not come to him to ask for any advice. He sat quietly for a while. The king said, "Gu Lao wants me to find the child back." Kong Gu Lao took a sip of tea and said, "I can't find it back." The king paused. Then he heard Kong Gu Lao say, "See if you can ask her back." The king frowned and was about to say something. But Kong Gu Lao sighed and said, "People are not plants. Who can be heartless? People have flesh and blood. You didn't want her at the beginning. And now you expect her to want you? Could you please stop being so choking?" The king said coldly, "I didn't say I wanted to take her back." "Oh!" Kong Gu Lao took another sip of tea. At this point in the conversation, the king finally felt a little embarrassed. But it was only him who was embarrassed. Kong Gu Lao's age was no longer bothered by the secular world. And he was very comfortable. The king felt a little blocked in his heart. She grew up in the countryside. Who knows what she looks like? I have a nephew from the side branch, who is no worse than the princess. Kong Gu Lao continued to drink tea. The king sat up straight and said, "She is destined to be a star of misfortune. Will I bring this little disaster back to bring disaster to the people?" Kong Gu Lao said, "Your Majesty is not a star of misfortune. I have never seen your Majesty have many children and good fortune." "Really? I am really mad at this old guy," Kong Gu Lao said again. "The old national teacher said that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Your Majesty, don't forget that misfortune is the foundation of fortune and misfortune is the foundation of fortune. The secrets of heaven are beyond the reach of mortals like you and me. Since this one who brings fortune has not been able to bless the people, then how can your Majesty determine that the one who brings misfortune will definitely bring disaster to the world?" The king couldn't say a word. When the cradle of the great princess was sent out of Nanzhao, it was opposed by many ministers. Niu Dan was the most violent one. He said that if the world was in chaos, he would come to pacify it. If there was a war, he would go to fight. Why blame a baby in swaddling clothes? He didn't listen to Niu Dan. Although Kong Gu Lao didn't stop him. His eyes clearly showed that he didn't agree. But afterwards, Kong Gu Lao seemed to have forgotten about this matter, and never mentioned it again until he abdicated. He thought that Kong Gu Lao had forgotten the child long ago. "Have you always remembered her?" the king asked. "Do you also think that I did something wrong back then?" Kong Gu Lao didn't answer him, but said, "Before the old national teacher died, he came to Gu Lao Palace to find me. Your Majesty, do you know what he said to me?" "What did he say?" "He said 2 words. "What words?" the king asked. "Strange," Kong Gu Lao said. "Strange?" Kong Gu Lao nodded, "Yes. It's strange." But he didn't say what he was wondering about. The king fell into deep thought. Kong Gu changed the subject and said, "The child grew up among the common people. I'm afraid she suffered a lot. Her parents don't want her. More than 30 years have passed. The king no longer remembers what the child looks like. He doesn't even remember whether he held her when she was born. But he remembers that snow. It never snows in Nanzhao. The night she was sent away, heavy snow fell all over the sky. Concubine Yin cried and said, "Send her away later. In a heavy snow. The child will freeze to death." The child looked at him with a pair of curious eyes. Maybe she didn't know she was going to be abandoned. She thought she was going out to play. So her legs kicked very hard. He turned around. The palace gate closed coldly. Outside the palace gate, the child's heart-wrenching cry came. He didn't look back once. Chapter 437 The Irritating Ninth Brother. Meeting Shura again. After the king issued the edict to depose the female monarch, he stopped attending court for several days. Some people speculated that there was no room for maneuver. Some people said that the little princess was the only beloved daughter recognized by the king, and punishing her was just to teach her a lesson. When she reflected on herself and the king's anger subsided, he would still take her back to inherit the throne. There were many opinions. But what did this have to do with Yuan and her group? The son-in-law was originally a criminal. Thanks to Nandongli, the king was so angry that he withdrew from the world. And naturally no one interrogated him. Before leaving, the king did not explain how to deal with the son-in-law. He did not say that Yin Jiuchi and Yuan could take the son-in-law away. But he did not say that he could not. Yuan took advantage of the king's loophole and packed up the son-in-law's things with Zisu and Fu Ling on the third day. It is worth mentioning that most of the consort's things are in the courtyard where the lady originally lived. And today is the deadline for the lady to move out of the mansion. So they are also packing. Nandong Yin sat on the chair blankly, letting the servants walk around in front of her in a hurry. A maid accidentally dropped a cup of tea, and the tea spilled on her feet. The maid knelt down. "Your Highness. Spare me. Your Highness. Spare me." Nandong Yin had no reaction. Since she was deposed, she has been like this. As if her soul has been taken away, leaving only a walking corpse. Yuan passed by the door and saw the scene inadvertently. She thought, if she had known this would happen, why did she do it in the first place? At first glance, she looked a little pitiful. But who was she showing this pitiful look to? She didn't poison. So is she innocent? When she broke up the king of Yin and Shangwen Yin, did she ever think about how desperate a wife who lost her husband and an 8-year-old child would be? She didn't poison the children. But she did poison Yin Jiuchi. Yuan didn't think she was innocent. Not at all. And to put it in a broader sense, she was just deposed as a female monarch. Not demoted to a commoner. And not abandoned by her family. Think about the great princess, who was sent out of Nanzhao as a disaster star when she was still in her infancy. What kind of setback is this? So, it's because there are so many people who love her that I feel so wronged. According to Yuan, the one who was truly wronged was the great princess, who was abandoned at birth. She never enjoyed the blessing of a princess, but was sold to the ghost clan for Nanzhao to obtain the holy object. Who is it? A maid's voice interrupted Yuan's thoughts. It turned out that Zisu was packing things in the study of the prince consort, and was seen by a passing maid. The maid saw that she was unfamiliar and scolded her sternly. "Where did you come from? Can you just enter the study of the prince consort?" Zisu had been with Yuan for so long that she had already developed a strong courage. She was not afraid of being scolded by the female official of the female monarch's mansion. She straightened her back and said, "I came here to pack things on the order of the prince consort. Who do you think you are? Get out of my way." Seeing that Zisu was thin and weak, and spoke so arrogantly, the maid immediately raised her hand to teach Zisu a lesson. But before she touched Zisu's hair, Fu Ling grabbed her with both hands and threw her onto the tree branch outside. When Yuan rushed to the study, the maid had called the guards in the mansion, and the little princess was also startled. She looked at Zisu, Fu Ling, and then at Yuan, and gritted her teeth and said, "Well, you actually let your maid bully the lady's mansion." Yuan smiled faintly. "The lady's mansion is no longer yours. Don't use the status of the lady to pressure me. You don't have the qualifications." "You?" The little prince almost choked to death. "Get out of the way." Yuan walked to her side, and when she passed by her, she pushed her aside unceremoniously. The princess back hit the door panel. It didn't hurt, but she was embarrassed in public. She was so embarrassed. "Yen Wan," the princess shouted. Yuan walked into the study calmly and turned to her and said, "I forgot to tell you. My name is not Yen Wan. She is Yuan, and also Helian Wan." The little princess has not recovered from the fact that the other party has become a phoenix. She is obviously a village woman who grew up in the countryside. How can she become the legitimate daughter of the Hellion family? The little princess said sourly and angrily, even if my mother is not a queen, she is still the princess of Nanzhao. I am the little princess of Nanzhao. You must kneel down when you see me. Yuan smiled and said, you said before that your mother was a queen. But now she is not. How do you know that she will still be the princess of Nanzhao in a few days? The little princess was furious. Hellion Wan, you are not allowed to curse my mother. Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of child who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Did not know the suffering of the people. Was unruly and willful. You are rich and you are right. As if everyone is inferior to her. You are not allowed to touch my father's things. Hellion Wan, I am warning you. Are you deaf? Yuan ignored her. The young princess went to find Nandong again. The distraught Nandong finally responded. Her eyes trembled, and she took a step to chase after him. The prince consort, the prince consort, the prince consort. She was so anxious to chase after him that she forgot that she had not combed her hair properly. She came to the door with her hair disheveled. When she was about to approach the carriage, she was blocked by Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu was much taller than her, and just glanced at her indifferently. Nandong said with red eyes, where is the prince consort? He left. Yin Jiuqiu said expressionlessly. Nandong said, he can't leave. He is the prince consort. The prince consort you robbed. Yin Jiuqiu interrupted her. I didn't. No. I didn't steal him. The prince consort was willing to be with me. Nandong tears fell. I have nothing. I can't be without my prince consort. Please let me see him. No. Yin Jiuqiu said. Nandong said in disbelief. I've been so good to you. I even got you a medicine. You won't let me. Yin Jiuqiu said. Nandong suddenly felt pain in her heart. She covered her chest. Yin Jiuqiu said coldly, does it hurt? Of course it hurts. My mother has been through this all these years. Nandong was stunned for a moment. And then reacted, impossible. Didn't she get married? Yin Jiuqiu looked up at the sky and nodded, yes. She lost my father. And there is another good man who loves her. But you are gone. After Yin Jiuqiu said this, he looked at her sympathetically, and turned to look for his sons. Nandong was so angry that Yin Jiuqiu almost killed her. She finally understood that the envoys, who had been to the Great Zhou, were not exaggerating. There is a kind of person in this world, who can easily make everyone angry to death. Don't lose heart. Yin Jiuqiu turned back. You still have a son. Yes. She still has a son. Although your son is not as good looking as me. Nor as useful as me. Nandong, who had not vomited blood even when she was separated from her husband and deposed as the queen, finally couldn't help it. And her blood surged up. And she suddenly vomited blood. Nandong made Yin Jiuqiu vomit blood. Big mouthfuls. Can't stop. Yin Jiuqiu ignored her. The whole family was ready to leave. Only a few sons were still hanging around in the mansion. He had to go and get them back. The little black eggs were sitting on the threshold of a secluded courtyard at this time. This was not someone else's courtyard, but where Shura lived. The three of them found Shura living here on the first day they came to the queen's mansion. They would come to the threshold every day to wait for Shura. But Shura never showed up once. The guards who were guarding the yard saw that they were babies. And at first they were worried that they would let Shura accidentally hurt him. After all, after Shura recovered for a while, he began to become manic again recently. And even more manic than before. Almost every day. Several assassins died in his hands. But what surprised the guards was that whenever these babies came to sit on the threshold, Shura's manic energy would be greatly reduced. This was naturally not because Shura had become a normal person, but because Shura forcibly suppressed his manic energy. This suppression process was particularly painful. Shura was reluctant to hurt this child. The guards thought it was impossible. Shura was a tool without emotions. He killed people. And he killed people. He would never feel sorry for anyone, including himself. The little black eggs grabbed the small milk bottle, reluctant to drink, and kept waiting for Shura. However, until their father came, there was no sign of Shura. Let's go! Yin Jiuqiu took Debao's hand. If I leave today, I won't be able to come back again. Debao thought about it, and left the small bottle of goat milk behind. Yin Jiuqiu held Debao and Erbao's hands, and Erbao held Xiaobao's with his other hand. The three of them were led forward, looking back eagerly. There was no shadow on the threshold except the lonely small bottle, until the four of them disappeared completely at the end of the path. Shira flashed out. He picked up the small bottle on the threshold and put it in his arms aggrievedly. Woo! Chapter 438 Father and Daughter. Divination. Yin Jiocho and Yuan returned to the Hellion mansion. The old lady hadn't seen her grandson and great-grandson for several days, and she was almost exhausted from playing cards. As soon as she heard the servants say that the eldest young master, the eldest young mistress, and the young master had returned to the mansion, the old lady threw away the leaf cards in her hand and went out with her crutches. The first one to rush into the yard was Debeo. In terms of physical strength, the two younger brothers have never caught up with him. But Xiaobao is more scheming than him. He didn't arrive before he opened his voice. Grandma, I miss you so much. The three little guys look alike. The old lady heard Xiaobao's voice first, and then saw Debeo's, which made her almost mistake Debeo for Xiaobao. Fortunately, Debeo has a little hair stub, and the old lady counted the hair on his head. 1. Well, this is Debeo. Hey, Grandma's little great-grandson. The old lady held Debeo and looked around, looking at him with great admiration. Grandma, 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 Grandma. Bao and Xiaobao rushed into the yard one after another. But it was a pity that Debeo had already filled the old lady's arms with his chubby little body, leaving no room for the two turtle brothers to seek favor. When the old lady saw the little great-grandson, she felt better and her mood became smoother, as if the air in the mansion was fresher. Soon, Yin Jiocha and Yuan also entered the yard. The old lady let go of the little great-grandsons and went to greet her little grandson with a smile. After not seeing each other for a few days, the little great-grandson became darker and the little grandson became whiter. How did he grow up? Of course, no matter what they look like, they are all the looks that the old lady likes. The old lady naturally didn't know that several people went to the lady's mansion to take care of the prince consort. When she left home, she said that the master-in-law had come to the imperial capital, and she took the children to visit him. In fact, she had only been gone for a few days, but the old lady felt that it had been several years, and she missed him so much. The old lady pinched the face of her little grandson and said happily, "It's good that you are all back. It's good that you are back. How is the master-in-law? Why didn't he come back with you?" Yin Jiochao's biological father. It is not wrong to say that he is the master-in-law of the Hellion family. The prince consort had his own plans. There were still some truths that he needed to find out carefully. Since the monarch couldn't remember him for the time being, he was at ease to do his own thing. Yin Jiocha sent Ing Shan and Ing Lu to follow him. Grandma, please look at me too. Yuan squeezed her little head in front of the old lady. The old lady glanced at her reluctantly. Really only one glance. Then the old lady snorted and turned her face away. What's so good about an ugly grandson's wife? She's not her own daughter. Of course, the old lady said she disliked the ugly grandson's wife, but she treated her impeccably. When Yuan returned to the house, she found that she had 17 or 18 more sets of beautiful clothes. The jewelry that she had only worn once was thrown into the warehouse by the old lady and replaced with new ones. In the old lady's own words, she is ugly and difficult to dress up. I'm afraid my little grandson won't want her. Yuan was about to cry. After paying respects to the old lady, the group went to Hellion Biming's yard to pay respects to the uncle. The three little black eggs hung on the wheelchair without saying a word. Grandpa. Grandpa. Xiaobao has been gone for so long. Do you miss Xiaobao? Xiaobao loves to hear people say they like him and miss him. Hellion Biming said dotingly, Of course I do. Do you miss Xiaobao the most? Xiaobao asked cutely. Hellion Biming laughed. All of them. Oh! Xiaobao sighed disappointedly. But Xiaobao misses Grandpa the most. Yuan smiled. You said this to Grandma too. Xiaobao was upset after being exposed by his own mother. Xiaobao always likes to compete for the word most. The most obedient baby. The youngest baby. The most lovable baby. The smartest baby. Bao is better at pretending to be obedient than him. He doesn't compete openly, but in the end, he is the one who gets the most praise. Moreover, compared with Xiaobao who always asks people if they miss him, Bao's greetings are much richer. Grandpa. Are you healthy? How are you eating? Are you sleeping well? The weather is getting colder. You need to put on more clothes. Listen. Listen. This is the most sensible baby. After letting his mother spoil the show, Xiaobao let his scheming second brother steal the limelight. Tabeo still didn't speak. Yuan often wondered what the first sentence this kid would say. On the other hand, the matter of deposing the queen was getting more and more chaotic among the people and the court. The king couldn't really ignore it. After Nan Dongyan moved out of the queen's house, he returned to the palace to attend the court. Nan Dongyan has been sitting firmly on the throne of the imperial princess for so many years, and she has no idea how many loyal supporters she has in the court. She is the legitimate daughter of the queen, so it is not wrong to support her. Moreover, the father-daughter relationship is very good, and it is not said that they are wary of each other. Now that such a thing has happened, the ministers who support Nan Dongyan are shocked, but they are not completely desperate. The country cannot be without a monarch for a day. The monarch is old, and the country will be handed over sooner or later. At present, it seems that the monarch has two choices. One is to choose a suitable successor from the side branch, and the other is to bring the exiled disaster star back to Nanzhao. But in fact, these two options are not as in line with the will of the people as restoring the female monarch. In any case, the female monarch is a lucky star of destiny. She was chosen by the holy object, and she has the protection of the Gu god. Who can compare with her? What they have to do now is nothing more than to make the monarch calm down and give him a decent step down. The above is the minister's idea. They thought so. And so they did. Your Majesty, I have something to report. If you want to plead for the dethronement of the princess, then there is no need. Your Majesty, if you want me to take back my order, then there is no need. The king blocked the mouths of two ministers in a row, and the aggressive atmosphere in the palace was slightly restrained. The king glanced at everyone. I have explained it very clearly in my latest edict. The son-in-law is indeed the king of Yen of the Great Zhou. The princess has kept me in the dark for so many years. She has committed the crime of deceiving the king. It is only natural for me to dethrone her. Are you questioning my decision or the law of Nanzhao? When Nan Dongyan poisoned a few little black eggs, the king did not say whether it was to save some face for her and the Nanzhao royal family. There are those who support the queen, and there are naturally those who oppose her. The princess committed the crime of deceiving the king first, and then lost the sacred object of Nanzhao. Such behavior really does not deserve to be the crown prince of Nanzhao. The speaker was a military general named Yu. His father was once a subordinate of Yo Dan. His father was also among the officials who opposed sending the princess away. However, his father did not have the strong relationship between Yo Dan and the king, so he was excluded by the people of the little princess's maternal family and resigned prematurely. He did not receive his father's protection. He entered the military camp and became a general by his own ability. He could not be compared with the god General Helian Biming, but he was also a man of some say among the military generals. As soon as he opened his mouth, many colleagues immediately echoed him. Among these colleagues, several were dissatisfied with the queen and had been suppressed by the prince consort. Now that they could not find the prince consort, they took out their anger on the queen. The king had a headache. Stop arguing, he said. Those who should be punished, and those who should be deposed. I am going to court today because I want to ask the ministers for their opinions on something. He wanted to mention the matter of bringing the princess back to Nanzhao. But before he could speak, a eunuch hurried over, knelt outside the Jinluan palace, and said timidly, Your Majesty, I have something to report. The king was interrupted suddenly, and his expression was a little unexpected. But he also understood that if it was not extremely urgent, the servants would not have the courage to go to the Jinluan palace. He said in a deep voice, Hurry up and tell me. The eunuch said, The Gu palace has a fire. The king stood up. What did you say? The Gu palace has a fire? Is anyone safe? It's not clear yet. The eunuch said fearfully. The Gu palace and the National Master Palace are known as the two major temples of Nanzhao. They are places blessed by the Gu god. No matter where the accident happens, it seems to be a big deal. The king immediately sent the imperial guards to the Gu palace. On the one hand to help put out the fire, on the other hand to find out the casualties and the truth of the fire. Who knew that just as the imperial guards left, the National Master Palace also delivered news that there was a fire there. Both the two major temples have a fire. What does this mean? The king frowned, dismissed the court. Summon the National Master to see you. The National Master came very quickly. He had just suffered a fire, and didn't even have time to tidy up his clothes. He met the king with such a disheveled appearance. In the imperial study, he bowed and saluted, Your Majesty. The king looked at his half-burned sleeve and asked, Is the Imperial Master okay? The Imperial Master shook his head. I'm fine. The king asked him, why did the Imperial Master's hall catch fire? The Imperial Master thought for a moment and said, as far as I know. There was a sudden fire in the warehouse. Who set the fire? No one. You mean? It caught fire by itself? I'm afraid so. The king smiled coldly. Ridiculous. How could it catch fire by itself? Did someone set the fire, and just didn't let you find it? The Imperial Master clasped his hands and said, I have checked carefully. No one was near the storehouse at that time. And there was no fire inside that could burn by itself. Your Majesty, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, who went to the Gu Palace to investigate, came back. After the king nodded to the eunuch Wang. He was put into the imperial study by the eunuch Wang. He clasped his fists and said, Your Majesty, the fire in the Gu Palace started from Kong Gu Lao's house. At that time, the old man was fetching water nearby and was lucky to escape. Otherwise, if he was in the yard, I'm afraid he would have been in great danger. The king was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. Kong Gu Lao was old, but his body was still strong. He lived to the age of 100. It would be a pity if he suddenly died in the fire. Have you found out the cause? The king asked. The fire started inexplicably, said the deputy commander. There were few servants walking around Kong Gu Lao's yard. It was easy to set fire, but it was difficult to set fire without letting the Imperial Guards find any clues. The Imperial Guards were not vegetarians. The many death warriors in Gu Palace were not either. The king was so concerned about Kong Gu Lao's safety that even though there were not many servants in the yard, there were more than a dozen death warriors with superb martial arts skills around. The national teacher paused, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this is probably a sign of great misfortune. The king frowned. What do you mean by this? National teacher? The national teacher did not answer in a hurry, but bowed and performed a salute. Let me tell Your Majesty a fortune. The king pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. The national teacher took out the copper coins used for divination, chanted a few spells, and threw them on the table. Then he saw 6 copper coins arranged in a very strange pattern. The king did not understand the hexagram, so he asked him, What does the hexagram say? Your Majesty? A trace of panic flashed across the face of the national teacher. This is an ominous hexagram. Look at the hexagram. The evil has invaded Nanzhao for a long time. It's my fault that I didn't find it early. The king carefully tasted the meaning of his words. The evil? Are you saying that Nanzhao has been experiencing injustices recently? And they all have reasons? I'm afraid so. Your Majesty, the national teacher said piously, the theft of sacred objects, the discord between the monarch and his ministers, the breakup of fathers and daughters, the estrangement of husbands and wives, and the chaos in the world are all because of the evil hidden in the southeast. Southeast? The king walked to the door of the imperial study and looked in the direction pointed by the national teacher. Isn't that the direction of Helion Mansion? The national teacher wants to tell me that the eldest lady and son-in-law who were just recognized by Helion Mansion, as well as the second master, the second wife, and the 3 children, are the so-called evil in these things? I dare not make rash comments, the national teacher said. The king shook his head. How is it possible? I have met them all. They are all very upright people, and they will never be the trouble you said. The national teacher said solemnly, Your Majesty, please ask for their birth dates and horoscopes, and I will carefully predict them. The eunuch Wang beside him suddenly felt a little nervous. The eldest daughter of the Helion family looks very similar to the eldest princess. On the birthday of the little princess, the palace sent an invitation to the Helion family, but the Helion family refused it, saying that they wanted to celebrate the birthday of the second wife. The second wife's birthday is the same day as the little princess. These things that he had ignored suddenly came to his mind. He suddenly had a bold guess. Could the trouble the national teacher mentioned be the second wife of the Helion family? And this second wife, could it be the eldest princess of Nanzhao? She has only been in Nanzhao for a few days, and Nanzhao has so many things. Would Your Majesty think that everything is caused by this calamity star? Chapter 439, Life Story Revealed. Eunuch Wang was deeply frightened by his own guess. He thought that the great princess was sent out of Nanzhao because of her fate of bringing disaster to the country. Nanzhao has not been peaceful in recent years, but it can be said that the country is peaceful and the people are safe. If there is anything that really bothers the king, it is the marriage of the little princess. The little princess was angry with the king for a man She left for several years. When she came back, the matter was already done. Not only did she have a man, but she also had a son. That time, the king was really angry. Originally, according to the king's plan, after the little princess accepted his marriage peacefully, he would make her the queen. As a result, because of this matter, the king was angry with her for many years. It was not until she found the holy object that the king took the opportunity to pass on the throne to her. Other ups and downs are the storms that a normal king would encounter, which are not worth mentioning. But this time is different. Even without the king repeating it, Wang Yin'ai was feeling quite uneasy. The sacred object was stolen. The queen was poisoned. The queen was deposed. The queen broke up with her husband. One by one, it was like an invisible hand that pushed the queen's mansion into a dead end. Wang Yin'ai didn't understand. Why is the queen's mansion the one that is unlucky? What did the queen's mansion do? Or is it that the eldest princess is here to defeat the young princess? Pa. What are you thinking about? It hasn't been confirmed that the second wife of the Helian family is the eldest princess. The king on the throne fell into deep thought, as if he was thinking about this matter. After all, it is related to the safety of the country, and the king cannot ignore it. After a long pause, he said solemnly, Wang Dequan, your servant is here. Wang Yin'ai bowed and walked forward. Does the government have the birth dates of the Helian family? The king asked. Wang Yin'ai wanted to say that it was not possible, because who didn't register their household registration? As for the newly adopted people in the Helian family, after Yu Shaoqing and Helian Baiming explained the truth, they had their household registrations registered, and even the travel permits could be obtained in the next 2 days. Slave, go get it. Wang Yin'ai asked, observing his expression. The king nodded. Wang Yin'ai was reluctant, but he had to bite the bullet and go. He knew the birth date of the little princess, and the eldest princess was only 2/4 of an hour earlier than the little princess. He secretly prayed that it was not the afternoon, but fate played a trick on him. The moment he opened the household registration book, his eyes widened. It was written in black and white, Shinshur. Eunuch Wang could almost conclude that the second wife of the Helian family was the exiled princess. What should he do now? Not to mention the king. Even Eunuch Wang began to suspect that the queen's mansion was killed by the princess. But it's okay. Eunuch Wang has been unhappy with the little princess for many years. The cause was a matter that couldn't be any smaller. The little princess was still an unmarried girl at that time, because she didn't do her homework well. She was scolded by the king, so she took it out on these lowly servants. As a servant, it is normal for her to be a punching bag for her master. But what she said was very insulting. When she grew up, she restrained her temper and became more tactful in her dealings with others. She no longer easily exposed her temper. But somehow, Wang Yin'ai just couldn't feel the same loyalty to her as he did to the king. Obviously, she treated him a little better than the king treated him. In comparison, Wang Yin'ai felt more sympathetic to the child, who was sent away on a snowy day. After sighing, Wang Yin'ai took advantage of the moment and added 2 more words after Shinshur, 6/4. This time is later than the birthday of the little princess. So this shouldn't make the king suspect that it was the eldest princess. Right? Wang Yin'ai suppressed his anxiety and took the birth date and 8 characters to the imperial study room without making a sound. He was willing to wait inside, but it was obvious that the king had no intention of letting him stay. So he had to wait outside the door. But the birth date has been changed, so it is impossible to find the Calamity Star. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, a sound of copper coins breaking came from the imperial study. Then the king asked, how could this happen? Wang Yin'ai secretly glanced inside and saw the national teacher spitting blood and handed the birth date that he had just calculated to the king. After the king read it, his face changed drastically. October 30th. Shinshur. This is the birth date of the great princess. The national teacher said weakly. Wang Yin'ai was completely confused. Didn't he change it to Shinshur 6 o'clock? How did it change back to Shinshur? Wang Yin'ai had a moment of doubt that his memory was wrong. But he looked at the ink stains that were accidentally stained on his fingertips. And he was right to pick up the pen. He changed it. Someone changed the birth date back. No need to guess who this person is. He came here with his horoscope in his hand, and it had never been touched by anyone. The imperial master was the first to touch it. Wang Yin'ai couldn't believe it. This was the imperial master of Nanzhao. the most favored minister of the monarch. Apart from Kong Gu Lao, the person the monarch relied on the most was him. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. In his opinion, the bullshit fire and the sudden disaster were all caused by this bullshit imperial master. Wang Yinisher was so angry that he wanted to put his hands on his hips and curse at him for 3 days and 3 nights. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. Then he thought that he was probably finished, since the imperial master wanted to put the blame on the great princess. Then he changed her birth date and horoscope. If the imperial master found out, he would definitely plot against him. Wang Yinisher was actually overthinking. Although the imperial master found something wrong with the birth chart, he did not suspect that Wang Yinisher did it. He had only recently learned about the life stories of the great princess and Yuan from Nangongli. It turned out that he had not recognized the wrong person in Nanzhao. He was fooled by that group of people, since they were so cunning. In order to avoid the identity of the great princess being exposed, there was no guarantee that they would not submit a fake birth chart. The imperial master had made this assumption before he came, so he had already prepared a real birth chart in his sleeve. The so-called asking Wang Yinisher to take the birth chart was just a formality. If the birth chart was correct, he would go with the flow. If it was a fake, he would quietly replace it. Now it seems that his preparation has come in handy. The king's face was unpredictable, and he sat back in his chair in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Didn't she marry into the ghost tribe? How could she become Yu Shaoqing's wife? What's going on? Because he was too shocked. He couldn't even take care of the affairs of the female monarch's mansion. It was still the national teacher who cleverly turned the spearhead. When I saw the 8 characters, I was also very surprised. I thought that maybe it had nothing to do with the great princess. But from the hexagrams I calculated. The national teacher said this with a sad face, as if he couldn't say anything more. Wang Yinisher's mouth twitched. You old man is very bad. The king suppressed the surprise in his heart. Maybe it's not her, but someone with the same 8 characters as her. He didn't believe that his daughter would disobey his will, escape the marriage he arranged, and run to Dezhou to marry a countryman. Although Yu Shaoqing is Helian Beiyu, didn't she know it at that time? Stay in the ghost clan. She is a queen after all. What is it in the countryside? Farmer. When he exiled her, he never thought of turning her into a wild girl. He left silver and servants for her, and she was raised by people. Why did she treat herself so badly? What does she want to do by marrying a country boy? To take revenge on him as a father? The king is in a bad mood. The national teacher saw that the topic he forced back could not attract the king's attention at all, and understood that the king suffered too much and was unwilling to accept this fact. Well, when he really sees her, maybe he will not doubt her identity. I want to be alone and quiet. Don't make this matter public for now, the king said with a headache. I accept the order. The national teacher cupped his hands. You leave first. The king's mind was in a mess, and he didn't want to talk about the hexagram anymore. The national teacher left tactfully. The king called Wang Yinisher in. He pressed his sore temple and said tiredly, I remember that you went to the clan with the little princess. Have you seen that child? Wang Yinisher's eyes flashed. I have seen, but I only glanced at her from a distance. So many years have passed, and I have no impression of her. The king murmured, Really? You heard what I said just now. Do you think it could be her? What did Wang Yinisher say? He thought it was? Then he still thought the national teacher was a piece of shit. Does the king believe it? Wang Yinisher thought the king would summon someone to the palace to confirm. But the king didn't do so. The king didn't pursue the good or bad fortune of the hexagram anymore. However, the news of this matter eventually leaked out. First, an elder who had been to the clan to send off the bride recognized the great princess on the street. The elder was so frightened that he had a stroke. The news that the great princess had come to Nanzhao spread like wildfire, almost spreading throughout the streets and alleys overnight. Then someone saw the great princess enter the Helian family's mansion. People began to have unpleasant voices. After she came, disasters happened frequently in Nanzhao. First, the sacred objects were stolen. Then the queen was poisoned. And now the queen was deposed. The father is not a father. The husband is not a husband. And everyone is deserted. It's all her fault. I heard that the old man in the West Mansion also had an accident. Isn't it? What does the general think of bringing such a disaster into the house? That's right. Why don't you drive him out quickly? It's another day for Xiao Haiden to buy candied haws. Zisu and Fu Ling led them. The 3 little guys jumped and skipped in the alley. Very happy. Bang! A rotten egg hit DeBeo's head. Chapter 440. Setting a trap in the street. DeBeo was stunned for a moment. This rotten egg came without warning. Not to mention the little black eggs. Even Fulling and Zissa next to them were totally unexpected. Something happened in the mansion recently. Yu Shaoqing and Hellion Biming quarreled and accidentally mentioned Taidan, which was heard by the old lady. The old lady was so anxious when she learned that she actually had a little grandson in the countryside that she insisted on seeing him and asked the servants to pack up her things. She wanted to find him in person. This scared Hellion Biming and Yu Shaoqing. Not to mention that she was old and couldn't bear the hardship of traveling by boat. Even if she could. It was winter in the Great Zhou dynasty. Thousands of miles of ice and snow. And she was exhausted after going through so much. The old lady missed Taidan. Everyone in the mansion was so anxious about this matter that she had no time to pay attention to the rumors among the people. She didn't know that the outside world had already spread the story of the life of the great princess, and that the great princess had defeated the queen's mansion. If they knew, they would never let the little guys go out easily. On weekdays, they came and went. And there was no accident for many times. This time, a little beggar who came from nowhere hit DeBeo on the head. The stinky egg liquid covered DeBeo's face. DeBeo felt uncomfortable. Xiaobao also felt uncomfortable. Looking at DeBeo and said, "It hurts." Zissou hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped the dirt off DeBeo's head. DeBeo couldn't speak and didn't like to cry. Erbao and Xiaobao could cry when they were wronged. But he could only swallow it. Zissou was heartbroken. While wiping, she looked at the other side. Who did it? So careless. Several little beggars at the entrance of the alley made faces at them, and took out rotten eggs from their trouser pockets. Erbao, who was always docile, stamped his feet in anger. "Don't throw." Xiaobao put his hands on his hips and glared. "If you throw again, I will release Gugu to bite you." Bang! Another rotten egg came over. This time it didn't hit, so Fulling blocked it with her tall body. Originally, seeing that they were a few half-grown children, Zissou and Fulling thought they were playing and missed. Although they were angry, they didn't really think of teaching them a lesson. Now they are getting worse. And the two know that they are not unintentional, but intentional. Zissou was so angry that her teeth itched. Fulling, go catch them. I want to see whose children are so wicked. Fulling hurried to catch them. The group of little beggars were very cunning. When they saw the adults coming, they ran away. How could they outrun Fulling? Fulling caught up with them in just 3 or 2 steps. Fulling didn't plan to do anything to them on the spot. She just wanted to scold them and ask who asked them to do it, and why they bullied her little master. Unexpectedly, before she could say anything, a little beggar opened his mouth and bit her arm. The little beggar bit so hard that he almost bit off a piece of Fulling's flesh. Fulling felt pain and instinctively slapped the child. She didn't slap the face or head, but the shoulder. The little beggar screamed, opened his mouth, and fell to the ground. Fulling felt that she didn't use that much force, but the child seemed to be knocked unconscious by her. The situation was reversed from this moment. When the little beggar fell to the ground, a group of men dressed as ordinary people suddenly rushed over from the street. The leading man shouted, "Oh! Someone is beating people. Killing children. Come and see! Someone beat a child to death." After he shouted like this, passers-by gathered around. Fulling was trapped all of a sudden. A ragged middle-aged woman squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of the fainted little beggar. She cried out, collapsed and sat down, crying out, "My son, who is so black-hearted, beat my son to death." She cried so hard that the onlookers were all moved. "It's her." Another little beggar pointed at Fulling and said, "She beat Brother Huzi to death." "I didn't," Fulling said. "I didn't beat him. He bit me." The middle-aged woman interrupted her. "My son bit you, and you beat him to death. God damn it. He was just a child." As she spoke, she cried hysterically again. Fulling said anxiously, "I didn't beat him to death. I just patted him lightly." The middle-aged woman roared, "You admitted it. You admitted that you did it." Everyone listened. "She admitted that she beat my son to death." "I didn't." Fulling had no way to defend herself. "Ah, I recognize her. She is the maid of the Hellion family." Someone in the crowd shouted this because of the fact that the princess lived in the Hellion family. The Hellion family has been pushed to the forefront of public opinion. When the Hellion family is mentioned, there are overwhelming doubts and complaints. Originally, they were half and half. But now seeing the viciousness of this maid, The balance in everyone's heart tilted instantly. The Hellion family is getting more and more outrageous. Yes, they actually taught such a servant. Beat a child to death in the street. But why did the child bite her? She chased us. She caught Brother Huzi. And Brother Huzi bit her. She is so fierce. It's too bullying. The Hellion family is great. But beggars are not human beings? More and more accusations were pressed down on Fulling. Fulling said angrily, "It's not like that. They threw rotten eggs at my little master. That's why I want to catch them." "We didn't." "Right. We didn't. She just thinks we are dirty. Let us get out of here. Don't get in the way of her little master." Several little beggars began to confuse right and wrong. Fulling is good at fighting. But she is not good at talking. Moreover, she only has one mouth, while the opponent has 7 or 8 mouths. You don't need to guess that she can't win. Originally, DeBeo was bullied first, and Fulling just went to ask for an explanation. But people twisted it into Fulling bullying others and beating people to death in the street. How could the child die? He just pretended to faint on the spot. There was still blood on Fulling's wrist. But all these people turned a blind eye. "My son, you died so tragically. I, as a mother, was useless. I couldn't give you a full meal. I made you beg, and you found a nobleman, and polluted his eyes. I was wrong." The middle-aged woman was crying, and seemed to take the responsibility on herself. But who could really bear to blame a poor mother, who wouldn't beg on the street because they were desperate? It wasn't these beggars who were wrong, but the servants of the Hellion family, who could kill people if they didn't like beggars. I don't know who started it first. Fulling was tripped by a few men. Fulling wanted to fight back. Look! Look! The Hellion family is going to beat someone to death again. Fulling's hand paused. This group of people didn't bully Fulling enough. And a few little beggars secretly came to scold the little black eggs. Little disaster. Get out. Yes. Get out. Don't stay here. Little bastard. Zizou was so angry that she picked up the stick on the ground. Oh! Someone is killed. Someone is killed. The little beggars screamed and fled in a swarm. In the end, it was the patrolling officers who heard the noise and came over with spears to stop the chaos. At this time, Fulling had been injured. As for the group of beggars who were causing trouble, they had already escaped as soon as the officers came. No one reported the case, so the matter naturally ended. But adhering to the principle of fairness and justice, the officers still asked Fulling about the incident, and learned that Fulling was from the Hellion mansion. So the officers decided to go to the door to collect evidence again. The officers took Fulling back to the Hellion mansion. However, even such a fair handling of the matter, after being distorted and spread by someone with ulterior motives, it became that the official could not afford to offend the Hellion family. So he let the murderer who beat the child to death in the street go. The reputation of the Hellion family plummeted. The Hellion family was not like this before. Since that family's disaster came, the Hellion family has quickly followed the footsteps of the female monarch's mansion. Oh! It's a pity for the old general. He can't rest in peace in the underworld. Yuan didn't know about these gossips for the time being. But she saw the injuries of DeBeo in Fulling. DeBeo was not seriously injured. Only a little red and swollen on his forehead. But Fulling was miserable. Yuan had known her for so long. And this capable maid had never been so embarrassed. Her face was disfigured. With Fulling's strength, if she hadn't met a master, she would have been beaten obediently. Otherwise it would be difficult to get such injuries. What happened? Yuan asked in a deep voice. Fulling didn't say anything. Zizou told Yuan everything that happened. She felt very guilty. If she hadn't asked Fulling to catch those kids, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. It's not your fault, Yuan said. Someone set a trap for you.